hard to resist, uncontainable. No one could contain it. Their souls intertwined wildly. Ultimate reality. An ultimate comfort. Xia Baiqiu was insatiable. Lin Chen felt as if he was about to ascend to immortality. How could we? At that moment he was dazed, yet he couldn't stop at all. Time seemed to stretch into a century. The two were reluctant to part, wishing to entwine forever until the end of time. Lin Chen suddenly realized that Xia Baiqiu's spiritual world had finally stabilized. Only then did he release her delicate body. As their consciousness slowly returned to their own forms, their spiritual link naturally broke. Xia Baiqiu's spiritual world was reconstructed and was slowly recovering. Just as Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, he met a pair of extremely complex, beautiful eyes. Xia Baiqiu had woken up at some point, staring at him with an indescribable gaze. In that look there was a mix of embarrassment, shock, and a hint of an indescribable emotion. You? Her voice was a bit hoarse, and a rare blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Lin Chen looked innocent. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. It was purely to save someone. His gaze drifted to the corner where the invisible, feigning death skeleton was hiding. This fragile bone has really put me in a terrible spot. Having inexplicably gained a soul partner, Lin Chen felt quite helpless. However, that ultimate experience of soul merging, a connection that was 100 times deeper than physical intimacy, left a lingering aftertaste. He truly wished to experience it again right away. Xia Baiqiu suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Chen's collar. Just when Lin Chen thought he was about to be hit, she lowered her voice and said, "Forget everything you saw just now. And as for us, let's just consider it a one-night stand. Lucky you." Ha! Lin Chen's face turned awkward, like a little boy who had made a mistake. This woman was too cool, too dominant. No wonder she was so wild in the spiritual world. If it were in the physical realm, what would happen? Chapter 188. Heh, so you want to play with technology, huh? Due to the sudden appearance of the ice demon, the hunting mission for the students in the extreme cold plain was urgently called off. The special operations team of the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army was fully armed, delving into the Forbidden Zone to inspect the ice wall seal. That elite unit, composed of 12 Battle Lord leaders, lost all contact just 3 days after entering the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, ever since Lin Chen's unexpected soul merging with Xia Baiqiu, he was astonished to find that his spiritual power not only fully recovered, but had also solidified several times more than before. Even more astonishingly, the moon's mark left by Princess Liu Xuan flickered within him. Seemingly infused with new vitality. On the training ground, Xia Baiqiu remained as decisive as ever. The two of them had a tacit understanding, never mentioning that matter, but whenever their eyes met, Lin Chen could always catch a fleeting hint of resentment in her gaze. During one strength training session, he accidentally brushed against Xia Baiqiu's hand, and the authoritative instructor surprisingly recoiled as if shocked, her ears turning crimson. This caused all the trainees to exchange glances. Taking advantage of this break, Lin Chen began to attempt to absorb and merge the ice essence flame. A pale blue flame danced at his fingertips, and the surrounding ice elements gathered towards him as if on a pilgrimage. With the increase in his affinity for ice, his strength surged dramatically. Every time he saw Xia Baiqiu, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. That kind of connection made it hard for both of them to resist. 7 days later, when Lin Chen's frozen time technique reached 10 seconds, even Xia Baiqiu couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. This rate of progress could no longer be described as genius. Lin Chen. Late at night, after the special training ended, Xia Baiqiu suddenly called out to him. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silver glow on her shoulder. Tomorrow is the task of climbing the extreme ice peak. Her voice was softer than usual, tinged with a hint of sorrow. As a mandatory assessment for E-level trainees, you don't worry, it's just 5,000 meters. Lin Chen chuckled as he flexed his wrist. With my current ice resistance, climbing to 10,000 meters would be a breeze. Don't be careless. Xia Baiqiu's tone suddenly turned serious, her delicate brows furrowing. The extreme ice peak is unusual. For every 1,000 meters in altitude, the temperature drops drastically, and it's not advisable for you to venture above 10,000 meters. She paused. According to historical climbing reports, many human-shaped ice sculptures were found at 9,000 meters. Lin Chen's smile gradually faded. Human-shaped ice sculptures? He squinted. Are they from previous climbers? Xia Baiqiu gently shook her head, the moonlight illuminating her delicate face, adding a touch of serene beauty. Not all of them. Some of the ice sculptures are dressed in clothing that doesn't belong to this era. She lowered her voice. I've heard that the oldest one has been dated to over 10,000 years, but no one dares to disturb them. Over 10,000 years? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the secrets of this extreme cold realm were indeed numerous. Although the extreme ice peak was over 20,000 meters high, it wasn't the tallest mountain of ice. Their gazes unexpectedly met under the moonlight. In the air, it felt as if invisible sparks were flying. I should head back. Xia Baiqiu suddenly turned her face away, her voice carrying a rare fluster. As she turned, her steps quickened slightly. On her way back, Xia Baiqiu unconsciously pressed her hand against her heart. There, a strange fluttering sensation was rising. Ever since that mental fusion, Lin Shen's figure had been lingering in her mind. What was even more frightening was that she had begun to miss that wonderful feeling of soul merging. On the other side, Lin Shen stood in the training ground for a long time. He smiled wryly, attributing it all to the skeleton spirit. You old brittle bone. You actually set me up. If I had known there would be such side effects, I wouldn't have chosen this ridiculous method even if I had to mouth-feed the medicine. The skeleton spirit looked aggrieved. Master, you were clearly impatient at that time. Shut up. I was just eager to save someone. The next morning, at the camp at the foot of the extreme ice peak, hundreds of trainees were making their final preparations for the climb. As Lin Chen was checking his gear, a familiar figure slowly approached. Lin Chen. Yi Wuchen stood in front of him. I heard you know my brother. Yi Wuxian? Lin Chen paused his movements, then carefully examined the other person. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. The features indeed bore a resemblance to Yi Wuxian. So you're his brother. Lin Chen chuckled. This world is really small. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. You should be aware of my brother's feelings for Ouyang Tianjin. If you know what's good for you, keep your distance from Ouyang Tianjin. Ouyang Tianjin? Lin Chen suddenly remembered that the girl was probably undergoing tough training in the simulated minefield to catch up with him. He raised an eyebrow slightly. So what? Don't think being in the top 50 is impressive. Yi Wuchen suddenly raised his voice, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Dare to make a bet with me? If I climb higher than you, you stay away from Ouyang Tianjin. Lin Chen was speechless and smiled bitterly. Did this guy really enjoy competing with him this much? I see, you actually like her, right? Don't use your brother as an excuse. Yi Wuchen's expression darkened. Recently, he had been increasingly annoyed with Lin Chen, especially since he noticed that his beloved Xia Baiqiu was showing Lin Chen an unusually gentle gaze. Stop talking nonsense. Dare to bet? Sure, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What? If you lose? I lose? Yi Wuchen sneered, pulling out a crystal core that sparkled with lightning from his pocket. This is a core from a 4th tier. Thunder Beast, is it enough? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly the material Ouyang Tianjin urgently needed for her training? It seemed Yi Wuchen was brimming with confidence, indeed putting in a lot to please the beauty. A crowd of students had gathered around to watch. Someone whispered, that's actually the core of an ice thunder beast. They say you need to hunt thousands of ice thunder beasts to condense one. Hearing the discussion, Lin Chen smiled brightly. I'm in. At the foot of the extreme ice peak, hundreds of students began to climb upwards. Like ants, the ice claws crunched on the millennia-old ice, making a crisp crack sound. The higher they climbed, the more they realized how strenuous it was. Except for Lin Chen and Yi Wuchen, who were competing fiercely, the other students wisely chose a safer strategy. Completing the 5,000-meter assessment target was enough. Lin Chen's tactical terminal continuously refreshed the data. E-level student, Lin Chen extreme ice peak climbing task initiated. Current height 1524 meters. Environmental temperature -85 degrees Celsius. Qualification line 5,000 meters. Reward 1,000 points. Extra reward plus 200 points for every additional 1,000 meters. He looked up at the heights above. Yi Wuchen, propelled by his thrusters, had already left him nearly 1,000 meters behind. That guy even had the audacity to make a thumbs-down gesture. Playing with technology. Ha! Chapter 189, Mother Cave Spider, come out to work. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. He calmly stroked the ice wall with his right hand and took out a uniquely shaped mechanical device from the Lord's space. This was the Polar Spider 8 assistive device developed by Dr. Ghoul. 8. Hydraulic mechanical legs glimmered with cold light and flames spouted from the joints. The moment Lin Chen sat in the cockpit, the mechanical spider's compound eyes lit up. The 8 legs flexibly gripped the ice wall, moving as if on flat ground, and began to climb vertically. Damn! That's cheating, came the exclamations from the other students below. Of course, some capable students looked on with disdain. The rules allow the use of any auxiliary equipment. However, the higher you go, the more terrifying the atmospheric pressure becomes, and with the extreme cold, this precision instrument won't last long before falling apart. On the other side, Xia Baiqiu stood with her arms crossed in front of the monitoring screen. Although her expression was neutral, she couldn't help but smile when she saw Lin Chen competing with Yi Wuchen like a child. That smile made the other male instructors weak in the knees. In that moment, it was as if glaciers were melting and the sun was shining after the snow. The air in the entire command center brightened. Ahem. Several male instructors who were drinking water simultaneously choked, one even accidentally knocking over his thermos. They hurriedly tried to cover up their embarrassment but couldn't help stealing glances at that stunning figure. Xia Baiqiu, when she smiled, was incredibly beautiful. One instructor muttered softly, so beautiful, it's the first time I've seen Instructor Xia smile. Have you all noticed recently that Instructor Xia has developed a hint of femininity? Xia Baiqiu seemed to sense the awkwardness and immediately restrained her smile. On the extreme ice peak, the wind and snow raged. Lin Chen's expression was calm as he controlled the Polar Spider Assist device. The frost armor covering the mechanical joints glowed with a faint blue halo. This set of mecha, specially made by Dr. Gulu, could only operate in environments below -100 degrees Celsius. However, after Lin Chen added the frost armor, it could function comfortably in environments as low as -350 degrees Celsius. Even so, it could only climb to 5,000 meters. Beyond that, he would have to rely on himself. In the monitoring footage, many students were discussing the real-time climbing images. What the hell? What kind of black technology is that? It's like walking on flat ground in a freezing storm. Yeah, if I had that, wouldn't I be able to complete the mission easily? Who exactly is Lin Chen? Even the military doesn't have this kind of equipment. Inside the Octopus Assist device, Lin Chen looked at Yi Wuchen's image. That guy's thruster had already frozen into a lump of ice, and he could only climb by hand. When he reached an altitude of 4,500 meters, a wide ice platform suddenly appeared before him. The platform was densely packed with ice crystal rhinos. These transparent ice beasts, while not very aggressive, were nearly impervious to blades and guns due to their heavy ice armor. What was more troublesome was that they completely blocked the only path to higher ground. This is intentional, isn't it? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Each of these rhinos stood over 2 meters tall, making it nearly impossible to climb over them, and to carve a path through them would likely be extremely exhausting. Ha! Behind Lin Chen, hurried breathing could be heard. Yi Wuchen had finally caught up, looking exhausted and covered in frost. He leaned on his knees, struggling to look up at Lin Chen. Hey, Lin Chen, Yi Wuchen wiped the ice shards off his face, rarely lowering his posture. Given the situation, how about we cooperate to break through? We can continue competing after we get past this. He drew the heavy sword from his back. I'll clear the way, and you handle the flanks in the rear. What do you think? Lin Chen glanced at Yi Wuchen's disheveled appearance and then at the endless herd of rhinos ahead. He smiled faintly. Sorry, I don't need to cooperate with anyone. I'll go ahead. With that, he flipped his wrist, and the teleportation dagger appeared. In the shocked gazes of everyone, his figure suddenly blurred. Swish, swish, swish. 3 after-images flashed by, and Lin Chen had already appeared at the other end of the platform. Yi Wuchen's eyes widened, frozen in place. He was furious. The other students were stunned. What the hell? This is too much. Space-type ability? That was teleportation, right? It has to be teleportation. Forget the assist device, now he's even using space abilities. It's really infuriating how some people are just better. But before Lin Chen could bask in his triumph for long, his brows furrowed tightly. Caw! A piercing cry suddenly echoed from above, and dozens of ultra-cold ice eagles with wingspans exceeding 5 meters were diving down. Their crystal-clear wings shimmered brilliantly, and their sharp ice claws were aimed directly at Lin Chen. What the hell? Lin Chen hurriedly dodged to the side, the ice claws grazing his cheek and carving a trench over a meter deep in the ice surface. In the monitoring center, the instructors erupted in chaos. Ultra-cold ice eagles? How could this 4th-tier ice beast appear at an altitude of 4,500 meters? We're done. For this is a beast that can single-handedly kill a battle lord. Is it because this Lin Chen kid is showing off that even the ice beasts can't stand it? Yi Wuchen, far away, laughed gleefully. Serves you right. That's what you get for showing off. The next moment, his laughter abruptly stopped, because a small team split off from the group of ice eagles, heading straight for him. Damn, what does this have to do with me? But strangely, these ice eagles did not attack Yi Wuchen. Instead, they immediately turned back to attack Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen dodged. While pondering, his gaze sharpened as he looked towards the higher ice peaks. The attack pattern of these ice eagles was too precise, as if they were specifically targeting him. What the hell? Targeted? Could it be Yin Juanhao's doing? After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen directly summoned the burrowing spider mother. Mother of the burrow spider, come out to work. In an instant, a giant spider the size of a small car broke through the void and descended. Its body was pitch black, but its abdomen shimmered with eerie purple patterns. Hiss! The mother of the burrow spider let out a piercing shriek, and its abdomen contracted violently. The next moment, several glowing webs shot out. These webs were not only incredibly sticky but also contained a neurotoxin capable of paralyzing the mind. The trapped ice eagles fell like kites with severed strings. Most astonishingly, those webs could even writhe and constrict, wrapping the struggling ice eagles into cocoons. The instructors in the monitoring center fell silent in an instant, all of them gaping. Xia Baiqiu's eyes lit up. After a while, someone weakly spoke up. Does anyone know what kind of spider this is? Is that the point? The point is that its webs can even withstand a level 4 ice beast. This kid is really a freak. On the other side, Yi Wuchen had completely given up on thinking. His eyes were filled with jealousy. Now, he only wanted to ask one question. How many trump cards did Lin Chen still have hidden? Could he even compare to him? Chapter 190. Those who offend our great Xia shall be punished, no matter how far. Who? Lin Chen let out a long breath, patting the shell of the mother of the burrow spider. Well done. I'll give you extra rations when we get back. At the same time, in the human western camp, in the exclusive rest area of the Temple Knights, Halo and Caesar was staring at the leaderboard screen, his heavy armor glinting coldly under the magical lights. As a member of the Caesar family, one of the 7 noble families of the temple, he had always taken pride in his older brother, Caesar. Caesar had long dominated the top spot, a source of pride for the entire western camp. My angelic subjects have finally completed their hatching. Ha ha ha. Haloan stroked the holy sword at his waist. With my current strength, I can definitely break into the top 30 easily. On the screen, his ranking was fixed at 46th place, while the position above him, 45th, prominently displayed. Number 9527, Lin Chen, Great Xia. Interesting. Haloan gently clicked on Lin Chen's profile page, and when he saw achievements like Killed Ishida, Yamato and subdued Yas, his blue pupils slightly constricted. This guy actually made the arrogant Yas bow down? So strong? Just then, Haloan's instructor, the Temple Knight Commander Reed, strode in, his silver armor clanking with each step. My dear Haloan, Reed saluted with a hand on his chest, his voice booming like a bell. That young man from the Eastern Great Xia is probably more exceptional than we imagined. He waved his staff embedded with holy crystals, and immediately, the screen displayed a real-time image of Lin Chen climbing the extreme ice peak to 6,000 meters. A mere height of 6,000 meters. Haloan suddenly stood up, the shadow of wings behind him flickering slightly. In the name of the holy light, I can do it too. A hint of worry flashed in Reed's eyes, but remember, this kid has been in the training camp for less than 2 months. What? Haloan's face was filled with shock. This is impossible. Even Caesar took half a year before daring to climb the extreme ice peak. Reed's finger traced over Lin Chen's achievement records, sighing, it is as it is, my dear Haloan. What's even more unsettling is that he is still climbing. Perhaps before the next bell tolls, the glory of the temple will belong to him. I swear by the angels. Haloan suddenly interrupted, his pair of wings fully unfurling behind him, radiating purity. I will not allow a star from the east to overshadow the brilliance of the temple. On the extreme ice peak, at 6,300 meters, the terrain gradually leveled out. Lin Chen stood on the thick ice layer, hearing the cracking sound beneath his feet. It was the remains of countless ice beasts. As the cold wind blew, ice crystal fragments danced gently in the air. TSK, it took me an hour to climb to 6,300 meters. Lin Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this speed. He looked up towards higher altitudes, where various ice beasts still lingered. At that moment, the tactical terminal suddenly vibrated, and Xia Baiqiu's communication request forcibly popped up. In the holographic projection, she rarely showed a hint of anxiety. Lin Chen, stop climbing immediately. Her voice was accompanied by electrical noise. Monitoring shows that the ice beast density in the area above 7,000 meters on the extreme ice peak has surged abnormally. This is not a normal trial environment. In the background, other instructors could be heard exclaiming, the energy readings have exceeded the threshold. Those ice beasts are actually merging? Lin Chen frowned slightly and glanced at the tactical terminal, noticing that Yi Wuchen's location marker had already retreated to the base camp, with the status showing mission completed. Is he conceding voluntarily? He raised an eyebrow, and then shook his head with a smile. However, this was indeed not the time to compete. The ice demon had already appeared, and he didn't want to force Xia Baiqiu to use forbidden techniques to save him again. Lin Chen sighed lightly. Fine, I'll listen to her this time. When Lin Chen returned to the camp, he saw Yi Wuchen with a defiant expression. Humph. A bet is a bet. Yi Wuchen, never go back on my word. Saying this, he tossed over a 4th-tier Thunder Beast crystal core. Lin Chen caught the crystal core steadily. He could feel a tingling sensation in his palm. The purity of the thunder in this 4th-tier Thunder Beast crystal core far exceeded expectations, indeed a rare treasure. Ouyang Tianjin would definitely be very satisfied. Thanks. Lin Chen casually pocketed the crystal core, smiling faintly. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Yi Wuchen stammer out, hey, I admit you're strong, and I hope you can lead us in the Great Xia, so we won't be bullied anymore. Hearing this, Lin Chen's footsteps suddenly halted. There's this matter too? Bullied? He slowly turned around, frowning slightly. Yi Wuchen was filled with anger. You don't know yet? In the extreme cold plain, the students from Eagle Nation and Fuji Nation have formed the Western Pacific Alliance to specifically suppress our Great Xia students. He kicked at the ice debris beneath his feet. Last week, they teamed up to seize 3 training grounds from new students of Great Xia, and they even declared that we, the people of Great Xia, are only fit to be their servants. Lin Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. He recalled the leaderboard he had seen earlier. No wonder there were so few Great Xia students in the top 50. Seeing that Lin Chen was getting interested, Yi Wuchen suddenly became excited. Some people, in order to curry favor with Eagle Nation and Fuji Nation, deliberately leaked the whereabouts and strategies of our compatriots. A friend of mine was beaten by them and lay in bed for half a month last time. Before he could finish, a harsh and arrogant laughter came From behind the ice slope, 5 students dressed in strange combat uniforms surrounded them. The blond man leading them wore an Eagle Nation badge on his chest, while the 2 men beside him had the Rising Sun armband of Fuji Nation wrapped around their left arms. Look, it's the sick man of Great Xia holding a little meeting, the blond man said deliberately in clumsy Great Xia language, causing the 4 behind him to burst into laughter. One of them even stared provocatively at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen was furious and was about to strike, but Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him. Lin Chen knew very well that in the extreme cold plane, strength was paramount. As long as the fights among students did not result in death, the instructors usually turned a blind eye. Yi Wuchen was not a match for these 5. They were almost all D-level students with overwhelming auras. Get lost. Trash. The blond man stepped forward, the C-level badge on his chest gleaming coldly. He looked down at Lin Chen. You are Lin Chen, our Western Pacific Alliance's vice leader. He Luan asks you to come with us. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Sorry. Not interested. The blond man's expression darkened instantly. Looking for death. He suddenly drew out a high-frequency vibrating knife. Looks like I need to teach you the rules here. His words were abruptly cut off. Just in time. I also want you all to understand. He slowly raised his head, his pupils turning into a strange shade of eerie blue. What it means to offend the Great Xia, even if far away, must be punished. The moment the last word fell, the surroundings began to freeze, and in an instant, countless ice crystals floated around Lin Chen, exuding an overwhelming might, slowly approaching the 5. Chapter 191, I have a temporary mission, train on your own. Ah! The blond man suddenly let out a piercing scream. His vibrating blade instantly became covered in frost, the chill rapidly spreading along the metal blade, freezing his entire right arm into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Ugh! The other 4 had no time to react when the suspended ice crystals suddenly shot out. Those ice blades, as thin as a cicada's wing, precisely pierced through their combat suits, leaving fine blood marks on their skin before instantly vaporizing, leaving only a chilling sensation deep in their bones. The most terrifying part was that these ice blades seemed to have a life of their own, avoiding all vital points. They inflicted unbearable pain on the enemies without causing fatal injuries. What kind of dark magic is this? The blond man knelt on the ground, his teeth uncontrollably chattering. He was horrified to discover that all his internal organs were frozen solid. Lin Chen stepped forward slowly, and with each step the ice beneath his feet blossomed with faint blue patterns. Do you remember now? He looked down at the trembling group, his eyes cold as blades, his voice colder than the winds atop the ice peak. In the Great Xia, one must not be lightly insulted. These 7 words carried a heavy mental pressure that rolled down, echoing endlessly in the valley of the ice peak. The few provocateurs felt their knees weaken and directly knelt on the ice. Around them, students from other countries instinctively took a step back, exchanging shocked glances. Oh my god, Great Xia has produced a real tough guy this time. Remember that dragon blade from 2 years ago? This guy's momentum is even more terrifying. Shoo! Actually, Great Xia is not lacking in prodigies, it's just that they only care about themselves and lack unity. On the other side, in the western camp, He Luan slammed his fist on the table, causing the steel-made surface to dent immediately. In the surveillance footage, his carefully trained subordinates were kneeling in embarrassment before Lin Chen, which was even more painful than a slap to his face. Lin Chen is ranked 40th now? Instructor Reed exclaimed as he stared at the leaderboard. In just a few days, that kid has risen 5 places. He Luan's face was filled with unwillingness, holy light radiating around him. He knew all too well what this growth rate meant. Soon, Lin Chen would absolutely threaten his position in the western camp. Reed wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. My dear He Luan, perhaps we should avoid provoking this guy. Humph. He Luan suddenly sneered, gathering a brilliant holy light in his palm. My angel battle formation is already complete, just the right counter to the undead. In the halo, the faint outlines of 12 winged angels could be seen. Meanwhile, the Great Xia training camp was already in an uproar. Did you see that? Finally, someone is standing up for us. Lin Chen is so cool. That ice control is even more impressive than a professional ice mage. The North has truly sent us a treasure this time. In the cafeteria, training grounds, and dormitory area, all the screens were surrounded by students. A few new ice mages were especially excited, their faces flushed, as Lin Chen's display of ice magic had opened their eyes. And Lin Chen himself had not expected that just a casual display would attract such attention. In the instructor command center, Xia Baiqiu stood quietly by the window. On the surveillance screen, Lin Chen's figure teaching the Western Alliance stood out vividly against the snowstorm. She was not born in Great Xia, but this ancient eastern country had given her a second life. Over the years, she had witnessed too many extraordinary talents from Great Xia, but none like Lin Chen. Exceptionally gifted yet sincere, decisive in battle yet not lacking in benevolence. Instructor Xia has taken in a good student, came the admiration from other male instructors behind her. It's Lin Chen's own efforts, Xia Baiqiu replied softly, unconsciously placing a hand over her heart. There, the taste left by their spiritual connection was stirring restlessly. As a rare divine mage, she understood better than anyone the mysterious power of this profession. It was a terrifying existence that could rival the combination of dual professions. And it seemed that Lin Chen harbored secrets even she could not see through. Die in the reflection of the command room's glass, her stunningly beautiful face appeared. At just 26 years old, Xiao Baiqiu had become an instructor, a goddess in the training camp, possessing both strength and beauty. Countless scions of noble families and military elites flocked to her, yet they couldn't even catch her eye. And now, she found it hard to restrain her feelings. For Lin Chen. Report. At that moment, the monitor's voice suddenly came through, anomalous energy response detected in the 10,000-meter area of extreme ice. Peak. A large number of ice beasts are merging, forming a more powerful ice beast. Xiao Baiqiu and the other instructors' expressions changed drastically. As night deepened, only Lin Chen remained in the training ground. He glanced at the time, frowning slightly. Xiao Baiqiu had never been late for special training. He opened the communication interface and found a message flashing. I have a temporary mission, train on your own. Xiao Baiqiu, temporary mission? Lin Chen's heart suddenly tightened. Connecting it to the unusual situation on Extreme Ice Peak today, along with the special northern team that had gone missing in the extreme cold zone, he quickly accessed the publicly available military database. The screen displayed the configuration of that team, 12 battle-honored experts equipped with the latest polar combat suits, and even 2 ice mages accompanying them. Such a lineup had been missing in the extreme cold zone for over 96 hours. Something's not right. Lin Chen's right eyelid twitched violently, pointing directly towards Extreme Ice Peak. Strangely, he always felt uneasy. He knew this was no illusion, but a warning brought on by soul resonance. The surveillance footage showed Xiao Baiqiu's positioning signal rapidly moving towards Extreme Ice Peak. Lin Chen suddenly stood up. No, I have to go. He didn't know why, but he really didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Baiqiu. When Lin Chen arrived at the foot of Extreme Ice Peak, heavy snow was falling, and the blizzard was even more ferocious than during the day. Visibility was less than 10 meters, and ice crystals cut at his cheeks like knives. He took out the octopus spider assist device, gently pressed a button, and the mechanical surface quickly formed a layer of sparkling ice armor, with the cold-resistant runes on its 8 mechanical legs lighting up one by one. He climbed inside and began to ascend towards Extreme Ice Peak amidst the swirling snow. On the other side, at a giant platform 8,000 meters up Extreme Ice Peak, Xiao Baiqiu was staring at the holographic terrain map. A faint golden glow surrounded her, isolating the raging wind and snow. Instructor Xia, isn't your Xia a bit too sensitive? Instructor. The silly from the northern bear country chewed on an energy bar, carelessly pointing at the monitor screen. These ice beasts are elemental creatures, it's normal for them to merge occasionally. That's right, Catherine from the Empire of the Setting Sun gathered her golden curls. As long as the energy fluctuations don't exceed level 4, there's no need to report it according to regulations. She had a meaningful expression, or have you discovered something special? Xiao Baiqiu did not answer immediately. Her slender fingers traced the air, connecting 3 anomalous energy points into a triangle. As she moved, those golden light points suddenly twisted and transformed, forming a strange rune. These runes emitted faint spatial fluctuations, yet they didn't resemble a spatial teleportation array. 3 days ago, the special operations team from the north sent back this rune before going missing. Her voice was extremely grave. Now, this rune has appeared on Extreme Ice Peak. Chapter 192, The Source Rule of Ice. As if to confirm Xiao Baiqiu's words, the entire platform began to shake violently. The ice dome above emitted a chilling cracking sound. Level 5, peak level 5. The ice energy readings were wildly breaking through the critical value. My God. Catherine's face changed dramatically, her expression exaggerated. Above, on the ice wall, tens of thousands of ice beasts were gathering and merging as if summoned by some force. Amidst the explosive sounds of ice crystals reconstructing, a terrifying silhouette over 100 meters tall gradually took shape. The upper body was that of a humanoid, holding a staff, while the lower body was the massive form of a mammoth. Xiao Baiqiu's body was engulfed in a divine flame that soared into the sky. This is bad. This is not a natural fusion of elements. Her voice was grave. Someone is using the special environment of the Extreme Ice Peak to construct a summoning array. Instructor Vasily also suddenly realized, so, the ice demon that appeared earlier didn't come from the Forbidden Zone's ice wall? He quickly took out his communicator. It was summoned to this location by someone? Exactly. Xiao Baiqiu's beautiful eyes narrowed. This is a special teleportation rune of the ancient ice demon clan. The other party is using the spatial weak point at the height of 20,000 meters of the Extreme Ice Peak to establish a portal. Her voice was clear amidst the blizzard. Once completed, all training bases of humanity in the extreme cold dimension will be completely destroyed. As soon as she finished speaking, a low roar of a mammoth echoed. Catherine and Instructor Vasily turned to flee, but their bodies strangely froze in midair. They were thus frozen in the air, their expressions exaggerated. Life was gradually fading away. Instructor Catherine, Xiao Baiqiu, shouted sharply, gathering golden divine flames into a sword in her palm, yet she hesitated to strike. The bodies of the two instructors were rapidly crystallizing, and any energy impact could accelerate this process. It was like those millennia-old ice sculptures on the extreme ice peak. This is not ordinary freezing. Xiao Baiqiu's face was filled with realization. It's soul freezing. She finally understood the truth behind those ice sculptures. The ice demon's methods were truly terrifying. At that moment, a ghostly blue light tore through the snowstorm. The true ice demon finally revealed its form, a terrifying humanoid made of ancient ice. Its head was nearly transparent, allowing a clear view of the ghostly blue soul fire flickering within. Its body was covered in cracks, decayed flesh forcibly pieced together by ice crystals. Xiao Baiqiu's fingertips trembled slightly. Last time, she had barely managed to use forbidden techniques to banish the ice demon, and this one was even stronger. The divine technique of time-space banishment requires 30 seconds. She quickly calculated the success rate. But in my current state, the ice demon suddenly opened its jaw made of ice crystals, emitting a soul-piercing shriek. Where the sound waves passed, even the falling snowflakes were frozen in mid-air. There was no time to hesitate. The golden light in Xiao Baiqiu's eyes surged, and her hands instantly formed 72 divine technique seals, moving so fast that the afterimages nearly overlapped. The light wheel behind her exploded open, with a diameter of over 10 meters, its rim engraved with ancient divine runes, each line burning with divine power. Divine technique, time-space binding. Activate, she shouted, intending to first bind the ice demon, which would increase the success rate of banishment. The light wheel behind her suddenly split into 12 smaller array plates. Each array plate shot out chains of void as thick as a bowl, covered in dense ancient runes, freezing even the falling snowflakes. In mid-air, the ice demon was trapped in the center by the void chains, letting out a furious roar as its staff heavily struck the ice surface. In an instant, the entire extreme ice peak shook, and thousands of ice crystal tigers leaped out from the mountainside. These ice tigers were completely transparent, frantically biting at the void chains. Instructor Xia, I'm here. Lin Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the ice demon before him, his gaze sharpened, and then he looked at Xiao Baiqiu, whose face was pale, clearly intending to disregard all consequences and use forbidden techniques again. Instructor Xia, just hold him off, let me handle it. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with cold light as his mental energy surged into the dark altar deep within the territory. His consciousness passed through the altar, and finally discovered a stunning goddess meditating with her eyes closed. Ice Queen, it's urgent, lend me your ice essence. On an ice bed within the altar, the hazy figure slowly opened her eyes. Seemingly sensing the situation outside, the Ice Queen said nothing, only lightly tapped with her jade hand. An extreme chill instantly enveloped Lin Chen's soul, the bone-chilling cold nearly causing him to faint. Ha! Your body can actually withstand my ice origin rules? The ethereal voice of the ice goddess carried an endless majesty. Just now, it seemed she was testing something. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and held on, his soul trembling, feeling as if it were about to freeze. He never expected the Ice Queen to be so generous, thanks. The Ice Queen remained silent, her beautiful eyes deep. This kid is growing too fast. His understanding of ice is simply monstrous. Crack! Lin Chen's right arm was instantly covered in ice, the bone-chilling pain making his vision go dark. But he gritted his teeth and raised his hand, pointing it sharply at the ice demon. Seal! That strand of ice origin suddenly transformed into countless fine threads, tightly binding the ice demon. The ice demon struggled wildly, the runes on its staff exploding one after another, but it couldn't break free at all. Now's the time. Xiao Baiqiu seized the opportunity, using her last bit of mental energy to tear open a rift in the void. The ice demon let out a reluctant roar, ultimately being completely frozen into an ice block and dragged into the void. We did it! Lin Chen collapsed to the ground, the ice on his body gradually melting. But his body was completely numb, his mental energy exhausted, even his blood flow stagnated. Is this the power of the ice origin? It's too tyrannical. Xiao Baiqiu stumbled over, her voice trembling. Idiot, who told you to come up? Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile on his face. Even at this moment, this woman was still so strong-willed. Let's talk inside first. As soon as they entered the mobile fortress, the temperature control system activated immediately, but the cold air on both of them still caused the cabin temperature to plummet. Xiao Baiqiu leaned against the wall, trying to find the medical kit, but her legs went weak and she collapsed. Lin Chen reacted quickly, using his still-functioning left hand to wrap around her waist. Let go of me. Xiao Baiqiu's ears turned bright red, but she didn't even have the strength to push him away. Don't move. Lin Chen's voice was hoarse as he directly picked her up. If you keep moving, we'll both freeze into ice sculptures. Just as Xiao Baiqiu was about to retort, she suddenly realized that Lin Chen's condition was not much better than hers. Her heart trembled, and she instinctively reached out to touch him. Your hand, such a rich ice rule. Only then did she realize why Lin Chen could control the ice demon. What he had just unleashed was actually a strand of ice origin rules. Just like that, the two of them stumbled and fell onto the bed. On the bed, Xiao Baiqiu found herself forced to lie on Lin Chen, gasping. heavily, her warm breath spraying against his neck. Being so close made her a bit flustered. She was about to turn over when she met Lin Chen's eyes, which were so close. Those eyes, always so cynical, were now filled with exhaustion yet still held a hint of a smile. There was also a softness she had never seen before. "What are you looking at?" Xia Baiqiu turned her face away but secretly pressed her hand against his chest, using her last bit of divine power to transform into a warm current flowing continuously into Lin Chen's body. "How did you do it? Using this level of ice rule, you're lucky to be alive, it's not allowed next time." Lin Chen felt the warm current flowing through his body and suddenly smiled. "Baiqiu, you're so beautiful." What did you just call me?" "You should call me instructor." Xia Baiqiu was so angry she wanted to hit someone. Even at this moment, Lin Chen still had the mind to flirt. The next moment, she was suddenly pinned down by Lin Chen at her waist. "Don't move." Lin Chen's voice was awkward. "You're pressing on my..." Chapter 193, Baiqiu, are you trying to murder your husband? Xia Baiqiu froze instantly, feeling an inexplicable panic in her heart, and only then did she notice their overly intimate position. It was truly suggestive. Her fair cheeks turned red at a visible speed. "Instructor Xia," Lin Chen pressed further, deliberately teasing, "your heart is beating so fast." Xia Baiqiu's pretty face was flustered. "It's all because of you." Outside the mobile fortress, the extreme cold frost had wrapped the entire cabin into an ice lump. Inside the cabin, the temperature was rapidly dropping after the temperature control system failed, and the mist of their breaths swirled between them. Lin Chen's right hand was once again covered in frost, but his left arm uncontrollably wrapped around Xia Baiqiu's waist. He could feel the delicate body in his arms trembling slightly, not from the cold but from a more intense emotion. "Are you cold?" His voice was hoarse as his fingertips unconsciously undid her waist clasp. Xia Baiqiu did not answer, but suddenly looked up. Those eyes, always as cold as frost, were now misty, glimmering under the dim light. After more than a month of restraint and avoidance, their feelings resonated, hard to suppress, and all rationality crumbled in that moment. Lin Chen suddenly rolled over, pinning her beneath him, gently brushing aside her scattered long hair. Xia Baiqiu's breath quickened, but at the last moment, she pressed her hand against his chest. "Lin Chen, are we going to freeze to death here?" "Don't worry, we won't die." Lin Chen lowered his head, his nose brushing against her burning earlobe. "But if we don't do something now, we really might freeze to death." At that moment, all restraint was thrown to the winds. Lin Chen's scorching palm pressed against Xia Baiqiu's lower back, forcefully pulling her towards him. Their heated breaths intertwined, as if trying to melt each other. Xia Baiqiu's fingertips gently kneaded his back muscles, and at some point, their clothes had already fallen to the ground. The extreme cold frost began to recede from Lin Chen's right arm, replaced by boiling blood. Xia Baiqiu's divine power surged through his meridians, violently colliding with the source of the ice, unexpectedly forming a strange energy cycle between them. 3 days and 2 nights later, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, discovering that the energy within him was even more abundant than before his injury. The cold source in his right arm had been completely absorbed, and even his mental strength had recovered significantly. In his arms, Xia Baiqiu was still asleep, her usually cool face bearing a rare softness, with red marks left on her collarbone from his earlier passion. "So, this is the best way to heal?" He chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear. Xia Baiqiu's eyelashes fluttered, and she delivered a light punch to his chest. "Shut up, you took advantage of me again. If you dare to tell anyone." Before she could finish, Lin Chen suddenly sealed her lips with his mum. Xia Baiqiu half-heartedly resisted, once again pinned beneath him. The scorching breath rushed towards her, instantly breaking down her defenses. This guy has such great strength. When the two returned from the extreme ice peak to the training camp, they both felt the atmosphere was strange. Xia Baiqiu reported the situation. "According to the on-site investigation, there is an ancient ice demon's teleportation array at 10,000 meters on the extreme ice peak." Xia Baiqiu slightly raised her hand, and the projection immediately displayed the appearance of the ice demon, along with 2 human-shaped ice sculptures, instructors Catherine and Vasily, frozen in eternal terror within the profound ice. The entire instructor command center fell silent. Instructors from various major factions stared at the ice sculptures, their expressions growing increasingly grim. An instructor from the Arctic Bear Camp suddenly smashed a cup. "They are declaring war. Once the ice demon appears, we might face total annihilation." Voices of debate erupted among the instructors from various countries in the command room. Meanwhile, in Dormitory E, Lin Chen was sitting cross-legged, a wisp of ice blue flame hovering in his palm. Unlike before, this flame had a core of translucent rule power, a gift from the Ice Queen's essence. Buzz! With a casual wave, the entire room instantly crystallized into beautiful ice patterns, yet the temperature strangely did not drop. This absolute control over the power of ice was enough to make any ice mage envious. Thinking of the incident on the extreme ice peak, Lin Chen unconsciously swallowed. Unlike Zhao Yuer's youthful shyness, Xia Baiqiu was like a jar of strong liquor, cold on the surface but burning in the throat. The aftertaste was irresistible. In the Western camp, in a training room, Instructor Reed stared at the newly updated leaderboard, his fingers trembling slightly. My dear Helen, that Lin Chen has already surged to 29th place. Haloan suddenly stopped training, his handsome face twisted. This is impossible. He clearly hasn't taken any tasks these past few days. The two stared intently at the data panel. Lin Chen's points skyrocketing by 2,000 in just 3 days, directly surpassing dozens of seasoned experts. Could it be a mistake on the leaderboard? Reed frantically refreshed the page. Suddenly, Haloan pulled up Lin Chen's activity log. Extreme Ice Peak Climb X2. Haloan's expression grew increasingly grim. The screen switched to the surveillance footage of the extreme ice peak, where a figure was moving swiftly up the mountain. Who else could it be but Lin Chen? Damn it! Haloan's fists cracked as he clenched them. He's actually climbing the extreme ice peak again? Oh my god, how is this possible? In the training camp square, some students stared at the real-time updating leaderboard, gasping in shock. Lin Chen's ranking shot up like a rocket, directly entering the top 30. He must have used some special equipment. Could that vampire Yas have deliberately let him win points? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. Amidst the discussions, only a few students who had just returned from the extreme ice peak remained silent. They had witnessed Lin Chen climbing the peak late at night. The current extreme ice peak was not so easy to climb. Meanwhile, in the special training area, after finishing her report, Xiao Baiqiu continued the special training. Smack. She struck with her teaching whip, her face cold as she said, "Your movements are too slow." Lin Chen rubbed his backside as he got up, grinning. Baiqiu, a night as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Be gentler. Shut up. Xiao Baiqiu's face flushed, her whip dancing in the air. What happened that day is never to be mentioned again. She suddenly appeared behind Lin Chen. Smack. Smack. Ah. Lin Chen yelped, jumping exaggeratedly. Baiqiu, are you trying to murder your husband? What was wrong with this woman? She had clearly been so proactive before. Was she now having second thoughts? Call me Instructor Xia and add 3 sets of weighted training. Xiao Baiqiu's face was flustered, but she didn't dare meet Lin Chen's eyes. At this moment, 50 kilometers away, at the Fuji Nation training base, in an open training hall, Yin Juwenhao stared intensely at the rankings, his fingers turning white from the pressure. On the screen, the glaring ranking of Lin Chen to 29th filled his face with resentment. Damn it! He slammed the training equipment to the ground. As the earliest supporter of the Fuji Nation, he was well acquainted with the profiles of all the Xia students. Lin Chen's growth rate had far exceeded his worst expectations. From F rank to breaking into the top 30, it took less than 3 months. May we immediately connect me to Lord Sato's direct line? Yin Juwenhao ordered. Beside him, a seductive woman in a crop top pouted. Yin-san, didn't we agree that you'd train with me in dual combat today? Her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, lightly traced Yin Juwenhao's chest. Chapter 194. If you can kill him, don't hold back. Get lost. Yin Juwenhao's face was brutish. Don't think I don't know who sent you. A cold glint flashed in Mei Hui's eyes, but she still wore a sweet smile as she quickly dialed the communication. In the holographic projection, Lord Sato's figure slowly appeared. Sipping tea. Yin Jun, Sato gently set down his teacup. You better have a good reason for interrupting my tea ceremony. Yin Juwenhao knelt on one knee, his voice urgent. Lord Lin Chen must be eliminated as soon as possible. His strength is advancing too quickly. Sato suddenly set down his teacup. No need to panic. Soon, the entire extreme cold dimension will be our hunting ground. At the same time, in the command center of the Northern Demon Suppression Army, Zhao Polo slammed his palm on the operations table, causing the teacups to rattle. Good kid. How did he break into the top 30 in just a few days? He pointed at Lin Chen's combat data in the holographic projection, laughing so hard his beard shook. I fought against all odds to keep him. It was worth it. The chief of staff, Oldly, pushed up his glasses. What the top 30 means, you know better than I do. It has been 5 years since anyone from the Great Xia has broken into this rank. Suddenly, dozens of communication requests lit up in the command hall, the emblems of major forces like the Longdu Lin family, the Jiangnan Ouyang clan, and the West Region Laishaman flickering on the screen. Look, Zhao Polo scoffed. Back then they said our northern territory had no vision and was wasting resources, and now they're all here to gather information. He casually connected to the dedicated line of the Longdu Lin family, and the second elder of the Lin family appeared on the screen with a beaming smile. General Zhao, I heard that the young man named Lin Chen performed excellently. He is very likely the illegitimate son that our Lin family lost outside. When can we have him return to our Lin family? Perhaps he can recognize his roots. Stop. Zhao Polo directly cut off the communication. What a ridiculous reason. Just because he has the surname Lin, he becomes your Lin family's illegitimate son? He turned to his adjutant and ordered, deploy a team to stand by in the extreme cold plain and investigate the ice demon matter while you're at it. Remember, the people from Fuji Nation and Eagle Nation might take action. He gazed at the latest image of Lin Chen on the screen, narrowing his eyes. This kid really can't settle down anywhere. In the capital of Great Xia, inside the girls' dormitory of the Lord Academy, Fang Qingxue curled up by the window, her fingertips lightly tapping on the news in front of her, the moonlight filtering through the glass casting a faint glow on her delicate profile. Lin Chen, she murmured softly, her lips involuntarily curling up. You really are impressive. Remembering the phone call from her father a few days ago, Jing Xue, your boyfriend Lin Chen has brought honor to our Fong family. Now all the major families are inquiring about his background. When are you two getting married? She had blushed and retorted, Dad, we're really just classmates. But a hint of sweetness rose in her heart. That boy who always acted carefree had now grown to a height that attracted the attention of the entire Great Xia. Fong Qingxue rested, her chin on her hand, gazing towards the direction of the extreme cold plain. In her hand, the vial of life potion that Lin Chen had given her was something she couldn't bear to use. Fong Qingxue, you need to work hard, she whispered to herself, you must catch up to him. On the other side, in the private training ground of the Su family, Su Jiao punched the force measuring device, and the value instantly exploded. She stared at Lin Chen's ranking in the extreme cold plane. On the screen, her face filled with satisfaction. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, please forgive my abrupt departure. She spoke to the air as if Lin Chen were right in front of her. Even if you were so dazzling, it won't change my fate. At that moment, the communicator suddenly vibrated and Su Tianhao's holographic projection appeared with a cold expression. Jiao, don't be naive. Even if Lin Chen breaks into the top 10 of the extreme cold trials, he can't compare to the legitimate son of the Duanmu family. Su Jiao's hand froze mid-sweat white. She knew her brother was right. The Duanmu family was one of the top 5 families in Great Xia, and the marriage conditions were personally approved by their grandfather. What did Mom say? Her voice was dry. Mom is certainly on your side, Su Tianhao sighed. But you know, the Su family is really controlled by, it's those old fossils again. Su Jiao suddenly exploded with anger. Why should my fate be decided by them? Su Tianhao and the projection fell silent for a moment, then suddenly lowered his voice. At the engagement banquet in 3 days, Grandpa hopes to see you attend. Su Jiao looked up sharply, but saw indifference in her brother's eyes. Clearly, in his view, the family's interests were always more important than her happiness. I understand. Su Jiao closed the communication, and as she turned, tears began to fall to the ground. In the extreme cold plain, F-level rookie camp, Lu Mingyuan had just stepped into the dormitory when the communicator rang urgently. Seeing the caller ID Lu Wenlong, he frowned slightly, quickly adjusting his expression before answering. Fifth uncle. He greeted respectfully, his voice just right, carrying a hint of reverence to eye on the holographic projection. Lu Wenlong's expression was grim. Mingyuan, have you arrived at the extreme cold plain? Just got here not long ago. Lu Mingyuan nodded, suppressing the coldness in his eyes. This fifth uncle appeared kind on the surface, but in reality, he was ruthless. He had learned this from a young age. About your brother Mingxian. Lu Wenlong's voice suddenly turned hoarse. The latest investigation shows that he is closely related to that little beast named Lin Chen. Lu Mingyuan sneered inwardly. That waste of a brother, Mingxian, deserved to die. It had given him a chance to rise. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be sorrowful. My condolences, fifth uncle. Lu Wenlong suddenly changed the subject. The family has spent a lot of resources to send you to the extreme cold plain, hoping you can keep a close watch on that Lin Chen. A glint flashed in Lu Mingyuan's eyes. What family resources? The entry threshold to the extreme cold plain had already lowered due to the invasion of foreign races. He could enter on his own strength. This old fox clearly wanted to use him. As long as fifth uncle supports me at the family elder meeting. Lu Mingyuan deliberately trailed off. That's easy. Lu Wenlong immediately understood. I'll help you negotiate with your grandfather. If Lin Chen makes any moves, remember to report it. If you can kill him, don't hold back. Yes, fifth uncle. After the communication was cut off, Lu Mingyuan kicked over the table and chairs in front of him. He stared at Lin Chen's name on the leaderboard, his lips twitching. Top 30. They want me, a new student, to compete with a genius in the top 30? I don't want to end up like Lu Mingxian and seek death. Chapter 195, The Recruitment of Tianwei Mansion. In the late-night training ground, brightly lit, Lin Chen was steaming with heat, the ice crystal long knife slicing through the air, leaving countless afterimages. Xia Baiqiu stood beside him with her arms crossed, occasionally sending out a beam of golden light from her divine technique to correct his posture. Lower your wrist by 3 degrees. Keep your center of gravity steady when turning. The force application for this move, falling moon slash, is incorrect. Her scolding echoed in the spacious training ground, but if one observed closely, they would notice a hint of barely perceptible tenderness in her eyes every time Lin Chen executed a standard move. As dawn broke, a crowd gradually gathered around the training ground. Several blonde, blue-eyed Western female students stood on tiptoe to peek. Look, that's the legendary triple-class Lord Lin Chen. I heard he has the professions of necromancer, martial artist, and ice mage at the same time. Oh my, the way he just swung his knife was so cool. A double-tailed cute girl from the pickled cabbage country held up her terminal, taking photos frantically. Appa. Lin Chen Appa is even more stylish than in the videos. A battle-hardened girl from the northern bear country was more direct. A man like this should be brought back to our camp. Have more children, pass on good genes. Inside the training ground, Lin Chen suddenly slipped, keenly sensing countless pairs of eyes on him from behind. Xia Baiqiu had somehow appeared behind him, the divine technique's light flickering in her palm. It seems you are quite pleased with yourself? Not at all. Not at all. Lin Chen jolted, his knife technique instantly becoming 3 times more fierce. In my eyes, there's only training. And you, Baiqiu, you are so cheeky. Xia Baiqiu blushed and smiled, instantly making the flowers pale in comparison. By the way, Lin Chen. Xia Baiqiu suddenly turned around, a serious look flashing in her eyes. Recently, many forces will come to recruit you. I hope you can stay true to yourself and not be tempted by the heady profits they promise. Why? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, and Xia Baiqiu's face was serious. Because Daxia really needs talents like you. Do you know why 7 out of the 18 war emperors of Daxia come from the northern region? Lin Chen was astonished, and Xia Baiqiu continued, in the past 30 years, the casualty rate of the demon suppression army in the northern region on the battlefield of 10,000 races has been 56%. Her voice was soft, but her tone was heavy. Not a single one who survived applied for a transfer. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart trembled. Indeed, one could tell from Zhao Polu's character. The demon suppression army in the northern region was made up of men of blood and valor. The most interesting thing is that the strongest person in the great Xia Huang also came from the northern region. In the end, Xia Baiqiu looked concerned and said, with your current talent, you must have attracted the attention of many old monsters. You need to be careful. To avoid being recruited by various forces, Lin Chen took on a long-term hunting mission and left the camp alone. But what he didn't know was that every move he made had already caught the eyes of certain big figures. Deep in the ice plains, Lin Chen was pulling the ice crystal long knife out of a frozen tiger leopard. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. Someone had silently appeared 10 meters in front of him. The most terrifying part was that he was completely unaware. Who? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a spotless gray long robe. He stood there, yet it seemed as if he had merged with the entire ice plain, with the wind and snow automatically avoiding a 3-meter radius around him. Lin Chen, don't be nervous. The man smiled gently, but his voice carried the authority of a superior. I am an envoy from the Tianwei mansion. My name is Lin Yu. I heard you have a good relationship with Tianjin. She is also considered half my disciple. Lin Chen's heart jolted. Tianwei mansion, one of the top official forces in the Great Xia, and Ouyang Tianjin is actually a disciple of this person? Lin Yu waved his sleeve, and the surrounding wind and snow were instantly parted. Lin Chen, you are exceptionally talented, and given the current situation, you can join my Tianwei mansion in advance. This is my Tianwei mansion identity token. As long as you are willing, you can join at any time. Lin Yu revealed a purple jade token in his palm, engraved with the 2 large characters Tianwei. The moment Lin Chen took the token, a light curtain automatically unfolded in his mind. Tianwei mansion. E-level identity permissions 1. Receive 10 million gold coins monthly. 2. Access to the first 3 levels of the battle skills. Pavilion 3. Enjoy A-level cultivation qualifications 4. Exchange for various precious materials, including fierce beast essence blood. A-level included. 5. Enjoy 1 dragon blood body refinement, bone refinement in Thunder Pool. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. These resources were indeed tempting, especially the A-level fierce beast essence blood, which was exactly what he urgently needed. Senior Lin Yu, Lin Chen looked at the token. Isn't the entry standard for Tianwei Mansion to be in the top 10 of the extreme cold plain rankings? Lin Yu smiled meaningfully. Just call me uncle you like Tianjin does. Rules are dead. Besides, it's rare for that girl Tianjin to care about you so much. Lin Chen nodded, suddenly understanding. No wonder Zhao Polu had hinted that he should interact more with Ouyang Tianjin. It turned out there was this layer of meaning. Thus, Lin Chen readily accepted the guest token. After all, Zhao Polu had said that the ultimate direction for talents from the northern region was Tianwei Mansion. As long as he could enhance his strength to protect the Great Xia, anything was acceptable. You're quite good. You've grasped ice magic so quickly. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly lowered his voice. Your current goal is to survive in the extreme cold plain and break into the top 10 of the extreme cold rankings to compete for fortune for our Great Xia. He gathered a strand of dark purple lightning at his fingertips. As long as you succeed, this Xianlei seal will belong to you. Xianlei seal. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. According to rumors, this was one of the 3 treasures of the Tianwei Mansion. Not only could it make a person immune to 50% of lightning damage, but it could also provide a chance to awaken lightning abilities. After Lin Yu left, Lin Chen was in a daze. To have the envoy of Tianwei Mansion personally come to recruit him indicated that he had already entered the sight of the high-level figures in the Great Xia. Just right. He smirked slightly. This kind of attention was exactly what he needed. After all, to quickly enhance his strength, merely focusing on hard training was not enough. Resources, information, and high-level combat skills all required corresponding influence to obtain. While Lin Chen was focused on hunting ice beasts, suddenly, a communication alert vibrated. A message from Xia Baiqiu popped up. Lin Chen, the Tianwei Preparatory Camp event will be held in 7 days and all E-level and above students can participate. The envoy from Tianwei Mansion will personally come for selection.at. The end of the message. There was a private note attached. Don't be late. Make sure to take it seriously. Almost at the same moment, a series of exclamations erupted throughout the entire Great Xia camp. What the hell? Tianwei Mansion? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? That's one of the 3 supreme institutions guarding Great Xia. I heard only one person was selected from the entire camp last year. Even the usually proud Yu Wuchen widened his eyes. My brother said, those who can enter Tianwei Mansion are monsters among monsters? Chapter 196, Chief Mechanic of Siberia. When Lin Chen returned to the camp, an unexpected figure was standing in front of his dormitory door. Bai Zai? This training fanatic who usually was as elusive as a dragon, actually ended his training today. Lin Chen, it's Tianwei Mansion. Bai Zai excitedly grabbed his shoulders. Do you know why I have been cultivating in the extreme cold dimension? It's to wait for this opportunity. His animated gestures were like a child. As long as I can be selected, I will have the chance to access high-level ice magic. I might even qualify to enter the Xinbing Cave Heaven. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled. Good luck. He thought to himself that he was already considered a member of Tianwei Mansion. After all, Lin Yu had already given him the identity token of Tianwei Mansion. During this time, Lin Chen's overall strength had made tremendous progress. He decided to temporarily slow down his training pace. His vitality had reached its current bottleneck and it was time to initiate a new breakthrough in the martial artist system. According to the classification of martial arts levels in Great Xia, he was now already considered a War King level martial artist. When Lin Chen appeared in the public area of the training camp, it immediately caused a stir. Even more unexpectedly, a striking mixed-race beauty was walking towards him. Her golden brown hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail and her azure eyes held an innate pride. The combat uniform perfectly outlined her impressive figure, and each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of those around her. Oh my god, it's the Polar Rose, Aina. Aina is so beautiful. Is she the genius sniper from the Arctic Bear battle zone? How did she end up here with us? Amidst the astonished gazes, the beauty known as the Polar Rose walked straight up to Lin Chen and extended her fair right hand. Hello, Lin Chen, my name is Aina. Her Chinese had a unique foreign accent. I heard you soloed the Ice Eagle Swarm. Are you interested in teaming up with me? Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, a tall figure suddenly interjected. Erlen Caesar appeared between the two without anyone noticing, his dark golden pupils flickering with a faint light. Aina, weren't you going to team up with me? Aina smiled politely. Sorry, Erlen. She naturally leaned closer to Lin Chen. I've already decided to team up with Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. The others exchanged glances as well. This beauty probably wasn't very familiar with the Great Xia language, right? Looking closely, it had to be said that this mixed-race beauty's looks were even more striking. Her uniquely three-dimensional features were as exquisite as a sculpture, and the curves subtly visible beneath her combat uniform made the surrounding male trainees frequently glance over. The slight upward curve of her lips carried an irresistible laziness. Unlike Ouyang Tianjin's extreme Eastern beauty, Aina's beauty was like the summer sun, warm and surging, making it hard to look away. Erlen's expression darkened. Instantly, his fists clenched, making a cracking sound. That damn Lin Chen, not only was he ahead of him on the leaderboard, but now even the goddess he had been pursuing was about to be taken away. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling that this beauty seemed not as simple as she appeared. He didn't want to be a fool, Miss Aina. Lin Chen politely took a half step back. I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to team up for hunting recently. To be fair, Aina was indeed stunningly beautiful, but Lin Chen was not the kind of fool who would be dazzled by beauty. Unless it was someone like Xia Baiqiu. After saying that, he left directly. Aina. Erin's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Erin, I'm really sorry. Aina seemed to have made up her mind about Lin Chen, not looking back as she chased after him. The golden brown ponytail drew a perfect silhouette in the wind. Erin's face was terrifyingly dark. At that moment, a fawning voice came from the side. Lord Erin, I am Yin Juanhao, your most loyal admirer. He rubbed his hands together and stepped forward. That Lin Chen is not only arrogant but also likes to flirt with women. I suspect he and Aina have been involved for a long time. Shut up. Erin slammed his fist into the nearby alloy pillar, instantly twisting and deforming the entire column. His infatuation with Aina was not just because of her beauty. Beneath that perfect mixed-race body lay a genius brain of an S-class mechanic. How many noble heirs from the Western Alliance would fight to win her over? If he could get Aina on his side and bring her into the Caesar family, he would surely gain more support. Yin Juanhao shivered in fear but quickly lowered his voice ominously. Lord Erin, actually dealing with Lin Chen isn't that hard. Erin suddenly narrowed his eyes. This fawning man from the Great Xia, who resembled a hyena, might be useful. Lin Chen, daring to compete with me for women. Aaron glared at the retreating figures of the two, his gaze icy. He was unaware that his rival was already a member of the Tianwei mansion. Lin Chen could have revealed his identity to resolve the trouble, but he preferred to act low-key. However, the mixed-race beauty chasing after him seemed not so easy to shake off. Lin Chen. Aina jogged to keep pace with him. I heard you understand mechas too? Lin Chen paused, somewhat surprised. Do you need something from me? Aina playfully blinked and suddenly pulled out a uniquely designed silver pistol. Let me formally introduce myself. Aina Gano, chief mechanic of Siberia. A mechanic? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. This nearly extinct technological profession in the Great Xia still had someone awakening? It was said that mechanics could perfectly blend magic and technology. Before Lin Chen could collect his thoughts, Aina suddenly raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet traced a deep blue trajectory in the air, hitting a dead tree 800 meters away with precision. Even more astonishingly, the moment it hit, it exploded into a cloud of icy mist, freezing the entire dead tree into an ice sculpture. Ice attribute. Enchanted bullet? Lin Chen was truly shocked now. This was far more advanced than Dr. Gulu's purely technological weapons. The bullet was clearly infused with elemental power through mechanical fusion. Aina twirled the gun beautifully. So, are you interested in talking with me now? She leaned close to Lin Chen's ear, her red lips slightly parted. Everyone else wants to team up with me. But I'm particularly interested in you. Lin Chen's face turned awkward. Sorry Aina, I really don't have any hunting plans. At the moment, he had to admit that this mixed-race beauty's advances were too fierce. The glimmer of admiration in her eyes was enough to melt anyone, especially that flawless figure. Who could resist? It's okay. Aina was unfazed, her red lips curling into a lazy arc. I can wait. She gently stroked the barrel of the gun, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen. More precisely, she was staring at his right hand that controlled the ice. As a mechanic, she knew all too well how powerful it would be to integrate such a level of ice magic into a weapon system. Lin Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed. This beauty was so alluring, so cool. Damn his charm. Why was he attracting trouble again? After a long struggle, he finally managed to shake off Aina's entanglement. Back in his dorm, Lin Chen decisively locked the doors and windows, deciding not to wander around anymore. Phew! Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the communicator suddenly lit up. Xiao Baiqiu's message was just a few short words, not bad charm. Lin Chen's hand trembled as he recalled that teaching stick. This woman, could it be that she was jealous? Chapter 197, Battle Angel. Keep a low profile. Definitely keep a low profile. Lin Chen muttered to himself while rubbing his temples. The troubles he had stirred up were already enough. He had to deal with Heluan's hostility, Aina's entanglement, and Xiao Baiqiu's erratic attitude. Sitting cross-legged in his dormitory, he began to focus on studying ice magic. Although he had mastered frozen time and space, which had astonishing effects, it consumed too much energy and could only be used to trap enemies. I need to develop some new techniques. Lin Chen gazed at the ice flames dancing in his palm. This energy, transformed from the fire of ice marrow, should have more applications. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since he could freeze time and space, why not do something like the ice beasts? Ice crystal mirror. With a low shout, 9 ice sculpture clones identical to Lin Chen instantly formed in the dormitory. Each clone maintained a different combat stance, lifelike and vivid. Interesting. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and all the clones moved simultaneously. Although they were not as agile as shadow clones, they were definitely enough to confuse enemies. For Lin Chen, whether it was the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army or the Tianwei Mansion, they were merely stepping stones on the path to becoming stronger. Over these days, he had immersed himself in honing his combat skills and refining his sword techniques, grasping the profound mysteries of ice magic every moment. The extreme cold dimension had become his best training ground. Each life and death struggle with the ice beasts had allowed his practical experience to accumulate at an astonishing rate. Not fast enough. Lin Chen stared at the spinning ice crystal in his palm, his gaze sharp as a knife. He knew better than anyone that he had to become stronger. Strong enough to tear apart the void, strong enough to step into the deepest parts of the battlefield of myriad races. The last message left by his missing sister was still etched in his mind. Crack! The ice crystal in Lin Chen's hand suddenly shattered and reformed in an instant. Time flowed like water, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen awoke from deep meditation, the ice crystals covering him cracking with a kacha. He moved his slightly stiff joints, his stomach growling with hunger. He then opened the long-overdue communication terminal. On the screen, a series of unread messages flashed. Xiao Baiqiu, where have you been? Time, 25 days ago. Xiao Baiqiu, respond quickly. Time, 7 days ago. AI Lina, Lin Chen, I've improved. The ice attribute bullets. I need a test subject. Are you available? By the way, be careful of Heluan, he's been inquiring about you lately. Time, yesterday. Looking at the mountain of messages, Lin Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had completely immersed himself in the comprehension of the essence of ice over the past month, almost severing contact with the outside world. However, the gains were astonishing. At this moment, the ice flames dancing at his fingertips were no longer just pure ice power, but contained the ice system authority imbued with the essence of rules. He could condense ice into blades for attack, transform frost into armor for defense, and even briefly alter the climate patterns in a small area. Ding! The terminal suddenly popped up with the latest notification. Tianwei Mansion preliminary selection list publicized. Lin Chen glanced at it, and as expected, aside from him and Ouyang Tianjin, the other selected candidates were all top geniuses from various battle zones. Interesting. He looked towards the training ground. There, the sound of thunderous roars could be faintly heard. Presumably Ouyang Tianjin was testing her newly mastered thunder combat techniques. The night was as dark as ink, and inside the training hall, Heluan wore a gloomy expression. An entire month. He slammed his fist against the strength testing pillar. This Lin Chen has actually turned into a turtle? Leda shook his head helplessly. My dear Heluan, I've already investigated. Aina only has eyes for Lin Chen, and Lin Chen's potential rating is SSS level, with limitless potential. Shut up. Heluan punched down. What drove him crazy was that over the past month, Aina would rather search everywhere for Lin Chen than accept his invitations. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Yin Juanhao suddenly appeared. Lord Heluan, I've just received news that Lin Chen has shown up. He wore a fawning expression. I heard. You've condensed a complete angelic armament? Now is the perfect time to challenge him. Yin Juanhao added fuel to the fire. If you can publicly defeat or even kill him, not only will you make a name for yourself, but perhaps Miss Aina will also see you in a new light. Enough. Lade suddenly interrupted. Heluan, don't forget the teachings of the Caesar family. Arrange the challenge for me. Heluan's face was filled with battle intent, and 6 wings of light suddenly unfurled behind him. When he thought of Aina's admiring gaze towards Lin Chen, he felt furious. You arrange it tomorrow, at the central arena. On the other side, Lin Chen had just walked out of the dormitory area when he was blocked by Yin Juanhao. Yin Juanhao? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Despite the murderous intent almost spilling from Yin Juanhao's eyes, his face was plastered with a hypocritical smile. Lin Chen, our Lord Heluan wants to spar with you. The stakes are 3,000 points. Do you dare to accept? Challenge me? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. But then he thought, given Heluan's personality, it would be better to resolve the trouble in one go rather than let it fester. Sure, I accept. Lin Chen readily agreed. Just in time. I also want to clarify things with him. He deliberately raised his voice. Aina and I are completely innocent. Some people should stop being so suspicious all the time. Yin Juanhao snorted coldly in his heart, his smile freezing on his face. He didn't expect Lin Chen to take the bait so easily. Even more unexpected was that the other party showed no fear. After all, Heluan was a powerful veteran. Tomorrow at noon, Central Arena. Yin Juanhao forced himself to finish politely, but as he turned, a venomous expression emerged. Provoking the conflict between the Western faction and the Great Xia was his goal. Lin Chen watched Yin Juanhao's departing figure, deep in thought. He could see clearly the calculations in that guy's eyes. Trying to use me as a pawn, he sneered. Unfortunately, I won't let you have your way. Meanwhile, in Heluan's private training hall, he accepted? Heluan suddenly stood up, his wings slightly unfurling behind him. A cruel smile appeared on his face. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Chen was currently at the peak of his power in the extreme cold dimension, and if he could publicly defeat him, it would not only win back Aina's heart but also prove his worth to the family. Heluan caressed the Caesar family emblem on his chest, his expression excited. He was full of confidence in his battle angel, the strongest form of the Lord of Light subjects. Although he could only summon a dual-winged angel, dealing with mere War King or even War Sovereign levels would be a piece of cake. Lin Chen. Heluan's eyes were bloodshot. Tomorrow, let everyone see who the true genius is. Chapter 198, 12-Winged Seraphim. Time flew by, and the next day, at noon, the area around the central arena was already bustling with noise. The stands were packed with students who had come to watch the match. There were even quite a few instructors hidden among the crowd. The hype for this duel was immense. The little genius of the Caesar family from the Western War Zone was challenging the rising dark horse of the Great Xia in the extreme cold dimension. Aina sat in the front row, her long, fair legs anxiously crossed. She never expected Heluan would target Lin Chen because of her, nor did she expect Lin Chen would actually accept the challenge. Although she had witnessed Lin Chen's strength and secretly admired him, Heluan's battle angel subjects were super existences capable of severely injuring even peak war sovereigns. Once he unleashed his full power, he could even compete with Warzone level experts. The betting has started. Heluan at 1-2, Lin Chen at 1-3. Some students took the opportunity to become bookmakers. Are you crazy? Heluan is one of the heirs of the Caesar family. I believe Lin Chen can create a miracle. I heard Lord Caesar specially sent new equipment for his brother. On the other side of the arena, Heluan strode in, flanked by his followers. His 6 wings of light were fully unfurled, resembling a 6-winged angel. He deliberately glanced in Ana's direction, only to find her gaze fixed on the player tunnel. When Lin Chen strolled out with one hand in his pocket, the entire arena fell silent for a second. This guy was only wearing a regular training outfit, not even the most basic protective gear. Arrogant! Are you insulting me? Hyland shouted angrily, his pure white robe billowing without wind, the emblem of light on his chest radiating a blinding glow. With a wave of sacred chanting, 3 angels of light materialized behind him. They were his proudest subjects, battle angels composed of pure light elements. At the referee's table, Xiao Baiqiu squinted, her fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. She knew Lin Chen too well. The more casual he appeared, the more confident he was. Both sides, prepare, the referee announced loudly. Go, Lin Chen. Ana called softly. Lin Chen won't lose, Bingley said, full of confidence. Only Injuanhao wore a wicked smile. Lin Chen, if you can defeat Hyland, it means you're even more doomed, and you'll definitely attract the attention of Lord Sato. On the stage, Hyland formed hand seals, and the angels of light simultaneously raised their holy swords. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire arena as if it were daytime, forcing many spectators to shield their eyes. Yet Lin Chen simply stood casually in place, not even adopting a defensive stance. He looked at the 3 holy and radiant angels of light, his brow slightly furrowed. He quickly sifted through countermeasures in his mind. Abominable butcher? Too disgusting, even he found it repulsive. Two-headed ogre? Useless in front of holy subjects. Big mouth and plague brother? Their attributes were completely countered. Looks like it can only be you. Skeleton undead. Lin Chen whispered, buzz. A pitch-black skeleton appeared out of thin air, with flickering blue soul flames dancing in its hollow eye sockets. Unlike ordinary undead, its skeleton was engraved with ancient shadow runes, and it was surrounded by a faint scarlet mist. Soul fire resonance. At Lin Chen's command, the soul flames in the skeleton's eyes suddenly flickered. A mental storm surged toward the 3 angels of light. Their holy wings trembled instantly, leaving them frozen in place. What? Hyland's face changed dramatically. He could clearly feel that the mental link between the 3 angels and himself was being forcibly distorted by some power. In other words, they looked intimidating but had no combat power at all. In the audience, Ana's beautiful eyes widened. This is a mental type skill? So strong. Xiao Baiqiu's lips curled slightly. She had long suspected that Lin Chen's methods were not limited to the ice rules. Hyland's face turned ashen as he whispered, Holy light, please purify this filth. However, the 3 angels behind him completely ignored his command and even began to dance in a bizarre manner. Laughter erupted from the audience, and someone even whistled. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Looks like your angels really enjoy the dance of the undead? He raised his hand slightly. In an instant, the temperature on the stage plummeted, and countless ice crystals condensed into small mirrors in the air. Each mirror reflected a figure of Lin Chen, showcasing his newly comprehended ice crystal reflection. Now, 9 Lin Chen spoke simultaneously, their voices echoing back and forth. It's my turn. Before the words fell, all the mirrors suddenly charged toward Hyland. Even more terrifying, each ice crystal reflection used a different technique. The 3 figures on the left wielded ice crystal spears, their tips slicing through the air with countless cold rays. The 3 on the right drew bows and arrows, and the arrows split into a sky full of ice crystals the moment they were released. Most astonishing were the 3 figures in the center, holding frost staves, their tips gathering a chilling ice magic that made one's heart race. Xiao Baiqiu suddenly stood up. This was no mere illusion technique, it was clearly the elemental clone that could only be executed after mastering the ice rules to perfection. Even someone like her, a divine sorceress, had only seen related records in ancient texts. Huluan's wings trembled wildly, his face as pale as paper. The light angel he took pride in hadn't even had the chance to showcase its true power before it became the laughingstock of the entire arena. Lin Chen, his voice twisted with shame and anger, you forced my hand. With a buzzing sound, the light emblem on Huluan's chest suddenly cracked open. Blinding holy light surged into the sky, and 12 even larger light angel phantoms coalesced in the air. Each stood at least 6 meters tall, wielding different sacred weapons. This was a gift from his brother. 12-winged seraphim? A knowledgeable student in the audience exclaimed, isn't this the light forbidden technique of the Caesar family? Once the 12-winged seraphim appears, Lin Chen is doomed. What a pity. Xiao Baiqiu's face was grave as she instantly appeared at the edge of the arena. In her hand, a defensive divine technique had already formed. She understood better than anyone how terrifying the 12-winged seraphim could be. On the stage, upon seeing the 12-winged seraphim, Lin Chen's expression turned serious, his ice crystal mirrors shattered inch by inch under the holy light, and even the skeletal undead trembled in fear of the holy light. The blinding holy light burned Lin Chen's skin, and the holy light imprint within him suddenly lit up. This is the source of holy light? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. If he could absorb the holy light energy from the 12-winged seraphim, his holy light imprint would surely become even more powerful. Ahahaha, Lin Chen, give up. If you don't concede now, you'll only have a dead end. Haluan floated in mid-air, his 12 light wings fully spread, his form half-energy, resembling another holy light angel. Lin Chen stood at the center of the arena, his aura rising steadily. God of brute force, descend. Bronze patterns instantly covered his body, his muscles swelling and straining against his training suit. Holy light. Judgment. The holy light imprint within him erupted in brilliant golden radiance, forming a layer of sacred shield around his body. Ice armor. Azure ice crystals spiraled up from his feet, condensing into a suit of armor covered in ice crystals in the blink of an eye. Finally, there was the blood of the brute. Lin Chen's vitality surged like a dragon. The overwhelming blood energy burst forth, transforming above his head into a fierce azure visage. The audience erupted in chaos. Has he gone mad? Is he really going to take on the 12-winged seraphim head-on? Lin Chen. It's not shameful to concede. Lin Chen, stop. Don't be reckless. Xia Baiqiu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry, but she knew Lin Chen was not a blind person. When she sensed the tranquility of Lin Chen's mental world, she slowly retreated back to her seat. She was eager to know what other trump cards this guy had. Chapter 199 S-Class. Undead skill, life drain. Come on. Lin Chen unexpectedly opened his arms, his eyes burning with battle intent. Let me see just how strong the forbidden technique of the Caesar family really is. As the holy light poured down like a waterfall, Lin Chen suddenly closed his eyes and focused. In the unseen Lord space, his phantom clone was swinging a pickaxe, striking fiercely at the haunted gold mine. Crack. The Lord consumes all mental energy, obtaining golden treasure chest X1. Congratulations, you have acquired the undead skill, Life Drain. Life Drain, S-Class undead skill, can forcibly siphon the target's life force for personal use, duration 5 minutes, can forcibly weaken the target. In the real world, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils had turned an eerie gray-white, his right hand clawed towards Haluan. Give it to me. The 12 streams of holy light, upon touching his body, bizarrely flowed back. Even more terrifying was that Haluan, standing proudly in mid-air, saw the holy light wings behind him dimming at a visible speed, while the holy light on Lin Chen suddenly brightened. This is impossible. Haluan's face was filled with terror as he realized his life force was rapidly draining, his internal vitality feeling empty. What kind of dark magic is this? His voice trembled. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. The effect was even better than he had anticipated. The life drain not only absorbed all the holy light essence of the 12-winged seraph but also led Haluan to mistakenly believe that his life was hanging by a thread. Do you surrender? Lin Chen deliberately increased the absorption speed. If this continues, you might die. I surrender. Stop now. Haluan was completely panicked, his voice weak. Referee. I surrender. The audience erupted in an uproar. No one expected this duel to end in such a dramatic fashion. They wanted to see the 12-winged seraph display its might, but it didn't even get a chance to perform. Of course, the 12-winged seraph didn't belong to Haluan, it belonged to his brother, Kaiser. The referee suddenly appeared on the stage, his face full of meaning as he glanced at Lin Chen. Winner. Lin Chen. At the moment the referee announced the result, the holy light imprint within Lin Chen suddenly emitted a dazzling golden glow, rapidly converting the absorbed holy light essence into the purest holy light energy. Haluan also noticed that his vitality was slowly recovering. Incredible. So incredible. Aina had jumped onto the stage at some point, her eyes sparkling as she circled around Lin Chen. Lin Chen, can you teach me that move? I'll trade you for the latest developed ice bullets. Xia Baiqiu coughed lightly from a distance. This student, please adhere to the arena order. But her gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen. This guy could even break the holy light forbidden technique of the 12-winged angel? Even she couldn't figure out how Lin Chen won this challenge. Humph. Haluan's face was filled with unwillingness. This time he truly lost everything, not only embarrassing himself in public but also wasting the life-saving holy wing badge given by his brother William. He stared fiercely at the other side of the stage, where Aina was whispering something intimately in Lin Chen's ear. Her eyes, which had always been as cold as ice towards him, now curved into crescent moons with laughter. The glory of the Kaiser family. Haluan's voice was icy. It must not be destroyed by my hands. Trembling, he fumbled from a hidden compartment in his chest armor for his last trump card, a badge imprinted with a blood-colored angel. This was the fallen stigma, which was strictly prohibited by the family. Once used, a fallen angel would descend, granting 10 times the combat power, but the cost was the holy light angel would completely transform into the despised fallen angel. Lin Chen. Haluan crushed the fallen stigma fiercely. I want you dead. With a deafening roar that made the eardrums throb, 6 light wings suddenly unfurled. Behind him, a sea of crimson. Red's face changed dramatically upon seeing this. Not good. It's the forbidden technique blood fallen angel. But it was already too late. Haluan's figure transformed into a streak of bloodlight shooting towards Lin Chen. Get out of the way. Lin Chen pushed Aina towards a safe area, but he was half a beat slow due to the recoil. The blood-colored wings sliced past his left shoulder, instantly dissolving his training suit and revealing a crimson wound. Ha ha ha. Haluan hovered in mid-air, his voice no longer sounding human. Feel the wrath of the fallen angel. Xia Baiqiu's divine technique was ready to unleash, but she saw Lin Chen suddenly make a stopping gesture. He looked down at the wound on his shoulder and smiled. A fallen angel, huh? Lin Chen scoffed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Heluan's blood-colored wings continuously shed twisted light particles. Wherever those particles landed, the nearby students in the audience showed expressions of pain. The fallen holy light was igniting the darkest desires within everyone's hearts. Feel despair. Heluan's voice had turned into a multi-layered echo, as if countless demons were howling simultaneously. As long as I can win, I can pay any price. Humph. Lin Chen coldly laughed as he raised his hand, his fingertips suddenly bursting forth with brilliant golden light. Holy light oracle. A beam of purest holy light descended from the sky, instantly purifying most of the blood-colored energy surrounding Heluan. But that wasn't all. Holy light judgment. A second beam of light followed. This time, it was shot directly from Lin Chen's palm. Now, the holy light imprint within him has been solidified and strengthened multiple times. Its power is no longer what it used to be. Where the torrent of holy light passes, even the air is scorched into twisted ripples. Aaron's fallen wings disintegrate inch by inch in the holy light, and he screams in terror. Impossible. You are clearly a necromancer. How could you? In the audience, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Chen's methods were truly bizarre. Just a moment ago he seemed to be at a disadvantage, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a high-level holy light spell? Xia Baiqiu was completely bewildered. This guy is actually a genuine holy light mage? The most terrifying part is that Lin Chen has achieved a strange balance between two opposing forces within him. Surprised? Lin Chen walked towards Aaron on the path of holy light, his left eye flickering with the fire of the undead, while his right eye shimmered with divine golden radiance. Lin Chen could clearly feel that the balance between the holy light and the power of the undead within him was approaching perfection, which is a crucial step towards the legendary Ashen Saint profession. Looking at the weak and feeble Aaron, there was not a trace of mercy in Lin Chen's eyes. He has always been merciless towards such despicable individuals who would resort to sneak attacks even when defeat is certain. Whoosh! The space slightly distorted, and Lin Chen's figure instantly appeared behind Aaron. His right fist was simultaneously wrapped in holy light and the power of the Shira Pagoda. Bloodthirsty Pagoda Fist. Boom! This punch was unadorned, yet contained the purest principles of power. The moment the fist made contact with Aaron's back armor, that priceless defensive gear crumbled like paper. Puff! Aaron spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. All vitality within him was gone. The entire central arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this clean and decisive punch. It not only determined the victor but also decided life and death. This is the true path of a martial artist. Xia Baiqiu flashed to the arena, her expression complex, and announced loudly, by judgment, Aaron Caesar has severely violated the duel rules by using forbidden techniques to sneak attack his opponent after the outcome was clear. As for Lin Chen's counterattack, it falls within the scope of legitimate defense. Chapter 200, 1 year later, see you at the life and death arena. This verdict struck like thunder, exploding throughout the entire arena. The students exchanged glances. None of them expected Xia Baiqiu to so openly stand on Lin Chen's side. This was equivalent to her, as an instructor, taking on all the pressure from the Caesar family in the Western War Zone. In this pin-drop silence, a beam of holy light suddenly descended from the heavens. Within the light, a figure clad in platinum armor slowly descended. With each step he took, a holy light lotus bloomed on the ground. It's Caesar. The monster ranked first in the extreme cold dimension. It's over. He's here to take revenge for his brother. Xia instructor is in a tough spot now. The visor of Caesar's helmet slowly lifted, revealing a face that bore a 7-point resemblance to Aaron but was more angular and defined. But to everyone's surprise, he first gave Xia Baiqiu a standard inter-district military salute, the platinum armor clashing and producing a crisp ringing sound. Then, turning to Lin Chen, his molten gold eyes held a shocking calmness. I give you 1 year. His voice was incredibly sacred, bringing peace to the entire arena. 1 year later, see you at the life and death arena. This brief declaration was like ice water poured into a hot pan, instantly igniting the audience. Oh my god. A life and death battle? That means no turning back. Caesar actually issued a challenge to a newcomer? Wait, did he just say he would give a year? Even a year later, Lin Chen might not necessarily be his opponent. Xia Baiqiu's face was grave. As an instructor, she understood Caesar's strength better than anyone. Even she wouldn't dare to say she could definitely defeat this legendary student from the extreme cold dimension. Just as she was preparing to intervene forcefully, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. That smile held no trace of fear, but rather an eager fighting spirit. He stared directly into Caesar's eyes. Why wait a year? Lin Chen's voice resonated clearly throughout the venue. Half a year is enough. This statement detonated like a bomb, stirring up a storm in the central arena. The students widened their eyes, and even the instructors couldn't help but gasp in shock. Half a year? Kaiser's voice remained calm, yet it caused the air in the entire arena to freeze. This monster, who had set an undefeated record of 300 days in the extreme cold dimension, showed the first signs of turbulence in his eyes. Very good. Those two simple words struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. As the words fell, Kaiser's figure suddenly disintegrated into countless points of light, enveloping Halluan's body in the glow. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he began to dissipate from the spot. This miraculous spatial teleportation technique plunged the entire arena into silence. The students stared blankly at the spot where Kaiser had vanished. "Is Lin Chen crazy?" one student stammered, breaking the silence, challenging. "Kaiser in half a year? That's a monster even the instructors have to treat with caution." "What do you know?" another student sneered. "Didn't you see how calm Lin Chen was just now?" Amidst the murmurs, Xiao Baiqiu quickly walked to Lin Chen's side, a hint of resentment in her eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know Kaiser's true strength? Are you itching for a fight?" Lin Chen grinned, revealing his signature rogue smile. "Don't worry, pressure creates motivation. Lin Chen, you're amazing." Aina jogged over, her amber eyes filled with admiration. The surrounding students from Daxia straightened their backs. After so many years, someone finally dared to confront the pride of the Western Warzone head-on. In the corner, Yin Juanhao trembled with excitement. He never expected things to develop so perfectly. Kaiser personally issued the challenge, and now Lin Chen was undoubtedly doomed. But Lin Chen was very clear in his heart. He glanced down at the bloodstains on the ground, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Halluan appeared lifeless, but Kaiser's act of taking the body away had already said it all. With the methods of the Kaiser family, there was certainly a way to resurrect Halluan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so indifferent. After obtaining Halluan's 3,000 points, Lin Chen's student level rose from E to D. On the leaderboard, his name finally broke into the top 20, shimmering with a dazzling golden edge. Late at night, Lin Chen sat alone in his dormitory, counting his gains. This time, he truly reaped a bountiful harvest. The most precious thing was not the points, but the holy light essence he had plundered from the 12-winged seraph. Of course, there was also the S-class undead skill life drain he had mined from the haunted gold mine. Although it only temporarily drained life, the real sense of weakness it brought was truly terrifying. Lin Chen closed his eyes and focused. The holy light imprint and the power of the undead within him surprisingly achieved a subtle balance for the first time. Class fusion. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, in the history of cultivation, there were almost no strong practitioners who could fuse two opposing classes. Once the fusion succeeded, the spells cast would not simply be an addition but would possess the superpower to create a qualitative change. After a night of rest, the news of Kaiser challenging Lin Chen spread like wildfire throughout the extreme cold dimension. Lin Chen once again stood at the center of attention. The next morning, Lin Chen walked straight toward the central training hall under countless curious or hostile gazes. Unlike usual, today he wore a D-level badge instead of an E-level one. He went directly to the martial artist gravity zone, activate 20 times gravity special training. Lin Chen's calm voice rang out at the registration desk. The staff member's finger visibly trembled. Are you sure? The highest record for D-level students is only 15 times. He swallowed hard, and 20 times gravity requires 500 points per hour. What? Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. It costs points? Why wasn't I charged last time? That was a new student trial class. The staff member weakly explained. The first time is free. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The freshly acquired points hadn't even warmed up yet. But thinking of Kaisana's eerily calm gaze, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Open it." As the hatch closed, the air in the training room instantly thickened like lead. The gravity values began to soar wildly. 5x gravity activated. Lin Chen's combat suit sank slightly, but his figure remained motionless. 10x gravity. The surrounding metal pillars groaned under the unbearable weight, yet his knees didn't bend even a bit. 15x gravity. This was the limit record for D-level trainees, and at this moment fine beads of sweat began to appear on Lin Chen's skin. 20x gravity. The entire training pod shook violently, and the trainees observing from outside had already gasped in shock. Holy crap! Someone is challenging 20x gravity? Is it Yi Wuchen? It's Lin Chen, that madman, who accepted Kaisana's challenge. Through the registration information and training slice scenes, everyone witnessed a shocking sight. Under the terrifying gravity capable of crushing steel, Lin Chen's body actually manifested four distinctly different energy fields. His left side was entwined with boiling crimson blood, surging like lava. His right side was covered with extreme ice blue frost patterns, freezing even the air. Above his head floated a radiant sun of holy light, casting pure golden rays, and his lower body was shrouded in gray death energy, looking incredibly eerie. The most astonishing part was that these four energies were slowly converging at his chest, gradually forming a rotating diagram of the four symbols. Chapter 201, 95,000 pounds of pure power. Ha! Lin Chen let out a low shout. The sense of oppression brought by 20x gravity far exceeded expectations. For him, it was indeed a bit strenuous. Every muscle was crying out in agony, his bones and joints cracking, and even breathing became exceptionally difficult. but it was precisely this near-limit pressure that completely unleashed Lin Chen's potential. On the large screen outside the training room, the timer kept ticking, the numbers far exceeding the average record for D-level trainees. 5 minutes 37 seconds, 6 minutes 12 seconds, 7 minutes 3 seconds? The gasps from the onlooking trainees rose in waves. God, it's already over 7 minutes. The last record holder only lasted a minute and a half before spitting blood and fainting. Quick, look at his status monitor. On the monitoring screen, Lin Chen's vital signs displayed a bizarre curve. Whenever the indicators were about to drop below the safety line, the four energies within him would automatically balance, forcibly maintaining his body in a miraculous state on the brink of collapse. This isn't just holding on. Not far away, Yi Wuchen's gaze was intense. He's using the critical state to break through the bottleneck. It's insane. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the training area. Warning, trainees. Vital signs exceed limits. Heart rate, 220 beats/min, muscle tear level, 67%, training will be forcibly terminated soon. On the large screen, Lin Chen's real-time monitoring footage made everyone gasp in shock. His skin was flushed red and his capillaries were dilated. Even more terrifying was that the four energies were running amok, occasionally bursting forth with dangerous flashes. Quick, terminate the training. As they spoke, the staff was about to hit the emergency stop button. But in the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. The monitoring footage showed Lin Chen suddenly stretching his body, his previously pained and tense expression transforming into one of utter ease. He even performed a chest expansion exercise, his joints cracking with crisp sounds. Had the gravity system malfunctioned? Not a malfunction. Yi Wuchen's eyes widened, his voice trembling. He has broken through his own limits. The gravity system can't detect the load anymore. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I finally adapted to 20x gravity. With that, he leisurely began to throw punches. Each punch was like slow motion, reminiscent of Tai Chi. Even more astonishing was that the four energies on his surface had gradually begun to establish a preliminary fusion without anyone noticing. Holy crap! A trainee from the West was utterly shocked. Is he still human? Of course, Lin Chen was completely unaware of the shock of the onlookers. After being promoted to D rank, he finally qualified to step into the precious exchange area of the resource zone. At this moment, he was standing in front of the crystal cabinet marked blood essence, his gaze fixed intensely on the various test tubes displayed inside. Hello. The old man behind the counter adjusted his glasses. Hello. Lin Chen presented his D-rank badge. Xia Lin Chen, here to exchange for the blood essence of the Thunder Dragon. The old man took the badge and scanned it with a device, immediately bringing up Lin Chen's points balance and the list of exchangeable permissions. Frost Thunder Dragon Blood, Tier 3, 2000 points/portion. Flame Thunder Dragon Blood, Tier 4, 5000 points/portion. Lightning Thunder Dragon Blood, Tier 5, 10,000 points/portion. Looking at these prices for the blood essence, Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. But then he recalled the time he nearly lost his life hunting that Thunder Wolf Dragon in the 79th dimension. And here, he could even exchange for Tier 5 Dragon Blood directly with points. Which one do you want? The old man asked with a smile. Tier 5. Blood essence requires B-rank permission, and is currently not available for exchange. Just as Lin Chen was hesitating whether to exchange for the Tier 4 blood essence first, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Chen, what a coincidence. Ouyang Tianjin had somehow appeared behind him, her long fingers lightly tapping the counter. She was dressed in a dark purple combat suit today, with the tips of her hair still crackling with residual lightning, clearly just finishing training. She still looked breathtakingly beautiful. I'll take a portion of Tier 4 Lightning Thunder Dragon Blood. After speaking to the old man, she turned to Lin Chen. Are you here to exchange for blood essence too? Lin Chen noticed the brand new C-rank student badge pinned to her chest and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You leveled up so quickly? Hee, of course, I have to keep up with your pace. Ouyang Tianjin's lips curled into a rare smile. As they were talking, Aina rushed over. Lin Chen, how did my suggestion from last time go? She suddenly stopped, her gaze flickering over Ouyang Tianjin, unconsciously biting her lip. A hint of inferiority emerged as even a mixed-blood beauty like her felt a twinge of shame in front of Ouyang Tianjin's naturally graceful Eastern charm. Ouyang Tianjin simply stood there quietly, like a watercolor painting. Her porcelain-white skin reflected a cold light, and purple lightning occasionally flickered through her cascading black hair. Aina's voice dropped a few notches. Oh, am I interrupting you too? Lin Chen looked at the invisible sparks between the two distinctly styled beauties and helplessly rubbed his temples. No, the Tier 4 Lightning Thunder Dragon Blood is ready. The old man timely interrupted, pushing a test tube of pulsating electric blood essence towards Ouyang Tianjin. In the end, Lin Chen also exchanged for a portion of Tier 4 Frost Thunder Dragon Blood, wanting to see how it would work. Back in the dormitory, Lin Chen immediately entered a closed-door training mode. He carefully took out the Tier 4 Frost Thunder Dragon Blood he had exchanged for. The moment the test tube was opened, a wave of ancient, oppressive cold rushed out, causing the temperature in the dormitory to plummet, and frost quickly covered the walls. This scent Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling his blood boil. Just the released aura made his stagnant energy begin to circulate on its own. Truly the blood of a thunder dragon. He no longer hesitated and tilted his head back, downing the ice-blue liquid. In one go. In an instant, a violent cold current surged from his throat straight to his lower abdomen, then exploded throughout his limbs. Hiss! Lin Chen gritted. His teeth as a layer of ice armor visibly covered his body at an astonishing speed. Unlike ordinary ice, this layer of armor flowed with rich blood energy, as if it had a life of its own, rising and falling with his breath. It's working! He was pleasantly surprised to find that the energy within him was becoming frenzied. Every bone, every muscle, was undergoing subtle transformations under the wash of the thunder dragon blood. Then came the excruciating pain. During this time, Lin Chen had absorbed quite a bit of essence blood, but none of it compared to the pain he felt at this moment. It was as if thousands of ice needles were weaving through his marrow, or like being thrown into an extremely cold purgatory, being hammered repeatedly. Thud! He struggled to prop himself up, only to collapse again. The chi and blood within him surged like a rampaging river, crashing through his meridians. Meanwhile, his spiritual world presented a starkly different scene. It transformed into an ice field where the phantoms of the exotic beasts from which he had absorbed essence blood floated in the air above the ice. In the training ground late at night, it was empty. Lin Chen walked straight to the central measuring device. This specially designed equipment could withstand a full-force strike from a battle-honored level expert. The last recorded value was 128 newtons, he recalled while moving his wrist. That was equivalent to a terrifying force of 64,000 pounds, far exceeding that of a martial artist of the same level. Lin Chen took a deep breath and assumed the most basic punching stance. No flashy moves, just pure strength. Boom! The numbers on the measuring device's display jumped wildly before finally settling at 190 newtons. Hiss! Even Lin Chen himself gasped in surprise. This was equivalent to 95,000 pounds of pure physical strength, already touching the threshold of the battle sect. Even more astonishing was that he could clearly feel he still had energy to spare. If he went all out, that number could probably increase by another 30%. Suddenly, applause came from behind the measuring device. Xia Baiqiu had leaned against the doorframe at some point, her arms crossed, the combat uniform accentuating her graceful curves. You've made quite a bit of progress, huh? The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her tone carrying a rare note of approval. Chapter 202, The Man Closest to the Wilderness. Instructor Xia? Lin Chen retracted his fist, turning in surprise. A brief silence fell between them. The night breeze brushed by, stirring a gentle wave. Lin Chen was about to speak when Xia Baiqiu suddenly stepped forward. She reached out to wipe the sweat from Lin Chen's forehead, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his neck. You've absorbed the essence blood of the Yalong quite well. She quickly withdrew her hand, her tone returning to the seriousness of an instructor. However, at this rate of progress, facing Kaiser in half a year would be tantamount to seeking death. Xia Baiqiu suddenly turned. You, come with me. With that, she turned and walked out. Lin Chen hurriedly followed, only to realize she was heading not towards the regular training area but towards the most dangerous forbidden zone of the extreme cold realm. Instructor Xia, that way isn't. Shut up, keep up. Xia Baiqiu didn't look back, but her pace unconsciously slowed a bit. After passing through layers of security 3 hours later, the sight before Lin Chen took his breath away. It was a hidden valley, eternally shrouded in a blizzard, and at the end of the storm, there was a crack in the void, neither too big nor too small. Waves of void gales surged forth. This is a natural training ground I stumbled upon. I think it should be perfect for you. Xia Baiqiu's profile was breathtakingly beautiful under the refraction of the ice crystals. She suddenly turned around, almost colliding into Lin Chen's embrace. The distance between them was so close that they could see their reflections in each other's pupils. Lin Chen. Xia Baiqiu's breath carried a faint fragrance. Training here will quickly enhance your chi and blood and physical resilience. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Big sister, that's a void storm. He was about to speak when he felt something soft in his arms. Xia Baiqiu had actually taken the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Lin Chen. The seemingly unyielding instructor now spoke with a hint of vulnerability. I don't want anything to happen to you. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with tenderness. So, you must become stronger quickly. Lin Chen's heart trembled. The restlessness within him after merging with his soul could no longer be suppressed. He lowered his head and kissed those perfect red lips, instantly feeling Xia Baiqiu's delicate body tremble. But unexpectedly, she did not push him away. Instead, she rose on her toes, responding passionately. Lin Chen could no longer restrain himself, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and in an instant the fortress unfolded. He constructed a private world in the valley, isolating the raging wind and snow outside. The moment the cabin door closed, Xia Baiqiu's clothes fell to the ground, and for the first time she actively unfastened her collar, revealing her elegantly contoured collarbone. Seeing you work so hard, tonight, let's just consider it a reward for you. Before her words could finish, Lin Chen had already pressed her down onto the bed. Instructor Xia, Lin Chen whispered, biting her reddened earlobe. Are you sure this is just a reward for me? Xia Baiqiu blushed and smiled shyly, and Lin Chen could no longer hold back, instantly bursting forth like a mountain flood. The next morning, Lin Chen stood at the edge of the void storm, feeling refreshed. Last night, the merging of their spirits and bodies had created a wonderful resonance in their mental worlds. He took off his shirt and stepped unhesitatingly into the void storm zone. 50 meters away, the chaotic void storm raged like 1,000 sharp blades. As soon as he stepped into the storm's edge, dozens of blood marks erupted on Lin Chen's bronze skin, deep enough to see bone. Hiss! He inhaled sharply but grinned. This level of pain was still bearable for him. He activated various blood-enhanced physical abilities, and the wounds healed at a visible speed. But soon after, an even more violent spatial turbulence storm swept in. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, tightly gripping a life potion in his hand. Whenever his injuries reached a critical point, he would tilt his head back and gulp it down. The emerald-green liquid slid down his throat, rapidly healing his wounds. But the newly formed flesh was soon torn apart again, creating a torturous cycle. 50 meters away, Xiao Baiqiu clenched her delicate fists, tears of concern welling in her beautiful eyes. The tenderness from last night's intimacy had not yet faded, and now new wounds were added. This stubborn man, who could clearly take it step by step, chose to confront the void storm head-on. Thus, Lin Chen, supported by the life potion, advanced step by step toward the storm's center. At 50 meters, his skin was torn and healed, cycling thousands of times. At 30 meters, his bones faced the void storm directly. In the 20-meter zone, even his internal organs endured the excruciating pain of spatial compression. Until within 10 meters, his body finally began to adapt to this torment. When he took the final step into the storm's core, just 3 meters away, boom! The blood and energy within Lin Chen suddenly erupted like a volcano. His originally bright red blood shimmered with a faint golden glow. Streams of void power merged into his marrow. Xiao Baiqiu covered her mouth in shock. At this moment, Lin Chen stood bare-chested in the devastating storm, his black hair flying, resembling a war god. Those spatial turbulence storms capable of tearing apart metal and steel could only leave shallow white marks on his skin. This is the true void body tempering. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He suddenly turned around and fiercely pulled Xiao Baiqiu into his embrace. She trembled slightly but felt incredibly soft. Baiqiu, thank you. This kind of void storm is simply a training ground tailor-made for me. Just then, a long-lost notification popped up in his mind. Notification: complete martial artist promotion system activated. Current profession: Blood Chi martial artist. Level: Battle King level 15. Lin Chen's face was filled with excitement and his heart soared with joy. This meant he had finally broken through the professional limitations. He had advanced to Battle King level. From now on, the martial artist system could independently promote, no longer restricted by the level of the undead lord. Xiao Baiqiu felt his rapid heartbeat and looked up to meet his fiery gaze. No words were needed. Lin Chen smirked wickedly. Looks like someone should reward me again. The two locked eyes, sharing a tacit smile. 7 days later, when Lin Chen and Xiao Baiqiu returned to the Great Xia camp, the entire training area was already bustling with voices. All the instructors and students, including those who usually trained behind closed doors and the hunters out in the field, had gathered in the central square. The air was thick with an indescribable sense of anticipation, because today they would witness a legend with their own eyes. Here he comes, someone suddenly shouted. At the edge of the sky, a streak of blue light pierced through the air. The newcomer walked through the void, each step causing ripples in space. When he landed on the command platform, the howling wind and snow of the frigid realm momentarily paused. Even the surrounding storm ceased. It really is Qin Wuyan, the students exclaimed, their voices trembling with excitement. The new generation's strongest in the Great Xia, hailed as the one closest to desolation. This man, who had fought on the battlefield against countless races for years, wore a simple blue battle robe. Most striking were his eyes, unfathomably deep, as if containing an endless starry sky. Chapter 203. Our Great Xia has successors. Hello everyone. Qin Wuyan's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears as he casually stood on the command platform, his blue robe remaining still in the cold wind. By order of the military department, I am here to handle the anomalies at the extreme ice peak. He scanned the crowd with a gentle gaze. Any information related to ice demons is welcome to be reported at any time. The instructors present straightened their backs unconsciously, their eyes shimmering with undeniable respect. Even the usually aloof Xiao Baiqiu felt a slight tension in her fingertips. This man was a true legend who had carved his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There were countless legends about Qin Wuyan. Some said he had fought 3 alien monarchs alone on the battlefield without defeat. Others claimed he was a rare dual-class lord. Even more said that within his eyes lay a galaxy. The instructors and students from the Western War Zone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Even Kaiser had arrived. In the presence of such a powerful figure, his so-called title of the #1 genius seemed like a joke. Lin Chen felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Was this the realm beyond the battle sect? A battle emperor-level powerhouse? Just a glance from him made the energy within Lin Chen's body come to a complete halt. At that moment, a clear voice, like the cry of a phoenix, came from the clouds. Brother Wu Yan, your speed is too fast. You didn't even wait for me. Everyone looked up to see a woman in her 30s, dressed in a moonlight long dress, gracefully floating down. She lightly tapped the void with her toes, each step creating ripples like blooming lotus flowers. Her flowing dark hair danced behind her. Oh my! It's Lu Yufei, a student exclaimed. It's the wind mage Lu Yufei. She landed beside Qin Wu Yan, a playful smile on her delicate, oval face. Most striking was her beauty, as lovely as a flower. The students from the Western War Zone were completely stunned. Lu Yufei fit perfectly into their aesthetic. What day was it today? To see two legendary figures from the Great Xia at the same time. Lu Yufei's gaze flickered, and upon seeing Xia Baiqiu, she was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected to find someone even more beautiful than herself. She spoke softly, slightly amazed. The students from the extreme cold realm are indeed of good quality. In the presence of these two legendary figures, everyone felt incredibly small. Zhang Kuei, the northern border commander, was about to step forward to report, but Qin Wu Yan suddenly took a step forward, as if the space beneath his feet had shortened, and in an instant he stood before Lin Chen. The crowd gasped. Lu Yufei looked puzzled. Xiao Baiqiu clenched her fists nervously, and even Zhang Kuei displayed an expression of disbelief. When had this unparalleled war god ever shown interest in a junior student? Does Special Envoy Qin know Lin Chen? Someone whispered. Zhang Kuei shook his head. Logically, he shouldn't. Qin Wu Yan's deep gaze seemed capable of piercing through souls. You have four conflicting energies within you, yet you've achieved perfect balance. His voice, rare for its emotional fluctuation, asked, how did you do it? Lin Chen met Qin Wu Yan's gaze without humility or arrogance. Doesn't Special Envoy Qin also possess two completely different powers within him? This statement stirred Qin Wu Yan's mind. He indeed had dual professions, but that was something he had comprehended by chance while fighting against alien monarchs on the battlefield. On the brink of death, the young man before him could see through everything at a glance, and he was simultaneously harnessing four types of energy? What shocked him the most was the blood energy flowing within Lin Chen, which gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, just like the fleeting glimpse he had of Huang back in the day. The other students were already dumbfounded. This Lin Chen, in front of Qin Wu Yan, could still remain so composed? Qin Wu Yan suddenly laughed. Haha, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Our great Xia has successors. Not bad, not bad. This laughter plunged the entire venue into silence. Even Lu Yufei was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide open. In her memory, this was the first time Qin Wu Yan had openly praised someone without reservation. Who would have thought that a small task in the extreme cold realm could lead to such a thing? Zhang Kuei's beard was trembling. He had studied all the information on Qin Wu Yan. This ruthless character was reclusive and held himself in high regard, considering no one but Huang worthy of his attention. He wouldn't even spare a glance at alien monarchs. Oh, such strong blood energy. Suddenly, Lu Yufei became interested as well. She took a step forward, her long skirt moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. The wind element within you is so violent. How did you manage to avoid injury? She suddenly leaned closer to Lin Chen, her delicate nose sniffing lightly. Interesting. I see now. Lu Yufei gathered a wisp of gentle wind at her fingertips. You've got some guts, daring to temper your body in the void storm. You're quite the tough one. Upon hearing this, the students from the Western battle zone were completely thrown into disarray. The number one in the extreme cold realm, Kaiser, stood at the very front of the crowd, yet these two legendary powerhouses seemed to ignore him entirely, surrounding that Lin Chen instead. Qin Wu Yan also cast an appreciative glance. Void storm body tempering. He knew all too well the excruciating pain that came with it. I didn't expect you to be this reckless. No wonder you confuse four types of energy. Lin Chen merely nodded lightly, his calm demeanor making Qin Wu Yan admire him even more. Qin Wu Yan looked at everyone. Alright, you all keep it up. I'm going to meet those ice demons. Just a simple phrase of keep it up ignited the passion of all the students. This was encouragement from a legendary figure of the human race. As Qin Wu Yan and Lu Yufei transformed into two streaks of light and left, the entire camp erupted in discussion. God of War Qin is so cool. That gaze I can remember for a lifetime. I think Lin Chen is even cooler. Did you see how calm he was just now? Goddess Lu Yufei is the real beauty. She's my dad's goddess, and she hasn't changed a bit in decades. At this moment, Zhang Kuei strode over, the flesh on his face shaking. Lin Chen, did you really charge into the center of the void storm? Lin Chen smiled wryly. Yes. The mouth of this northern border garrison commander twitched violently, secretly cursing. No wonder that madman Japolo has his eyes on this kid. He's so ruthless to himself. Who in the entire extreme cold realm would dare to play with their life like this? His gaze swept over the calm Xia Baiqiu beside him, and Zhang Kuei added in his heart, this girl is also a tough character, daring to let her students go to their deaths. Lin Chen, Instructor Xia. Zhang Kuei collected his thoughts, come with me, I heard you encountered ice demons directly and need to report in detail. As the two followed him away, no one noticed Kaiser's gaze, which was terrifyingly calm for someone who was usually so proud. Meanwhile, Yin Juanhao hid in the shadows, his nails digging deep into his palm. Lin Chen, you're surprisingly popular. At this moment, no one noticed at the very back of the crowd. Lu Mingyuan had a complex expression. He looked at the departing Lin Chen and sighed softly in his heart. Fifth uncle, are you still fantasizing about taking revenge on Lin Chen? He has already risen. If you seek revenge now, the entire Lu family might be destroyed by your hands. Chapter 204, her man is surprisingly wealthy. Under Zhang Kuei's lead, Lin Chen and Xia Baiqiu arrived at the tactical analysis room of the command center. They reported the characteristics and attack methods of the ice demons in detail. Before leaving, Zhang Kuei suddenly spoke up. By the way, Lin Chen, Special Envoy Qin is inside. He wants to see you. Alone. Pushing open the alloy door to the inner room, Qin Wuyan was facing away from the entrance, gazing at the three-dimensional projection of the extreme ice peak. Hearing footsteps, he turned back slightly and pointed to the chair opposite him. Please, have a seat. There were no pleasantries. This legendary powerhouse got straight to the point. Lin Chen, the 4 types of energy within you are quite strong, but remember, even dual-class practitioners should have a distinction between primary and secondary. Lin Chen's heart jolted. This statement seemed like a reminder, but in reality it treated him as an equal in their exchange. I understand. Lin Chen nodded seriously. Currently, I primarily focus on the martial master system. Qin Wuyan lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, bringing up Lin Chen's file. The Lu family, the Yin family, the Caesar family. You have quite a few enemies, don't you? He suddenly laughed. Do you need me to make a call? Dealing with these clowns is just a matter of a word from me. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. Was this man offering to be his backing? It seemed that the great Xia valued potential newcomers far more than he had imagined. Thank you for your kindness. Lin Chen replied with composure. However, it's more satisfying to settle my own debts. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyan nodded. Good. You're quite impressive. Actually, it's all out of necessity. Just self-preservation. Lin Chen sighed lightly. Qin Wuyan's gaze shifted slightly, and he rarely expressed emotion. For someone from an ordinary family to reach this point, it truly isn't easy. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. His tone was sincere. After all, he stood behind the entire Qin family, a super family, and Lin Chen had relied solely on himself, which earned his respect. Sensing the other's honesty, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but still mustered the courage to speak. Special Envoy Qin, my sister Lin Xinyue is lost in the depths of the 10,000 races battlefield and has been out of contact for a long time. Qin Wuyan frowned. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to value family ties so much. He had seen the reports. That girl had been missing for a long time. If she had fallen into the endless void, it would be nearly impossible to save her. When I return to the 10,000 races battlefield, I will keep an eye out for you. He nodded seriously. A simple promise from him gave Lin Chen a glimmer of hope. This was Qin Wuyan. His word was worth more than 1,000 troops. Thank you. Lin Chen expressed his genuine gratitude. Ha, no need to be polite. Qin Wuyan waved his hand, rarely showing a smile. You can be considered one of the Tianwei mansion people now. We are all on the same side. Grow up quickly. The 10,000 races battlefield really needs someone like you. When Lin Chen walked out of the tactical analysis room, his gaze was calm and unruffled. Qin Wuyan's goodwill was unmistakable. Given his status, there was no need for him to care for a newcomer like this. This was clearly an early investment, recognizing his future potential. It seems that strength is the hard truth. Lin Chen clenched his fists. If he weren't strong, how could he have caught the eye of this legendary figure? He looked into the distance. At the top of the extreme ice peak, snow was swirling violently. Surely, Qin Wuyan and Lu Yufei could resolve the issues here. Lu family, do you really think I don't know about your little schemes in the dark? Caesar, in 6 months, I will make you understand what true power is. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Lu family estate in the capital of Great Xia, Lu Wenlong had a gloomy expression as Lu Mingyuan reported. On Lin Chen's situation, fifth uncle, that's the situation. I need to go for special training. Lu Wenlong smashed the rosewood coffee table with a palm, his facial flesh contorting in anger. Lin Chen, you killed my son. Fifth master, the trusted aide beside him trembled. Now even Qin Wuyan is starting to court that kid. Should we? Shut up. Lu Wenlong's eyes turned red. My son cannot die in vain. He suddenly pulled open a hidden compartment and took out a blood-red token. This was the emblem of the most notorious assassin organization in the abyss of darkness. Mingyuan is right. Lu Wenlong rubbed the token, his eyes flashing with madness. The comprehensive hunt in the extreme cold plain is about to begin. This is a good opportunity. Send out the order, offer a bounty of 1 billion gold coins. Hire the top 3 assassins from Bloodblade to infiltrate the hunting team in the extreme cold plain. Lin Chen, I want you dead without a complete corpse. On the other side, under the night sky of the extreme cold plain, Xia Baiqiu found Lin Chen, who was organizing his equipment. The full-scale hunt is about to begin, you can choose to team up. She paused, also, I might have to leave the extreme cold plain for a while. Where are you going? Lin Chen's movements halted. Back to my hometown. Xia Baiqiu gazed into the distance, her eyes dreamy. It's a very far place. Lin Chen put down his equipment and asked seriously, Baiqiu, what resources do you lack? You can tell me. I don't lack anything, maybe just some gold coins. Xia Baiqiu suddenly smiled, thinking about how to tell Lin Chen this. He comes from an ordinary background and is still a student. Isn't that a bit cliché? But in my hometown, gold coins are very important. You probably don't have enough either, so you don't need to give me any. How many gold coins do you need? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. At least 80 million. I'll find a way. Why are you asking so specifically? Xia Baiqiu was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly widened her eyes. She saw Lin Chen take out a universal gold coin card and casually shove it into her hand. This card has 1 billion gold coins. Take it for now. If it's not enough, tell me. Xia Baiqiu was instantly dumbfounded. What? 1 billion? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Lin Chen, don't joke with me. Lin Chen sneered, don't believe it? You can check it yourself. I want to see what tricks you're playing. Xia Baiqiu chuckled lightly, but when she finished checking, she was frozen in place. 1 billion. There really is 1 billion gold coins. Lin Chen, you. Xia Baiqiu's fingertips trembled slightly. She suddenly looked up, only to see Lin Chen with an indifferent expression. Who told you to be my woman? Spend it freely. This sentence hit Xia Baiqiu's heart like a heavy hammer. Usually so composed and aloof, her eyes actually felt a bit warm at this moment. Her man is actually this wealthy. 3 days after Xia Baiqiu left, Lin Chen followed the Dasha camp deeper into the extreme cold plain. The full-scale hunt officially began, and over 300 students surged toward the ice fields like a torrent. Under the midday aurora, Ouyang Tianjin closely followed Lin Chen, continuously explaining to him, this is the ice crystal fox, a social creature best at encirclement hunting. And be careful of the cold iron scorpions under the frozen ground. Up ahead is the territory of the snow demon bear. As she spoke, she suddenly lowered her voice. Lin Chen, I received news. The Caesar family will target you, and the Liu family from Kyoto will also take action against you. Lin Chen did not stop his steps, only his gaze turned cold, as expected. He glanced at the stunning woman beside him. It's dangerous to follow me. You might as well act on your own. No way. Ouyang Tianjin suddenly clung to his arm, her eyes flashing. With lightning, I want to share life and death with you. After all, we've already made it official. Lin Chen stumbled. Wait, when did I agree to that? It was you who announced it unilaterally. Anyway, it's not happening. Ouyang Tianjin rarely acted spoiled. It's more convenient for me to act alone. If a real fight breaks out, I might not be able to take care of you. Lin Chen frowned, his tone unusually serious. He was indeed worried. Facing the assassins from the Caesar family and the Liu family lurking in the shadows, he could manage alone, but bringing Ouyang Tianjin along might not ensure a smooth escape. I don't care. Ouyang Tianjin suddenly tugged at his clothes, swaying lightly, her red lips pouting, completely lacking the majesty of a goddess. Lin Chen, you can't leave me behind. This scene of her acting spoiled left the surrounding students collectively petrified. A few students who had witnessed Ouyang Tianjin's prowess almost bit their tongues. That was the Thunder Queen who soloed the Ice Thunder Beast in Thunder Canyon. What's with this little girl act now? Heaven has no eyes. A student thumped his chest and stomped his feet. Such a stunning goddess is actually pursuing me? Ahem, it's settled then, I'll act alone. Lin Chen cleared his throat firmly and broke free from Ouyang Tianjin's hand. Ouyang Tianjin was so angry she stomped her feet, her hair ends crackling with static. Just then, buzz, a strange tremor suddenly came from the ground. Before anyone could react, the ice surface within 100 meters suddenly cracked, and countless ghostly blue vines burst through the ice. What's happening? A student shouted in terror. It's the ice-devouring demon vines. Zhang Kuei's furious roar came through the communicator. Everyone scatter. This thing feeds on blood. No one expected that the hunt had just begun, and even before they had ventured deep into the danger zone, they encountered a plant-type monster that posed a threat comparable to a fourth-tier ice beast. What was even more terrifying was that these demon vines seemed to have consciousness, beginning to attack everyone indiscriminately. How could there be living creatures under 100 meters of ice? Lin Chen severed a vine that was attacking him, realizing that these vines were not plants at all, nor did they grow in cold regions. Something's off. This is not a naturally evolved organism. It was highly likely to be a genetically modified variant. Sure enough, Zhang Kuei's voice came through the communicator. Attention everyone. This is a genetically modified war weapon. The extreme cold dimension has been infiltrated. All teams form defensive formations immediately. Support teams are on their way. Hearing Zhang Kuei's words, Yin Juanhaoen. The crowd looked smug. He knew this must be the work of Lord Sato from Fuji Nation. Bang bang bang. Everyone sprang into action, and those severed vines suddenly self-destructed, splattering highly corrosive blood. Missed. Several students who couldn't dodge in time screamed and fell to the ground, their combat suits visibly dissolving with large holes. Ouyang Tianjin, come over here, Lin Chen shouted softly, and the holy light shield instantly unfolded, enveloping the two of them. Wherever the golden light reached, the demon vines retreated frantically as if encountering a natural enemy. This was no coincidence, it was clearly a deadly trap, aimed at the Daxia students. More and more students were caught in fierce battles, there were simply too many demon vines. These were the future backbone of Daxia, and if they were all lost here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph! Lin Chen snorted coldly, deciding to hold nothing back. In an instant, 200,000 ghouls surged forth from the void like a tide. The great mouth flapped its bony wings, plague. Brother exhaled toxic mist, and the two-headed ogre unleashed a meteor shower of fire. Even the abomination butcher threw out its rusty iron hooks, cutting through the demon vines with its cleaver. Kill! With a command, the undead army ground through the demon vines like a meat grinder. The most shocking part was that those ghouls were actually tearing at the demon vines, directly swallowing them whole. The devoured demon vines withered and decayed at a visible rate, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Yin Juanhao hid at the back of the crowd, his face pale and his expression dark. He had just received a secret order from the king of Fuji Nation to assist the demon vines in severely injuring the Daxia students. These genetically modified blood-sucking vines should have been invincible. How is this possible? He looked at Lin Chen in the center of the undead army. This guy actually has so many undead subjects. In an instant, the pressure around them lessened and the students cheered. Lin Chen is amazing. So strong. My subjects can't hold back these ghostly things at all. Look, the demon vines are retreating. Indeed, while the other students' summoned subjects were also fighting hard, they were still no match for such a number of mutated demon vines. Only Lin Chen's undead army crushed through, forcing the demon vines to retreat step by step. Suddenly, all the demon vines turned and retreated in unison, flowing like a tide towards the same direction. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, trying to escape? Destroy them all. 200,000 ghouls let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a black torrent as they pursued. The Great Mouth and Plague Brother charged at the forefront. The most shocking thing was the performance of the abominable butcher. This stitched monster, usually despised by everyone, at this moment surprisingly displayed incredible tactical intelligence. The rusty iron hook it swung out accurately caught the main root of the magic vine, refusing to let go no matter how the opponent struggled. Its hefty body sat on the ice, the butcher's knife deeply embedded in the surface, as if fishing, reeling in the iron hook while emitting a strange laugh of ha-ha. Crack! One magic vine after another was devoured by the ghoul. The scene was horrifying. Watching the abominable butcher's proud waddle of its double chin and its silly little eyes, many students' expressions became subtle. Why do I suddenly feel it's a bit cute? A female student murmured softly. Yeah, I also think the butcher looks somewhat handsome. Soon, the magic vines were completely devoured by the ghoul army. Ouyang Tianjin's beautiful eyes widened at this brutal scene. By the time the support team arrived, the magic vines had been cleared away completely. Up ahead is the trial area. The hunt officially begins. The instructor's voice boomed through the communicator. Deep in the extreme cold dimension, nearly 700 students instantly scattered. Most of the Ethony level students huddled together in teams. After all, surviving in this place for a month was no easy feat. Lin Chen brushed off the ice shards from his combat suit and turned to Ouyang Tianjin. Do you want to come with me? Ha! Ouyang Tianjin flicked her hair. I already made plans with my teammates, you can go play by yourself. With that, she walked away without looking back. Lin Chen touched his nose. This girl had quite a temper. He was just making things awkward for himself. Lin Chen, a clear female voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned around, surprised to see Ana. Wasn't she supposed to be at the trial ground in the European Union area? Why was she over here in Daxia? Lin Chen, I want to team up with you. Ana quickly approached, her ice blue combat suit standing out in the snow, her face tilted up, eyes full of seriousness. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. I'm very familiar with this area. I know the activity patterns of the ice beasts, and I can help keep watch, she added, her tone carrying a hint of earnestness. Lin Chen frowned. Ana's strength was not weak. Teaming up would indeed save a lot of trouble. But the problem was, he was currently a living target, with countless people secretly wanting to cause him trouble. If he brought her along, it might instead drag her down. He might not even make it out unscathed. Sorry, Ana. Lin Chen shook his head. I have some personal matters to deal with this time. It's more convenient to act alone. Ana's gaze dimmed, but she quickly lifted her chin. Are you afraid I'll be a nuisance? No. Lin Chen was helpless. It's just, fine, then I'll follow you. I won't interfere with what you're doing. Ana moved closer to him, her tone stubborn. Anyway, I just want to be with you. Lin Chen. This woman was even more difficult than Su Jiaojiao? Chapter 206. Is he related to the 7 Great Abysses? I'm really sorry. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, but his tone was firm. Ana's eyes turned red, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Whoa, Lin Chen, you. She bit her lip and turned to run, her ice blue figure disappearing into the wind and snow. Soon, the trial area was completely dispersed and all the students acted independently. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his figure flashing as he rushed into the depths of the extreme cold. "Ana, take care," he silently said in his heart. Not far away, several students witnessed the whole scene and whispered, "Damn, is Lin Chen crazy? Going solo in the trial area? Goddess Ana actively invited him to team up and he actually refused? Has this guy's brain been fried from training? Heh, just showing off. Let's see how he cries when he encounters the ice beast tide." Lin Chen turned a deaf ear, his figure speeding through the snow. He certainly knew the risks of acting alone, but some things had to be faced alone. "Those who want to kill me, feel free to follow." He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Just right, let you all feel what despair is." At the edge of the trial area, Yin Juanhao stood with his arms crossed, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Two martial artists from Fuji country beside him slightly bowed their heads and said, "Yin-san, please rest assured, we will find an opportunity to deal with Lin Chen. I believe the two of you will not let me down." Yin Juanhao grinned wickedly. Meanwhile, at the end of the western camp, the space suddenly twisted and a figure draped in a dark golden cloak stepped out onto the snow. This person was none other than the resurrected Heluan. At this moment, his left eye shimmered with holy light while his right eye was entwined with the aura of decay and death, his presence far more terrifying than before. "Lin Chen." Heluan stared at the end of the snowfield, his knuckles cracking loudly. "I will crush you to dust." As they delved deeper into the frigid realm, the temperature plummeted to -180 degrees. Many students with weak cold resistance had already activated their thermal armor, while Lin Chen wore a casual outfit, his breathing unchanged. As a frost mage who had comprehended the laws of ice, he felt right at home. Roar! At that moment, 3 giant ice wolves leaped out from a crack in the ice. Lin Chen didn't even look back, swiftly throwing out 3 ice spikes. Thud, thud, thud. The wolves' heads exploded instantly, and his wrist-mounted score collector immediately registered +150. Suddenly, he paused. Ahead in the snow lay 2 corpses, likely the F-rank students who had set out earliest. Now, they were frozen into ice sculptures, their faces frozen in terror. Lin Chen squinted. "It seems, the death rate is quite high." Buzz! The piercing cold wind roared suddenly, and the blizzard surged like a giant wave. Lin Chen squinted, seeing the shadowy figures of ice beasts densely appearing in the storm. Icefield wolves, frostblade leopards, and even the ice giant lizards that should have been active in the deeper layers. Something's not right. Lin Chen flipped his wrist, a round piece of ice rolling in his palm. He frowned slightly at the map. This area shouldn't have so many high-level ice beasts. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. At the back of the beast horde, several ice beasts had strange blood-red runes flashing on their foreheads. Is it human manipulation? Lin Chen sneered, a bone-chilling aura erupting around him. It seems someone is eager to seek death. He stomped hard on the ice, actively walking towards the beast horde. As he passed, the blizzard parted to create a path for him. It was as if he was the true master of ice. Night fell, and the sky darkened. The blizzard grew even more violent. Lin Chen scanned his surroundings, looking at a flat ice surface, a slight smile on his lips. "Let's set up camp here tonight." He waved his hand. Crack, crack. 100,000 ghouls instantly appeared, frost forming on their white skeletal frames, looking no different from the ice beasts. Boom! With a muffled sound, the modified mobile fortress crashed down heavily. Its all-metal shell was covered in ice crystals. Lin Chen sank comfortably into a leather sofa, casually activating the temperature control system. Outside the window, snowflakes danced wildly, while Big Mouth and Plague Brother stood guard at the door, and Lin Chen began to enjoy a lavish dinner. Crack! A pack of Icefield wolves pounced, only to be torn to shreds by the ghouls. The score collector on his wrist went wild. +100, +200. Smash! On the other side, in the capital of the Great Xia, Lu Wenlong was exceptionally furious, the crystal wineglass in his hand shattering. When did the people from the abyss of extreme darkness become so timid? Beside him, the black-clad butler bowed his head to report. The Bloodblade Council has made it clear that Lin Chen has some connections with a certain big shot from the 7 great abysses, and they refuse to take the order. Nonsense! Lu Wenlong slammed his palm down, shattering the table. That kid is just a wild card. How could he have anything to do with the 7 great abysses? The Crimson Abyss? The abyss of extreme darkness? Or, he suddenly paused, his pupils constricting. If Lin Chen really had some connection with a certain lord of the abyss, then he truly needed to take it seriously. After all, the power of the abyss should not be underestimated. The butler handed over a piece of encrypted intelligence. Lin Chen has visited the Crimson Abyss many times, but the Shadow Squad from the Abyss of Darkness has taken the bounty. According to the tracking, they should have disguised themselves as students and infiltrated the extreme cold plains trial area. Lu Wenlong suddenly grinned maliciously. Tell them, if they complete the mission, I'll add another 100 million gold coins. Inside the Caesar family's underground base, 12 mechs were gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. These mechs were equipped with the latest laser quantum weapons, each shot capable of piercing through the defenses of high-level battle lords. This time, that Lin Chen should have nowhere to escape. The elder of the Caesar family sneered, even if he can withstand the extreme cold, he won't be able to endure the penetration of quantum lasers. He must know that my Caesar family is not to be trifled with. Deep within the extreme cold plain, the blizzard reached its peak in the dead of night, as if the entire world was being swallowed by ice and snow. Lin Chen finished his dinner and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the mobile fortress, his brow slightly furrowed. The number of ice beasts had exceeded reason. They surged forward, as if driven by some force. The Ghoul Legion formed a stark white defense line in the snowstorm, tirelessly tearing apart one ice beast after another with their sharp claws and fangs. But soon, the ground began to tremble. Boom! A group of ice giants, each standing 5 meters tall, charged in. Their eyes were blood-red, their bodies covered in ice crystals, and every step shook the earth. Large groups of ghouls were smashed to pieces by them. Not good. Is it a leader-level giant ape group? Chapter 207 Frost Giant Dragon. Lin Shen's gaze sharpened. Monsters of this level shouldn't appear in the outer regions. Roar! The roar of nearly 1,000 ice giants shattered the ice mountains, their fists crashing heavily into the ground. Their blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Shen's mobile fortress, rushing in with a devastating cold wave. The earth trembled, and the ice layer continued to crack, crack, crack. The Ghoul Legion was shattered in pieces, unable to withstand such a level of impact. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand. Boom! 300,000 ghouls crawled out from the void, instantly filling the defense line. At the same time, 3 10-meter-high quantum turrets rose from the ground, their barrels beginning to gather blinding blue light. Zing! 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 The quantum beams pierced through the snowstorm, blasting the first few giant apes into dust. But more ice giants were still closing in. Lin Shen took a deep breath, his consciousness sinking into the territory space. I can only take a gamble. He picked up a nearby pickaxe and struck down hard at the haunted gold mine. With a crisp clang, the pickaxe struck heavily against the haunted gold mine. Lin Shen felt his mental energy being instantly drained. Crack! The Lord consumed all mental energy, obtained silver-level treasure chest X1. Congratulations, the Lord opened the chest and obtained a new building. Burial ground, effect. Can summon ancient frost giant dragons. Strength increases with the Lord's level. Hearing the prompt, Lin Shen was overjoyed. As a transmigrator, he knew all too well the value of this building. The frost giant dragon was a being that countless races feared. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his head and said, build it immediately. Prompt, burial ground construction completed. Currently able to summon a first-tier frost giant dragon, 10 million gold coins each, accompanied by a deafening dragon roar. An ultimate of ancient beast bones rose from the ground, with ghostly blue ice flames entwined around the stark white dragon bones. Lin Shen's lips curled up slightly. Frost giant dragon? This is simply tailor-made for the extreme cold plains subjects. On the battlefield outside, the situation had reached a critical point. The quantum turrets began to smoke from overload, and only less than 50,000 of the 300,000 ghouls remained. The leading ice giant king swung a massive ice mountain, about to smash it down on the mobile fortress. Roar! The heavens and earth suddenly trembled. A bone dragon nearly 100 meters long tore through the void, the frost giant dragon unfurling its sky-blocking bone wings, each bone entwined with ghostly blue ice flames. It let out a long howl, and the snowstorm within a 10,000-meter radius came to a standstill. The terrifying dragon's might swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, causing nearly 1,000 charging ice giants to freeze in place. Their crimson eyes revealed fear for the first time, a suppression that came from the depths of their bloodline, the absolute dominance of a predator over its prey. Who? The dragon exhaled its breath, and an extreme cold storm swept across the battlefield. Hundreds of giants didn't even have time to scream before they instantly turned into crystal-clear ice sculptures. The leading giant king pounded its chest in a frenzy, trying to resist, but under the pressure of the dragon's might, it could barely move, ultimately being frozen into a massive ice block by a breath of frost. In the depths of the blizzard, several shadows finally lost their composure. One person's blood-red rune shattered with a crack, the sound trembling. How is this possible? That's a dragon. This is at least a king-level existence. How could he summon a dragon? The intel was wrong. Retreat quickly. Lin Shen stood with his hands behind his back in the snowstorm, his black coat flapping in the wind. He looked up at the swirling frost dragon, his eyes shining with brilliance. This is just a first-tier frost dragon, and it has such might. Lin Shen suddenly let out a muffled groan, his temples throbbing. The world before him began to spin, a metallic taste flooding his nostrils, a sign of mental exhaustion. Warning! Mental power is about to be depleted. The alert flashed wildly, and the frost dragon's momentum began to flicker. Damn! Lin Shen frowned deeply, realizing that summoning a king-level existence actually required mental power. Fortunately, the surrounding ice giants had all been cleared. Lin Shen quickly stowed away the mobile fortress and exhaled a breath of white mist. The blizzard of the extreme cold realm continued to rage, but compared to 3 days ago when he first entered, he had completely adapted to the rhythm here. 3 days. He glanced at the leading numbers on the score tracker and couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. This was too obvious. Those group students were probably still struggling in the outer areas, while he had already reached the Edge of the extreme cold realm. Roar! A ghoul's roar came from ahead. Big Mouth and Plague Brother were clearing the way, turning all ice beasts in their path into shattered ice. Lin Chen thought for a moment and summoned a two-headed ogre and a grotesque butcher with a wave of his hand. Master, do you want to warm up by the fire? The little demon said flatteringly, spewing fireballs from its mouth. Shut up! Don't disturb the master, the big guy scolded the little demon angrily. Are you scolding me? What if I am? The two heads immediately began to bicker, looking as if they would never come to an agreement. Lin Chen facepalmed in silence and turned to look at the quiet, grotesque butcher. This 3-meter-tall stitched monster stood obediently to the side, but its constantly rotating eyeballs and the occasional twitching of its mouth were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. You! Lin Chen was about to speak when his pupils suddenly constricted. The grotesque butcher's belly suddenly split open, and a long, crimson tongue shot out, wrapping around an ice scorpion lurking in the snow and pulling it in. The crunching sound of chewing made one's scalp tingle. Brr! The butcher let out a satisfied belch, awkwardly covering its belly. Its little eyes even looked a bit shy. Lin Chen was speechless. Just then, a fault line appeared ahead, revealing a bottomless ice cliff. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, the howling cold wind whipping at his clothes. Below him was an unfathomable ice abyss, like a giant mouth ready to devour. He smiled faintly and raised his right hand. Crack! A crystal-clear ice bridge formed out of thin air, its surface shimmering with a ghostly blue sheen, spanning the 1,000-meter ice cliff gorge. Big Mouth and Plague Brother were the first to step onto it, followed by the ghoul army surging like a tide, their bony claws scraping against the ice with a piercing sound. Lin Chen walked slowly with his hands behind his back, followed by the two-headed ogre and the grotesque butcher. The two heads of the ogre were still arguing, but the moment they stepped onto the ice bridge, they fell silent. The chill emanating from the abyss below instinctively made them feel danger. The grotesque butcher silently followed at the back, every mouth on its stitched body tightly closed. Only the crack on its belly occasionally wriggled, as if it were alerting to something. Lin Chen stood in the middle of the ice bridge, suddenly furrowing his brow. His ears twitched slightly, catching an unusual sound coming from the depths of the ice abyss. It was definitely not the sound of wind and snow, but rather the tremor of heavy chains. He knelt on one knee, his palm pressed against the crystalline ice surface. The cold ice rolls spread down along the bridge, extending his perception into the ice abyss. This is... His pupils suddenly constricted. At the bottom of the ice abyss, a colossal beast was pierced through its body by hundreds of runic ice chains. It had the head of a beast and the body of a human, covered in a ghostly blue crystalline armor, and was currently groaning in pain. Boom! In the instant their eyes met, the entire ice bridge trembled violently. A terrifying soul shock surged up through the ice crystals, and Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his head, blood instantly oozing from his nostrils. Not good. Run, he shouted, activating his teleportation dagger, his figure turning into a fleeting shadow as he dashed towards the opposite shore. Behind him, the ice bridge cracked inch by inch, and the two-headed ogre nearly fell into the abyss, only to be yanked back by the reviled butcher's iron hook. Master, what exactly is that monster? The little demon covered its mouth tightly, its voice trembling. The big guy remained silent, his eyes filled with terror. Only the reviled butcher still had a calm glint in his eyes. Chapter 208. Master, should we deal with them? Lin Chen turned back to look, his gaze sharpening. The collapsed ice and snow had completely buried the ice abyss. But just now, that fleeting glimpse was deeply etched in his mind. The frozen giant beast resembled the half-orc Tuchi he had subdued in the Shadow Realm, only its size was magnified dozens of times. Even more bizarre was the dark golden runes flickering on its forehead, as if it had been sealed by someone. Roar! The earth-shattering beast roar pulled his thoughts back to reality. The thunderous sound of the ice cliff collapsing attracted a tide of ice beasts, and as far as the eye could see, it was a white expanse, numbering well over 10,000. Just in time. Lin Chen sneered, his fighting spirit rising. The big Mouth charged out first, escaping maw swallowing 3 ice wolves in one bite. Plague Brother was surrounded by swirling toxic mist, turning all ice beasts in his path into pus. The two-headed ogre worked in perfect harmony, one breathing fire while the other swung a hammer. The reviled butcher was even more brutal, his gaping maw on his belly biting an ice bear in half. The 4 war generals rampaged through the beast horde like a meat grinder, unstoppable. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, the cold ice rolls circulating around him, freezing and shattering all the fish that slipped through the net. This level of ice beasts is just normal. He looked at the constantly jumping score, smiling faintly. In the distance, on a snow hill, 8 figures draped in white cloaks appeared, though he didn't know when. They were small in stature, maintaining a safe distance, and the faint crystalline patterns on their cloaks indicated high-level ice resistance. This was definitely not the gear of ordinary students. Lin Chen glanced over, the corners of his mouth curling up. Have you seen enough? Upon hearing this, the few people immediately began to retreat, one of them suddenly causing the ice crystal compass in their hand to explode. They exchanged glances, quickly transforming into 8 white shadows that vanished into the blizzard, their movements as synchronized as a professionally trained army. They run pretty fast. Lin Chen crouched down, picking up a fragment of an ice beast, his expression suddenly changing. What the hell? Isn't this the horn of a frosthorn rhinoceros? He widened his eyes. This thing is extremely rare. Someone buys rhinoceros horns at a high price, but unfortunately, there are no ice rules in this one. Lin Chen turned to look. At the battlefield, the big mouths had almost cleaned up the ice beasts. He curled his lip. The undead little brothers are really effective. I don't even have to lift a finger. Lin Chen walked to the edge of the ice cliff, took out a positioning device, and marked down the coordinates. Once we finish off that bunch of bastards, I have to come back and see what that big guy down there is all about. Lin Chen squinted. He always felt that this matter was not simple. After moving away from the ice cliff, hilly ice peaks began to appear. These ice peaks were not high, but each one had many ice beasts leaving the ice cliff area, and the terrain began to become uneven. Low ice peaks scattered across the snowy plain like grave mounds, appearing not very tall but so densely packed that it was hard to discern direction. This damn place. Lin Chen wrinkled his nose. Surrounding each ice peak was a group of ice beasts, including common ice wolves and ice bears, along with some oddly shaped creatures whose names he couldn't recall. They patrolled around the ice peaks in large numbers. The little demon approached, spitting fireballs. Master, should we take them down? The big guy was equally excited. So many prey, enough for us to have fun for a while. Lin Chen kicked the snow beneath his feet. Let's do it. Since we're here, we might as well make the most of it. He snapped his fingers, and the undead army immediately charged forward with a roar. Big Mouth and Plague Brothers showed no signs of fatigue. The two-headed ogre bickered while its body honestly swung a club, smashing a giant ice wolf away with a single blow. Be careful. Lin Chen suddenly shouted, these ice peaks are a bit strange. He squinted and noticed that each peak was topped with a blood-red crystal, emitting eerie energy fluctuations. It seemed that these ice beasts were drawn to it. Damn it, someone is definitely up to no good. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. Big Mouth, Butcher, go and smash those crystals. First, Big Mouth flapped its bony wings and shot out. The abomination Butcher waved its massive hand, throwing its iron hook with incredible agility, shattering the red crystal atop the nearest ice peak. Boom! The moment the crystal shattered, the entire ice peak suddenly exploded, and a group of 3-meter-tall ice giants sprang out. What the hell? Lin Chen nearly jumped up. They even set an ambush? Who the hell is behind this? He raised his hand slightly, and 300,000 ghouls surged forth like a tide. These undead citizens trampled across the snowy plain, making crunching sounds, turning the ice beasts they passed into rubble. Get up and get to work. He summoned the undead warhorse that had been dozing off. This warhorse, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, snorted loudly, instantly adapting to the extreme cold, its ghostly fire contrasting sharply with the surrounding ice and snow. Boom! 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 As more red crystals were shattered, the entire icy plain resembled a disturbed hornet's nest. Countless ice beasts surged from all directions, but even more terrifying was that the shattered crystal dust began to coalesce in the air, forming a massive blood-red net that obscured the sky. Damn! It's a trap! Lin Chen's expression changed. This giant net not only enveloped him and the undead army but also drained the surrounding cold air, causing the temperature to rise bizarrely. Plague Brothers' toxic mist began to be sucked away, and Big Mouth's fangs started to lose strength. The worst off was the two-headed ogre, both heads feeling drowsy, lacking the energy to even argue. Only the abomination Butcher seemed relatively normal. Master, it seems like we've been wrapped up like dumplings. The little demon's eyes were dazed. Lin Chen squinted. He suddenly noticed that at every node of the blood-red net stood a figure in a white robe. They held the same blood-red crystals in their hands, chanting obscure incantations. So they were waiting for me here? On the undead warhorse, Lin Chen's face darkened, his fists cracking ominously. Damn it, I was too careless. Come forth, skeletal undead. A translucent skeletal undead stepped out from the void. This skeleton was different from the other ghouls, its bones covered in mysterious spiritual runes. The skeletal undead extended its bony palm and pressed it against Lin Chen's back, instantly sending a continuous stream of cool spiritual energy into him. It really works. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was a secret he had discovered just a few days ago. The skeletal undead could actually be used as a power bank. Feeling the surging spiritual energy, Lin Chen grinned wickedly and raised both hands. You like playing dirty, huh? Let's play a big game. Boom! Brilliant holy light suddenly erupted behind him, and a massive sword formed entirely of radiant energy slowly materialized. This move, Holy Light Judgment, is also his latest researched ultimate skill, originally intended to deal with Heluan. Break it for me. The giant's sword swept across, and the blinding holy light erupted like the scorching sun. The blood-red giant net was instantly torn open, creating a massive gap, and several white-robed figures standing at the node spat blood and flew backward. Chapter 209, Public Display of Fancy Seppuku. Baka, the leading white-robed figure, shouted in terror. How can he possess such powerful holy light magic? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen had already charged forward on his undead warhorse. The warhorse raised its front hooves high, kicking fiercely at the man's chest, enveloped in ghostly blue flames. Crack! The white-robed man's ribs shattered and he flew out like a broken sack, landing dozens of meters away. Then, he was yanked back by the abominable butcher. With a hook, swallowed whole. Is that it? Lin Chen flicked his wrist, surveying the remaining stunned white-robed figures. For the co-prosperity circle of the great Fuji nation, kill Lin Chen. The remaining white-robed figures suddenly tore off their disguises, revealing black ninja outfits embroidered with cherry blossom patterns, and the blood-colored ice crystals in their hands instantly transformed into samurai swords. Heh, so it's the trash from Fuji nation. Lin Chen sneered, the undead warhorse's front hooves stomping heavily on the ground. You dare to talk about co-prosperity? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 ninjas simultaneously formed seals, and the ground suddenly erupted with countless blood-colored ice spikes. Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. The holy light giant sword behind him spun, shattering all the ice spikes. First one. His figure flickered, the teleporting dagger activated, and he appeared directly behind the nearest ninja. Corrosive sword. Put. A sword pierced through the heart. Baka. The remaining ninja's eyes widened in rage. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of figures split off. Lin Chen scoffed, playing clones with me? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The phantom clone blade appeared in his hand, and a figure identical to Lin Chen emerged. Following that, 9 ice crystal mirrors appeared in succession, leaving the Fuji ninjas dumbfounded. At that moment, the gaping maw on the abominable butcher's belly suddenly split open, spewing forth a torrent of acidic liquid. The shadow clones of those ninjas melted instantly, their real bodies rolling on the ground in agony. Second one. Lin Chen smashed his fist into the ninja's spine, killing him dead. He turned to the remaining 5. Don't rush. One at a time. The fattest ninja suddenly pulled out a scroll. Forbidden technique, ice explosion. Before he could finish, a giant mouth burst from the ground, biting off his upper body in one gulp. Blood sprayed all over the nearby plague brother's face. Third one. Lin Chen whistled, and the little demon breathed fire, turning the ninja's corpse into charred remains. The remaining 3 turned to flee but were blocked by the abominable butcher and plague brother. They looked utterly desperate as they watched Lin Chen slowly approach Fuji nation. Lin Chen's tone was disdainful. Remember, in your next life, never oppose my great Xia. Just as he raised his hand to finish off these few scraps, he saw the 3 surviving Fuji ninjas suddenly kneel down in unison. Baka. For His Majesty the Emperor. The 3 simultaneously drew short blades, their movements perfectly synchronized, slicing towards their own abdomens. However, due to their thick clothing, the first stab surprisingly didn't penetrate. The leftmost ninja awkwardly glanced at his companions, gritted his teeth, and made a second stab. This time it finally went in, but it clearly missed the vital spot. Baka. The middle ninja regretted it immediately after stabbing, clutching his belly and rolling on the ground. Only the rightmost one was ruthless and decisive, ending his life with a single stroke. This scene made Lin Chen's mouth twitch and his eyes jump. So harsh on themselves? What would they do to their enemies? His gaze gradually turned cold. It seems that in the future, I must completely destroy this country at all costs. The eyes of the abominable butcher and plague brother flickered with ghostly flames, their expressions chilling. They thought these guys were simply a waste of food. The 2 heads of the 2-headed ogre were still arguing. The left side looks slimmer. Nonsense. A 45-degree angle looks better. The little demon flattered as it ran over with the tactical recorder. Master. It's all recorded. Even the close-up of them wetting their pants is included. Well done. Lin Chen grinned. Hee, such an exciting seppuku performance, it would be a shame not to share it. Let's let the other students see the elegance of the ninjas from Fuji country. We must upload the video to the shared platform of the Extreme Cold Dimension, and the title should be Shocking. Fuji country ninjas perform fancy seppuku in public. He thought for a moment and added with a smile, free for the first 15 seconds, but remember to add a paid viewing option for the second half. 1 point to unlock the HD full version. Master is brilliant. The little demon immediately got to work. I've set up the points reward feature, and the top 100 donors can download the HD video. In the shadows, a ninja overheard this conversation and was so furious that he almost revealed his position. Lin Chen grinned and patted the little demon's head. Not bad. Those bastards from Fuji country are probably going to be so angry they'll spit blood. The journey ahead was surprisingly smooth, with the number of ice beasts sharply reduced, until he arrived at a strange canyon. What the hell? Lin Chen rubbed his eyes. Before him was a lush expanse of green. In this world of extreme cold at -200 degrees, the canyon was surprisingly filled with thriving plants. Dark green vines covered the icy rock walls, and ice crystals formed on the leaves, shimmering with an eerie glow. This is just too unscientific. Lin Chen squatted down and poked at the nearest shrub with his corrosive sword. The moment the blade touched the leaf, it emitted a crisp ding sound. A ghoul curiously took a bite, and its fangs shattered on the spot. Master. The little demon suddenly lowered its voice. These plants are moving. Lin Chen focused his gaze, his scalp tingling. The branches and leaves were slowly writhing at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. Even more terrifying, the vegetation deep within the canyon was becoming denser, almost forming a green barrier. Lin Chen was speechless. This damn place is so creepy. But the tactical map indicated that to reach the core area, this canyon was the only way. Gritting his teeth, he dispatched a team of ghouls to charge directly into the canyon. As soon as they entered, the ghouls vanished, swallowed, and concealed by the dense thicket. Damn it! Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, feeling the ghouls disappear, his expression darkening. That was a full 1,000 ghouls. And they just went in without a sound and disappeared? Master, something's not right. The little demon's voice trembled. Lin Chen remained silent, staring intently at the canyon entrance. Those strange plants continued to sway quietly, the ice crystals on the leaves refracting a sinister light, as if mocking his ignorance. Damn it, I don't believe in this evil. He suddenly raised his hand and summoned 100 cave demons. They were skilled at burrowing underground. Go! The cave demons screeched and charged into the canyon. Lin Chen activated his undying eye, but then, swish! Almost in an instant, the vines in the canyon suddenly erupted. Those seemingly slow-moving branches and leaves obscured the cave demons' bodies as if they were alive. Crack! Just as they vanished, the cave demons didn't even have time to struggle before being shredded and devoured by countless branches and leaves, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched violently. What the hell was this? This was nothing but a living meat grinder of a canyon. The little demon swallowed hard. It seemed to see it too. Master, let's take a detour. The big fool with a simple face said, Master, let me tear them apart. Lin Chen sneered, pulling out a massive dark red firearm from the Lord's space, his eyes fierce. Take a detour? Today, I want to see whether these damn vines are tougher or Dr. Gulu's incineration gun is more powerful. Chapter 210, sorry, kid. Someone's offering a high price for your life. Lin Chen suddenly aimed the firearm at the valley. The blazing flames ignited in an instant. Boom! Flames erupted into the sky. The temperature around surged abruptly. Burn! Waves of fire roared into the canyon, and those strange plants finally let out sharp shrieks, their vines twisting wildly in an attempt to resist. But wherever the flames passed, the branches and leaves quickly curled up. Ha, is that all? Lin Chen shouldered the incineration gun, the muzzle still emitting hot smoke. The vines in the canyon twisted madly in the flames, emitting piercing shrieks as if countless living beings were being roasted alive. Those metal-like hard leaves quickly charred under the high temperature, ultimately turning to ash. Master, be careful, the little demon suddenly warned sharply. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he saw deep in the canyon that the charred vines were actually regrowing at a visible speed. The blackened skin peeled away, and new dark green vines slithered out like venomous snakes, thicker than before, with dark red veins pulsating on the surface, like blood vessels. Regeneration? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, then grinned maliciously. Let's see if you grow faster or if I burn faster. He pulled the trigger fiercely, and the incineration gun roared. Again, the blazing white flames sweeping through the canyon like an enraged dragon. This time, the flames even mixed with the corrosive fuel specially made by Dr. Gulu, sizzling as it burned the vines, producing a foul-smelling thick smoke. However, just as the flames rampaged, boom, the ground suddenly shook violently. The ice rock walls on both sides of the canyon crumbled, and countless thick vines, as large as giant pythons, burst forth from the ground, wildly twisting towards Lin Chen. Damn! Finally forced you out. Lin Chen reacted quickly, rolling to the side to avoid them. These must be the roots of those strange plants. He looked up, his gaze locking onto a massive plant deep in the canyon, so large it was suffocating. Its trunk twisted like a grotesque meat pillar, covered in menacing spikes, with a gaping crimson slit at the top, resembling a giant mouth dripping with corrosive slime. So, it was you who devoured my ghoul? Lin Chen licked his lips, intrigued. Little demon, meteor, fire rain. At your command, master. The little demon's face was filled with excitement. Dozens of meteor fireballs whistled down into the canyon. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening fireballs echoed in the canyon, turning the entire area into a sea of flames. The little demon, tireless, continued the bombardment, and finally, after a full 10 minutes of relentless assault, the plant let out one last piercing shriek. It collapsed with a thunderous crash. The vines throughout the canyon withered and decayed, turning into a pile of black ash. Indeed, fire was this creature's nemesis. Fortunately, there was enough firepower, otherwise, they would have truly been helpless against it. Lin Chen cast a cold glance and mounted his horse. Let's go. Suddenly, he frowned, feeling a tremor beneath his feet. He saw a dark red crystal core, as blood-like as the ground ash, emitting an eerie glow. Lin Chen flipped over to pick up the crystal core, examining it closely, discovering countless thread-like roots coiling within, pulsating rhythmically. Such rich vitality, it might even be used for cultivation. Lin Chen took out a sealed emerald test tube from the Lord's space. Inside the test tube, the spring of life glimmered with a green light. When the first drop of liquid fell onto the crystal core, crack! The surface of the crystal core suddenly cracked with a web-like pattern, and a blood-red sprout broke through. The sprout grew at an astonishing speed, quickly transforming into a small sapling the size of a palm. Even more chillingly, the branches of this sapling wrapped around Lin Shen's wrist like a living thing, its leaves affectionately rubbing against his skin. Interesting. Lin Chen squinted. He could clearly feel a faint but distinct mental wave. This strange plant was trying to befriend him? A plant-type servant? Lin Chen casually tossed the still writhing blood-red sapling to the two-headed ogre. Take it into the territory, and you two keep a close watch on it. The big guy and the little demon fumbled to catch the sapling, nodding respectfully. He squinted at the distant skyline. Now, there are even more interesting things waiting for us. 80 kilometers away, 5 dark figures were racing across the ice field. Mao team. A man wearing tactical goggles responsible for reconnaissance suddenly raised his hand. I've spotted the target. On the floating screen in front of him, a crimson dot was flashing. Target Lin Chen, distance 130 kilometers, moving speed, 260 kilometers per hour. The leading man in black suddenly came to a halt, his expression grim. Interesting. He licked his dry lips. Lock onto the target. Move out. All teams switch to hunting mode. We must deal with this kid quickly. But Mao team. A long-faced man in the group hesitated. According to the information from the Crimson Abyss, Lin Chen's identity seems quite extraordinary. Shut up. Captain Mao suddenly shouted, remember your identity. We are hunters. My fierce shadow team only recognizes money, not people, not those timid fools. At worst, after this job, we'll find a dimension to hide in. On the other side, Lin Chen stood on the vast ice field. Beneath his feet was eternal ice, flat as a board. He squinted. 5 dark figures were approaching at an astonishing speed, carving 5 sharp trajectories on the ice. So fast. Lin Chen sneered coldly. The 5 figures suddenly stopped a kilometer away, their movements synchronized as if they were one person. The leading captain was covered in dark silver armor, 6 rotating energy blades hovering behind him, clearly a mechanic like Aina. The man on the left was robust, muscles bulging, his fists wrapped in visible blood energy. On the right was a man in a robe. The last two were surrounded by eerie black mist, making it hard to discern their professions. Lock onto target Lin Chen. Captain Mao's voice sounded electronic, carrying a metallic tone. Sorry kid. Someone has offered a high price for your life. Chapter 211. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Lin Chen stood on the ice, raised an eyebrow, and sneered coldly, you're sending just you 5 scrubs? The martial artist roared in anger, punching the ice surface. The terrifying force shattered the ice within 100 meters. You arrogant brat. I alone can take your life. The leading captain. Mao frowned. Second, don't be reckless. Everyone attack together. Quick battle, quick resolution. In an instant, the 5 of them struck simultaneously. The mechanic's arms transformed, 6 whirling energy blades whistled out. The mage waved his staff. Ice flames turned into a giant net descending. Immediately after, a cloud of black mist spread, countless ghostly hands reaching out from within. The martial artist stepped directly onto the ice, cutting off Lin Chen's escape route. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Damn! This formation, this coordination, was too seamless. This was definitely not something an ordinary force could muster. He had no intention of fighting head-on, quickly forming seals with his hands. Phantom clone. Ice crystal mirror image. In an instant, 10 identical Lin Chens appeared on the ice, while the real body used the clones as cover, quietly slipping to the back. Trivial skills. The mage snorted coldly, slamming his staff down. An ice ring spread out, instantly shattering all the clones. But just as the clones shattered, 5 massive figures stepped out from the void. Roar. They threw their heads back and roared, their bone wings unfurling behind them. The Plague Brother was enveloped in green toxic mist, leaving a sickly green stain on the ice wherever he passed. The cave spider matriarch's 8 long legs pierced the ice like blades, continuously spewing thick webs from her abdomen. The two-headed ogre argued with each other, yet they synchronously swung their massive clubs and spat fireballs. The abomination butcher dragged a heavy iron hook, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Meanwhile, countless pale bone claws suddenly emerged from the surrounding ice field as a 200,000-strong army of ghouls broke through the ice, surrounding the battlefield. Captain Mouse's expression changed drastically. Not good. It's a trap. Lin Chen sat leisurely on a throne of floating ice, casually pulling out a bag of chips. Now, we can have a good talk, he said, tossing a chip into his mouth. Who sent you here? The martial artist roared as he charged at the abomination butcher. There's nothing to talk about. But in the next moment, his heavy punch was unexpectedly caught by the abomination butcher. Equal in strength? He was at the peak of the battle sovereign. Captain Mao's energy blade slashed at the large mouth but couldn't break through the defense at all. How could this be? This was a high-frequency particle blade capable of cutting through alloy armor. The mage's ice flame was neutralized by the Plague Brothers' poisonous mist, neither side able to harm the other. As for the black mist ghost hand, which seemed to belong to a wizard profession, it was utterly useless against the two-headed ogre's holy armor and magic resistance. Skin. They were completely restrained. The little demon let out a piercing laugh. Ha ha, do you think my holy armor is just for show? The big guy chimed in. Exactly. It's not even enough to tickle. Lin Chen looked at the 5 people caught in a bitter struggle, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It's fine if you don't want to talk. His gaze darkened. Then I'll just have some fun with you. In the next moment, Lin Chen moved. The teleportation dagger activated. His figure suddenly vanished. Only a shadow remained in the air, and Lin Chen had already appeared behind the martial artist. His right fist was wrapped in a scarlet blood aura, a fierce azure visage flickering. Behind him, barbaric blood pagoda fist. This punch landed solidly on the martial artist's back, the force penetrating his protective aura and sending him flying dozens of meters, leaving a long trail of blood on the ice. Put. Though martial artist spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You are so strong." "Tak!" Captain Mao exclaimed. The energy blade shot out instantly. "Quick, go all out and kill this kid." Lin Chen sneered, his figure disappearing. Once more. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Lin Chen's corrosive sword collided with the mechanic's energy blade, creating dazzling sparks. Using the recoil, he performed a backflip and landed on the large mouth's back. Had enough fun? Lin Chen looked down at the five from above. It's time to end this. As his words fell, the battlefield changed dramatically, frozen time and space. The world instantly changed color, a frigid storm swept in, and even time seemed to freeze. Everyone was horrified to find they could no longer move. Of course, except for Lin Chen and his subjects. Crack! The large mouth's gaping maw suddenly closed, and the mechanic's arms were severed in response. Ghoul! The plague! Brother opened his giant mouth and swallowed the chanting mage whole. Bang! The two-headed ogre's club came crashing down, and the wizard in the black mist didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded like a watermelon. In just a few seconds, the tide of battle had turned upside down. No, it's impossible. Captain Mao's eyes were about to burst. He watched helplessly as his teammates were slaughtered like lambs to the slaughter, unable to stop it at all. Lin Chen looked at the remaining Captain Mao, lightly jumping down from the large mouth's back. "In my eyes, the moment you made a move, you were already dead." Captain Mao struggled frantically but couldn't break free from the ice. You are a devil." "Devil?" Lin Chen suddenly revealed a chilling smile. "Thank you for the compliment." He deliberately winked at Captain Mao, knowing that at this moment, someone was definitely watching. He wanted the mastermind to see clearly the fate of those who pursued him. Lin Chen. "Abomination." "Butcher," Lin Chen called out softly, "it's up to you now. Remember, take your time." The butcher let out an excited roar, the rusty iron hook clattering. It hooked around Captain Mao's neck, while the other hand's cleaver began to slice an inch by inch. "Ah!" Captain Mao's screams echoed across the ice field. Lin Chen turned his back to the scene, looking up at the gray sky. He knew that being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. The footage of Lin Chen slaughtering the Shadow Squad quickly spread to his enemies. In the Caesar family's council chamber, a holographic projection was looping the final scenes. The chilling smile Lin Chen showed to the camera made everyone present involuntarily tense their backs. Crack! A crystal cup in the hand of a young member suddenly slipped and shattered on the floor. The sharp sound echoed painfully in the dead silence of the hall. "Elder!" The young man's voice trembled. "Are we really going to take action against Lin Chen?" The white-haired elder in the main seat did not respond immediately. His aged fingers lightly tapped the armrest. "Have we located Lin Chen's real-time coordinates?" The elder finally spoke, his voice hoarse. The steward in charge of intelligence immediately pulled up a map. "His position is almost transparent, moving deeper into the extreme cold plane." On the screen, a crimson dot flickered slowly, but strangely, he seems completely unconcerned about being tracked. "Poof." The elder sneered, "He's provoking us." The temperature in the hall dropped sharply. Several corps members exchanged glances, seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Even a battle-honored mechanic was slaughtered by him. An old man whispered, "This kid has so many enemies, yet he's still alive and kicking. It seems there's some truth to it." Chapter 212 12 Quantum Mechs. At the edge of the ice field, Lin Chen appeared relaxed, riding on the back of a skeletal warhorse. If the other students were here for life and death training to enhance their strength, he seemed to be on vacation, swaggering around, drawing attention. He was afraid that those lurking to deal with him wouldn't show up. But he waited for a long time, and no one made a move. Only some ice beasts that could be easily dealt with. TSK, a bunch of cowards. Looks like you're scared. Cowardly. Well, it's much quieter without anyone bothering me. An hour later, suddenly, the skeletal warhorse stopped uneasily. On its back, Lin Chen was dozing off, but his eyes snapped open, his body tensing. "The magnetic field here is off." He frowned deeply. "This is a mech energy field?" Buzz. 12 blinding quantum lasers suddenly shot in from all directions, cutting deep grooves into the ice with white smoke rising. 12 silver-white quantum mechs deactivated their cloaking. They hovered 3 meters above the ground, their chest reactors emitting a dangerous blue light. "Damn!" Lin Chen rarely cursed. These were not ordinary mechs, each was equipped with a quantum laser cannon capable of instantly vaporizing battle-honored experts, not to mention their insane defensive capabilities and maneuverability. Just as the big mouth was about to pounce, it was grazed by a laser, vaporizing half of its bone leg. Fortunately, it could grow back. The Plague Brothers' toxic mist had no effect on these metal monsters. "Retreat!" Lin Chen decisively ordered, recalling his subjects. He threw out a smoke bomb specially made by Dr. Gulu. Amidst the thick smoke, a strangely shaped goblin airship appeared out of nowhere. This was an escape tool meticulously modified by Dr. Gulu. It could reach speeds of up to 2,000 kilometers per hour. Zzzzzzz. The quantum lasers pierced through the smoke, hitting the tail of the airship just as it took off. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, controlling the smoking airship, watching the alarm lights on the dashboard flash wildly. Damn it, which lunatic has such a big hand? He was speechless. 12 super quantum mechs. Enough to wage a small war. In the violent turbulence of the airship, Lin Chen waved his hand. Underground Legion, attack. 5,000. Underground demons surged out like a tide. These underground creatures, covered in hard shells, simultaneously sprayed thick webs, instantly weaving a massive binding net in the air. Zzzzzzz. The movements of the 12 quantum mechs suddenly stalled, their laser cannon mouths clogged with the viscous secretion. But just 3 seconds later, the nanocoating on the mech's surfaces began to decompose. These organic materials. Run! Lin Chen seized the opportunity to push the airship's power to the limit, the tail nozzle erupting with blinding blue flames. He glanced back. The mechas that had broken free from their restraints were recalibrating their weapon systems. One of the mechas even began to transform, turning into an airship. The dark cannon barrel was aimed directly at him. Damn it, a transformer? Lin Chen's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. This is going to leave me in pieces. The airship made a sharp turn and dove into a glacier crevice, the quantum laser scorching red-hot lava marks on the ice wall. Just when Lin Chen thought he was cornered, a sudden clarity emerged before him, revealing a bizarre ice lake at the end of the crevice. Even more chilling was the fact that, in this frigid temperature of over -200 degrees, the lake water had not frozen, instead shimmering with a ghostly blue light, like liquid moonlight. So beautiful. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. On the airship's display, the temperature here had plummeted below -230 degrees Celsius, yet the lake water flowed eerily, even steaming with a faint white mist. The group of mechas behind him had caught up, a buzzing sound of charging quantum weapons sending shivers down his spine. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen maneuvered the airship to dive towards the lake's surface. He wanted to fly close to the water, because he had a feeling that there was something beneath the lake's surface. Damn it! If I'm going to die, let's die together. Just as the airship was about to touch the water, the calm lake surface suddenly erupted in huge waves. A giant hand made of pure ice burst through the water, smashing 3 quantum mechas to pieces with a single slap. The remaining mechas immediately opened fire, but the laser beams vanished as if swallowed when they hit the lake water. Lin Chen's airship was also struck. In the last second, he crushed an invincibility potion that saved his life. He was stunned, watching a vague human-shaped silhouette slowly rise from the center of the lake. It was a massive figure made of flowing ice crystals, towering several hundred meters high. Human? Intruder? Die. The ice crystal giant emitted a deafening roar, shaking the entire glacier. Lin Chen looked back at the 9 relentless quantum mechas pursuing him, then glanced at the towering ice crystal giant before him, a slight smirk forming on his lips. I'll leave this to you. I'll take my leave first. With that, he chuckled and pulled out a teleportation dagger, and in the next moment his figure suddenly vanished. Whoosh! Lin Chen continuously used the teleportation dagger, appearing deep in the center of the lake. He looked down. The group of quantum mechas was now engaged in a fierce battle with the ice crystal giant, locked in a stalemate. Boom! One mecha was struck by the giant's icy palm, instantly turning into a twisted heap of scrap metal. But the other mechas immediately unleashed a frenzied attack, 8 quantum lasers simultaneously hitting the giant's chest, exploding into a storm of ice crystals. Wow, what exactly is this ice crystal giant? It's really impressive. Lin Chen turned back, marveling, and his figure flickered again as he teleported deeper into the ice lake. He suddenly noticed that the deeper he went into the lake, the water temperature bizarrely increased. Strangely, at the end of the lake, amidst the swirling mist, a massive island's outline appeared faintly. Even more spine-chilling was the sight of some giant structure towering on the island, its shape quite peculiar. It looked like an oversized birdcage magnified 1,000 times. Suddenly, unnatural ripples spread across the water's surface. Lin Chen squinted. A thumb-sized ice crystal slowly rose from the water, twisting and deforming in midair, eventually transforming into a palm-sized, translucent, pointed-headed humanoid creature. Human outsider. The small creature emitted an ethereal voice, even though it had no mouth. The sound resonated directly in Lin Chen's mind. You should not be here. Are you talking to me? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This little guy could communicate through mental power? Its entire body was made of flowing ice crystals, with a ghostly blue, cold light occasionally flashing across its surface. Most striking were its eyes, as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Lin Chen crouched down with great interest. Why? What race are you? And what is that big birdcage? Hearing a series of questions, the small creature's body suddenly trembled violently, clearly angered by the term birdcage. That is the sanctuary of my Han Yuan clan. Our people have lived here for generations. Its words abruptly stopped as it turned sharply to look towards the island. Lin Chen followed its gaze and saw a violent storm of ice crystals suddenly swirling around the giant structure, countless ice crystals coalescing in the air into a sharp spear. Oh no, the guardian has awakened. The small creature's voice was anxious. You must leave quickly. Otherwise, you will die here. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. This little guy was quite kind-hearted. Chapter 213, Devouring the Han Yuan royal family. Immediately, a terrifying mental aura suddenly enveloped them. Lin Chen frowned slightly, letting out a muffled grunt. The next second, he was struck head-on by a mental shock, causing his brain to throb painfully. Hiss! He gasped in cold air. Just now, his soul had almost left his body, as if it were about to be pulled out. What was even more terrifying was that he felt his thoughts slowing down. This mental attack was too powerful. Master, be careful! The voice of the skeletal undead echoed in his mind. These are the Han Yuan clan. They are pure mental entities. Their specialty is soul attacks. Han Yuan clan? And then? Lin Chen gritted his teeth and sneered, unable to help but rub his temples. The skeletal undead hurriedly said, they are extremely rare. If you can devour them, it will rapidly enhance your mental strength. Devour? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. You mean, eat them raw? The mental essence of the Han Yuan clan is comparable to top-tier soul crystals. It is a rare tonic for mental power. Before the words were finished, the surface of the lake suddenly exploded. 3 ice crystal figures burst forth from the water. They had no fixed form, constantly twisting and changing in mid-air, with only a pair of abyss-like eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Outsider, offer your soul. Lin Chen frowned slightly. That little creature with the sharp head had seemed very friendly. So why were these Han Yuan clan members so aggressive? He furrowed his brow and decided to strike first. Lin Chen gathered all his mental power, the eye of undying dread. Before him, a pitch-black mental vortex appeared, and the terrifying suction directly tore apart the nearest Han Yuan clan member. Pure mental power surged into Lin Chen's body like a tide. So refreshing. He trembled all over, his pupils shimmering with an eerie blue light. His mental power surged explosively. The other 2 Han Yuan clan members, seeing this, tried to escape but were ensnared by suddenly appearing blood-red chains. It was the skeletal undead making its move. Master, quickly, refine them while you can. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his mental power spreading out, instantly enveloping the 2 Han Yuan clan members. Their forms continuously shrank, ultimately transforming into 2 crystalline blue cores. Is this a mental soul crystal? What a windfall! Lin Chen closed his eyes and focused, feeling his mental awareness rapidly expanding. Master, you need not feel any psychological burden. The Han Yuan clan has a strict hierarchy. Their survival rule is the survival of the fittest. The ultimate fate of these low-tier members is to be devoured by their higher-tier kin. The voice of the skeletal undead rang in his mind. I see. Lin Chen's hesitation vanished in an instant. He suddenly crushed the core in his hand, and the surging mental power flooded into his body like a deluge. The soul in his sea of consciousness crazily solidified, absorbing all this pure mental energy. So wonderful. Not enough. Lin Chen licked his lips. Mental power was too important. He needed stronger mental power to summon the frost giant dragon, and this was a perfect opportunity. Since they are devouring each other, I might as well take advantage of it. Just as his words fell, a violent mental fluctuation suddenly erupted. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he saw at the end of the ice lake, the 100-meter-tall ice crystal giant was actually charging back. Its body was covered in scorch marks left by quantum lasers, but its momentum was even more terrifying than before. The remains of 12 quantum mechs were slowly being devoured by it, becoming a part of its body. Damn, it can even consume alloys? Lin Chen gasped, crispy bone, how do we deal with this? The voice of the skeletal undead trembled. Master, run. This is not an ordinary Cold Abyss clan, it is of the Cold Abyss royal family. Before the words were finished, the ice crystal giant suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a mental storm surged forth. Where it passed, even the space showed fine cracks. Teleport. Lin Chen frantically activated the teleportation dagger, his figure flickering continuously. But the range of the mental storm was too vast, and he still felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Even more terrifying was that he sensed his own soul was somewhat unstable. You want to devour me? Lin Chen grinned savagely, deciding to take a gamble. Then let's see who can absorb whom. Life steal. For the Cold Abyss royal family, his life was condensed from pure mental energy. Naturally, mental power was its life. By using life steal, he should be able to pose a threat to it. An invisible thought linked to the body of the ice crystal giant. Roar! The ice crystal giant let out a furious roar. Horrified to discover that its body, composed entirely of pure mental energy, was being crazily decomposed and devoured by an invisible force. Impossible. The mental fluctuations of the ice crystal giant violently shook. A mere human, how could they master the top tier devouring ability of my Cold Abyss royal family? It really works. Lin Chen's face was filled with surprise. Suck it for me. Awesome. He trembled with excitement. Thus, lifesteal crazily extracted the most fundamental mental energy from the giant's body. Even more frightening was that the absorbed mental energy did not simply flow into Lin Chen's body. Instead, it was directly absorbed and fused by him. The massive body of the ice crystal giant began to collapse. It struggled desperately but found in despair that the more it resisted, the faster it was being devoured. Even its size was shrinking. This was the most terrifying and tyrannical aspect of life steal. Lin Chen floated in mid-air, surrounded by a blue storm of mental energy. His mental power was surging geometrically, growing stronger and more terrifying with each passing second. So that's how it is. He felt the surging power within him and suddenly realized the essence of the Cold Abyss clan. You are not life at all, but some kind of manifestation of spirit. Truly peculiar. No, stop it. The giant's mental fluctuations began to collapse. I can acknowledge you as my master. Just don't devour me anymore. Sorry, I don't need that. Lin Chen's gaze was icy. He knew that if he couldn't control this pure mental entity, it would only backfire. In an instant, his devouring speed accelerated again. The 100-meter-tall ice crystal giant shrank at a visible rate, eventually transforming into a fist-sized blue crystal core floating in Lin Chen's palm. This is the true power of the Cold Abyss. Without hesitation, Lin Chen pressed the crystal core against his forehead and an overwhelming pressure erupted from him instantly. This pure mental energy was devoid of any impurities. Behind Lin Chen, the skeletal undead trembled. At this moment, its master felt more dangerous than the Cold Abyss royal family. As the mental core of the ice crystal giant was completely devoured, the entire ice lake instantly boiled. Countless mental entities of the Cold Abyss clan fled in panic from the ice crystal structures, transforming into streaks of blue light trying to escape in all directions. Want to run? Lin Chen sneered, unleashing his vast mental power, forming a gigantic net-like barrier that covered the entire ice lake. Stay here. The mental net enveloped the entire ice lake, firmly blocking the fleeing mental entities of the Cold Abyss clan. Collect! Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and the mental net rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a giant mental sphere suspended before him. Inside the sphere, countless mental entities of the Cold Abyss clan flickered like fireflies trapped in crystal, glowing with a ghostly blue light. Master, these low-tier mental entities can be nurtured slowly, the skeletal undead quickly reminded. I think so too. Lin Chen's expression was excited. Directly devouring it is indeed too wasteful. It's better to nurture it. With a thought, a spatial rift opened in the air, revealing the eerie and terrifying realm of the undead. From today onwards, this will be your new home. Lin Chen specifically designated an area, drawing the spiritual entities of the Cold Abyss clan into the territory. Skeleton undead, the task of nurturing the Cold Abyss clan is entrusted to you. The moment the spiritual entities of the Cold Abyss clan entered the territory, a large expanse of wasteland on the northern side suddenly collapsed, and the ground automatically shaped itself into a perfect circular basin. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Finally, I can change the environment of the territory. Chapter 214, just based on you, a defeated foe? Suck. Lin Chen gathered materials on the spot. He raised his hand and summoned a water tornado from the icy lake that shot up into the sky. He directly absorbed it into the territory. As the circular basin filled with lake water, the imprisoned spiritual entities of the Cold Abyss clan finally gained their freedom. They couldn't wait to dive into the water, swimming joyfully. Under their influence, the lake water began to emit the same eerie blue glow as before. Congratulations, Master, the skeleton undead exclaimed excitedly. Because they are spiritual entities, they are not picky about their growth environment. In the future, we can enhance our spiritual power through the spiritual soul crystals they condense. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. What a big profit. Completely different from the undead soul crystals condensed from the undead beetles. These Cold Abyss clan members are the purest source of spiritual power, usable by all professions to enhance spiritual power. On the other side, in the conference hall of the Caesar family, the air was so heavy it felt like it could freeze. All 12 quantum mechs have gone offline? The elder with white hair had a grim expression. Those are war machines equipped with the latest quantum cores. Several subordinates responsible for tracking were sweating profusely, and the holographic projection flashed with glaring red alerts. The last transmitted image shows they seem to have encountered an attack from some unknown lifeform. The image shook violently, and a vague giant silhouette could be seen amidst the swirling ice crystals. Suddenly, the image came to a halt. Is this the legendary Cold Abyss clan? An elder with a monocle suddenly stood up, but according to records, they went extinct thousands of years ago. Great! The elder's voice was filled with excitement. He stared intently at the last frozen image. The giant hand of that vague figure was clearly the purest form of spiritual power. Immediately contact the Guanyu Church. The elder's eyes sparkled with madness. Tell them, we may have found a treasure. At this moment, Lin Chen was sitting cross-legged deep within a rocky cave on a small island, surrounded by eerie blue spiritual waves. When he opened his eyes again, there seemed to be ice crystals swirling in his pupils, and an invisible ripple of spiritual energy instantly spread out. Buzz! The rubble in the cave floated into the air, turning into powder under the control of his spiritual power. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred slightly, his left hand condensed brilliant holy light while his right hand was wrapped in biting frost, and behind him, a ghostly figure of the undead emerged. The three completely different powers were perfectly manifested at the same time. Is this the spiritual power at the peak of a battle sovereign? He slowly stood up, and the ice crystals beneath his feet automatically formed into steps. With a casual wave of his hand, the cave walls were covered in a layer of ice crystals. With a slight lift of his hand, the entire layer of ice crystals melted under the holy light. Lin Chen realized that his control over spiritual power had reached an exquisite level. Strong, a very powerful feeling. If he cast necromancy spells, even a battle sovereign would have to think twice before engaging him. Let's go! The undead warhorse neighed, its hooves stirring up the wind. Lin Chen glanced back at the now empty icy lake island, where all the Cold Abyss clan had been absorbed into his territory. At this moment, within the territory, the icy lake was undergoing a marvelous transformation. In the center of the lake, an ice crystal altar rose, surrounded by tens of thousands of Cold Abyss clan members who were gathering spiritual soul crystals. Lin Chen had just left the island on his undead warhorse when he suddenly perked up, catching the sound of a distant fight. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he concealed his presence and approached quietly. He saw 6 students from the Great Xia surrounding a giant ice beast. 5 of them were holding it back, while the leader, a blonde youth wielding a fiery long sword, plunged it fiercely into the beast's forehead. Got it, the blonde youth shouted excitedly. This time, we'll definitely achieve a good ranking in the assessment. His voice abruptly cut off. The 6 of them froze simultaneously. Lin Chen? One of the horse-faced youths turned pale instantly. It was Feng Lai. Beside him, Feng Hen's legs went weak, nearly causing him to collapse. What a coincidence! Lin Chen greeted with a smile. As long as these guys didn't provoke him, he had no interest in making a move. The air instantly thickened. Suddenly, among the 6, the only dark-skinned girl's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He's alone. Let's go together. Take him down. Ghoul. Hearing this, the Feng brothers swallowed hard at the same time. This black girl was new, didn't she? No Lin Chen? Kelly. Feng Lai trembled as he grabbed her. This is. What are you afraid of? Kelly shook off his hand, her eyes gleaming with greed. 6 against 1, we have the advantage. She suddenly whistled sharply, and the remaining 3 companions immediately closed in to surround Lin Chen. Lin Chen sighed, his gaze indifferent. The youth of today really are impulsive. Kelly, unable to contain herself, charged forward, her dual blades carving a deadly arc. However, the next second, snap, a crisp finger snap. Kelly was horrified to find her body suddenly unresponsive. Her dual blades bizarrely reversed direction, resting against her own neck. What the hell? She screamed. Someone save me. Even more terrifying, the other 5 were also frozen in place. The Feng brothers felt a jolt in their hearts. The other 3 had actually knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Mental control? Feng Han was scared out of his wits. So strong. Thinking that these guys were the future of Great Xia and would be used to deal with foreign invasions, Lin Chen could only smile helplessly and gently pat the neck of the undead warhorse. Let's go, this is boring. The undead warhorse snorted and walked past the 6, who were still in shock. As he passed Kelly, Lin Chen suddenly leaned down and whispered in her ear, next time you plan a robbery, remember to ask your teammates first or you won't even know how you died. After saying that, he released his control over them. The 6 immediately collapsed to the ground, and Kelly's dual blades clattered to the ground as she began to tremble. Just now, she had brushed past death. She had no doubt that Lin Chen could easily kill her hundreds or thousands of times. By the way, Lin Chen suddenly turned back, causing the 6 to shudder again. Don't say you saw me here. By the time the 6 regained their senses from the shock, Lin Chen's figure had already vanished. In the sky, the vast snow fell in flurries, but just before hitting the ground, it crystallized into fine ice shards, producing a crisp shushing sound. Lin Chen rode his undead warhorse forward slowly when he suddenly raised an eyebrow, looking towards a nearby ice hill. It's Lin Chen. Black Luan appeared with 3 little brothers from behind the ice hill. Unlike their last meeting, Black Luan was now enveloped in a strange black-red energy. Seeing Lin Chen stop, Black Luan grinned maliciously as he approached. Hee, you're not running away? Run? Lin Chen gently stroked the undead warhorse, a smirk on his lips. With you, a defeated foe? Chapter 215, half a year later, I hope we can fight fairly. Black Luan's eyes burned with anger. Lin Chen, I admit you are strong. He suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing a body covered in strange runes. The left side shone with a holy light, while the right side was entangled with dark red, decayed death energy. Lin Chen, the reborn me will easily crush you. Lin Chen squinted, suddenly laughing. TSK, so that's how it is. He dismounted, his icy crystal left arm glinting coldly in the snowstorm. TSK, you've come back to life, but turned into a monster? This is evolution. Hylan roared. And the 3 lackeys behind him stepped forward simultaneously. The undead warhorse nervously took a step back, but Lin Chen just smiled. You dare to challenge me again with 3 pieces of trash? It seems I didn't leave you with enough psychological trauma last time. Hyland's eyes flickered with madness, arrogant. He swung his hand fiercely. Kill him. The 3 attacked at once, 2 paladins instantly. Unleashing their holy domain, their holy light swords aimed directly at Lin Chen. The shaman began to chant, summoning the furious elemental power. Lin Chen didn't even dismount, he simply raised a finger lightly. Crack! The paladin's sword suddenly froze, and the holy domain shattered like glass. Before the shaman's spell could take shape, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. This is impossible. Hyland's face turned pale as he staggered back. Let me show you something. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and a translucent mental barrier suddenly unfolded. Hyland's attack crashed against the barrier, not even causing a ripple. Now you know the gap? Lin Chen leisurely jumped down from his horse. With your skills, you're not even enough to warm me up. He walked step by step towards Hyland, his eyes glinting coldly. Tell me, how do you want to die? Hyland trembled all over. Having died once, he just wanted to live well. Please don't kill me, or my brother won't let you go. After saying that, he suddenly turned to run. Lin Chen sighed. Trash is just trash. With a casual wave, an ice spear pierced directly through Hyland's knee. Ah! Hyland fell into the snow, letting out a painful howl. Lin Chen crouched down, looking at him like a dead dog. Last time I asked, how do you want to die? Hyland suddenly revealed a mad smile. Lin Chen, you forced my hand. Ah! With a scream, 2 completely different pairs of wings burst forth from Hyland's back. The left was a pure white, flawless wing of holy light. The right, however, was a fallen wing entwined with black mist. Holy light and corruption merge. Hyland's body twisted and deformed in midair, the sacred and evil energies wildly intertwining. His left side was surrounded by holy light, while his right side turned into a dark, deathly aura. Seeing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, looks pretty impressive. The mutated Hyland floated in the air, his voice becoming a strange dual echo. Lin Chen, feel the dual wrath of gods and demons. He clasped his hands together, and a torrent of black and white energy surged forth. Where it passed, the space cracked with fine fissures. Is that it? Lin Chen didn't even bother to dodge, simply raising his left arm slightly. Boom! The energy torrent crashed into a suddenly appearing ice crystal barrier, which rebounded forcefully. Hyland hurriedly dodged, but saw Lin Chen had somehow appeared behind him. All show. Good for scaring people. Lin Chen grabbed the pair of holy light wings. Get down. Rip! Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache, the holy light wings were forcibly torn off. Hyland let out a scream that was inhuman, the fallen wings flapping wildly in an attempt to escape. Where do you think you're running? Lin Chen's figure flickered like a ghost again, this time grabbing the fallen wings. A family should stay together. When the second pair of wings was torn off, Hyland fell to the ice like a dead dog. Lin Chen toyed with the gradually dissipating wings in his hand, curling his lip. Knockoff goods are just useless. All show. He stepped on Hyland's back. Here's one last piece of advice. In your next life, don't come to provoke me. Especially not for a woman. Just as Lin Chen was about to deliver the final blow. Stop. A deep, authoritative voice suddenly rang out, causing the surrounding blizzard to pause. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed as he slowly turned around. You finally decided to show yourself? Kaiser. In the wind and snow, Kaiser's figure gradually became clear. With each step he took, the ice beneath his feet automatically crystallized into sparkling ice steps. The invisible pressure made the surrounding air thick and sticky, causing even the undead warhorses to tremble uneasily. It was only after Lin Chen's soothing words that they gradually calmed down. Lin Chen. Kaiser's voice was neither hurried nor slow. I admit you are strong. A simple statement. Yet it made Lin Chen's muscles tense up instantly. He was secretly alarmed. Even with his strength surging, facing Kaiser felt like confronting an insurmountable mountain. But now is not the time for us to fight. Kaiser's deep gaze seemed to see through everything. You still have room to grow. Lin Chen suppressed the discomfort in his heart and forced a smile. What? Are you afraid? Kaiser seemed unfazed, merely raising his hand. A gentle force lifted the severely injured Haluan. Haluan, I hope you apologize to Lin Chen and refrain from provoking him in the future. Kaiser's face was serious, his voice icy. Lin Chen's expression stiffened. What did this guy mean? Haluan looked unwilling, but under Kaiser's gaze, he lowered his head. Lin Chen, I apologize for my previous offense. Haluan gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Kaiser nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lin Chen with a sincere expression. Lin Chen, we are both of the human race, and in this chaotic world, we should support each other. I truly do not wish to be your enemy. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, filled with vigilance. This guy's attitude changed too quickly, catching him off guard. Cut the act. Lin Chen sneered. You Caesar family sent 12 mechas to ambush me. Do you really think I don't know? Kaiser sighed, looking somewhat helpless. The family is the family, and I am I. To be honest, he lowered his voice, I also disagree with some of the family's actions. As he spoke, Kaiser suddenly took out a crystalline scroll from his bosom and tossed it to Lin Chen. This contains valuable methods regarding the Cold Abyss clan. Consider it my sincerity. Lin Chen caught the scroll, scanning it with his mental power, and found that it indeed contained precious information about the Cold Abyss clan, including methods for cultivation and enhancing mental power, among other things. His brows furrowed. He was increasingly unable to understand Kaiser's intentions. Why give this to me? Kaiser wore a meaningful smile. Consider it my apology. On behalf of the Caesar family. He paused. In 6 months, I hope we can have a fair fight rather than one filled with hatred. After saying this, Kaiser turned and left with Haluan, their figures quickly disappearing into the wind and snow. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. This guy actually had some principles. No, he was just very arrogant. But regardless of his motives, this scroll came at a timely moment. Chapter 216 Frost Giant. Not long after Kaiser left, the air suddenly froze. Buzz. 3 figures exuding terrifying pressure appeared out of thin air, surrounding Lin Chen in a triangular formation. They were enveloped by the unique frost laws of the extreme cold plane, and they were indeed 3 plane inspectors of the battle sec level. You are Lin Chen? The leading man asked with a smile, his gaze indifferent. Lin Chen's heart tightened. As far as he knew, there was only one inspector for the extreme cold plane, primarily responsible for guarding the plane and inspecting emergencies. Their badges were easily recognizable, and they should be newly appointed temporary inspectors after the ice demon. They generally wouldn't appear easily, so why were there 3 of them at once? Nevertheless, he immediately cupped his fists in salute. I greet the 3 inspectors. Lin Chen, we heard you have tamed the Cold Abyss clan, the woman on the left said coldly. Such a rare resource should be immediately submitted to the plane Management Bureau for the benefit of more students. The burly man on the right continued. As long as you are willing, we can offer you generous rewards. He patted his pocket. 100 million gold coins, plus various precious materials. How about it? The man at the forefront still wore a charming smile. Lin Chen, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Lin Chen's gaze grew colder. He finally understood the intentions of the 3. They were clearly here to seize his resources. Sorry, these resources were obtained by me alone. Why should I hand them over? Ha ha ha. The man suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Chen, don't think that just because you slaughtered the Liying team and devoured the Han Yuan royal family, you've grown wings. This kind of resource is not something you can consume alone. Then, the woman raised her hand to reveal a light screen, clearly displaying the battle scenes Lin Chen had gone through. Lin Chen frowned deeply. These 3 had clearly been tracking him all along. Either hand over the Han Yuan clan, or we will take it ourselves. The burly man sneered as he crushed a piece of ice crystal. If you refuse, we will execute you for disturbing the order of the plains. Hearing this, Lin Chen was utterly speechless. What the hell was this? They were nothing but robbers. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a clear shout suddenly rang out from a distance. Stop! A stream of ice blue light cut through the sky, instantly landing between the 2 parties. The newcomer was clad in silver-white battle armor, with the emblem of the Extreme Cold Plains Inspector on their chest. It was, of course, the true enforcer of the plains. Lord Hanyue? The 3 temporary inspectors' expressions changed slightly. The woman known as Hanyue coldly scanned the 3. You were sent to inspect the traces of the ice demon, so why are you here? Hanyue questioned coldly, a sharp glint flashing in her ice-blue eyes. The leading man broke out in a cold sweat, forcing himself to remain calm. We were worried that these students might encounter danger. Humph. Hanyue flicked her sleeve, and the temperature around them plummeted. All right, you can leave now. The 3 felt as if they had received a great reprieve and turned to leave in a hurry. They knew very well that opposing this seasoned 3rd-level inspector was pure suicide. Once the 3 had walked far away, Hanyue turned to examine Lin Chen. Her ice crystal-like eyes narrowed slightly. You are Lin Chen, 20 years old, a genius student with 4 professions? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. This inspector looked to be only around 30, with a beautiful face, but the pressure emanating from her was suffocating. Thank you, Inspector, for helping me out just now. Hanyue gently shook her head. Recently, there have been rumors everywhere saying you are a once-in-a-millennium genius. She looked at Lin Chen with great interest. 4 professions, indeed a rarity. Just as Lin Chen was about to modestly respond, Hanyue suddenly changed the subject. Let me see your Han Yuan clan. Lin Chen immediately tensed up, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Had he just driven away a fox only to welcome a wolf? Seeing his reaction, Hanyue chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I'm just curious about this pure spiritual life. She gazed towards the distant ice lake. I've inspected this place many times before and found nothing unusual. I didn't expect you to stumble upon such a great opportunity. Realizing that Hanyue truly meant no harm, Lin Chen relaxed slightly. With a thought, a small Han Yuan clan spirit materialized in his palm. Interesting. Hanyue leaned in to observe, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafting from her hair. It really is a pure spiritual entity, so fascinating. She suddenly looked up, meeting Lin Chen's gaze. All right, Lin Chen, you must protect these little ones well and make good use of them in the future. Many will likely have their eyes on them. With that, her figure dissipated like snow in the wind. Lin Chen watched the direction in which Hanyue had vanished, deep in thought. This inspector truly came and went without a trace. Just as Lin Chen hesitated about whether to return to the Daxia camp, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the ice lake. Boom! the entire ice surface collapsed instantly, forming a massive whirlpool with a diameter of several kilometers. A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, knocking students down even dozens of miles away. All students in the vicinity, evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. The voice of the Cold Moon Inspector echoed through the sky via the amplification array. She transformed into a streak of ice blue light, rushing forward, leaving a path of escape made of ice in her wake. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed as he saw a massive creature slowly rising from the collapsed ice lake. It was a blue-purple giant troll, nearly 100 meters tall, its body covered in crystallized scales, each scale inscribed with ancient runes. Its two massive arms were clenched into fists, sharp ice spikes forming between its knuckles. Frost giant troll? Cold Moon's face turned pale. How could such an ancient evil appear here? Roar! The frost giant troll let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Its eyes suddenly locked onto Lin Chen, a hint of madness flashing within. This is bad. Cold Moon realized instantly. The Cold Abyss clan you took is symbiotic with this giant troll. Just as Lin Chen was about to retreat, he suddenly felt a heavy weight pressing down on him. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Unable to move. As far as he knew, trolls came in many varieties: sand trolls, adept at earth magic, jungle trolls, skilled in voodoo, and dark trolls, and the one before him was clearly a variant of the frost giant troll. Its control over ice and mental power had reached an extraordinary level. But the frost giant troll was an ancient evil creature exiled by its kin, thriving in the coldest places and inherently brutal. Even more terrifying was its innate mastery of bizarre ice abilities. The frost giant troll slowly raised one arm, a swirling vortex of frost forming in its palm. Lin Chen could clearly feel himself freezing. Crack, crack. Ice crystals began to spread across his body, reaching his waist in an instant. This little bit of cold, is it even worthy of showing off in front of me? Chapter 217, Level 1 Inspector. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. He was a man who controlled the rules of ice. In the next moment, the power of the ice rules within him erupted violently, and the ice crystals surrounding him shattered instantly. Countless sparkling fragments floated in the air. Cold Moon watched in astonishment. This young man was able to break free from the frost giant troll's ice prison so easily? Go! She grabbed Lin Chen's arm. Now is not the time to show off. Before Lin Chen could react, he was forcibly pulled into the air by this inspector. Whoosh! Cold Moon's figure transformed into a streak of ice blue light, moving so fast that it left after images in the air. Lin Chen felt the wind howling past his ears, the scenery on both sides rapidly retreating, and in the blink of an eye, they had already distanced themselves hundreds of miles from the ice lake. Whoosh! A communication talisman light streaked across the sky, and soon, powerful presences were rapidly approaching from all directions. Inspector, urgent message. Frost giant troll has appeared. Come quickly for support. Various escape lights gathered in the sky like shooting stars, among which the most eye-catching was a blood-red sword light. Wherever it passed, the snow in the sky instantly vaporized. That is Qin Wuyan? Someone exclaimed. God! Even Qin Wuyan has been mobilized. So cool. Half an hour later, the battlefield of the ice lake returned to calm. The rampaging frost giant troll now lay quietly on the ice, its massive body bound by 9 blood-red chains. Qin Wuyan stood with his hands behind his back atop the troll's head, his red robe fluttering in the cold wind. He secretly lamented, "It's a pity to kill this troll. Sending it to the battlefield of the myriad clans would make for a decent fighting force. This kid Lin Chen sure knows how to stir up trouble. Alright, I'll lend you a hand." Lin Chen followed Cold Moon to the front of Qin Wuyan's tent. "Go in," Cold Moon said softly. "Special Envoy Qin instructed to see only you." Lin Chen took a deep breath and lifted the tent flap. Inside, Qin Wuyan stood with his back to him in front of a strategic map, his red robe moving without wind, exuding a suffocating pressure. "You're here?" Qin Wuyan said without turning, his voice deep. "I have met Special Envoy Qin," Lin Chen said respectfully. Bowing, Qin Wuyan turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Chen like a knife. "You brat, I heard you subdued the entire Han Yuan tribe?" Lin Chen's heart tightened, but he showed no sign on his face. It was just luck. Luck? Qin Wuyan suddenly laughed. To subdue the Han Yuan tribe and escape from the frost giant's grasp is not just luck. He slowly stood up, each step making Lin Chen feel an invisible pressure. "Now, all factions are eyeing your Han Yuan tribe. What do you plan to do?" Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his heart sinking, his face full of hesitation. Seeing this, Qin Wuyan suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you brat! I'm not going to take it from you." Lin Chen forced a smile, feeling awkward. Qin Wuyan restrained his laughter. "How about this? You tell others that the Han Yuan tribe has completely submitted to me. This will save you a lot of trouble." "How can that be?" Lin Chen's face was filled with disbelief, touched in his heart. "Because I'm starting to like your character more and more." Qin Wuyan's gaze was profound. "Moreover, I always feel that your potential might even surpass mine." He paused, his tone turning serious. "The 4 profession simultaneous cultivation requires a high level of mental strength, and these Han Yuan tribe members are crucial for you. You must make good use of them." Lin Chen noticed a fleeting envy in Qin Wuyan's eyes, but he quickly concealed his emotions. "Thank you, Special Envoy Qin, for your support. Lin Chen clasped his fists solemnly. Qin Wuyan took out a crystal-clear glass vial from his sleeve. Cultivating the Han Yuan tribe is not easy. This is a drop of the fountain of life that I obtained by chance. It might help you. The fountain of life? Lin Chen took the glass vial, his gaze sharpening. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Although the fountain of life in the vial was pure, the quantity was indeed pitifully small. Thinking of the spring water in his territory, although it was contaminated fountain of life, he could easily purify it now, no matter how he looked at it. This drop seemed a bit meager. He almost couldn't control his expression. This is too precious. Lin Chen suppressed his awkward feelings, putting on a surprised look. Qin Wuyan nodded in satisfaction. Treasure it well, such heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be available to you once you become stronger. Hearing this, Lin Chen almost couldn't keep up the act. He sighed inwardly, not expecting the fountain of life to be so precious even to someone of Qin Wuyan's level. Suddenly, he felt at a loss for how to repay him and could only take out a spirit soul crystal the size of a baby's fist. Special Envoy Qin, please accept this soul crystal. This is... Qin Wuyan's pupils constricted, his voice slightly changing. Such a complete spirit soul crystal? So pure mental strength. His hand trembled slightly as he took the soul crystal. It should be known that a soul crystal of this quality, once revealed, would be enough to incite all major factions to fight over it. The fountain of life is so precious, you must accept this soul crystal. Lin Chen smiled. Qin Wuyan looked deeply at Lin Chen, suddenly laughing. Good. I will remember this kindness. He carefully put away the soul crystal. I do indeed need this soul crystal. Right now. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Being able to have a favor owed from a battle emperor level powerhouse was not a bad deal. Moreover, he still needed his help to find his sister. By the way, Lin Chen, you are now an official member of the Tianwei Mansion. Based on your current merits and performance, there are 2 development paths for you to choose from in the future. Qin Wuyan patted his shoulder, his tone straightforward. First, you can apply to stay in the extreme cold plane or other planes that require special training as an instructor, training newcomers, and managing training. Life will be stable, but you will basically have to be stationed outside for years. The second option. He paused, a smirk on his lips. Like me, strive to be sent out as a patrol envoy or special envoy, traveling the world, with high freedom, but also double the danger. Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting Tianwei Mansion to have such promotion paths. Staying in a place like the extreme cold plane, to be honest, I don't really like it. He scratched his head. I still want to choose the second path, like you, to be able to roam around. Qin Wuyan nodded, indicating his understanding. Alright, since you've chosen this path, you need to focus on improving your strength. The hard threshold for a level 1 inspector is a junior battlemaster, and you're still far from that. After Lin Chen left the tent, he headed straight to the training hall. Pushing open the door, the empty venue made him pause for a moment. I wonder how Xia Baiqiu is doing. He rubbed his chin and sighed to himself. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Lin Chen checked his scorecard. The numbers already far ahead. There was really no need to hunt anymore, especially since he had made a more important discovery. Can the life potion help the Han Yuan tribe grow? He couldn't wait and entered the territory space. The Han Yuan ice lake in one corner of the territory glowed with a ghostly blue light, with thousands of Han Yuan spiritual bodies swimming at the bottom of the lake. Let's try this. Lin Chen took out a bottle of life spring and carefully dripped it into the lake. The moment the potion touched the surface, the entire ice lake suddenly boiled. Splash! The Han Yuan rushed towards the spot where the spring water fell. Their semi-transparent bodies expanded at a visible speed, and the runes on their surfaces became clearer and brighter. This effect is too obvious, he exclaimed, eyes wide. He had originally thought it would only promote growth, but he didn't expect the entire group structure to start evolving. A skeletal undead approached. Master, their intelligence is evolving. Sure enough, the largest Han Yuan swam to the edge of the lake and expressed gratitude with mental energy. Thank you, Master, for the blessing. Chapter 218, I dare anyone to arrange a marriage. Lin Chen was filled with surprise and joy, and took out his purified life spring, pouring an entire bottle into the lake this time. Boom! The ice lake erupted with dazzling blue light, and all the Han Yuan emitted joyful mental waves simultaneously. Their sizes surged again. This is amazing, Lin Chen murmured to himself. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could cultivate a Han Yuan army. Just thinking about how many spiritual soul crystals that would require was exhilarating. Early the next morning, based on his points and permissions, Lin Chen decided to temporarily leave the extreme cold plain. He stood at a high point in the camp, gazing at the icy plains he had lived on for months, feeling a mix of emotions. It's time to go, he murmured softly. Over these months, from a novice who had just arrived to a world-renowned genius in the extreme cold plain, he had experienced countless life and death battles and made trustworthy friends. Thinking of Xia Baiqiu, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The feeling of their souls intertwining was truly memorable. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he suddenly turned north, locking onto the direction of the ice abyss. Before I leave, should I go meet that half-orc giant again? The thought just popped up but was quickly suppressed. That place seemed quite extraordinary. I'm leaving, I'll just come back next time. The dizziness from the spatial transfer had not completely faded when Lin Chen found himself standing in the center of the teleportation array in the northern camp of the Great Xia. The biting cold wind hit him, but it was much milder than the extreme cold plain. Ha ha ha. Zhao Polu's boisterous laughter came from afar. Lin Chen, congratulations on completing the trial ahead of time. The northern commander strode over and patted Lin Chen heavily on the shoulder. You've joined the Tianwei mansion, and while you have many privileges now, your responsibilities have also increased. He lowered his voice. I heard you wiped out the other country's prodigies without leaving a trace. Well done. Lin Chen smiled faintly. General Zhao, you're too kind. After some pleasantries, Lin Chen declined the welcome banquet invitation and directly stepped onto the teleportation array back to the capital. When the familiar academy buildings appeared in his sight, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The moment he pushed open the dormitory door, the familiar furnishings made him momentarily dazed. On the desk, his notes from when he left were still spread out. Still the same. The battles in the extreme cold plain seemed to linger in his mind, but the tranquility at this moment felt even more precious. Lin Chen's thoughts were racing, everything felt like a dream. He gently brushed his fingers over the spotless bookshelf. Surely it was Fong Qingsnow who had been tidying up the room. Suddenly, he noticed an extra letter on the table. The familiar handwriting made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat. It was written by that girl Su Jiaojiao. Lin Chen opened it and was instantly stunned. She was getting married? He never expected the prestigious Su family to compromise. That girl, if she doesn't want to, then she should refuse. Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze darkening. The Chu family, huh? What a noble family. He sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The letter froze in his palm, then shattered into countless ice crystals that scattered away. A skeletal spirit emerged from behind, its voice tinged with urgency. Master, I found out that Miss Su Jiaojiao's wedding is today at noon, held at the Chu family's ancestral home. The groom is Chu Yunxiao from the Chu family. Let's go. Lin Chen suddenly stood up, an intense chill radiating from him, instantly coating the entire dormitory in a layer of frost. I want to see who dares to force Su Jiaojiao. At noon, the Chu family's ancestral home was festooned with decorations, red silk hanging high. Guests filled the place, all heads of major families in there. Direct descendants from the capital. The courtyard was laden with delicacies, the air thick with the scent of expensive incense, exuding a festive atmosphere. In the center of the wedding hall, Chu Yunxiao, dressed in a bright red wedding robe, wore a broad smile. He was handsome, with a hint of arrogance in his brows, and the Holy Tribunal badge on his chest gleamed in the sunlight. Clearly, they were hosting a traditional wedding of the Great Xia. I heard that Chu Yunxiao reached the intermediate battle sovereign at just 19, a rare genius in the Holy Tribunal. The Su family has really climbed the ranks this time. What a pity for that girl from the Su family. I heard she has always been unwilling. I heard the Holy Tribunal has been looking for a prophet. They must have their eyes on the Su girl's prophetic profession. The guests' whispers were interrupted by the sound of festive drums and gongs. The auspicious time has arrived. The newlyweds will bow. As the host shouted, Su Jiaojiao, in a bright red wedding dress, walked slowly with the help of her maid. The pearl curtains on her phoenix crown swayed gently with her steps, revealing her exquisite makeup. But upon closer inspection, one could see the redness at the corners of her eyes, clearly indicating she had been crying. Just as Su Jiaojiao was about to reach the center of the wedding hall, boom! A sudden chill swept in from outside the Chu family's gate, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The heavy redwood doors shattered into countless ice shards. The guests panicked and retreated. From the shards of ice, a tall figure slowly emerged. I want to see who dares to arrange a marriage. Lin Chen, dressed casually, appeared unfazed, the ice crystals beneath his feet glinting coldly in the sunlight, making even the blazing sun feel chilling. With each step he took, frost formed on the ground, and soon the entire wedding hall was enveloped in cold air. Lin Chen? Su Jiaojiao lifted her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Today, her makeup was delicate. With willow leaf brows and cherry lips, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, making one feel a pang of sympathy. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This girl was truly enchanting, like a fox spirit. Chu Yunxiao's expression darkened instantly. Who are you? How dare you disrupt my Chu family's wedding? Lin Chen didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed on Su Jiaojiao, his voice softening instantly. Silly girl, why didn't you tell me earlier if you were feeling wronged? Come on, I'm here to take you away. Upon hearing this, Su Jinshan exploded on the spot, slamming his hand on the table, the pressure of a peak battle sovereign erupting. You are Lin Chen? Don't be too arrogant. This marriage was arranged by the ancestors of both the Su and Chu families. Ancestors? Lin Chen scoffed. If those old geezers are so fond of marriage alliances, they should wear the wedding dress themselves and go marry. Chapter 219, Holy Tribunal Judgment. Meanwhile, Su Tianhao's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He had already learned of Lin Chen's achievements in the extreme cold plain. Lin Chen was no longer the easily manipulated boy he once was. Only the head of the Chu family wore a face full of anger, seemingly contacting someone. It's appeared he was notifying the Holy Tribunal. The other elders were eager to act, while most of the guests were merely there to watch the spectacle. Through Su Zhaojiao's letter, Lin Chen had already grasped the ins and outs of the situation. The Su family intended to use Su Zhaojiao as a bargaining chip just to cling to the Holy Tribunal's power. Su Zhaojiao's prophet profession and prophetic abilities had caught the eye of some old-timer in the Holy Tribunal. The Holy Tribunal was a terrifying force on par with the Tianwei Mansion, the only difference being that the Tianwei Mansion was filled with people from the Great Xia, while the Holy Tribunal was a mixed bag of various national powers. Thinking about how the Lu family was actually connected to the Holy Tribunal, Lin Chen naturally held no fondness for this organization. That was why he acted so impulsively. He suddenly vanished from his spot and reappeared directly beside Su Zhaojiao. Zhu Yunxiao reacted quickly, slamming a palm toward Lin Chen's back, the wind from his palm sharp as a knife. Bang! Lin Chen didn't even turn his head, an ice wall appeared out of thin air, taking the blow head-on. The two forces collided, erupting in a thunderous roar. Zhu Yunxiao was knocked back 3 steps, his face looking as if he had eaten something foul. You actually? Is that all? Lin Chen scoffed. The genius of the Holy Tribunal isn't that impressive. After saying that, he grabbed Su Zhao's wrist. Stop dawdling, come with me. Su Zhinshan shouted angrily, stop them. The 5 elders of the Su family acted simultaneously, 5 sharp bursts of energy whistling toward them. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and a ghostly blue glow suddenly shone from his brow. 9 ice crystal mirrors appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attacks of the 5 elders. The entire wedding hall was thrown into chaos, with guests gasping in shock. Lin Chen. Su Zhaojiao tightly grasped his arm, tears streaming down her face. You have to go. I can't drag you down. Silly girl. Lin Chen reached out to wipe away her tears, his voice gentle yet firm. From now on, no one can force you to do anything. After saying that, he swept Su Zhaojiao up in his arms. Her red wedding dress traced a beautiful arc in the air, the pearl curtain on her phoenix crown jingling, her stunning beauty particularly radiant in the sunlight. Quick, stop them. Zhu Yunxiao's face twisted in anger as he summoned 3 golden holy light spears. The spear shafts were engraved with ancient runes, exuding a heart-pounding holy light energy. He turned and deeply bowed to several foreign guests with golden hair and blue eyes in the audience. Esteemed envoys of the Holy Tribunal, Su Zhaojiao is crucial to the prophecy plan. Please lend your strength. The few foreigners dressed in white robes slowly stood up. Leading them was a red-haired man, wearing the 3-pointed star badge of the Holy Tribunal on his chest. Young man, please put down the bride. The red-haired man spoke in awkward Great Xia language, a strange holy light energy swirling around him. Otherwise, you will face the judgment of the Holy Tribunal. Seeing such intense holy light, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, shielding Su Zhaojiao behind him. So you Holy Tribunal folks are all a bunch of holy light mages, but your reach is a bit too long. Lin Chen, be careful. Su Zhaojiao nervously clutched his arm, whispering a warning. That red-haired one is Bloodflame Jack, one of the 72 holy envoys of the Holy Tribunal. Peak Battle Sovereign. Peak Battle Sovereign? Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his aura suddenly surging. I'm here to fight Peak Battle Sovereigns. A cold light flashed in Jack's eyes, and the holy light energy instantly transformed into dozens of golden chains that wrapped around Lin Chen. At the same time, the other 3 envoys of the Holy Tribunal also acted, one summoning golden lightning, another releasing a golden giant fist, and the last one exploding with golden light, directly sealing the space. Oh, is that it? Lin Chen stomped his foot, and a wave of ice-blue ripples instantly spread out. Time freeze. Boom. The entire wedding hall was instantly covered in sparkling ice crystals, refracting a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. The guests were astonished to find that although they were in a frozen world, they were completely unaffected. In contrast, the group from the Holy Tribunal was frozen in place, maintaining their attacking postures, their faces frozen in expressions of shock. This is a domain-level ice rule, Su Zhinshan gasped. What terrifying control over ice. An elder's face turned pale. To be able to precisely freeze individual targets like this. Lin Chen smiled faintly, strolling through the world of ice crystals. Ever since he had devoured the spiritual power of the Cold Abyss clan, this was the first time he had fully unleashed this move. The effect was even better than he had imagined. Even a battle sect expert could be frozen for a second. He slowly stepped forward. I don't want to kill you today. Goodbye. Just as he was about to leave, crack. Suddenly, Jack let out a cold laugh, and a blinding golden light erupted from his body. The ice covering him began to shatter piece by piece. Holy judgment! He suddenly spread his arms wide, and a massive golden magic circle formed in the air in an instant. Dazzling! Golden light poured down from the center of the magic circle, forming a pillar of holy light with a diameter of 10 meters, crashing down towards Lin Chen with earth-shattering force. Boom! Wherever the holy light passed, the frozen world shattered inch by inch. The ice on the Holy Tribunal envoys melted instantly, and they fell to the ground in disarray. Lin Chen, be careful! Su Zhaojiao exclaimed, and amidst the holy light, Lin Chen's figure flickered in and out of view. Just when everyone thought he was about to suffer a heavy blow, a cool voice came from the center of the holy light. Is that all? Lin Chen squinted. his eyes not only refusing to dodge but instead stepping forward to meet the holy light. He raised one hand to the sky, and a ball of golden light appeared in his palm, devouring the earth-shattering holy light. Entirely. Poof. Jack spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide in disbelief. This is impossible, my holy light, how could you swallow it? Here, have it back. Lin Chen sneered, flipping his palm. The holy light ball, compressed to the size of a basketball, rebounded back at an even more terrifying speed. Holy light judgment. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Jack and several holy tribunal envoys were blasted away, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, collapsing the entire wall. As the dust settled, Jack was covered in blood, his white robe in tatters. He looked up at Lin Chen with eyes filled with horror. Who are you? How can you use the holy light forbidden technique? Lin Chen brushed off the dust from his sleeve and smiled faintly. Don't think that only your holy tribunal can use holy light spells. I can too. As soon as he finished speaking, a dignified voice suddenly rang out. Stop. A space crack opened in the sky, and an old man with white hair stepped through the air. He wore a gold-trimmed white robe of the Holy Tribunal, with a 5-pointed star badge on his chest. Chief Judge, Jack exclaimed as if seeing a savior. The elder coldly glanced at Lin Chen, then looked around. What's going on? My Holy Tribunal is holding a wedding, and someone dares to disrupt it? Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly but felt a surge of joy in his heart. The corners of his mouth lifted imperceptibly. He had sensed that there were experts from the Tianwei mansion lurking in the shadows. This situation was just to his liking. It is your holy tribunal that is disrespectful, arranging marriages and snatching my woman first. He deliberately raised his voice, making sure everyone could hear. Upon hearing this, Su Jiaojiao's face instantly turned red, glaring at Lin Chen in embarrassment and anger, yet surprisingly, she did not refute him. Impudent! The chief judge of the 5-pointed star shouted angrily, his white beard fluttering without wind. A mere reserve student from Tianwei mansion dares to obstruct my holy tribunal's affairs. Old man! Lin Chen interrupted directly. When has it become your holy tribunal's place to dictate how Tianwei mansion conducts its business? The entire venue fell into an instant silence. The guests exchanged glances. Has this kid gone mad? A mere trainee who isn't even a first-level envoy dares to challenge the chief judge of the holy tribunal on behalf of the Tianwei mansion? The chief judge, furious to the point of laughter, said, good. Very good. His bony hand suddenly grasped. Then let me see if the Tianwei mansion will go to war with my holy tribunal for you, a mere brat. Clang! 3 golden chains tore through space, each entwined with the terrifying power of holy light laws. Wherever the chains passed, the ground cracked, the air twisted, and even the light was devoured. Lin Chen, be careful! Su Jiaojiao's pretty face turned pale. At that critical moment, boom! A verdant vine suddenly shot through the air, accurately wrapping around the golden chains. The vine bloomed with strange flowers, exuding a refreshing fragrance, yet it forcefully neutralized the chief judge's attack. Bullying the weak, the holy tribunal is becoming more and more shameless. A clear female voice rang out, and everyone turned to look, only to see a beautiful woman in a dark green long dress stepping through the air. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a face as exquisite as a painting, her dark hair casually pinned up with a jade hairpin, and a silver token of a 4th-level envoy from the Tianwei mansion hanging at her waist. It's Envoy Chang Luo, a guest exclaimed. The chief judge's expression changed slightly. The 4th-level envoy, Chang Luo from the Tianwei mansion? This matter has nothing to do with you. Chang Luo landed lightly, and with a wave of her jade hand, the verdant vines transformed into specks of glowing light and dissipated. She looked at the chief judge with a half-smile. Bullying the juniors of my Tianwei mansion, and you say it has nothing to do with me? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He had heard of this envoy before. Chang Luo, the youngest 4th-level envoy in a century from the Tianwei mansion, was renowned for her extraordinary wood magic, and it was said that she had once suppressed a ferocious beast during the early days of the War Emperor. All by herself. She was a genuine master of wood magic. Sister Chang Luo, you really came. Su Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise, clearly familiar with her. Chang Luo winked at Su Jiaojiao, then turned to Lin Chen. Not bad, young man, a war king lord daring to challenge the chief judge of the 5-pointed star. Her voice carried a hint of teasing, but remember, if you can't win next time, be sure to call for help. Our Tianwei mansion is the most protective, especially against this group of hypocrites from the Holy Tribunal. The chief judge's face darkened like water. Chang Luo, are you sure you want to oppose me? For this kid? Less nonsense. Chang Luo suddenly withdrew her smile, her aura changing dramatically. In 3 minutes, take your people and get lost. Otherwise, she lightly tapped her jade finger, and the plants within 1,000 meters suddenly grew wildly. I don't mind making the Holy Tribunal pay a price. The chief judge's pupils constricted, his expression fluctuating. This 4th-level envoy Chang Luo loved to meddle in others' affairs. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Today's matter, my holy tribunal will remember. Leave. After saying this, he waved his sleeve, and with a flash of golden light, he vanished into thin air. After the members of the holy tribunal left in disgrace, the entire Chu family courtyard fell into silence, the atmosphere awkward. The Su family kept their heads down, not daring to speak, while the Chu family wore ashen faces but did not dare to erupt. The guests hurriedly found excuses to leave. In the blink of an eye, the once lively wedding hall was left in disarray. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, having a background really made a difference. These so-called big families didn't dare to make a sound in the face of absolute power. Even being robbed of a marriage, they could only swallow their anger. Brother Wu Yan mentioned you to me. Sheng Luo suddenly turned around, looking at Lin Chen with interest. He has good taste, picking up a good seedling. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, since you've already robbed a marriage, why not use this ready-made venue to directly marry Zhao Zhao? After all, the betrothal gifts and dowry are all ready-made. But, hearing this, Lin Chen almost choked on his own saliva. Su Zhao Zhao's face instantly turned red. Sister Cheng Luo, you mustn't misunderstand. Oh, I was just joking. Sheng Luo covered her mouth and chuckled, then suddenly became serious. But, seriously, you must invite me to your wedding in the future. After all, I also played a part in today's wedding snatching. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky. Alright, I'm just passing through here, and I have tasks to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Remember, you have to invite me to the wedding. With that, she transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a faint, delicate fragrance. Su Jiajiao blushed as she stared at Lin Chen. Senior Lin Chen, thank you. Sister Qing Luo seems to have misunderstood us. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled, and no problem. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly frowned, the eye of immortality quietly opening. In his line of sight, Zhu Yunxiao was hiding in a corner, those resentful eyes fixed on him. Ah, I acted impulsively and have now made another enemy. Lin Chen shook his head inwardly. Lin Chen. Su Jiajiao gently tugged at his sleeve, lowering her voice. The Holy Judgment Institute won't give up easily. My prophetic ability is crucial to their apocalypse plan. Lin Chen turned to look at the increasingly charming Su Jiajiao before him. After 2 months apart, she had become even more enchanting, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling under her willow leaf brows, a delicate nose above soft pink lips, every smile and frown exuding an indescribable allure. Lin Chen grinned mischievously. I happen to have nothing to do these days, so you can stick with me. After all, everyone thinks you're my woman now. Their eyes met, and Su Jiajiao blushed, turning her head away. Who is your woman? Lin Chen leaned in with a cheeky smile. Weren't you just not denying it? You. Su Jiajiao stomped her foot in annoyance. Chapter 221. It feels like raising a harem. The intimate actions between Lin Chen and Su Jiajiao, in the eyes of the onlookers, were no different from publicly displaying affection. Although the Su family members felt embarrassed, they were secretly calculating. Lin Chen was now a key target for cultivation by the Tianwei mansion, and getting close to this big tree might not be a bad thing. Several elders of the Su family had even begun to strategize on how to take the opportunity to establish a connection with the Tianwei mansion. Meanwhile, the Chu family members looked pale, with the head of the Chu family trembling in anger. The wedding of the esteemed young master of the Chu family had been interrupted, which would be a huge embarrassment if it got out. Yunxiao, the head of the Chu family, pressed down on Chu Yunxiao, fearing he would act impulsively. Father. Chu Yunxiao's tone was filled with unwillingness. No matter what the Holy Judgment Institute saw in Su Jiajiao, he personally liked her very much. He roared in anger. We can't just let this go. A glint of malice flashed in the head of the Chu family's eyes. What's the rush? The Holy Judgment Institute will definitely not let this go easily. After leaving the Chu family, Lin Chen did not return to the capital Lord Academy but took Su Jiajiao straight to the teleportation array. Lin Chen, where are you taking me? Su Jiajiao asked, her face full of curiosity. I'm taking you to my exclusive dimension. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. To meet my friends. Su Jiajiao keenly noticed the change in his expression and squinted her eyes suspiciously. Girlfriend? Lin Chen cleared his throat. Sort of. Oh. Su Jiajiao elongated her tone and suddenly pinched the soft flesh at Lin Chen's waist. No wonder you're so eager. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lin Chen exaggeratedly bared his teeth. Humph. Su Jiajiao lightly huffed and released her grip, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. For some reason, in her heart, being able to stay by Lin Chen's side already felt like great happiness. As the light of the teleportation array flashed, their figures appeared at the entrance of the Black Cliff dimension. This place was completely different from the eerie and terrifying image Su Jiajiao had imagined. Sunlight filtered through the thin mist, and in the distance, rolling green peaks shimmered with a natural aura under the sunlight. The air was filled with a unique fragrance of orchids. Halt! 2 uniquely designed mechanical guards blocked their way, their metallic shells gleaming in the sunlight. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. It seemed this was the work of Dr. Gulu. The Black Cliff dimension is under martial law. Unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately. The mechanical guards issued a cold electronic voice. Lin Chen was about to reveal his identity when a familiar voice suddenly came from above. Lin Chen? Is that really you? Lin Chen looked up and saw Jiayuer standing on top of an airship, sunlight filtering through her flowing hair, making her look extraordinarily beautiful. She wore a white dress, her black hair dancing in the wind. After a few months apart, she had blossomed into an even more gentle and graceful figure. You are. Lin Chen smiled and waved. Zhao Yuer skillfully maneuvered the airship down. She curiously examined Su Jiaojiao, her gaze clear and friendly. This is Su Jiaojiao. Lin Chen's words were cut off. We're just good friends. Su Jiaojiao appeared a bit nervous but maintained a smile on her face. Surprisingly, Zhao Wei showed no signs of jealousy. Instead, her eyes lit up as she stepped forward and took Su Jiaojiao's hand. Sister Jiaojiao is truly lovely. I should be a bit older than you, so just call me Sister Yue from now on. Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled sweetly. Sister Yue is the one who's beautiful. That dress of yours is really nice. Zhao Yue affectionately linked arms with Su Jiaojiao. Alright, enough with the flattery. Come on, both of you get on board. I'll take you to see the scenery. The Black Cliff dimension is so beautiful now. As Zhao Yue spoke, she started the airship and Lin Chen helped Su Jiaojiao onto the spacious deck. As the airship ascended, a breathtaking panorama slowly unfolded. The view before them made Lin Chen and Su Jiaojiao hold their breath in awe. They saw vast black soil, golden waves of wheat swaying in the wind, contrasting with the towering black cliff in the distance. Further away was a sea of azure flowers, like jewels embedded in the earth. That's the newly cultivated agricultural area. Zhao Yue pointed below. The Bloodhoof clan leader and the warriors of the barbarian bull tribe have dug an irrigation system. The airship glided over a winding jade belt river with modern buildings arranged in an orderly fashion on both banks. The metal and glass structures sparkled in the sunlight, cleverly blending the unique dark iron or elements of the Black Cliff dimension. This is the tech city designed by Dr. Gulu, Zhao Yue said proudly. It's now the trade center of the entire dimension. As the airship moved forward, an endless emerald grassland came into view. Herds of silver-horned beasts grazed leisurely on the tender grass, their moonlight like fur rippling in the gentle breeze. In the center of the grassland stood a magnificent arena, made of obsidian, radiating a mysterious aura under the sun. This is a tradition that the Bloodhoof clan leader insisted on preserving, Zhao Yue said with a smile. He says it's a symbol of the barbarian bull tribe's glory. The airship turned eastward, and the sight before them was even more breathtaking. Dozens of waterfalls cascaded down the towering black cliff, converging at the base into a misty mirror lake. On an island in the lake, a white jade pavilion looked like a fairyland. This is Sister Mengli's favorite. Listening to the waves pavilion, Zhao Wei's voice softened. She says this is the soul of the Black Cliff. Su Jiaojiao was completely mesmerized, unconsciously gripping Lin Chen's arm. This place is simply dreamlike. Lin Chen was equally astonished. The Black Cliff dimension he remembered was filled with wilderness and backwardness. Yet this vibrant land before him was worlds apart from his previous impressions. Did you all create this in such a short time? It's the result of everyone's hard work. Zhao Yue adjusted the course. The Bloodhoof clan leader is in charge of the tribal area. Dr. Gulu built the tech city, and Sister Mengli planned the ecological zone. The airship began to descend, and ahead on the cliff appeared an elegant cluster of white buildings. Welcome to the White Cliff Courtyard. Zhao Yue smiled broadly. This is my favorite place. Su Jiaojiao was so excited that she quickly struck up a lively conversation with Zhao Yue, leaving Lin Chen on the sidelines. Lin Chen watched this harmonious scene, secretly relieved. He looked around and realized that the changes in the Black Cliff dimension were indeed significant. While he was lost in thought, a graceful green figure approached from a distance. Lu Mingli still wore a simple and elegant long dress, but the coldness that used to linger in her brows had softened, replaced by a gentler demeanor. Lin Chen. She spoke softly, her eyes shimmering with a warm smile. Long time no see. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the hem of her dress, adding to her ethereal charm. Su Jiaojiao was momentarily stunned and quietly asked, Sister Yue, this beautiful lady must be Sister Mengli, right? Zhao Yue nodded with a smile. Sister Mengli is a great contributor to our Black Cliff realm. Lu Mengli walked up to Su Jiaojiao, gently taking her hand. Sister Jiaojiao, welcome to the Black Cliff realm. Her eyes held a sincere smile. From now on, this will be our home. Su Jiaojiao's cheeks flushed instantly, but she did not shy away. Hello, sister Mugli. The three girls stood together, one graceful and heroic, one gentle and otherworldly, and one charming and alluring, creating a pleasing scene under the sunlight. Lin Chen, standing aside, suddenly felt his face heat up. Why did he feel like he was raising a harem in this situation? Cough, cough. Lin Chen cleared his throat twice, trying to ease the awkwardness. Mengli, the changes in the Black Cliff realm are really significant. Lu Mengli gave him a meaningful glance. Indeed. Zhao Wei and Su Jiaojiao exchanged knowing smiles, covering their mouths as they chuckled. As the sun set, the terrace of the White Cliff Villa was filled with the distinctive delicacies of the Black Cliff realm. The four of them sat around a crystal dining table, the distant sound of a waterfall faintly audible. Try this, it's silver-horned beast meat marinated in starlight orchid honey. Zhao Wei enthusiastically served Su Jiaojiao. This is Sister Mengli's exclusive recipe. Su Jiaojiao picked up a piece of glistening meat, and the melt-in-your-mouth flavor made her eyes widen. So delicious. Lu Mingli smiled gently as she poured each person a glass of amber fruit wine. This is brewed from the golden bell fruit by Mirror Lake. Lin Chen raised his glass, looking at the three uniquely beautiful women before him. A warm feeling surged in his heart. Yuer, Mingli, I toast to you. After 3 rounds of drinks, the moonlight grew brighter. Su Jiaojiao, unable to handle her liquor, was helped to a guest room by Lu Mingli. Only Lin Chen and Zhao Yuer remained on the terrace. Lin Chen, come walk with me. Zhao Yuer's voice was soft, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. The two strolled along the path by Mirror Lake, the night breeze carrying the faint fragrance of starlight orchids. You've changed a lot. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Yuer beside him. You've become gentler. Even more beautiful. Zhao Yuer stopped, turning to face Lin Chen. In the moonlight, her eyes were deep. It's because I have someone I want to protect. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he unconsciously took a step closer. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. Lin Chen, Zhao Yuer whispered, do you remember how we first met in the Blood River Demon Domain? Of course I remember. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. You seemed to dislike me back then. Zhao Yuer laughed as well, reaching out to gently adjust Lin Chen's collar. At that time, I never expected we would have so many intersections. The night breeze brushed past, lifting Zhao Yuer's soft hair. It also carried away her painful memories. He had lost his grandfather but gained the protection of another man. Lin Chen raised his hand, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. This simple action suddenly made the atmosphere between them feel delicate. Yuer, I. Before he could finish, Zhao Yuer kissed Lin Chen, the night breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass. Their figures slowly fell onto the soft meadow, and the surrounding starlight orchid seemed to sense something, blooming with a gentle glow. Zhao Yuer's hair scattered in the crook of Lin Chen's arm. Her fingertips lightly traced Lin Chen's outline, her voice trembling. Lin Chen, I think about you every day. Be gentle. Lin Chen held her tighter, feeling their hearts racing. In sync. The sound of water from the distant Mirror Lake was faintly audible. Just like that, the sky served as a blanket and the ground as a bed. The two of them lost themselves in the clean, soft grass. 7 days later, as the morning light began to brighten, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the cultivation platform by the Mirror Lake. After several days of yin-yang breathing exercises, the energy and blood within him had reached a saturated state. I didn't expect that being with you could enhance my energy and blood. Drink! With a clear shout, a terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Chen's body. The battle aura unique to the martial artist profession surged through his meridians, forming a perfect balance with holy light, ice, and necromantic power. I'm about to break through. In the distance, Zhao Yuer, who was practicing in the morning, paused her movements, surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Su Jiaojiao and Lu Mengli also approached, the three lovely ladies standing not far away, nervously watching the scene. Lin Chen's head gathered a phantom of a wild bull, crazily converging all around him. Boom! A pillar of energy and blood shot into the sky as Lin Chen let out a long howl. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with excitement. Tip: Martial Artist Profession Upgrade Level. Battle Sovereign Level 1 finally succeeded in breaking through to Battle Sovereign Level 1. Congratulations, congratulations! Su Jiaojiao was the first to bounce forward, like a cheerful little rabbit. Lin Chen, Zhao Yuer and Lu Mengli also wore joyful expressions. Lin Chen raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, grinning as he said, "This breakthrough is thanks to Yuer." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuer's face instantly turned red, and she playfully glared at Lin Chen. Not at all. Su Jiaojiao and Lu Mengli exchanged glances, their faces filled with "I understand" resentment, secretly muttering in their hearts, these two are having a great time every night. They couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Zhao Yuer. Su Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes twinkled as she linked her arm with Lin Chen's, deliberately elongating her voice. I heard that Sister Yuer's mental strength has been rising rapidly lately. I want that too. Come on. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly spread her arms, tightly closing her eyes, and even pouted her lips. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but be speechless. You girl, it's broad daylight, stop messing around. Although Lu Mengli was relatively reserved, she couldn't help but cast a flirtatious glance. To be honest, she really liked the Black Cliff dimension and wanted to stay here forever, but she needed to become the leading lady here. Moreover, she secretly liked Lin Chen as well. Lin Chen looked at the two pairs of expectant, resentful beautiful eyes in front of him and helplessly shook his head. Alright, I've been focusing on my cultivation during this time, but I haven't forgotten about you, you all have. He took out two crystal clear mental soul crystals from the Lord's space, which refracted colorful light under the sun. These are the mental soul crystals I obtained in the extreme cold dimension. They can help you enhance your mental strength. Su Jiaojiao was momentarily stunned, then her pretty face turned red. So sister Yuer didn't increase her mental strength through that dual cultivation. She stomped her feet in embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lu Mengli also covered her mouth and chuckled, her snow-white cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Sister Jiaojiao, you were quite brave just now. I wasn't. Su Jiaojiao waved her hands in a panic, only to see Zhao Yuer laughing so hard. She was shaking. She blinked. How about you all come together at night? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen stumbled. In his mind, the image of three distinctly styled beauties facing him at the same time suddenly appeared. the valiant Zhao Yuer, the gentle and ethereal Lu Mengli, and the quirky Su Jiao. Just Zhao Yuer alone was like a fierce tiger. With all three together, how could he handle that? Chapter 223. Initiate Level 1 Envoy Certification Procedure. Ahem. Lin Chen tactically took 2 steps back. I suddenly remembered that Dr. Ghoul said there would be a test for the new laser weapon today. Su Jiao, quick-witted, grabbed his shirt. Trying to run again? Lu Mengli calmly sealed off the escape route. The doctor went to inspect the equipment at the border today. Zhao Yuer flexed her wrists, smiling like a little fox. Looks like someone is quite afraid of us. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled until he was cornered by the 3 women. Half a month later, when Lin Chen had completely stabilized his battle sovereign realm, he finally decided to leave the Black Cliff dimension. Su Jiao chose to stay. She got along very well with Lu Mengli and Zhao Yuer and was deeply captivated by the beautiful scenery of the Black Cliff dimension. Lin Chen, remember to come back and see us often. The 3 women waved at him with reluctant eyes by the mirror lake as they parted. Tears shimmered in Zhao Yuer's eyes, yet she wore a smile of happiness. During this time, she was very happy. Lin Chen boarded the latest war airship developed by Dr. Gulu. This masterpiece, which combined ice magic and goblin engineering technology, presented a streamlined, silver-blue appearance with countless arrays of runes and technological firepower embedded in its hull. When the airship appeared over the capital, many people were taken aback. Look at the sky. What kind of flying machine is that? The airship slowly descended over the dormitory area of the Lord Academy, casting a huge shadow over half of the dormitory area. The students looked up in awe, discussing among themselves. A war airship of this level is definitely not something ordinary students have. I heard that even on the front lines of the 10,000 races battlefield, this type of airship is rarely seen. With a sound of hydraulics, the hatch slowly opened. Lin Chen, dressed in casual attire, slowly walked down the gangway. Oh my god, it's Lin Chen. He has broken through to Battle Sovereign. It hasn't been long since we last saw him. The person chosen by the Tianwei mansion is indeed extraordinary. Familiar classmates stepped forward to greet him, their eyes filled with admiration. Even a few young masters who usually looked down on others had to smile and bow at this moment. People from the Tianwei mansion are worthy of respect wherever they go. Lin Chen smiled and exchanged pleasantries with everyone, then went straight back to his room after putting away the airship. The reason he was so high profile was that he had come to understand. This world is one of the survival of the fittest, where the strong are respected. Sometimes being too low-key can be detrimental. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Chen saw a familiar figure. It was Fang Qingxue. He stood at the door, momentarily dazed. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Fang Qingxue's slender back. At that moment, she was wearing a plain apron and tight pants, tiptoeing to wipe the bookshelf, her hair swaying gently with her movements. Her back was round and full, her figure stunning. Qingxue. Lin Chen's voice was soft. Fang Qingxue suddenly turned around, the cloth in her hand dropping to the floor. She widened her eyes, her lips trembling slightly. Lin Chen, you're back. The two locked eyes from a few steps away, and in the air, it felt as if an invisible current flowed between them. Lin Chen noticed that she had lost a bit of weight compared to before. She must have worried about him a lot during this time. Yeah, I'm back. Lin Chen took a step forward but then stopped. He suddenly didn't know what to say. Fang Qingxue lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her apron. I heard about what happened in the extreme cold dimension, and the wedding snatching. Her voice grew softer. Lin Chen, you are really brave. Lin Chen smiled faintly. It's okay, it's all in the past. He paused. Have you been the one cleaning my room all this time? Yeah. Fang Qingxue bent down to pick up the cloth. I saw you hadn't come back for so long. The room must be dusty. Just as she bent down, Lin Chen happened to walk past her, and her exquisite backside bumped into him. In an instant, Lin Chen felt an extreme softness, and both of them froze as if they had been electrocuted. Fang Qingxue's face turned red, startled, her delicate body trembled as she hurriedly turned around. Lin Chen also looked flustered. I was just trying to help you pick it up. The room was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. By the way, are you hungry? Fang Qingxue suddenly looked up. I made your favorite dish. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Great, just in time to taste your cooking. In Kyoto, at the underground command center of the Tianwei mansion, the heavy alloy door slid open silently, revealing a middle-aged man in a dark blue uniform staring at the holographic projection screen. The Tianwei mansion order at his waist flickered with a faint light. He was Mo Yuntian, a level 5 envoy of the Tianwei mansion. Commander Mo, the latest statistical report. The adjutant handed over the data pad. This year, 7 A-level geniuses have been poached by the Holy Tribunal, with conditions 3 times better than ours. Mo Yuntian frowned tightly. These hypocritical scoundrels only target the best talents. He slammed the table suddenly. Wait, what about that S-level kid from Zhang City who was a 4-system cultivator? Are you referring to Lin Chen? The adjutant pulled up the file. This kid shouldn't go to the Holy Tribunal. The latest news is that he snatched the Holy Tribunal's relative and directly confronted the Grand Judge of the 5-pointed star. Mo Yuntian was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Good. He has guts. However, his laughter abruptly stopped. He seems to only be at the War King level. He needs to level up quickly. Latest intelligence. Information has been automatically updated. A prompt suddenly sounded. Lin Chen has returned to the Kyoto Lord Academy, confirming a breakthrough to the first stage of War Sovereign. Mo Yuntian suddenly stood up. Good kid. Immediately. Initiate the level 1 envoy certification process. His eyes sparkled. By the way, spread the news. Let the Holy Tribunal know that Lin Chen is a peerless genius they can't poach. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal and relaxing in the dormitory, Lin Chen suddenly received an encrypted communication. Tianwei Mansion urgent summon. Please proceed to the underground third level of Kyoto Central Square immediately. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he learned that the Tianwei Mansion had a base in Kyoto after being there for so long. When Lin Chen stepped into the certification hall, Mo Yuntian was already waiting in line with 2 Golden Order inspectors. He looked Lin Chen up and down, then suddenly laughed. You are Lin Chen? Hello, I am Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian stepped forward. Lin Chen pays respects to Commander Mo. Lin Chen cupped his fists in salute. Good kid. A 20-year-old multi-professional war sovereign, a rare find in our Tianwei Mansion in 100 years. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Do you know why I urgently called you over? Lin Chen shook his head. Because that group of old foxes from the Holy Tribunal has already started eyeing you. Mo Yuntian snorted coldly and pulled up a segment of surveillance footage. In the image, several figures in white robes were loitering around the academy's perimeter. The certification process is very simple. Mo Yuntian pointed to the testing platform in the center of the hall. Just place your hand on it. Lin Chen pressed his palm against the crystal panel of the testing platform. In an instant, it began to read the data. Beep. Detection complete. Name, Lin Chen. Place of origin, Dasha, Jiang City. Age, 20 years. Realm, first stage of War Sovereign Professional Evaluation. 4 System Cultivator, SSS level. Comprehensive rating title, Level 1 Envoy. Mo Yuntian nodded in satisfaction. From today on, you are the youngest Level 1 Envoy of the Tianwei Mansion. He handed over a token. Holding this token allows you to mobilize any resources of the Tianwei Mansion across dimensions. Lin Chen took the token, feeling its weight. After returning home, with the authority of a Level 1 envoy of the Tianwei Mansion, Lin Chen finally accessed the most core confidential files of the Shenzhou continent. In the holographic projection that sealed history slowly unfolded, records of the year of the invasion of all races. In the image, under a blood-red sky, countless spatial rifts tore the horizon like gaping wounds. Evil dragons, demons, mechanical races, trolls, vampires, lizardmen, armies of alien races from various dimensions surged forth like a tide. At that time, the Shenzhou continent was completely a scene of apocalypse. This is 100 years ago? Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. The file showed that in the first 3 months humanity lost a third of its territory. As humanity suffered heavy casualties and retreated step by step, it wasn't until the first Lord awakened that the situation for humanity began to improve. In the projection, a middle-aged man covered in blood stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on the battlefield of myriad races, with countless ethereal figures of his subjects appearing behind him. It was the legendary Lord, Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan. Lin Chen had a deep impression of him and immediately felt a surge of respect. Chapter 224, Special Envoy. Please. Command. Just as Lin Chen was immersed in the heavy historical memories, a familiar sound of laughter suddenly came from outside the door. Lin brother, you come back without saying a word. Yao Kang's loud voice came through the door. Before Lin Chen could respond, the door was pushed open. Yao Kang's burly figure squeezed in first, followed by Nie Shuangshuan, Qin Yuan, and Su Xiaoyu. Wow, is this the aura of a battle-honored expert? Nie Shuangshuan, with her keen eyes, immediately noticed the energy fluctuations around Lin Chen that had not yet fully subsided. You're glowing. Qin Yuan's gaze was calm. According to the energy spectrum analysis, this should be a characteristic of someone who has just broken through. Lin Chen. Su Xiaoyu appeared a bit shy. I heard you offended someone from the Holy Judgment Institute as soon as you returned. And you even snatched a bride? That's so cool. Lin Chen. We all missed you so much. Nie Shuangshuan bravely leaned closer. Lin Chen looked at this group of long-lost companions, and the gloom in his heart dissipated significantly. Yao Kong threw an arm around his shoulder. Not bad, brother. You've blended into the Tianwei Mansion so quickly, that's amazing. Nie Shuangshuan took out a large table of sumptuous food and drinks from the Lord's space. I specially reserved this. At the Drunken Immortal Tower, we must celebrate today. Wait. Qin Yuan suddenly frowned. Did you guys feel that there's a terrifying chill coming from Lin Chen? Nie Shuangshuan curiously took Lin Chen's hand and exclaimed, wow. It's so cool, so comfortable. Lin Chen smiled and let his friends explore his new abilities, feeling a long-lost warmth in his heart. Yao Kong had already set up the wine glasses quickly, the amber liquid shimmering enticingly under the light. Cheers! Yao Kong raised his glass, to our genius, to friendship. Nie Shuangshuan winked playfully, to the future. Qin Yuan was rarely sentimental. Su Xiaoyu blushed and added, to always being together. Lin Chen raised his glass, looking at the four sincere smiling faces, and smiled faintly. These companions could all be considered former comrades in arms. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal and drinks, Lin Chen's communicator suddenly lit up with a red light. Before he could check, a roar of engines came from outside the window. "Look at the sky!" Nia Shuangshuang pointed outside in surprise. A completely black warship hovered above the dormitory area, the words Tianwei on the side of the ship gleaming in the sunlight. The entire dormitory area instantly fell silent, everyone looking up at this flying vehicle that represented supreme authority. Wow! The cabin door slowly opened, and an automatic gangway extended to Lin Chen's villa door. Two women dressed in Tianwei Mansion uniforms gracefully walked out, exuding both elegance and vigor. "We need Special Envoy Lin," the two said in unison, their voices crisp and pleasant. Yao Kong stared without blinking, and Nia Shuangshuang's eyes widened. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. The woman on the left had her hair in a high ponytail, with two short knives at her waist, exuding a heroic aura. The one on the right wore white, her demeanor as cool as the moon. "Who are you?" Lin Chen was also a bit surprised. The pony-tailed woman smiled slightly. "My name is Yun Qing, and this is Bai Yu. From today onwards, we will serve as your exclusive secretaries, responsible for assisting you." She handed over a scroll. "This is our appointment letter." Bai Yu added, "The commander specifically allocated this warship for your temporary use." The entire dormitory area erupted in an uproar. Did I hear that right? Special Envoy? What did those two beauties call him? Special Envoy. Lin? God. A Tianwei Mansion Special Envoy at such a young age. Yao Kong grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder. "Brother, when did you become a Special Envoy?" When they saw Lin Chen's level 1 Special Envoy order, Nia Shuangshuang covered her mouth in shock. Level 1 Special Envoy? That's comparable to the rank of a general of the Demon Suppression Army. Cough, cough. Lin Chen realized he had been exposed, but everyone would find out sooner or later. He followed Yun Cheng and Bai Yu onto the warship, becoming a special envoy, and life would no longer be so leisurely. As the three boarded the warship, the entire dormitory area of girls erupted in excitement. "Lin Chen is just too handsome, and he has a personal secretary. That's a first-level special envoy from the Tianwei Mansion. I heard there are no more than 50 in the entire Great Xia." The moment the warship took off, Lin Chen saw countless gazes looking up from below through the porthole. He knew that from today onward, the burden on his shoulders would be heavier. "Special Envoy." Yun Chang brought up a holographic sand table. "According to your request, the latest news about your sister is not displayed on the Wanzhou battlefield." Lin Chen frowned slightly. Now that he had the authority, he would definitely look for news about his sister Lin Xinyue at the first opportunity. At that moment, Bai Yu handed him a cup of hot tea. "Special Envoy Lin, you just became a special envoy, and according to the rules, many family forces will come to visit. Should we prepare a banquet for you?" "No need, keep everything low-key." Lin Chen's voice was calm. He wasn't used to being entangled with too many forces. "By the way, do I have any task arrangements recently?" Yun Qing quickly scrolled through the holographic screen. "Special Envoy, there are indeed no mandatory tasks for you recently, but..." She paused. "The commander has specifically arranged for you to visit the moon dimension to retrieve the Sun Bao." "Sun Bao?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Bai Yu tapped a few times in the air, quickly pulling up a file, and slowly said, "I heard this Bao is highly effective against the Shadow Clan and can play a crucial role on the Wanzhou battlefield. However..." She hesitated slightly, a hint of uncertainty flashing across her face, then continued, "According to the current intelligence, this Bao is currently sealed within the Mazin royal family. Retrieving it from there is not an easy task, with a difficulty rating of S." Lin Chen frowned slightly. The Mazin clan. Princess Liu Xuan. That memory resurfaced. He had an absurd engagement with Princess Liu Xuan. The commander really knows how to assign me tasks. Lin Chen smiled wryly. "But it is indeed time to visit the moon dimension and settle this cause completely." Yun Cheng and Bai Yu exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. This task, even a third-level special envoy might not be able to complete smoothly. Lin Chen had just been appointed as a first-level special envoy. Did he really have the ability to accomplish it? Yet the commander seemed full of confidence in him, looking as if he had it all figured out. Why did he have such confidence in Lin Chen? Chapter 225. The Dark Moon Abyss Uprising. Special Envoy. The task information for the moon dimension has been transmitted. Bai Yu was focused, her fingers flying over the holographic keyboard. In the command room of the warship, Lin Chen leaned back in the leather seat, looking casual. At this moment, he was staring at the blood-red S-level mark on the central screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The third-level special envoy sent last month is still lying in the ICU. Bai Yu pulled up a surveillance video, showing a crew-cut man who hadn't even broken through the dimensional barrier before being severely injured by an elder of the Mazin royal family. Yun Sheng stood beside him, looking very nervous. As a special envoy's secretary, she had never participated in an S-level task before. Lin Chen suddenly spoke, his voice low. "Prepare. Yun Chang will accompany me to the moon dimension. Bai Yu will stay behind." "Me?" Yun Cheng's eyes widened, her cheeks slightly flushed. Bai Yu paused her actions. casting a resentful glance at Lin Chen. Yes, special envoy. Lin Chen nodded slightly. It seemed the assistant secretary's obedience was quite good. Special envoy. Yun Qing hesitated for a moment but gathered her courage to speak. This task is rated S. Just the two of us. Is it really feasible? Baiyu also called up another holographic image. The moon dimension of the Masons is hard to break through. I am a space mage. Taking me along will make it much easier to enter. You are a space mage? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. As far as he knew, space mages were quite rare. Once they grew, they were terrifyingly powerful. He grinned. Then you should come along, but don't worry about the entry issue. As he spoke, Lin Chen raised his right hand slightly and a shimmering white mark appeared at his fingertips. The mark resembled a crescent moon, incredibly mysterious. This is the moon space mark? Baiyu's eyes widened, her voice suddenly rising. This is a space passage mark that only core members of the Mason royal family possess. It allows free entry and exit to the moon dimension. Lin Chen smiled faintly, not saying a word. Then he flicked his fingertip and the mark vanished. Yun Sheng and Baiyu exchanged glances, finally understanding the commander's intention. Being able to enter the moon dimension was already half the success. An hour later, at the number 3 space teleportation array, Lin Chen changed into a specially made silver-black combat suit, perfectly outlining his tall figure. Yun Sheng and Baiyu both widened their eyes, unconsciously swallowing hard. Special envoy, why are you dressed so handsomely? Yun Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. Aren't we going to carry out a dangerous mission? Baiyu's expression was exaggerated. As far as I know, the Frost Princess of the Masons just turned 20 this year, and she is as beautiful as a fairy. Could it be? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. What are you thinking? This is just the latest ordinary combat suit from the Heavenly Might Mansion. He paused and added, looking good is just my inherent attribute, okay? Oh, the two girls elongated their tones, exchanging a glance. Soon, the teleportation began, and a blue beam of light shot up into the sky. Lin Chen stepped into the array, his whole being radiating energy. He turned back to look at the still-dazed Yun Sheng and Baiyu. What are you still dawdling for? Come over. Coming. Yun Xing and Baiyu rushed in, linking their arms with him, one on each side. Baiyu suddenly looked up. By the way, special envoy, the Frost Princess's favorite flower is the blue enchantress. I've already prepared it. Baiyu, you. Lin Chen was speechless. He had no intention of using any charm tactics. In his view, retrieving the sun bow shouldn't be difficult. I'm just providing intelligence support. Baiyu stuck out her tongue. And with a buzz of spatial distortion, the three figures gradually blurred in the blue light. In an instant, the world spun. Yun Qing felt her insides being stirred into a mess, and countless bizarre scenes flashed before her eyes. Baiyu remained calm, surprisingly serene. The moon dimension is a bit far from Shenzhou. We need to complete a spatial jump. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Lin Chen beside her, finding him looking as usual, completely unfazed. We're here. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he immediately activated the moon mark. With the moon mark guiding them, the three instantly appeared in a silver forest of the moon dimension. Ahead was the moon god palace of the Masons. Lin Chen looked up at the familiar silver moon in the sky, helplessly smiling. Well, here we are again. Lin Chen? A loud shout suddenly erupted. A handsome man in silver armor rode a moonwolf charging towards them, followed by a dozen fully armed moon wolf knights. Yukong? Lin Chen frowned. He remembered that Yukong was a prodigy of the Masons, a priest by profession. At this moment, Yukong's eyes were bloodshot. You heartless scoundrel. Yukong raised his staff. You promised to come back and marry the Frost Princess, and what happened? The princess has been waiting for you in agony. Buzz. The air around them suddenly tightened. Yun Sheng and Baiyu looked serious. Special envoy, be careful. Lin Chen waved his hand. It's fine. His voice deepened. Yukong, what exactly happened? Humph. Yukong snorted coldly. How dare you ask? What did you promise when you left? You said you would come back to marry the princess. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. The situation back then was special. Special my ass. Yukong shouted angrily. Do you know how much the princess has sacrificed for you? She only has you in her heart, and for you, she risked her life to refuse the marriage alliance with the three great elven royal families. Now she's forced to guard the Dark Moon Abyss. Do you know what that place is? Lin Chen's expression finally changed. Dark Moon Abyss? The Dark Moon Abyss, a forbidden area where the elven race's death row prisoners are held, an SS-level danger zone. The Dark Moon energy there can corrode the elven bloodline, making it difficult for ordinary people to endure. Yun Sheng and Baiyu were dumbfounded on the side. What's going on? Baiyu secretly opened her smart terminal. Damn, the envoy actually has such a romantic debt. Yun Sheng was also shocked. The flowing Frost Princess refused the marriage alliance of the three great royal families for him? Lin Chen felt helpless. It seemed that the matter of the daylight bow would have to wait. Yukong, take me to see Flowing Frost. Impossible. Yukong's face was filled with anger. The princess is currently guarding the abyss, and no one can see her. Unless. What? Unless you can cross the Dark Moon Abyss alone. Yukong looked at Lin Chen with a mocking expression. But with you being just a human, you would be corroded to dust by the dark moon energy in less than 3 minutes. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What a joke. He was a holy light mage. How could he fear dark moon energy? Moreover, he was also a martial artist, with a resilient body and blood energy like the sea. Lin Chen raised his right hand slightly, and a brilliant holy light suddenly burst forth, coalescing into a sort of holy light in his palm. At the same time, his blood energy surged, and a Shura pagoda appeared behind him. Holy light mage? Blood energy martial artist? Yukong's eyes widened. You are actually a dual-class practitioner? Baiyu was also filled with excitement. She had heard that Lin Chen was a quadruple-class practitioner but had never believed it. Envoy is amazing. Truly a one-in-a-million genius. Yunqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. The envoy is so handsome. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Now, do I have the qualifications to go in? Yukong's expression fluctuated, and finally, he gritted his teeth and said, even if you are a dual-class lord, the dark moon abyss is not so easy to breach. There. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. Everyone turned to look, only to see a dark moon rising in the direction of the dark moon abyss, the sky filled with dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Not good. Yukong's face changed dramatically. The dark moon abyss is in turmoil. The princess is in danger. Chapter 226. You humans really never give up. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. There's no time. Yunqing, Baiyu, you. Wait for me here. Yes. The two women responded simultaneously. Lin Chen took a deep breath, took out the teleportation dagger, and in a flash, disappeared from his spot, heading straight for the dark moon abyss. Yukong stood there in a daze, muttering to himself, teleport? This human guy is too monstrous. Boom! In the distance, a deafening roar sounded, and the entire dark moon abyss trembled. Many Mazan people looked up in horror, only to see a bizarre purple-black moon rising in the direction of the dark moon abyss, the sky swirling with dark clouds, blood-colored lightning weaving into a net. This is bad. Yukong's face turned pale. Instantly, the dark moon is in turmoil. Once the thing is born, no one will survive. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened like a knife, and an astonishing aura erupted from him. His figure flickered frequently, and the spatial runes on the teleportation dagger had already dimmed by half. He looked around, his expression growing more serious. The entire dark moon abyss was like a crumpled piece of paper being squeezed by an invisible giant hand. The spatial structure collapsing. This place was originally a natural rift in the moonplane, where a lunar eclipse would occur every new moon. But at this moment, the dark moon energy in the abyss was exceptionally violent. Flowing frost. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He never expected that the marriage vow he had casually made back then would lead this proud elven princess to willingly wait for him in such a perilous place. Cough. Lin Chen? You finally returned. A faint response came from the direction of the altar. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, a sharp pain piercing his heart. A slender figure, 100 meters away on the crystal altar, was struggling to support the wavering barrier. Princess Lu Shuang's silver hair had lost its former luster, her stunning face was filled with agitation, and blood was still trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she still tightly clutched the sacred ring Lin Chen had given her. Lu Shuang, hold on. Lin Chen shouted, his blood surging like a volcanic eruption. Behind him, a three-headed, six-armed Azura manifestation suddenly appeared, clad in crimson battle armor, exuding a suffocating pressure. Boom! The power of the lunar eclipse in the entire abyss suddenly erupted, transforming into a black torrent rushing towards the two. Lin Chen's gaze was like lightning as he formed a seal with his left hand, holy light shield. A golden shield of light instantly unfolded, colliding with the lunar eclipse power and creating dazzling sparks of energy. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Chen flashed to the front of the altar. When he saw Lu Shuang's condition, his heart trembled violently. Her right arm had already been eroded by the dark moon energy, her skin turning a purplish black. That face, once captivating and beautiful, was now as pale as paper. Only when she saw Lin Chen did her ice blue eyes regain their sparkle. Lin Chen, I finally waited for you. Lin Chen's throat tightened as he grasped Lu Shuang's delicate hand. The power of the holy light surged in like a tide, and at the same time, he pulled out a vial of life potion. Drink this quickly. Lu Shuang drank the life potion, and color instantly returned to her face. The next moment, she suddenly hugged Lin Chen tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Chen, I knew you would come. Before she could finish, a crisp sound echoed, and the holy light shield shattered with a bang. The violent power of the lunar eclipse poured in like a flood breaking through a dam, causing the entire abyss space to begin collapsing. Not good. Lin Chen shielded Lu Shuang behind him, the six arms of the Azura manifestation striking out, yet he was still forced to retreat step by this overwhelming force. Just as he prepared to crush the invincibility potion, a voice, ancient yet commanding, resonated through the abyss. In the name of the moon god, Elder. Yutsong appeared, stepping through the void, his silver-white robe billowing. He formed ancient seals with both hands, chanting obscure elven incantations. Seal. As the final syllable fell, moonlight descended from the sky, transforming into countless silver chains that wrapped around the rampaging power of the lunar eclipse. The tremors of the entire abyss gradually subsided, and the distorted spatial rifts began to slowly heal. It's Elder Yutsong. Lu Shuang's beautiful eyes lit up. Elder Yutsong floated down, looking at the two embracing each other, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Princess, are you both alright? Lin Chen slightly cupped his hands. Elder Yutsong. Lin, my young friend, you finally came. Elder Yutsong smiled wryly, shaking his head, his silver beard fluttering in the wind. If you hadn't come, this old bone of mine would have to accompany the princess in this abyss until the end of time. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart trembled. He took a deep breath and decided to speak frankly. Actually, I came this time to take the sunbow. The air suddenly froze. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Shuang's stunning eyes. Elder Yutsong's expression darkened instantly, the moon god staff in his hand striking the ground heavily. You humans truly have insatiable greed. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Half a month ago, your human race from the divine continent forcefully invaded the moon realm, and now you come to covet the sunbow? Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. He was well aware that the heavenly Might Mansion had already sent people here. Lu Shuang hurriedly stepped between them. Elder Lin Chen is different. Princess. Elder Yutsong's furious shout interrupted her. Have you forgotten? The sunbow is also very important to us. It is the key to suppressing the dark moon abyss. If it is taken away, the entire moon realm will be unable to contain the power of the lunar eclipse from the dark moon abyss. Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed from the depths of the abyss. The ground shook violently, and the previously calmed power of the lunar eclipse surged once more. Not good. Elder Yutsong's face changed dramatically. That thing is about to wake up. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he pulled Lu Shuang behind him. What exactly is being suppressed here? Before Lu Shuang could speak, the entire altar exploded with a deafening roar. A giant bone claw covered in purple demonic runes burst forth from the ground, with thick, dark energy coiling between its stark white joints. Shadow Bone Demon? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Isn't this supposed to be on the battlefield of the myriad races? How could it? Elder Yutsong waved his staff, and dozens of moonlight chains wrapped around the bone claw. 300 years ago, our clan sealed it here with the power of moonlight. Now that the seal is weakening, combined with the power of the lunar eclipse, it can replenish its energy, so we can no longer suppress it. Now do you understand why the sunbow cannot be taken away? As long as the sunbow is in my moon dimension, these shadowbone demons won't dare to step forward. At that moment, the bone claw suddenly let out a piercing shriek, and the dark moon runes on the abyssal rock walls exploded one after another. Before the words were out, a second bone claw burst from the ground. Humph! Lin Chen snorted coldly, slightly raising his hand, and 100,000 ghoul soldiers surged forth from the rift in the void like a tide. As soon as they appeared, they frantically gnawed at the shadow bone demon's body. The bone demon let out a wretched scream, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to nothing but bone fragments. But the next second, the power of the lunar eclipse from the abyss suddenly surged back. Those scattered bones actually reassembled, returning to their original state in an instant. Chapter 227, Abyss of the Sun. Useless. Elder Yutsong leaned on his staff, his face pale. Under the influence of the lunar eclipse power, these monsters cannot be killed in the abyss. The bone demon let out a shrill, sinister laugh, and both of its giant claws struck towards the ghouls. Large groups of ghouls were smashed to pieces by a single claw. Holy light judgment. Lin Chen suddenly leaped into the air, his whole body bursting with dazzling golden light. Behind him, a phantom of a 12-winged angel emerged. Although it was only a rudimentary form, it was undoubtedly a 12-winged angel. As the holy sword slashed down from the sky, the entire abyss was illuminated as if it were daytime. Boom! The bone demon disintegrated inch by inch in the holy light. But Elder Yu Sang suddenly shouted, "Be careful! It's reassembling!" Sure enough, those fragments began to writhe again in the dark moon energy. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and the power of holy light within him erupted like a volcano. True angel form. In an instant, brilliant holy light shot up into the sky, and a towering, several dozen meter tall two-winged angel solidified behind him. The angel's wings shimmered with ancient divine scripts, and the sword of light in its hand radiated a sacred aura that purified all things. This is the archangel rank? Elder Yutsong was horrified. How could a mere human summon a high-ranking angel? Annihilate. Lin Chen pointed his sword, and the two-winged angel swung its sword down. Wherever the sword light passed, the shadow bone demon let out a wretched howl, its body vaporizing inch by inch in the holy flames. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed from the depths of the abyss. Ah, you dare to destroy my avatar? A shadow that blotted out the sky was slowly rising from the deepest part of the abyss. The entire dark moon abyss began to tremble. Lu Shuang's face turned pale. It's the dark moon sovereign. How could it break the seal? The roar of the dark moon sovereign shattered the void. Human ants, do you dare to provoke me with this incomplete angel form? That massive hand suddenly ignited with purple-black flames, causing the temperature of the entire abyss to rise sharply. Run! Elder Yutsong's staff erupted with blinding silver light, and 9 figures instantly appeared. Behind him, the 9 elders of the Massian clan. They simultaneously formed seals, and 9 bright moons formed a great formation above the abyss. Lu Xuan, take Lin Chen to the abyss of the sun. Elder Yutson's mouth bled. We can hold out for at most 7 days here. Lu Xuan grabbed Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen, the Sun Bao is in the holy domain of the abyss of the sun. Our clan members cannot approach due to bloodline restrictions. We can only rely on you. Go! Before Lu Xuan's words fell, the Dark Moon Sovereign's giant hand had already torn a corner of the 9 stars in moon formation, and the violent Dark Moon energy surged in like a tide. Lin Chen's gaze darkened as he wrapped his arms around Lu Xuan's slender waist. The Azura form and the angelic essence erupted simultaneously, transforming into a stream of intertwined golden red light that surged towards the abyss. Boom! Behind them, a deafening roar echoed, as if the entire Dark Moon abyss was collapsing. Lin Chen dared not linger, channeling all his strength into the teleportation dagger, racing forward with Lu Xuan. An hour later, in the moon dimension, the holy domain, on the outskirts of the flame sun abyss. Scorching winds and sands swept across the land, and not far away, crimson lava churned and bubbled. The air was thick with the scent of burning heat. This was the forbidden ground of the Mason tribe, where even the most powerful moon knights could not approach, lest their bloodlines be incinerated by the power of the flame sun. Lu Xuan stood at the edge of the flame sun abyss, her silver hair billowing in the heat waves, her ice blue eyes reflecting the crimson flames. She bit her red lip and said softly, Lin Chen, I can only wait for you here. If I go any further, my bloodline will be scorched by the power of the flame sun. Lin Chen nodded, his expression grave as he gazed into the flame sun abyss, where a sea of molten fire lay before him. The sun bao is at the deepest point? Yes. Lu Xuan nodded. You must be careful. The flame sun abyss not only has extreme temperatures but also flame beasts. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly let out a muffled groan, her figure swaying dangerously as if she might fall. Lin Chen reacted quickly, catching her. Lu Xuan, what's wrong? Lu Xuan's face was pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The Dark Moon energy within me is acting up. Only then did Lin Chen realize that the Dark Moon energy inside her had not been completely purged. Her right arm was a deep purple-black, clearly eroded too deeply by the power of the Dark Moon Sovereign. Hold on. Lin Chen frowned slightly and immediately activated the power of Holy Light, trying to suppress the Dark Moon energy within her. However, as soon as the Holy Light made contact, Lu Xuan cried out in agony. Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly. No, Holy Light and Dark Moon repel each other. Forcing it out will only harm Lu Xuan's foundation. What should we do? Lu Xuan gasped, looking up at him, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Lin Chen, the core of the flame sun abyss, has the power of the sun bow, which can suppress and eliminate the Dark Moon's corruption. But what? But I can't hold on to get there. Lu Xuan's voice grew weaker. Unless what? Lu Xuan's breathing quickened, her ice blue eyes flickering slightly. Unless you can use your blood vitality to help stabilize the energy within me. Lin Chen was taken aback. Blood vitality? Yes. Lu Xuan's voice was soft, but it requires close contact. Lin Chen instantly understood her meaning, his expression shifting slightly. You mean? Lu Xuan did not answer, merely closing her eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembling. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. Saving her was the priority, and there was no other way. He asked softly, Lu Xuan, are you really willing to become my woman? Lu Xuan nodded gently. Seeing this, Lin Chen lifted her into his arms and walked towards a natural cave on the side of the flame sun abyss. The temperature inside the cave was slightly lower, but still unbearably hot. Lin Chen gently set her down, unfastening her clothing to reveal a large expanse of fair skin. He placed one hand on her heart, his blood vitality slowly flowing into her. However, at the moment, their energies merged. Boom! The two energies collided within Lu Xuan, and she suddenly threw her head back, letting out a painful moan as her body trembled violently. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he immediately increased the output of his blood vitality, trying to stabilize her condition. But at that moment, the Dark Moon energy within Lu Xuan suddenly went berserk. The purple-black energy coiled around Lin Chen's arm like a venomous snake, and he let out a muffled groan, feeling a surge of wicked fire rise from his lower abdomen. This is bad. It's the moon eclipse poison. Lin Chen realized instantly. The Dark Moon energy resonated with his Azura blood vitality, igniting the most primal desires within him. Lin Chen. Lu Xuan's eyes glistened with tears, her originally pale cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. She unconsciously tore at her clothes, revealing her flawless, delicate body. Help me! Lin Chen bit down hard on his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake, but when he tried to pull away, he found their vital energies had already intertwined. Lu Xuan suddenly exerted her strength, her long legs wrapping around his waist. Lu Xuan, wake up! Lin Chen shouted, but she had completely succumbed to the poison of the lunar eclipse. Boom! The two heated bodies writhed wildly in the cave. Lu Xuan's silver hair was disheveled, her ice blue eyes entirely consumed by desire. She roughly tore open Lin Chen's collar, leaning down to bite him lightly. Lu Xuan? Lin Chen hadn't reacted yet when her red lips pressed against his again. His last shred of rationality finally crumbled. He flipped over, pinning Lu Shuang beneath him, his blood surging explosively. Boom! In that moment, they were completely united, their vital energies and bodies intertwining wildly, healing each other. Chapter 228, The Fiery Sphere, Rare. Lin Chen felt the desire within him surging while Lu Shuang clung tightly to him, lost in passion. He didn't know how long it had been. When the storm of vital energy within them finally calmed, Lin Chen gasped and opened his eyes, discovering Lu Shuang naked, lying in his embrace, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, the blush of their earlier intimacy still lingering on her snow-white skin, breathtakingly beautiful. Tip: Martial Artist Profession Level Up. Level: Battle Sovereign Level 10. Can I still level up like this? Lin Chen murmured to himself, and Lu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Her ice-blue gaze was filled with happiness, and she suddenly pressed her hand against Lin Chen's chest. You have my lunar power within you now. Where their skin touched, golden and silver energies could be faintly seen circulating. Lin Chen was astonished to find that he could actually sense the flow of energy within Lu Shuang. Dual cultivation resonance? Lin Chen recalled the records in the texts. It is said that only soul-matched partners can. So you can't back out now. Lu Shuang suddenly bit his shoulder, leaving a crescent mark. This is the mark of the lunar spirit's partner. You can't abandon me. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled bitterly. Don't worry. Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly, but soon her gaze became resolute. Lin Chen, let's quickly go retrieve the sun bao. Lin Chen nodded, gripping Lu Shuang's hand tightly, and said solemnly, you wait for me here. The temperature in the fiery abyss is too high for your body to withstand. Lu Shuang bit her lip, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. But don't worry, Lin Chen interrupted her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I am both a holy light mage and an ice mage. The mere power of the sun cannot harm me. Lu Shuang took a deep breath and finally nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Lin Chen said no more and turned to enter the fiery abyss. Half an hour later, deep within the fiery abyss, the scorching flames surged like raging waves, the terrifying heat capable of incinerating the flesh of ordinary strong warriors in an instant. Lin Chen's vital energy surged, the Shura battle armor covering his entire body, while ice crystals formed all around, forcibly carving a path through the sea of fire. Sun Bao. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the brilliant golden light at the deepest part of the abyss. However, just as he was about to approach, boom! A pillar of crimson fire shot up into the sky, blocking his path. Within the fire pillar, a giant formed from pure solar energy slowly emerged. Outsider, die, the solar giant roared, its voice booming like thunder. Lin Chen sneered, a mere crimson flame beast dares to stop me? He flipped his right palm, the source of ice within him surging wildly. A pillar of ice blue light shot up into the sky, carving a path of ice through the searing magma world. Ice sword. Break! Lin Chen thrust his sword forward. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two forces, the solar giant's body was shattered by the ice sword, turning into a shower of ice shards. Lin Chen did not linger, his figure flashing as he charged directly into the heart of the golden light. At the center of the golden glow, a longbow made entirely of red gold floated silently, its body entwined with the sun's blazing flames, and the bowstring was formed from gathered light flames. Just getting close, Lin Chen felt a burning sting on his skin. What a domineering power of the sun! He squinted, and the attribute panel automatically unfolded. Sun Bao, Epic, Attack Power, plus 1500, deals 300% extra damage to Shadow-type targets. Traits, Eternal Day, Arrow Shot carry the true fire of the sun world. Rending, can tear through spatial barriers. Usage condition, must possess both light/fire dual attribute classes. Lin Chen stared at the attribute panel, cold sweat beating on his forehead. His main classes of Warrior, Undead, Holy Light, and Ice had no connection to fire. But the rumbling from above the abyss reminded him that there was no time to hesitate. Damn it, let's go for it. He grabbed the sun bao, and the bao's body immediately erupted with a resisting golden light. The power of Holy Light was repelled upon contact, and the ice power within him triggered a violent rejection reaction. Warning, attribute conflict, equipment failure. Damn! Lin Chen cursed in frustration, suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration, and immediately opened the Lord's shop. He frantically refreshed the equipment list. Finally, on the 17th refresh, a piece of equipment flickered with red light. Fiery Sphere, Rare. Fire attribute plus 100 skill. Fireball price 10 million gold buy. Lin Chen decisively purchased it. As soon as the fiery sphere was equipped, a faint heat flow surged into his veins. Lin Chen immediately activated the power of Holy Light, simulating the fire and Holy Light attributes. Temporary fire attribute activated. Fire affinity 52%. That's enough. He gripped the sun bao again. This time, the bao's body only trembled twice, and he actually managed to lift it. Lin Chen held the sun bao tightly, the bao vibrating slightly in his hands, as if resisting the control of this temporary master. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging energy conflict within him, and looked up at the abyss above. Lu Xuan, follow me. At this moment, the true form of the Dark Moon Lord had fully descended, its massive demonic body overshadowing the entire abyss. The moon god array formed by the 9 elders had already fallen apart, with Elder Yutsang bleeding from the corner of his mouth, still struggling to hold on. Old fool, it's time to end this. The Dark Moon Lord sneered, its giant claw condensing a dark moon energy sphere several dozen meters in diameter. Once I devour the power of the entire dark moon abyss, the whole moon dimension will bow to me. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his left hand grasping the air, and an arrow made purely of holy light flames appeared out of nowhere. He knocked the arrow, and the sun bow immediately erupted with blinding red gold light. The power of holy light and fire surged wildly into the arrow. The arrow gradually became coated in a layer of red gold, with the true fire of the sun flickering on its surface. Whoosh! The moment the arrow was released, the entire sea of flames in the sun abyss was stirred. The arrow transformed into a golden rainbow, piercing through the sky, leaving cracks in the void wherever it passed. Old monster, take this arrow. The Dark Moon Lord's pupils constricted. Impossible. How can you wield the sun bow? The arrow struck the Dark Moon Lord's chest with precision, the true fire of the sun colliding violently with the dark moon energy, unleashing a world-destroying shockwave. Boom! The sky was blasted open, creating a massive spatial rift, and the Dark Moon Lord let out a piercing scream. Lin Chen's eyes glinted coldly, his blood surging like a volcanic eruption. A towering Azura pagoda avatar suddenly manifested, with 6 arms each wielding divine weapons, exuding a suffocating pressure. Azura pagoda heavenly net. The 6-armed avatar transformed into blood-red chains, tightly binding the Dark Moon Lord. Freeze time and space. Lin Chen formed seals with his left hand, an extreme cold sweeping across the world. The entire abyss instantly crystallized into ice, the flow of time visibly slowing down. The Dark Moon Lord was shocked to find that even its thoughts were beginning to dull. This, is time-space freezing? Elder Yu Song's white beard trembled. The other 9 elders stared wide-eyed. They hadn't seen such divine powers in 1,000 years. This young man had already mastered the rules of ice? Moreover, he was skilled in multiple professions? Lu Shuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, her red lips slightly parted. She could clearly sense that the power within Lin Chen was far beyond this. This meant her man was incredibly strong. Chapter 229, Resolving the Harem Harmony Issue. It's not over yet. Lin Chen flipped his right palm, and the power of the undead coalesced into a curse rune in his palm, Doom Mark, instantly triggering the deprivation effect. The Dark Moon Lord felt all the power within him sealed. No, this is necromancy. The Dark Moon Lord's roar abruptly stopped, his massive demonic body compressed to the size of a fist. With a whoosh, Lin Chen pulled him into his lord space. The reason he spared the Dark Moon Lord's life was that, with the Shadow Clan rampaging on the battlefield of 10,000 races, this Dark Moon Lord might prove useful in the future. Inside the Lord space, a 2-headed ogre was cracking its knuckles. A little demon was spitting fireballs, while the big guy stared at the Dark Moon Lord with a silly grin. Master said this guy is afraid of fire. He. Then it's up to you to train him. Outside, Lin Chen put away the sunbow and turned to Elder Yutsong. Elder Yutsong, the issue with the Dark Moon Abyss has been completely resolved. Now I can take the sunbow, right? Elder Yutsong's white brows furrowed tightly, a complex expression appearing on his aged face. He sighed deeply. Lin, my young friend, do you know that the sunbow is a treasure of our clan? I know, Lin Chen replied calmly, gently stroking the bow's body, but it has already recognized me as its master. Before his words fell, the sunbow suddenly burst into golden light, joyfully trembling in Lin Chen's hand, as if to affirm his statement. The 9 elders exchanged glances, and one couldn't help but step forward. But this is? Let him take it. Elder Yutsang suddenly raised his hand to stop, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his murky eyes. However, he turned to look at Lu Shuang, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Princess, do you wish to go with him? Lu Shuang's pretty face flushed slightly, but without hesitation. She walked to Lin Chen's side and linked her arm with his. I have already made a moon god vow with Lin Chen. I will follow him for this lifetime. Her voice was cool, yet carried an undeniable firmness. What? Inside the abyss, the elders collectively erupted, their eyes wide, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Only Elder Yutsang slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Good. Very good. I'd been waiting for this day. Just then, buzz. A blinding beam of moonlight descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Lin Chen and Lu Shuang. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Masons, Lu Shuang's mother. Holding a scepter, surrounded by flowing moonlight, she resembled a celestial maiden, coldly stating, since the sun bow has emerged and you have come this far, our Masons' protective mission is complete. Our clan is weak, it's time to retreat. Lin Chen was taken aback, then quickly realized, so, that's how it is. Kid, you must protect Lu Shuang. You may go now. The Mason leader waved her hand lightly. Lu Shuang's eyes turned slightly red as she deeply bowed in respect to the Moon God clan. Lin Chen nodded firmly, grinning widely as he wrapped his arms around Lu Shuang's slender waist. Let's go. Boom. The sun bow erupted with dazzling golden light. The space twisted, and the 2 figures instantly vanished into the vortex. When Yun Qing and Baiyu were teleported out of the moon dimension, the 2 women were still in a daze, their heads buzzing. This, envoy, the mission, is complete?
Yun Shang rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she was dreaming. Bai Yu, on the other hand, widened her beautiful eyes, her
face flushed with admiration. Wow, this fairy sister is just too beautiful. That aura, that figure, simply stunning. The next second, she suddenly reacted, grabbing Lin Chen's arm. Excitedly, envoy, you're amazing. You actually managed to run off with Princess Lu Xuan?
She is the supreme goddess of the Moon God clan. Yun Xing also came to her senses, her lips
twitching. Your Excellency, did you perhaps exceed your mission this time? Lin Chen chuckled, tightening his grip around Lu Xuan's slender waist and said proudly, what do you mean? By abducting? Lu Xuan was already waiting for me. This is called mutual affection, you understand?
Lu Xuan's pretty face flushed slightly, but she still maintained her aloof
demeanor, merely giving a soft
Bai Yu leaned closer to Lu Xuan, her big eyes blinking. Fairy sister, now that you're with our boss, are you going to protect us in the future? Lu Xuan glanced at her indifferently, raised her jade hand slightly, and a beam of moonlight fell, instantly condensing into a crystal-clear moonstone in Bai Yu's palm.
Wow, is this a welcome gift? Thank you, fairy sister.
Bai Yu beamed with joy.
Yun Sheng also looked expectantly. Wow, what about mine?
And so, Lu Xuan moved into Lin Chen's villa at the
academy. That night, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and cleared his throat. Schwanger, there's something I need to confess. He steeled himself and recounted everything about Zhao Yuer, Xia, Baiqiu, and the others in detail. To his surprise, Lu Xuan merely took a graceful sip of red wine and said lightly, this princess doesn't mind. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback. In
my clan, the strong should naturally possess more. Lu Xuan's fingertips gathered a strand of moonlight, sketching mysterious runes in the air. Moreover, she suddenly leaned close
to Lin Chen's ear, her cool voice carrying a hint of seduction. Do you think this princess would be jealous of them?
Lin Chen's heart raced, the unique fragrance of laurel from Lu Xuan
enveloping his senses.
But in the next moment, Lu Xuan suddenly grasped his chin, her eyes flashing with cold light. However, if you dare to neglect me.
Ouch. That hurts.
Lin Chen realized he was being tugged by his ear.
I wouldn't dare.
Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hands, but inside, he was overjoyed.
This was a huge win. Not only had he resolved the harem harmony issue, but he also gained a beautiful and powerful alien princess for free. In the capital, at the Lu family estate. In the late-night villa, Lu Wenlong smashed his fist into the redwood coffee table in front of him, the precious purple clay teapot shattering all over the floor. Useless. Are the assassins from the abyss of darkness just eating dry rice? All killed in return?
From the shadows, the butler trembled and said, Fifth Master, that esteemed person has already arrived. Lu Wenlong's expression changed slightly, his
gaze darkening. Lead the way. Passing through 3 reinforced alloy doors, the underground chamber was eerily spacious.
Moonlight poured down from the dome, illuminating a figure in a black robe sitting cross-legged in the void.
Senior.
Lu Wenlong bowed at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling. The figure in the black robe slowly raised his head, revealing a
face covered in demonic patterns beneath the hood. Lu family's fifth. Do you know the price of awakening me? Thud. Lu Wenlong dropped to his knees, veins bulging on his forehead.
Senior, my only son was killed by a kid named Lin Chen.
That bastard has now become a first-class envoy of the Tianwei Mansion. Even the Abyss of Darkness is unwilling to deal with him. The genius of Tianwei Mansion?
The figure in the black robe suddenly grinned, dark energy swirling around him, causing the temperature in the chamber to plummet.
Interesting. I enjoy hunting geniuses from Tianwei Mansion the most.
He extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips. Just right, I can settle old scores and new grudges together.
However, you should know that the price for asking me to take action is very high.
Lu Wenlong pressed his forehead to the ground, cold sweat soaking through the back of his suit. I implore you,
Senior, to take action. My Lu family is willing to serve you for all eternity.
The figure in the black robe slowly raised a bony finger, the joints cracking.
After all, I have received protection from your Lu family.
His voice was hoarse. Give me all the information on that Lin Chen.
Hearing this, Lu Wenlong's eyes lit up with joy, quickly pointing in the void. Buzz.
A ghostly blue holographic projection unfolded, Lin Chen's battle footage, career chart, and cultivation data rolling like a waterfall. The most eye-catching was his background, Heavenly
Might's first-level special envoy, the core seat of the Northern Border Demon Suppression Army, a student of the Kyoto Lord Academy, an elder of the Crimson Abyss. The air froze. For 10 seconds. The man in the black robe suddenly changed his expression slightly. This kid is an elder of the Crimson Abyss? You want me to provoke that crazy woman? In the
holographic projection, Lin Chen was clearly visible, standing outside the 5th Sovereign Castle.
Chapter 230. I have an urgent mission. I'll give you 3 seconds. What? Lu Wenlong's
eyes widened in shock, the image in the holographic projection leaving him stunned. The latest intelligence showed Lin Chen was actually an elder of the Crimson Abyss.
A mere human can actually sit in the position of an elder among the 7 great abysses? It seems this kid is not simple. The man in the black robe spoke in a low voice. If it weren't for dire circumstances, I wouldn't want to provoke that crazy woman from the Crimson Abyss.
the air suddenly became oppressive. He suddenly recalled that 100 years ago, the Night Demon clan had underestimated the Crimson Abyss, and in the end, they became puppets of the Abyss.
Do you really want to kill this kid?
The man in the black robe suddenly grinned, his mouth splitting to the roots of his ears, revealing a mouthful of serrated teeth.
Even if it costs anything to become a monster that is neither human nor ghost?
As he spoke, his claw-like fingers emerged from his sleeve, a writhing mass of black substance floating in his palm, with distorted faces occasionally appearing on its surface, emitting the cries of a baby.
Lu Wenlong's lips twitched uncontrollably. This was the 10,000 devouring demon seed,
a forbidden object said to be fused with the grievances of countless abyssal races.
He had
seen records of it in his family's ancient texts. 300 years ago, a prince of the Azura clan swallowed this object and ultimately slaughtered his entire clan.
The man in the black robe's gaze sharpened. What's wrong? You don't have the courage?
Lu Wenlong trembled as he replied, "Thank you, senior."
Back in Kyoto, Lin Chen, having efficiently and perfectly
completed his mission. Not only that, but he also lent out the incredibly powerful Sun Bao, arranging for Yun Qing and Baiyu to return it to Heavenly Might's residence.
The mission was
complete, but unfortunately, there was still no news of his sister, Lin Xinyue. With rare free time, Lin Chen decided to take Lu Xuan to experience the splendor of the human world.
Kyoto, evening.
The sunset painted the sky in golden red as Lin Chen held Lu Shuang's hand, walking down the bustling street. The princess of the Masons had changed out of her luxurious silver robe, wearing a simple white dress, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, stunningly beautiful, drawing the attention of passers-by.
This is called ice cream?
Lu Xuang stared at the cone in Lin Chen's hand, tilting her head slightly.
Lin Chen grinned mischievously, deliberately licking a bite. Want some?
Lu Xuang let out a soft hum, suddenly leaning in to give him a gentle kiss on the lips.
Now, it's mine.
She snatched the ice cream, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Lin Chen stood frozen in place,
the scent of laurel lingering on his lips.
Night market, the crowd bustling.
Try this. Lin Chen held out a takoyaki to Lu Xuan's lips.
Lu Xuang took a small bite, letting out
a light gasp from the heat.
Lin Chen instinctively reached out to wipe the sauce from the corner of her lips, but she bit down on his finger.
The two locked eyes, and the air suddenly became heated.
At the top floor of a 9-star hotel, in the presidential suite, the moonlight flowed like water.
Lu Xuang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, silver light spilling over her snow-white skin.
Lin Chen wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, their auras blending together, dreamlike and surreal.
Xuanger. Lu Xuang's eyelashes fluttered, but she deliberately didn't turn around, only letting out a soft hum. What is it?
Lin Chen grinned wickedly. Last time, we were a bit too rushed.
Humph. Lu Xuang's
ears instantly turned red, trying to break free from his embrace, but he turned and pinned her against the floor-to-ceiling window.
Where are you running to? Just as she was about to
speak, Lin Chen suddenly lowered his head. The moonlight bathed the two of them, and Lin Chen grinned as he picked her up in a bridal carry, striding toward the bedroom.
Lin Chen, put me down. No way, he said confidently. Remember to be gentle. Last time was so rough.
Outside the window, the moonlight fell softly to eye in the suite, only the madness and passion of the two remained. Half a month later, as time flowed, Lin Chen had been accompanying Princess Lu Xuang during this period. They were inseparable, as if they were a newlywed couple. Every moment spent together was sweet and warm, embracing each other to sleep every night, whispering sweet nothings. However, Lin Chen knew he could not afford to stop.
For Lu Xuan's safety,
after much contemplation, he decided to send Lu Xuan to the Black Cliff Dimension.
As soon as they stepped into the Black Cliff Dimension, Lu Xuan was like a cheerful
little bird filled with joy.
It's so beautiful here. Soon, she blended in with Zhao Yuer, Su Jiao, and Lu Mengli.
The four of them sat around a table, the sounds of mahjong
and laughter intertwining, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, Su Jiao and Lu Mengli looked at Lu Xuan's exotic and stunning beauty with a hint of resentment in their eyes.
Lu Xuang's beauty was like the most brilliant star in the night sky, captivating them endlessly. In the dusk of the capital, the setting sun painted the tall buildings red. Lin Chen walked down the street with his hands in his pockets, enjoying his time alone. He was about to head to the Tianwei Mansion branch to check some information when a communication
prompt suddenly popped up. Feng Qingxue's video request?
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and lightly swiped his fingertip across the virtual screen.
The holographic projection unfolded, and Feng Qingxue's image appeared in the air.
She was dressed very formally today, looking stunning.
Qingxue.
Lin Chen smiled faintly, dressed so formally. Are you going on a blind
date? Humph. Lin Chen, I'm ignoring you.
Feng Qingxue glared at him, her red lips slightly pouting. I'm not in Daxia right now. I'm in Fuji country for a business event, and it's so
boring here that I wanted to chat with you.
In the video, behind Feng Qingxue was a typical Fuji country landscape, with a rockery and flowing water adorned with a few late-blooming
cherry blossoms. She sat under the eaves, looking utterly bored. Fuji country?
Lin Chen paused. How did you end up there? Our Feng family has a cooperative project with a company in
Fuji country, and they insisted I attend in person to further the collaboration. Fang Qingxue pouted, then suddenly lowered her voice. Tomorrow they have a secret auction, and I heard there will be the spirit wind ring from the elf clan. I must get it. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression hardened. The spirit wind ring was a treasure that only high-ranking priests of the elf clan could wear, significantly enhancing the agility of lords and their subjects. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed several dark shadows flashing in. The shadows behind Feng Qingxue. Qingxue, be careful behind you. Lin Chen stood up abruptly, a visible wave of energy erupting around him, drawing the attention of passers-by. The communication screen shook violently as Feng Qingxue turned in shock, followed by a scream. The screen flickered a few times before the communication abruptly cut off. Damn it! Lin Chen punched the nearby utility pole, causing the concrete pillar to crack instantly. Ignoring the gasps of the onlookers, he quickly activated the Tianwei Mansion's advanced positioning system. The holographic projection flashing a red dot indicating the last location of Feng Qingxue's signal. Fuji Country, Jing District, Jingshui Biyuan. Little ninjas, you're looking for death. A cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, his blood energy surging outward. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen's figure flashed, transforming into a streak of light, heading straight for the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army in Kyoto. 3 minutes later, he burst into the headquarters hall like a whirlwind, heading straight for the underground Super Teleportation Array area. Stop! The Super Teleportation Array requires a 3-day advance application. For fully armed guards immediately raised their energy rifles, the muzzles glowing with blue energy. Lin Chen did not stop, and with a flick of his right hand, a completely black token whistled out, hovering in midair and emanating a commanding energy wave. The front of the token was engraved with the words Tianwei. Level 1 Special Envoy Token? The leading guard's expression changed drastically, and he immediately put away his weapon and stood at attention. We did not know the Special Envoy was present. Please forgive us. Lin Chen retracted the token, his voice as cold as ice. Activate the teleportation array. Immediately, coordinates Fuji Country, Tokyo area. The duty officer rushed over, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Your Excellency, cross-border teleportation requires simultaneous authorization from both countries' military. The procedure. I have an urgent mission, I'll give you 3 seconds. Lin Chen interrupted him, starting the countdown. 3, 2, the officer's face turned pale, gritting his teeth and waving his hand. Activate the teleportation array. I will take all responsibility. Chapter 231 Protect the Emperor. At the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army in Kyoto, on the massive cross-border teleportation platform, complex runes lit up one after another, blue energy swirling in the center. Lin Chen stepped in, his black coat billowing in the chaotic energy. Your Excellency, due to lack of coordination, the teleportation process may encounter spatial turbulence. The operator's words were not finished when Lin Chen had already vanished into the blinding blue light. Inside the teleportation channel, Lin Chen felt his body being torn forward. Suddenly, irregular distortions appeared on the channel walls, several silver spatial rifts lunging at him like venomous snakes. As expected, the space is unstable. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his right hand clawing fiercely, the invincible potion directly ignoring the spatial turbulence ahead. A mere spatial turbulence thinks it can stop me? His expression was calm, his gaze dark. Above the Tokyo area of Fuji Country, a black meteor streaked across the night sky, crashing down into the courtyard of the Soraya Villa. The shockwaves sent the surrounding rockeries and pavilions flying, and amidst the swirling dust, Lin Chen stepped out of the deep pit, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fuji Country scum, I'm here. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it echoed like a death knell over the entire villa. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind causing a ruckus in Fuji Country. In the main house in the distance, several men in black looked grimly out the window. Tied to a chair, Feng Qingxue's face was filled with anxiety. Beside her, a lean man with a buzzcut squinted, a centipede-like scar twitching slightly on his right cheek. This fool, he really dares to come. Lord Sato probably didn't expect us to eliminate this genius from the Great Xia so easily. But, if we kill this kid, will it provoke retaliation from the Great Xia? Shitenkuan, I've heard this kid is very strong. One of the men in black swallowed nervously. What are you afraid of? Shitenkuan sneered, pulling out a black talisman engraved with the image of an 8-headed snake. No matter how strong he is, he's just a kid in his 20s. Can he compete with my 30 years of hard training in the Yamatano Orochi curse? Shitenkuan bit his finger, letting blood drip onto the talisman. Kill him, and Lord Sato will definitely praise us greatly. The talisman instantly ignited, transforming into 8 streams of black gas that shot out of the house, coalescing in the air into 8 massive snake-like phantoms, each as thick as a barrel. Their crimson eyes particularly eerie in the night. Lin Chen, run! This is their trap. Feng Qingxue shouted desperately, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. In the next moment, she was grabbed by the neck by Shitenkuan. Be quiet, little beauty. Shitenkuan grinned maliciously, once we deal with him, we'll play with you slowly. Outside, Lin Chen looked at the 8 giant snake phantoms swirling in the air, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this it? He raised his right hand, palm facing up. Instantly, countless brilliant holy lights pierced the sky like swords, illuminating the entire courtyard as bright as day. Among those lights, runes could be faintly seen flowing, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. Holy light judgment. As Lin Chen whispered, the holy light coalesced into a massive sword of light, its blade entwined with sacred flames, pointing directly at the 8 snake phantoms. Impossible. A ninja wearing a ghost mask widened his eyes, his voice twisted with fear. This is the holy sword of the great holy light mage, specifically designed to counter our shadow-style ninjutsu. Standing at the forefront of the ninjas, Shiting's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Shut up, Shunin. This is not your place to speak. Kill him." He turned to a middle-aged man in a purple ninja outfit beside him. "Shinobi Yamamoto, activate Plan B immediately." The man known as Shinobi Yamamoto immediately began forming seals, but it was already too late. The holy light sword clashed violently with the 8 serpents in the air, each collision resulting in deafening explosions. The sacred light and dark energy eroded each other. In just 3 breaths, the 8 serpents let out a piercing hiss, shattered by the holy light sword, dissipating into black smoke in the sky. "Pooh!" Shiting suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back 2 steps. The Yada barrier was connected to his mind. With the barrier broken, he immediately suffered a severe backlash. What terrified him even more was that the residual power of the holy light was still coming towards the main house where they were. "Protect the Lord." 3 Chunin leaped out recklessly, forming a defensive ninja formation. However, the holy light sword shattered their defense like a withered tree, and the 3 screamed as they were engulfed by the sacred flames. "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" Shinobi Yamamoto supported the swaying Shiting and shouted at the remaining ninjas, "Chunin, cover the rear. Genin, escort the lord away." 7 or 8 genin immediately surrounded Shiting and carried him away towards the back of the house. Shiting struggled to look back, his single eye filled with unwillingness. "Lin Chen, just wait, the Shadow Society will not let you go." His words were cut off, for Lin Chen had appeared in the house at some point, standing next to Fang Qingxue. No one saw how he got in, as if he was meant to be there. "I told you," Lin Chen waved his hand lightly, "none of you can leave." Shinobi Yamamoto's face changed dramatically, and he immediately began forming seals to use the substitution technique. Lin Chen merely snapped his fingers, and the temperature in the entire room plummeted. Countless tiny ice crystals formed in the air, refracting rainbow colors under the illumination of the holy light runes. Those ninjas who had just begun to form seals suddenly found their fingers unable to move. In the next moment, a thin layer of ice had silently covered their entire bodies. Holy light anti-magic domain? Shinobi Yamamoto's eyes could still move, and he saw the white mist he exhaled condensing in front of him. "No, this is a top-tier ice spell. You are a dual-element archmage?" His voice trembled from the extreme cold, and the terror on his face intensified. As a jonin, he knew all too well what it meant to control 2 opposing elements simultaneously. This was beyond the realm of ordinary geniuses. Fang Qingxue rubbed her reddened wrists, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. "Lin Chen, when did you become so strong?" Her voice was soft, tinged with a bit of guilt. "I'm sorry, this time I got you into trouble." Lin Chen turned to her and smiled faintly, the coldness in his eyes melting away in an instant. "Let's deal with the trouble at hand first." He walked towards the frozen Shinobi Yamamoto, and with each step, the ice beneath his feet automatically parted to make way. Lin Chen placed his hand on the ice sculpture of Shinobi Yamamoto, a ghostly blue light emanating from his palm. "Tell me, who set this trap?" Shinobi Yamamoto's lips had turned purple from the cold, yet he still grinned maliciously. "You will never know." Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded from within, shards of ice mixed with flesh splattering everywhere. Lin Chen had anticipated this and raised a light shield, blocking all the flying debris. "Another suicide." Lin Chen frowned slightly. "It seems the mastermind is quite cautious." He turned and looked at the other frozen ninjas, discovering they had also succumbed to death. Clearly, they had a lot of spirit. Fang Qingxue walked to Lin Chen's side, gently holding his hand. "Lin Chen, let's go quickly." Lin Chen nodded. Suddenly his ears perked up. Someone's coming, a lot of them. From a distance came the sound of orderly footsteps and the roar of armored vehicle engines. Evidently, the special forces of Fuji Nation had arrived. "Let's go." Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Fang Qingxue's slender waist, activating the teleportation dagger. In the next moment, their figures flickered and vanished from their original spot, reappearing on a street adorned with blooming cherry blossoms. Chapter 232. "Actually, you're quite tempting right now. Lin Chen, let's hurry back to Daxia." "I never want to come here again," Fang Qingxue said, pulling on Lin Chen's hand, her eyes still reflecting the panic from being kidnapped. Lin Chen shook his head, a mysterious smile on his face. "No, didn't you say there's an auction tomorrow? We'll leave after attending the auction." He gently squeezed Fang Qingxue's icy fingers. "It's rare for us to come here. I don't want to leave so simply." "But, don't worry." Lin Chen took out a bottle of shimmering golden potion from the Lord's space and shook it. "This is an invincibility potion. Hold on to it and use it when you're in danger. I have the identity of a level 1 envoy from the Heavenly Might Mansion. The people of Fuji country wouldn't dare to act openly against me. Invincibility potion? Does such a thing exist in the world? Fang Qingxue exclaimed. In shock. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Silly girl, don't make a fuss.
Just trust me, if it's not a matter of life and death, don't use it lightly.
Fang Qingxue nodded. Okay, I'll listen. To whatever you say.
That night, Lin Chen took Fang Qingxue to the top-floor suite of the most luxurious hotel, Tenshikaku, in the capital of Fuji country.
As the elevator doors opened, Fang Qingxue's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, so big.
She stepped onto the soft handmade carpet and walked into the living room, where the floor-to-ceiling windows revealed
the dazzling night view of the entire capital. This room must cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins per night, right? Lin Chen, are you really that rich?
Lin Chen casually tossed
his coat onto the genuine leather sofa and smiled nonchalantly. Hundreds of thousands?
To him, that was pocket change. He had so much money that he couldn't spend it all.
Seeing that he
didn't answer, Fang Qingxue could only shake her head helplessly. In any case, it's too extravagant. Lin Chen shrugged, not denying it, and began to set up security measures.
He first
activated the hotel's top-notch security system, capable of resisting detection and intrusion with a psychic shield. Then, he summoned skeletal undead from his territory as invisible
sentinels. Finally, he used the ice rules to set up an ice ceiling barrier around the entire suite.
Even 9 ice crystal mirrors were summoned as guards.
Now, not even a mosquito can get
close to our suite, Lin Chen said, satisfied as he looked at his handiwork, with protective runes flickering at every window and doorway, invisible to ordinary people.
Fang Qingxue finally relaxed, slumping onto the lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window.
The night breeze lifted her long hair, and the neon lights danced across her delicate profile, giving her a
youthful, student-like beauty. Lin Chen couldn't help but steal a few more glances. He poured 2 glasses of red wine and sat down beside Fang Qingxue. Lin Chen, I toast to you. Fang Qingxue raised her glass. To our friendship as classmates.
Lin Chen smiled lightly. Fang Qingxue shot him a glance, the crystal glass resting against her rosy lips. Who said we have
a pure classmate friendship?
The red wine left a mark of color on her lips. The way you were so tense when you saved me just now doesn't seem like how you treat an ordinary classmate. Lin Chen chuckled softly, not denying it. He leaned back in the genuine leather lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Fang Qingxue curl up on the sofa like a cat, looking particularly delicate and charming.
The two quietly admired the night view for a while, and Lin Chen suddenly spoke. At tomorrow's auction, feel free to bid. Don't worry about not having enough gold coins.
Lin Chen swirled his wine glass casually.
Fang Qingxue sat up in surprise, her chest proudly lifted. Lin Chen, when did you become so generous? She reached out to touch Lin Chen's forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? Trying to act like a big spender with me? Lin Chen smiled lightly. What, was I stingy before? Not stingy. Fang Qingxue suddenly fell silent, a faint blush rising to her cheeks.
But the items at tomorrow's auction are all worth hundreds of millions of gold coins.
So cheap? Lin Chen's voice was low and deep. Fang Qingxue tried to sit up straight but lost her balance and half fell into Lin Chen's embrace.
The buttons on her chest came undone, revealing a large expanse of
snow-white skin. Their faces were mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. You think you're rich, huh?
In her fluster, Fang Qingxue attempted to rise, but Lin Chen wrapped his arm tightly around her slender waist. She struggled a few times to no avail, her face turning red as she glared at him. What do you want?
Lin Chen chuckled softly, his fingers gently stroking the soft flesh at her waist. What do you think I want?
His voice carried a lazy rasp, particularly alluring in the night.
Fang Qingxue's heart skipped a beat,
but she forced herself to remain calm. Suddenly, she reached out and hooked her arm around Lin Chen's neck, her red lips close to his ear. Lin, could it be that you've fallen for
me?
Her warm breath brushed against his ear, carrying a faint scent of red wine. Lin Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his gaze darkening. Indeed, he had a strong fondness for Fang
Qingxue. Why are you silent? Fang Qingxue pressed on, her fingertips lightly tracing his back. Weren't you quite the charmer just now?
Lin Chen seized her restless hand. Stop it. I want to. Fang Qingxue's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly flipped over, pinning Lin Chen down on the sofa. She straddled his waist, her clothes disheveled, revealing her long, fair legs. Lin Chen's breath hitched, his hands instinctively supporting her waist. Qingxue, you've had too much to drink. It's just 2 glasses of red wine. She leaned down, her long hair cascading, the tips brushing against Lin Chen's cheek, carrying a faint floral scent.
Lin Chen, are you afraid? Their noses touched, breaths mingling. Lin Chen could
clearly smell her youthful fragrance, mixed with the rich aroma of red wine, intoxicating him.
Just as the atmosphere became intensely ambiguous, Lin Chen suddenly flipped over, regaining the upper hand.
He pinned Fang Qingxue beneath him, his hands braced on either side of her head. The teasing tactic won't work on me.
Fang Qingxue glared at him defiantly. Then what? Does work on you?
Lin Chen looked at her deeply. Suddenly his expression hardened, lowering his voice. Someone's watching outside. Fang Qingxue froze, her cheeks instantly flushing. It seemed Fuji country had sent someone to monitor them again. Why didn't you say so earlier?
She pouted angrily, her voice barely above a whisper. What I just did, it looked like
I was being flirtatious, and they saw everything. Lin Chen took the opportunity to sit up, pulling her up to straighten her clothes, and whispered with a chuckle in her ear, even Goddess Fong has her moments of initiative. It's indeed a rare sight. You're still laughing. Fong Qingxue glared at him, but froze when she saw her reflection in the mirror. Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, her clothes loose. She looked nothing like the aloof goddess of the academy. Lin Chen had already walked to the window, casually drawing the curtains tighter. When he turned around, he saw Fong Qingxue staring blankly at the mirror, a hint of insecurity flashing in her eyes. What's wrong? He walked back to her side. Fong Qingxue bit her lip, her voice soft. Am I not attractive like this? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. When did Miss Fong become so insecure? But you actually held back just now. She hesitated, her gaze flickering, thinking to herself, in the academy, there are so many people chasing me that they could fill several streets. How come this guy? Lin Chen suddenly reached out and lifted her chin. Qingxue, actually, you look very tempting right now. Fong Qingxue's face was filled with resentment. This guy was still teasing her. Alright, go to sleep. Lin Chen released her, taking a step back. We have to attend the auction tomorrow. Chapter 233, there really are hidden auction items, I want them. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the suite. Lin Chen was already dressed and standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. He was toying with a silver coin in his hand, but his gaze was fixed on a certain window of the building across the hotel. There, a faint presence lingered. The watcher had always been there. You're awake? Hearing the faint footsteps behind him, Lin Chen didn't turn around. Fong Qingxue rubbed her eyes as she walked out, already dressed in a fitting light purple long dress, her hair styled up. Upon seeing Lin Chen, her ears involuntarily flushed red, clearly recalling the ambiguity of last night. What time does the auction start? At 9 o'clock sharp. Lin Chen turned around, his gaze lingering on her for a few seconds. It suits you very well. Fong Qingxue lowered her head to smooth out the non-existent wrinkles of her dress. That, about last night. Ladies, the car is ready. The voice of the suite's butler came from outside the door, timely interrupting the awkwardness between the two. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Let's go, Qingxue. Today, I'll help you bid on the Spirit Wind Ring. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Fuji National Auction Center, a massive building shaped like a cylinder. A long line had already formed at the entrance, with people of all kinds streaming in. Lin Chen noticed at least 20 different faction emblems, ranging from business groups to secret organizations and even representatives from a few small countries. It seems today's auction is livelier than I imagined. Lin Chen squinted, his mental energy quietly spreading. In the crowd, he caught a few familiar auras, clearly those guys from yesterday. At 8:50, they found their platform on the second floor according to the invitation. The entire auction hall was circular, with 2,000 seats almost fully occupied. Fong Qingxue presented the Fong family's VIP card, granting them 3 exclusive seats. Just after they sat down, a beautiful woman in a dark blue professional suit hurried over. Miss, you were all right last night? The woman grabbed Fong Qingxue's hand and looked her up and down. I was held up by them yesterday. Luckily this young brother. Her gaze shifted to Lin Chen, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. So young? By the way, you said he is your classmate? Lin Chen nodded slightly, discreetly assessing the Fong family's butler. With the strength of a junior battle sovereign, his internal energy was abundant. He should be a martial artist. As a butler and bodyguard, his strength was quite decent. Andli, this is Lin Chen, my university classmate. Fong Qingxue introduced with a smile. Lin Chen, this is Andli. She mainly takes care of my safety. Andli's eyes sparkled, her gaze sweeping back and forth. Between the two, just classmates? You two last night. She keenly noticed Fong Qingxue's flickering gaze and the unspoken understanding between them. Oh, Andli. Fong Qingxue's face turned crimson. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, but his gaze suddenly shifted to the auction stage. At that moment, the host had already taken the stage, but what caught his attention more were the several powerful auras coming from backstage. There were at least 3 peak battle sovereigns and 1, possibly a battle sect expert. Dear esteemed guests, welcome to the treasure auction. The host's booming voice echoed throughout the venue. Today's auction items include rare equipment, lord materials, profession-specific weapons, and even 3 of the latest spirit energy mechas. As he introduced, the big screen began to showcase today's auction items. When the final highlight item appeared, Lin Chen distinctly felt the atmosphere in the hall shift. It was an ancient ring entirely emerald green, with a gem shaped like an eye of the storm embedded in the face. Spirit Wind Ring. Fong Qingxue murmured softly, a glimmer of desire flashing in her eyes. Lin Chen patted her hand. Don't worry, no one can snatch it from you today. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt several hostile gazes shooting in from different directions. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up. It seemed this auction was going to be more interesting than he had anticipated. Antli seemed to sense something as well, leaning slightly forward, entering a state of alert. Miss, today probably won't be peaceful. Fortunately, no one dares to cause trouble at the auction. Fong Qingxue took a deep breath, looking at Lin Chen, who was calm and composed beside her, feeling inexplicably reassured. With him here, it's fine. Hearing this, Lin Chen turned to her
and winked. You trust me that much?
Fang Qingsno turned her face away but did not deny it. The sunlight streamed through the dome glass, casting a glow on her profile, outlining a perfect arc. Lin Chen watched this scene and suddenly felt that he should have taken her down last night. This girl was actually quite nice. At 9:05 a.m. Shenzhou time, the auction hall was bustling with voices. Lin Chen leaned back in the soft chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. He noticed that many people's gazes frequently turned this way. Some were admiring Fang Qingsno's beauty, but more were sizing him up. It seems many guys have set their sights on me. I want to see who has been trying to kill me. Just right, I can draw out those hiding in the shadows and let them know I'm not so easy to kill. Lin Chen thought to himself, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. The reason he didn't leave was to make these guys from Fuji country remember that he was not to be trifled with. If they couldn't kill him, they would have to face serious consequences. The auction hall sloped downwards, with nearly all 2,000 seats filled, and some even standing. What surprised Lin Chen even more was the presence of many strong individuals. In the front row sat several dark-skinned African warriors quietly conversing in their native tongue. In the left aisle, a group of blonde, blue-eyed European warriors was carefully studying the auction catalog. Not far away, there were also several Middle Eastern sorcerers cloaked in black robes, surrounded by strange energy fluctuations. The Fuji country auction really lives up to its reputation, Fang Qingsno whispered. Even the Desert Eagle and Arctic Bear Legion are here. Lin Chen nodded slightly. These internationally renowned mercenary organizations were rarely seen, but now they had gathered in Fuji country, indicating that the items up for auction today were extraordinary. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. It was a young man dressed in ordinary casual clothes, sitting in the back corner with his head down, completely out of place among the elegantly dressed guests. Although he had deliberately pulled his cap down low, Lin Chen recognized that profile at a glance. Wu Di. Lin Chen frowned slightly. This former close friend from the Scarlet Abyss had been out of touch since he went to the northern region. How could he suddenly appear in Fuji country? What was even stranger was that Wu Di showed none of his usual eccentricity. Instead, he looked serious, occasionally glancing around warily. Could he be a Fuji national? Lin Chen speculated but quickly dismissed the idea. Wu Di's ancestral home was also Zhengzhou, and he had always looked down on Fuji country's culture. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, Wu Di seemed to sense something and suddenly pulled his hat down even tighter. What's wrong, Fang? Qingsno noticed Lin Chen's unusual behavior and followed his gaze. Is someone watching us? An old friend. Lin Chen retracted his gaze, his tone calm, but it seems he doesn't want to acknowledge me. Fang Qingsno nodded thoughtfully, not asking further. She knew Lin Chen's character too well. If he didn't want to say, no one could pry it out of him. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is now officially starting. The host's voice echoed throughout the hall through the loudspeaker. First, we have the first item up for bid, the Wind Whisperer longbow from the Elven Plain. As the display platform rose, a longbow entirely green appeared before everyone. The bowstring was entwined with visible air currents, and one could faintly hear the sound of the wind singing. Fang Qingsno's face lit up with excitement. Sure enough, there are hidden auction items. I want it. I want it. Hidden auction items? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Fang Qingsno's eyes as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "This is how the Fuji country auction attracts people. Many truly precious items are not fully displayed but auctioned randomly. But to start with a hidden item this time is really something to look forward to." Lin Chen nodded, but his attention was drawn to something else. Just as the auctioneer was introducing the item, he clearly saw Wu Di quietly leaving his seat, moving towards the backstage. What caught people's attention even more was that two individuals in work uniforms immediately followed, their movements professional and discreet. Interesting. A glimmer of interest flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It seemed that this old friend of his was hiding quite a few secrets. Lin Chen, I want the Wind Whisperer longbow. I'm going to place a bid. Fang Qingxue suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's arm, her eyes filled with determination. On the auction stage, the longbow, entirely emerald green, was on display, with swirling air currents wrapping around it, creating a small whirlwind, and a faint sound of wind whispering could be heard. The starting bid was 10 million gold coins, with each subsequent bid not less than 500,000 gold coins. 10 million gold coins. Fang Qingxue pressed the bidding device without hesitation. 15 million. Immediately, someone raised the bid, the voice coming from a veiled woman in the front row. Fang Qingxue frowned. 15,500,000. 20 million. The veiled woman did not turn her head, lightly raising the bid again. Fang Qingxue bit her lip in frustration. Although this bow was precious, its market price was around 30 million. The other party was wealthy and imposing. This made her hesitate. She secretly glanced at her account balance, 90 million gold coins, which was her father's entire budget for this auction. 30 million. She placed her final bid in a desperate gamble. The veiled woman chuckled lightly, raised her card again, and pressed the bidding device. 50 million. Seeing this, Fang Qingxue sighed.
100 million gold coins. Suddenly, a deep male voice echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeaker.
Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Lin Chen was lazily leaning back on his chair, casually playing with the bidding
device. Wow! The crowd erupted in an uproar. Is this guy crazy? The Wind Whisperer longbow isn't worth that price. Isn't that the position of the Fong family from Daxia? Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Could he be a new rich second-generation friend of the Fong family's daughter? The discussions rose and fell. Fang Qingxue was also stunned, staring blankly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what are you doing? This is too expensive. Lin Chen shrugged. Didn't you want it? But 100 million, first call. The auctioneer excitedly struck the gavel. Is there a higher bid? The veiled woman finally turned around. Although half of her face was covered by a veil, her snake-like eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. Sir, this auction is not a joke. May I ask if you have sufficient proof of funds? Her voice was not loud, but it carried a clear provocation. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer hesitated. Esteemed guest, according to the rules, bids exceeding 100 million require proof of funds. Aunt Li was anxiously stamping her feet nearby, thinking that Lin Chen was definitely trying to show off in front of Fang Qingxue. Lin Chen, do you know what 100 million gold coins means? The Fong family's net profit for a year is only about that. Lin Chen didn't even glance at them, simply pulling out a pitch-black gold card from his pocket and tossing it to the staff. Check it yourself. The staff caught it in a flurry, and when they saw the pattern on the card, their expression changed instantly. Universal black gold card? The auction house was thrown into a commotion. The universal black gold card has a minimum storage limit of 100 million gold coins. Seeing this, the veiled woman no longer said anything. 100 million, second call. 100 million, third call. Sold. The auctioneer struck the gavel. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Wind Whisperer longbow. The venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with the eyes of a spoiled rich kid. Fang Qingxue stared at Lin Chen, her lips trembling slightly. Lin Chen, that's 100 million gold coins. No worries. Lin Chen smiled lightly. A little gift for you. Do you like it? Fang Qingxue's eyes suddenly turned red. From childhood to now, everything she wanted was achieved through her own efforts. This was the first time someone had spent lavishly for her. Aunt Li watched in shock, and after a while, she came to her senses. Oh no. This kid successfully showed off. She couldn't help but mutter softly. If the master knew that the young lady had found such a frivolous boyfriend, he would probably be furious. Lin Chen pretended not to hear, merely pinching Fang Qingxue's delicate face. Next up is the spirit wind ring. You can bid on anything else you like. Fang Qingxue took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of security surged within her. It felt as if with Lin Chen around, nothing was impossible. Only Aunt Li looked awkward. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed, Wu Di was watching this scene with a complex gaze. Next is item number 39, the Shadow Dagger from the Abyss Plane. The auctioneer's voice pulled Lin Chen's thoughts back. Starting bid is 80 million gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 1 million gold coins. Fang Qingxue leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear. I just saw someone watching us, right in our upper left corner. Lin Chen took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her waist, feigning intimacy, and whispered, not just them, that red-haired lady in the third row on the left is likely an assassin, and the old man in the back row should be a devotee of the Yaqi Chamber of Commerce. Fang Qingxue's body stiffened. So many forces? Why do they all want to kill you? Just then, the lights in the auction hall suddenly dimmed. A spotlight shone on the central display platform, and the auctioneer's voice became solemn. Next is the grand finale of this auction, the legendary Spirit Wind Ring. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated his undying eye, a ghostly blue light flashing in his eyes. In his vision, the ancient ring instantly revealed a series of data: target, spirit, wind ring grade, epic attributes, elven wind law, additional skills, wind's protection, immunity to wind damage below level 9, void step, short distance spatial leap, special effect, heirloom of the elven royal family. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and a storm surged in his heart. This was no ordinary equipment, it was clearly a treasure of the elven race. Even more astonishing was the ring's spatial leap ability, which was as formidable as the teleportation dagger. Chapter 235, Wu Di, long time no see. It seems this ring is even more precious than we imagined. Lin Chen lowered his voice, his tone slightly grave. It not only controls wind elements but also contains a hint of spatial law. Fang Qingxue gasped. What? Spatial law? That's something only a battle emperor can touch. Aunt Li looked puzzled. Miss, what are you talking about? Starting bid is 500 million gold coins, with each bid not less than 10 million. The auctioneer's voice echoed throughout the hall. This starting price directly shattered the auction record. After a moment of astonishment, bidding began to rise. 550 million, 600 million, 700 million. The price soared at an astonishing rate, 800 million. The devotee of the Yaqi Chamber of Commerce slowly raised his paddle. 900 million. The leader of the Desert Eagle faction was unwilling to back down. The price skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, it broke
through the billion mark. Fang Qingshue's face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly. Although the Fang family was financially strong, it was still difficult to compete with these international powers. This level of bidding had completely exceeded her capacity to bear. Lin Chen remained calm and composed, and only when the price climbed to 1.5 billion did he suddenly press the bidding device. 2 billion gold coins. The hall fell silent in an instant. This price was equivalent to the annual fiscal revenue of a small country. 2 billion first. Call. The auctioneer's voice carried a hint of excitement. Sure enough, a mysterious figure wearing a silver mask slowly stood up. 2.5 billion. His voice was hoarse, unlike that of a human, each syllable sounding as if metal were scraping against metal. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, activating his undying eye to its fullest, finally seeing through the mask to reveal the true face beneath, which was not a human face at all, but a writhing mass of black mist. Shadow Elf? He immediately realized that this matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Chen did not hesitate to raise the bid again. 3 billion. When this number echoed through the loudspeaker, the entire auction hall fell into an instant silence. Even the auctioneer, who had maintained an elegant smile, froze in place, the gavel suspended in midair. 3 billion gold coins. The auctioneer's voice trembled noticeably. This gentleman bids 3 billion. Beside him, Fang Qingxue and Aunt Li were completely dumbfounded. Fang Qingxue's small mouth slightly open, her exquisite face filled with disbelief. Aunt Li was so shocked that her legs went weak and she had to hold onto the chair to avoid collapsing. What a waste! Such a waste! This amount was equivalent to the Fang family's total income over more than a decade. 3.5 billion. The masked man refused to back down. Their bidding war was like two swords clashing in the air, and all the guests held their breath. This price had already caused other bidders to give up, leaving them to watch this astonishing financial duel with wide eyes. 4 billion. 4.5 billion. 5 billion. The price soared at a terrifying speed, quickly surpassing the 5 billion mark. Beads of sweat began to form on the auctioneer's forehead, and his voice changed pitch as he called out 5 billion for the first time. Lin Chen appeared calm on the surface, but his muscles were already tense. He noticed the air around the masked man starting to distort. 5 billion for the second time. With the auctioneer's second call, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall became frozen to the extreme. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. The masked man slowly turned his head, his hollow eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. In that moment, Lin Chen felt a chilling consciousness trying to invade his mind, and countless whispers echoed in his ears. Give up, human. This is not a power you can possess. Join our Shadow Elf clan and gain immortality. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his eyes shining with determination. Ever since he devoured the spirit soul crystal, his mental strength had become incredibly powerful. A mere trick. A disdainful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. 5 billion for the third time. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel came down heavily, his voice trembling with excitement. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the spirit wind ring. The hall fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into a deafening buzz of discussion. Insane. 50 billion for a ring. Who is this person? Shu, keep it down. Didn't you see that mental pressure just now? Various looks of astonishment, jealousy, and awe were directed at Lin Chen's position. The silver-masked man had quietly left, but before departing, Lin Chen distinctly felt a gaze filled with malice. This contest was not over yet. The wind spirit ring finally in hand. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although there had been some twists and turns, the value of this ring far exceeded expectations. The staff nervously delivered the ring to the private box. Lin Chen casually took it, not even looking, and handed it to Fang Qingxue beside him. Here, try it on and see if it fits. Fang Qingxue was stunned, her hands trembling slightly. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Put it on, I originally bid for you. Lin Chen insisted, pulling her hand and personally slipping the ring onto her ring finger. Just consider it a gift for you. All right. Fang Qingxue's face instantly turned crimson, and Aunt Li beside her covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Mrs. going to accept this kid. Lin Chen grinned as he enjoyed Fang Qingxue's flustered expression. Just as he was about to tease her a bit more, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence reappearing. It was Wu Di. He had sneaked out. You all handle the next auction. I'll be right back. Lin Chen quickly instructed, his figure vanishing like a ghost. The auction continued. As Fang Qingsno said, the auction efficiency in Fuji country is extremely high, with hundreds of treasures sold in just 2 hours. From rare materials to professional equipment, from dimensional maps to mecha design blueprints, everything is available. Fang Qingsno participated absent-mindedly in a few equipment bids, but her gaze fell on the ring in her hand. She looked again in the direction Lin Chen had left, her heart filled with thoughts. Miss, Aunt Li hesitated. Who exactly is this young Master Lin? Fang Qingsno smiled faintly, her lips unconsciously curling up. Oh, he's just my classmate. Meanwhile, in a shadow outside the auction venue, Wu Di, long time no see. Lin Chen called out to Wu Di, who was about to leave. Wu Di's body stiffened, slowly turning around. His hat was pulled low, and his face bore several hideous scars, his eyes reflecting a weariness Lin Chen had never seen before.
Boss.
Wu Di's voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Congratulations on winning the Spirit Wind Ring. He glanced around warily, speaking rapidly. This ring is crucial for Elven Lords. It affects the course of the dimensional war.
You should leave quickly. It's best to pretend you don't know me.
Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his undying eye instantly seeing through Wu Di's condition. His meridians were almost devoid of blood energy, filled instead with some twisted shadow energy, and a black rune was embedded in the position of his heart.
Puppet? What happened? Who turned you into this? Lin
Chen grasped Wu Di's wrist, the power of holy light flowing into his veins.
Ah!
Wu Di curled up in pain, dark energy roiling beneath his skin. Stop, they will find out.
Suddenly,
Wu Di trembled violently, black blood seeping from his 7 orifices. He pushed Lin Chen away with force, his voice hoarse. It's the Yaqui Society. They planted a curse seal in my
body. Chapter 236, Void Predator. Yaqui Society? A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. They dare to touch my people? He quickly took out a vial of emerald glowing life potion from
his territory space, the rich life aura permeating the air as if it could heal all the world's wounds.
Drink this quickly. Lin Chen handed over the potion. Wu Di painfully accepted
the vial and tilted his head back to gulp it down. The moment the potion hit his throat, his whole body trembled violently, the black curse seal beneath his skin twisting and struggling,
like a living thing, fiercely resisting the power of the life potion.
His breath gradually stabilized, but the dark patterns did not fade. Instead, they seemed to have a consciousness
of their own, spreading towards his heart. Ah!
Wu Di suddenly arched his body, letting out a painful roar from his throat.
Lin Chen's expression darkened, murmuring, "It really isn't that simple."
He no longer hesitated, the power of holy light erupting within him.
In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth from his body, a massive winged angelic phantom forming. Behind him, its holy wings unfurling, scattering countless specks of light.
The angel wielded a sword of judgment, its gaze piercing, as if it could purify all the filth in the world.
Holy light judgment!
Lin Chen shouted, pressing his right hand firmly against Wu Di's heart. The angelic phantom swung its sword in unison, a blazing holy light cascading down like a
waterfall, instantly pouring into Wu Di's body. Sizzle!
The black curse seal twisted and evaporated like ice meeting fire, emitting a piercing shriek.
Wu Di's body convulsed violently,
black blood seeping from his 7 orifices, but those curse seals crumbled inch by inch under the scorching holy light, ultimately transforming into wisps of black smoke, completely
dissipating. Cough, cough.
Wu Di spat out a large mouthful of black blood, but his complexion visibly regained color at a rapid pace.
He weakly opened his eyes, looking at Lin Chen, his voice hoarse. "Boss, thank you."
Lin Chen withdrew the holy light, and the angelic phantom behind him also vanished. He patted Wu Di's shoulder, speaking in a deep voice, "No time
for chatter, you're coming with me."
However, just as the two were about to leave, a slow clapping sound echoed from the darkness. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he abruptly turned his head. Not far away, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Dressed in a black kimono, his face was grim, and a strange smile lingered at the corners of his mouth.
"No wonder you're a genius of the Great Xia. I didn't expect you to be able to break the curse seal." The man chuckled softly, his tone airy. "But do you really think this will save him?" Lin Chen narrowed
his eyes, a chilling killing intent radiating from him.
"Members of the Yaqui Society?"
The man nodded slightly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes.
"Yaqui Society, Seat 7. Black Crow."
Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, and a pitch-black chain shot out from his sleeve, aiming straight for Wu Di's throat.
"Seeking death." Lin Chen snorted
coldly, raising his right hand as holy light transformed into a barrier, forcefully blocking the attack. However, Black Crow remained unfazed, his smile deepening.
"Don't be hasty. The game has just begun."
He snapped his fingers, and the surrounding darkness began to writhe, dozens of shadows emerging from the ground, walls, and even the air, each exuding a
suffocating killing intent. Lin Chen's gaze swept over them, and he sneered, "Just these small fries?" Black Crow chuckled softly, "Of course not." He slowly raised his hand, revealing a pitch-black rune in his palm, at the center of which, a crimson eye slowly opened. "Eye of the Void?" Wu Di's expression changed drastically. "Boss, be careful." However, before he could finish, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Boom!
A massive spatial rift opened beneath Lin Chen's feet, and endless darkness and twisted energy surged forth, as if connecting
to some unknown terrifying dimension. Black Crow's smile turned completely sinister.
"Lin Chen, welcome to your cage, the abyss of the void."
In the next second, countless black tendrils shot out from the rift, targeting Lin Chen and Wu Di. Buzz!
A terrifying suction suddenly erupted, and Lin Chen felt his body sink, as if being pulled toward the abyss by an
invisible giant hand.
He forcefully urged the blood energy within him, trying to stabilize his form, but the space beneath his feet collapsed like quicksand, offering no leverage.
Even
the invincible potion was too late to use.
"Boss!"
Wu Di's face turned pale, his body already entangled by the tendrils, being dragged inch by inch toward the rift.
Gritting his teeth, he looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Stop talking nonsense."
Lin Chen shouted, swinging his right hand fiercely, and the holy light transformed into a blade, instantly
severing the tendrils that bound Wu Di.
However, more tendrils surged from the rift, wrapping around them like living creatures in a frenzy. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, but he understood in his heart that the target was never Wu Di. "It's not your fault," he said solemnly. "It should be me who dragged you into this. The Yaqui Society, the abyss of the void, all of this was likely aimed at him." Boom! The ground completely collapsed and the two fell into endless darkness. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, everything around him was in chaos. The gray sky had no sun or moon, only twisted dark purple clouds slowly writhing. The earth was cracked, and the air was filled with a decaying stench. In the distance, the faint roar of unknown creatures could be heard. "Is this the abyss of the void?" Lin Chen frowned. Wu Di struggled to get up, his face pale. "Boss, we've been exiled to the void crevice. This is the junction between dimensions and the void. Once assimilated, we will completely become void creatures. Even if we aren't assimilated, we will be trapped inside." Lin Chen looked around calmly and asked, "Is there a way out?" Wu Di forced a smile. "Unless we can find a spatial node, or what? Or use void creatures to help us open a passage," Wu Di whispered. "But that's nearly impossible. Finding a spatial node in the void crevice is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Void creatures are incredibly powerful." Lin Chen's expression darkened. If he had the Sun Bao, perhaps he could forcibly break open a spatial rift, but unfortunately, that artifact had long been sent to the battlefield of the myriad races, and now, distant water could not quench present thirst. "They went to great lengths to bring me here." Lin Chen's eyes glinted coldly. "Is it just to trap me?" He let out a cold laugh, his right hand suddenly clenching, holy light coalescing in his palm into a blazing white longsword, which he swung fiercely downwards into the void. Boom! The sword light tore through the dim sky, but the moment it touched the spatial barrier, it was devoured by an invisible force, not even causing a ripple. "Boss, it's useless." Wu Di shook his head. "The spatial rules here are distorted. Unless we find a node, no external force can break through." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly withdrew the holy light. Skeleton undead. Crack! A skeleton, as translucent as jade, suddenly stepped out from the void, its eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue soulfire and its bones covered in mysterious runes. Wu Di gasped. "High level. Undead? Boss, you can summon such forbidden creatures?" Lin Chen did not answer, instead condensing a drop of blood at his fingertip. The blood droplet traced an arc in the air, landing precisely on the skeleton's forehead. "Fragile bone, find the weakest spatial fold." The skeleton undead nodded. "As you command, master." It suddenly knelt on one knee, its bony hand pressing against the ground. Countless blood-red patterns spread from its finger bones, sketching a blood-colored star map in the void. 3 nodes among them were flashing violently. Crack! The skeleton undead suddenly looked up, its soul fire surging. In the distant gray mist, a dozen distorted shadows were rapidly approaching. They resembled skinned hounds, but their heads were swirling void vortices. Void predators. Wu Di's face turned pale. These predators swarm like locusts, capable of devouring all energy. Chapter 237. Tonight go all out, leave none behind. Ghoul army. Lin Chen shouted, and the void suddenly twisted. Buzz. In an instant, tens of thousands of ghouls surged out from the torn spatial rift. There. Crimson eye sockets fixated on those void predators. The two torrents collided with a thunderous crash. Sizzle! The frontmost ghoul was torn apart the moment it touched a void predator. Its shattered bones and essence completely drained. But the ghouls behind immediately surged forward, using their claws to tear at the distorted shadows, sacrificing themselves for the fight. Soon, the void predators were heavily injured. "Useless!" Wu Di shouted. "These monsters can infinitely split." Indeed, the torn void predators transformed into black mist, which quickly reformed into more entities. Meanwhile, the number of ghouls was rapidly decreasing. Lin Chen, however, let out a cold laugh. "Who said victory relies on numbers?" He suddenly pressed his right hand down, holy light runes appearing in his palm. Holy light. Boom! A brilliant beam of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire void crevice as if it were daytime. Under the radiance of this holy light, the ghoul horde began to undergo astonishing changes. Their decaying bodies gradually coated in a layer of golden light, their crimson eyes turning to a pure white. This is. Wu Di was so shocked he couldn't speak. Holy light merging with the undead. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "Let me show you my new technique, Divine Ghoul." Those ghouls enhanced by the holy light let out earth-shattering roars and charged once more at the void predators. This time, when their claws tore into the enemy, the black mist had no chance to split before being completely purified by the holy light. Roar! An angry roar echoed in the void. How can holy light coexist with the power of the undead? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, there are intelligent beings present. Through intelligent beings, perhaps a way to escape the crevice could be found. His right hand held the holy light steady, while his left hand's undead fire suddenly surged, the two forces intertwining before him into a spiraling light column, piercing towards the source of the voice. "Since we can communicate," Lin Chen's voice echoed in the void, "then let's come out and discuss terms." Boom! The
spot where the beam of light struck shattered the space like glass, revealing a blurred black figure behind it.
A humanoid creature draped in a dark golden robe. It had a human-like upper body, with horns growing from its head. But below the waist, it transformed into countless writhing void tendrils, warily scrutinizing Lin Chen and Wu Di.
A mere human. Its voice was like the whisper of millions. Dares to negotiate with me? Come, become a part of me. Wu Di suddenly trembled all over. Be boss. This is the Void Lord, almost at the level of a
battle sect. Lin Chen stepped forward, and at the same time, 2 layers of phantoms unfolded behind him. On the left was a pair of seraphim wings, the holy light wings unfurling.
On
the right was the Skeleton King, the throne of the undead hovering. 2 completely opposite forces perfectly merged around him, forming a unique energy field.
Playing tricks. Lin Chen
sneered, his voice resonating with a mental force that made the void hum. If you truly had the power to crush me, why hide in the shadows and play these games?
The distorted face of the
Void Lord let out a cackling laugh, slowly raising a hand, a black sphere coalescing at its fingertips. Interesting.
Its voice sent chills down the spine. You are the first to be so arrogant in front of me.
Lin Chen's pupils constricted, the eye of undying operating at full capacity, suddenly discovering that within the opponent's body there were densely packed
tens of thousands of tortured souls imprisoned.
Each soul was silently screaming, continuously providing it with power.
Master.
The voice of the skeletal undead suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's mind. We are very close to the Fuji Kingdom and the Divine Land, separated only by a thin barrier of space.
But to break through, a tremendous energy impact is needed. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold.
Indeed, with the means of the 8-headed society, it should be unlikely to be more terrifying than that old monster from the Pure World Society.
If this soul-devouring monster lord self-destructed, the energy produced would definitely be enough to tear open a rift. Wu Di, fall back.
Lin Chen suddenly shouted, simultaneously forming
seals with his hands,
his mental power surging wildly within.
The Void Lord seemed to sense the danger. And you seek death? No. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. It's you who seeks death. He forcefully slammed the 2 completely opposite energies together. Doommark. Deprivation. Boom. A black light erupted from Lin Chen's center. The Void Lord felt as if its body was trapped by an invisible hand buzzing. Within it, those imprisoned souls began to frantically retaliate. No. This is impossible. It let out a piercing howl, its body rapidly inflating like a balloon. You actually know my weakness. Boom. The explosion of bright light engulfed everything.
When Wu Di opened his eyes again, he found himself standing
in the dense forest at the foot of Mount Fuji.
In the distance, the sky had torn open a jagged gap, slowly healing. And Lin Chen had a grim expression, his gaze icy.
Boss? Bloodied. Lin Chen fell from midair, tightly clutching a dark golden crystal core. That was the spatial essence of the Void Lord. Inside the crystal core was a thread of spatial rules. Lin Chen stared at it for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. What a pleasant surprise. I'll take it back to give to that girl by you for her research. He put away the crystal core and immediately connected to Fang Qingshue's communication. Lin Chen? Fang Qingshue's holographic image showed her red-eyed, clearly having cried. Are you okay? I've safely returned to the Great Xia, but I've been unable to contact you. I'm fine.
Lin Chen's tone was relaxed, just encountered a little trouble, but it's resolved.
Fang Qingxue bit her lip. Then please, be safe, I'll be waiting for you at the academy. After hanging up, Lin Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Wu Di, have you found the location of the 8-headed society's headquarters? Wu Di immediately stepped forward. Boss, I've spent a fortune to find out. The headquarters of the 8-headed society is in a giant villa estate just outside Mount Fuji. Very good.
Lin Chen nodded. Add another 1 billion gold coins and issue a hiring order. Any forces that participate in the siege of the Yachi Association will be rewarded based on the number of
kills. Wu Di gasped. Boss, won't this be not enough?
Lin Chen sneered. Then add another 1 billion gold coins. Meanwhile, within his territory, the crypts began to continuously
produce ghouls and crypt demons.
The evolution furnace was crazily birthing elite ghouls one after another.
Even the frost dragon opened its sleepy eyes. At this moment, Wu Di unfolded the holographic map, and Lin Chen marked 3 points around Mount Fuji. Tonight, go all out, leave no one behind. Wu Di suddenly interjected. Wait, boss. The Yachi Association
might be connected to higher-level powers.
If we act on such a large scale,
don't worry. A cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. I want to force their masters to show themselves.
Tonight, I want the Yachi Association to completely disappear from this world. Chapter 238 Report. There are just too many sea beasts. As night fell, atop Mount Fuji, dark clouds loomed, and lightning danced within the clouds, as if the heavens themselves were trembling in anticipation of the impending slaughter. Lin Chen stood at the summit, his black robe billowing. Behind him, an army of 500,000 ghouls had gathered. Roar! As the frost dragon was summoned from the territory, its bone wings spread out to nearly 100 meters. An icy blue soul fire flickered in its hollow eye sockets. Following closely were the crypt demons. They crawled like spiders, their abdomens continuously secreting corrosive slime, melting
even the rocks in their path. A full 100,000 crypt demons lay in ambush around Mount Fuji, waiting for the right moment to strike. The ground began to tremble. 200,000 elite ghouls crawled out from the crypts, reinforced by the evolution furnace, their bodies covered in bone armor, claws glimmering with a ghostly light. Even more terrifying, a warship bristling with electromagnetic turrets flickered in the sky. Of course, there were also various mercenary groups hired with hefty sums. Lin Chen teleported onto the deck of the warship with Wu Di standing beside him. The 3 red dots on the holographic map had already formed a net of encirclement. Boss, all the mercenary groups are in position, including the Desert Eagle and the Arctic Bear Legion. Very good. Lin Chen raised his hand and swung his fist fiercely. Let's begin. The firepower of the warship is in your hands. Wu Di nodded heavily, finally able to take revenge. Boom, boom, boom. At the foot of Mount Fuji, a mushroom cloud rose instantly. Wu Di commanded the warship to unleash a volley. The explosions tore open the surface, revealing the metallic fortress of the Yachi Association below. It was a black pyramid-structured building, its surface covered in strange runes. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm of the Yachi Association echoed through the night sky, and hundreds of black-robed figures rushed out from the fortress. They formed seals and cast spells, summoning various types of minions, but in the face of the tide of the undead army, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Frost breath! Lin Chen commanded. The Frost Dragon unleashed an icy breath, instantly freezing and shattering the Yachi Association's defensive barrier. The ghoul army surged into the breach like a tide, tearing at anyone they saw, biting at any enemy they encountered. Damn it! Who is it? There are so many mercenaries. An elder of the Yachi Association roared as he summoned a talisman, Shikigami, Yamata no Orochi. 8 giant snake phantoms appeared, but before they could fully take shape, they were pounced upon and tightly entangled by the Great Mouth and the Plague Brother. Lin Chen's gaze darkened, and his figure flickered, disappearing from the deck of the warship. The next moment he appeared right in front of the main gate of the Yachi Association's fortress, his right hand igniting with undead fire and his left hand gathering the holy light of judgment. 2 completely opposite energies intertwined wildly in front of his chest, distorting and trembling. The space! You scum of the Yachi Association! Lin Chen sneered, his voice like a death knell from hell. Your grandpa's back. A 10-meter-wide pillar of destruction. Give it to me. The pillar shot out, turning everything along its path to ashes. Disappear. Boom. Kill. Behind Lin Chen, the army of the undead surged into the gap like a tide. The 2-headed ogre roared as it raised its mace, and the sky was instantly stained blood red. Meteor fire rain. Countless burning meteors rained down from the sky, smashing the defensive structures of the Yaki society to pieces. The abominable butcher swung a rusted meat hook, and with a crack it caught an elder trying to escape, dragging him in front of it. The cleaver swung, instantly turning him into a pile of minced meat. Not good. It's that kid Lin Chen, someone screamed in shock. Leave no one alive. Lin Chen bellowed, and the assault of the undead army reached its peak in an instant. The frost dragon's breath froze the last few buildings into ice sculptures, the ghoul elites tore apart the fleeing black-robed cultivators, and the cave demon's webs ensured that no one escaped. Half an hour later, the once magnificent headquarters of the Yaki Society was now nothing but a smoldering ruin. Lin Chen stepped over the charred bones, the cold light in his eyes undiminished. Finally avenged, he murmured, but he also knew that there were definitely still forces left to be eliminated. This could only be considered a heavy blow. Just then, buzz! The Tianwei token in Lin Chen's arms suddenly trembled, and a rune condensed in the air. Emergency call. Beast riot in the South Sea region. All nearby Tianwei personnel proceed immediately. Beast riot? Lin Chen frowned slightly. The Tianwei emergency summons had not been used even once in years. This situation was likely serious. He turned to Wu Di, who was counting the spoils. I need to return to the Great Xia immediately. You can take care of the bounty for these mercenaries. Keep the rest for yourself. Wu Di smiled broadly and looked up. Thanks, boss. I might need to stay in Fuji country for a while. He lowered his voice. Actually, there's something I think I should tell you now. Wu Di's expression turned serious. To advance your undead lord profession to the next stage, you can use the Altar of the Dead. Altar of the Dead? Yes, as far as I know, Fuji country hides such an altar. It's a secret they've kept for 100 years. Wu Di's face was filled with indignation. They use living sacrifices to condense the resentment of the dead, all to give birth to the legendary undead creatures. They want to create a necromancer, but unfortunately, they haven't succeeded yet. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity. No wonder these guys were so insidious and bloodthirsty. Once I handle the situation in the south, I'll come back immediately. He patted Wu Di on the shoulder and suddenly shoved a few bottles of life potions into his hands. Drink this if you're injured. No matter how severe the wound, it can be healed. Wu Di nodded seriously as he accepted them. At the same time, off the coast of the south region of Great Xia, beneath the seemingly calm surface of the sea, a disaster was erupting. Boom! A giant wave over 1,000 meters high rose without warning, and countless beasts leaped out of the waves in a frenzy. The commander-level deep-sea swordfish swarmed like a silver storm, while the leader-level sea python overturned a 10,000-ton cargo ship. Even more terrifying, monitoring showed that the king-level sea-swallowing dragon turtle, which should have been sleeping in the mana trench, was surfacing. This sea beast had a gentle temperament and would not actively attack humans, but this time it seemed extremely irritable. Woo! The coastal cities of Great Xia, including Zheng City, simultaneously sounded alarms. At a time of invasion by myriad races, no one expected that the beasts of Shenzhou's homeland would begin to riot. The Demon Suppression Army's psychic battleships surged forth, their cannon fire dyeing the night sky orange. Yet those beasts that were hit not only did not die, but instead multiplied. Report! There are simply too many sea beasts. The Third Fleet requests support. The defense line is about to collapse. When Lin Chen arrived at the South Region coast, the scene before him was apocalyptic. On the pitch-black sea surface, the backs of countless beasts resembled moving islands, with waves towering over 100 meters high. The Demon Suppression Army's psychic battleships weaved through the beast horde, and each roar of the main cannon could shatter dozens of beasts. But more sea creatures were surging from the deep sea. Roar! A leader-level peak sea dragon turtle surfaced, its shell covered in barbs, each spike strung with the corpses of the Demon Suppression Army soldiers. It opened its mouth and shot out a high-pressure water column, instantly slicing a warship in half. Form up! Quickly, form up! On the coastal defense line, thousands of Demon Suppression Army soldiers formed a magic array, spells of all elements like rainbows, shredding the flying demon beasts that charged at them into pieces. And on the command ship at the front line, Lin Chen immediately spotted that familiar and striking figure, Chen Wanqiu. Chapter 239, Wanqiu, you're still so unromantic. In front of Chen Wanqiu, a massive icebone erosion ray was engaged in a fierce battle with a leader-level magic-patterned octopus. Her armor was already damaged, but her gaze remained sharp as a blade. Bang! Lin Chen suddenly descended from the sky, kicking a swordfish flying. Wanqiu, long time no see. He looked at Chen Wanqiu, casually handing over several bottles of life potions. You're still so dedicated. Chen Wanqiu was stunned for a second, then quickly reacted. Lin Chen, didn't you go to the extreme cold plane? Captain Chen, who is this? At that moment, a young officer hurried over, his epaulets indicating he was the commander of this warship. His name was Zhou Rui. Lin Chen noticed that the way this man looked at Chen Wanqiu was clearly laced with aggressive admiration. My friend, Lin Chen, Chen Wanqiu introduced simply. A civilian lord? Zhou Rui sized up Lin Chen in his casual clothes, his tone turning cold. This is a warship exclusive to the Demon Suppression Army. The front line is dangerous. Please leave immediately. Before he finished speaking, the sea suddenly exploded. A mutated thunderlight dragon leaped out of the water, a thunderball with a diameter of over 10 meters forming in its mouth, heading straight for the command ship. Not good. Hard to starboard. Zhou Rui's face turned ashen. The speed of the thunderball was too fast. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He took a gentle step forward, casually waving his right hand. Buzz! 100-meter-long holy light sword radiance swept out. The thunderball, the dragon, and even the hundreds of sea beasts charging from behind were all reduced to ashes under this sword. The sea was cleaved into a chasm over 100 meters deep, unable to close for a long time. The entire battlefield fell silent. This sword was terrifying. The person before him was actually a grand mage of holy light? The residual power of that sword still rippled across the sea, plunging the entire battlefield into dead silence. The soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army stood frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. They had seen strong individuals, but they had never encountered someone who could so effortlessly annihilate several leader-level demon beasts. Holy light grand mage, someone whispered, trembling. Lin Chen. Chen Wanqiu gazed at Lin Chen's back, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. This man was growing too fast. The gap between her and him was widening. It made her feel a bit uneasy. When will I be able to catch up to your pace, so I don't hold you back? Zhou Rui's face turned pale, his lips trembling, unable to utter another arrogant word. Just now, he had actually tried to give orders to a powerful being who could slay a thunderlight dragon with a single sword? However, before everyone could recover from their shock, boom! A massive tsunami suddenly rose from the distant horizon, blocking out the sun. The waves were so high it seemed like they would swallow the sky. Retreat! It's the Deep Sea Lord. It has awakened, a commander of the Demon Suppression Army shouted loudly. The giant waves surged in an instant, flipping several warships like toys. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, his figure flashing, directly appearing on the swaying command ship's deck. Hold on to me. He wrapped an arm around Chen Wanqiu's slender waist. Before Chen Wanqiu could react, she was swept up in his arms. Lin Chen pushed off the ground, and the two leaped into the air, while the warship behind them capsized with a thunderous crash in the giant waves. To my airship. Lin Chen pointed to a pitch-black airship floating not far away, its hull covered in runes, steady as a rock in the storm. As soon as they landed on the airship's deck, the sea exploded once more. A deep-sea hydra, even larger than before, burst through the water, its three heads simultaneously spouting seawater and churning the waves. I didn't expect such a terrifying sea beast to be hidden in the Divine Land.
Hold on tight. Lin Chen pressed one
hand on the airship's control core, and the airship suddenly accelerated, skillfully weaving through the raging winds and tsunamis, while the cannons on both sides unfolded, firing countless
quantum cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosive flames, Chen Wanqiu tightly hugged Lin Chen.
The fierce winds scattered her long hair, strands brushing against Lin Chen's
cheek, carrying a faint fragrance. Lin Chen, the reinforcements from the Demon Suppression Army will arrive soon.
Lin Chen chuckled softly, but the airship suddenly shook violently. An unprecedented hurricane formed out of nowhere, forcibly sweeping the airship away from the battlefield and tossing it towards the distant misty sea.
Hold on tight. The airship
rolled in the hurricane, and finally with a bang, it crashed onto a mysterious island shrouded in thick fog. When Chen Wanqiu woke up, she found herself pressed against Lin
Chen, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist.
She instinctively released her grip, her ears instantly burning red.
Lin Chen, however, remained motionless, lazily leaning back in the lounge chair, grinning. You've already hugged me, isn't it a bit late to be shy now? Who's shy?
Chen Wanqiu forced herself to appear calm but dared not meet his gaze.
She
scrambled to get up, only then noticing their surroundings. They were on a pristine white beach, with a dense tropical rainforest behind them. Lin Chen had somehow set up a luxurious canopy tent on the beach, complete with lounge chairs and a barbecue grill.
She widened her eyes. You can do all this while holding me?
Lin Chen smiled lightly. Of course.
Want to give it another try? By the way, would you like some juice? Should I add ice?
Chen Wanqiu took the cup, lowered her head to take a sip, but the sweet juice couldn't suppress the inexplicable flutter in her heart. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, and Lin Chen suddenly stood up, looking at the sky. There will be a storm tonight. He walked towards a
flat area in the woods and waved his hand. With a series of mechanical sounds, a three-story metal fortress rose from the ground.
The three-story fortress gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the sunset. The first floor was made of composite memory metal, capable of automatically adjusting its height to resist tides, waterproof and moisture-proof.
The second floor was a panoramic living room with 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows made of color-changing bulletproof glass and a fully intelligent home system. Most astonishing was the third floor, featuring a suspended bathtub extending from the bedroom, with natural hot spring water bubbling up from the bottom, and beautiful flowers and plants by the poolside.
This,
Chen Wanqiu opened her mouth. Such a luxurious temporary shelter?
Lin Chen nodded. He had just spent 100 million gold coins to buy it. Lin Chen casually took off his jacket, revealing
a well-defined, muscular upper body. He paused deliberately. Want to take a bath together? Chen Wanqiu's face instantly turned crimson. In your dreams.
Tisk, Wanqiu, you're still
so unromantic.
Lin Chen smiled gently, turning to the wine cabinet, his long fingers lightly tapping the panel. 2 glasses of chilled wine popped out. Here.
Lin Chen handed her a glass to calm your nerves.
Chen Wanqiu took the glass, took a small sip, and stole a glance at Lin Chen's silhouette, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just then, her communicator suddenly lit up. Latest battle report. All sea beasts have suddenly stopped attacking and are retreating to the deep sea. Repeat, the crisis on the southern coast has been resolved. This.
Chen Wanqiu was stunned, her expression relaxing. Why did they suddenly retreat?
Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked out at the distant calm sea, his eyes growing cold.
They came fiercely and retreated quickly.
They must have been startled by something. However, he suddenly smiled. All right, since the crisis is over, you should rest well tonight and
return to the team tomorrow.
Chen Wanqiu instinctively nodded, her mind suddenly racing with chaotic thoughts. He recalled the little moments with Lin Chen in the eternal night nest.
Good. Lin Chen chuckled, suddenly lifting her up by the waist. Hey, what are you doing?
Chen Wanqiu exclaimed in panic, and Lin Chen grinned mischievously. Of course, I'm taking you
to shower. Chapter 240, Summoning Immortal Undead Warriors. As dawn broke, Lin Chen was already geared up and ready to go. He stood in the living room, hearing faint noises from the next room. Clearly, Chen Wanqiu hadn't slept well last night. When the door opened, she had faint dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was not neatly tied up as usual, but rather loosely draped over her shoulders. Lin Chen, I should go back. Her voice was a bit hoarse, sounding somewhat flustered. The Demon Suppression Army still needs my post-battle report. Lin Chen nodded, not saying much. He liked Chen Wanqiu's reserved nature. I'll see you off. The airship slowly ascended, and the island in the morning mist gradually shrank into a black dot on the azure sea. Chen Wanqiu stood at the edge of the deck, her back straight but looking a bit more fragile than usual. Last night, she suddenly spoke, then paused. Lin Chen's hand controlling the airship hesitated slightly. It's nothing. She shook her head, her ears quietly turning red. I had a great time with you. When the airship landed at the southern region military port, the soldiers from the Demon Suppression Army who came to greet them widened their eyes. They had never seen Chen Wanqiu come down from a private airship, let alone with a slightly flushed face. After sending Chen Wanqiu off, Lin Chen's smile instantly vanished. He pulled up the holographic sea map, his expression dark as he stared at the trajectory of the sea beasts' riot from yesterday. The sudden retreat of those monsters was definitely not that simple. It's as if something drew them back. He changed
into a specially made diving suit and covered his body with a layer of icy blue cold power. This was a skill he had comprehended from the ice rule called extreme cold armor, capable
of withstanding the high pressure and corrosion of the deep sea. Plop!
Lin Chen plunged into the sea like an arrow, continuously diving deeper.
The sunlight gradually faded, and the surroundings fell into eternal darkness.
Only the holy light he gathered in his hand illuminated the waters for dozens of meters around him.
5,000 meters. 8,000 meters. The water pressure began to become terrifying,
enough to crush ordinary battle-honored warriors. But Lin Chen's cold armor only emitted faint crackling sounds, continuously self-repairing. Suddenly, he stopped at the edge of a trench where the rocks were inscribed with characters similar to those of the Fuji nation, along with strange and eerie runes.
His gaze sharpened,
and the Eye of the Undying activated fully, capturing all the bizarre runes carved into the rock wall. Those patterns were clearly the blood sacrifice runes used in ancient rituals of
the Fuji nation. What was even more terrifying was the overwhelming blood energy at the center of the runes.
Just as I thought, Lin Chen sneered, truly a case of finding something.
Without much effort after searching high and low,
the altar of the dead that Wu Di mentioned was very likely nearby. These blood sacrifice runes in the deep sea trench were undoubtedly
the source of evil.
Just as he prepared to approach and investigate, the blood patterns on the rock wall suddenly erupted.
Countless scarlet threads shot out from the runes, dancing wildly in the water like living creatures. Lin Chen quickly retreated but saw a passing giant whale accidentally entangled by the blood threads. Woo! With a mournful wail, this commander-level sea beast, over 10 meters long, visibly shriveled at an alarming rate.
Its scales lost their luster, its flesh rapidly withered, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a
skeleton wrapped in skin. Meanwhile, those blood threads thickened, revealing bizarre vascular patterns on their surface.
So that's how it is.
Lin Chan's eyes glinted coldly. There must be more than one altar of the dead.
He quickly analyzed the scene before him. The altar for sacrificing humans must be within the Fuji nation, while the underwater altar specifically
devoured the essence of sea beast blood. The two worked together to channel the blood energy to a certain location. These blood threads seemed to have a special sensitivity to living
beings. Even if he restrained his aura, the writhing blood threads still changed direction and surged towards him,
seeking death.
Lin Chen formed seals with both hands, and the
power of holy light erupted within him.
Buzz! Brilliant golden light gathered in his palm, transforming into a holy light giant sword over 100 meters long.
Ancient runes coiled
around the sword's body, and wherever it passed, the sea water automatically parted, creating a brief vacuum passage.
Holy light sword.
The giant sword crashed down, and the writhing
blood threads rapidly vaporized in the sacred radiance.
But Lin Chen's brow furrowed. The purified blood energy did not dissipate but transformed into scarlet light points, rushing towards
the darkest depths of the ocean trench.
Lin Chen exerted all his strength to activate the Eye of Undying, his vision piercing through layers of darkness.
In the fissure thousands
of meters deep in the seabed, a horrifying scene gradually became clear. A humanoid skeleton formed from the bones of countless sea beasts stood tall.
Even more terrifying was that this
skeleton, the size of a mountain, was visibly growing flesh and blood at an alarming rate.
Roar!
The skeleton suddenly raised its head, and in its hollow eye sockets, two orbs of
ghostly light suddenly swelled.
That light was not ordinary flame but ghostly fire formed from countless twisted souls compressed together, and within each flicker of flame, the struggling
souls could be faintly seen. The moment it looked at Lin Chen,
buzz! A mental shockwave that transcended the physical realm swept over. Lin Chen felt his mind explode. Thousands of souls screaming, and visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared before him.
Ugh!
He groaned, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time since his promotion to battle sovereign that he felt such pure fear. It was not just a suppression of power but a crushing from the level of life itself.
It's an unformed undead skeleton.
His expression grew serious, the power of holy light automatically protecting him, forming a faint golden light membrane on his body. This ghostly thing is at least
king level.
The skeleton seemed to revel in his pain. Lin Chen felt the power of the undead within him starting to go out of control, as if it wanted to break free and rush towards that
skeleton. Want to take my power?
Lin Chen suddenly grinned savagely. Undead summon. This was a forbidden technique he comprehended from the remnants of the Book of the Undead, allowing him to summon immortal undead warriors using his own blood.
Boom!
The seabed rock layers exploded, and a 100-meter-wide ghostly fissure appeared out of nowhere.
Thick, ink-like black mist gushed out, corroding the seawater into nothingness wherever it passed.
Amidst the sound of bones grinding, a pale giant hand suddenly reached out from the fissure. The hand was enormous, its bones a bluish-gray, covered in ancient curse runes.
When it fully emerged, the entire sea area instantly fell silent. This was an immortal undead warrior, standing several dozen meters tall.
It was clad in rusted bronze armor, and beneath its helmet there were no facial features, only two swirling ghostly vortices.
Most terrifying of all
was that it held a giant sword made of bones in its right hand, the blade entwined with countless wailing vengeful spirits. In its left hand, it gripped a massive bone shield. The
surface embedded with 7 eerie eyeballs.
Kill it, Lin Chen commanded coldly. The immortal undead warrior slowly turned its head, the ghostly vortices locking onto the skeleton that
was reassembling. The next second, bang!
With a sound like the shattering of space, the undead warrior appeared directly in front of the skeleton, moving so fast that it left dozens
of solidified afterimages in the water.
The white bone giant's sword slashed down with a piercing shriek. Crack! The skeleton's head flew off in response, but strangely, what gushed from the severed neck was not blood, but countless writhing blood-red tentacles. These tentacles instantly wrapped around the giant sword, while the skeleton's arms plunged into the seabed.
Rumble!
The entire seabed suddenly heaved, and tens of thousands of sea beast bones burst forth from the ground, attaching themselves to the main skeleton like living creatures.
In
the blink of an eye, its size tripled, and 6 jagged bone wings made of vertebrae sprouted from its back.
Roar!
The reborn skeleton let out a thunderous roar, its bone wings sweeping through the air, actually pushing the immortal undead warrior back several hundred meters. The ghostly light in its eye sockets transformed into tangible purple flames, causing
the sea to boil wherever it passed. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. It can actually evolve? Chapter 241. Breaking the chains of the undead lord. The skeleton seized the opportunity to pounce, its 6 bony wings sealing off all escape routes like a net. Its chest cavity suddenly split open, revealing a swirling blood-red vortex, the very core that had absorbed the blood essence of sea beasts. A terrifying suction force emerged, causing the undead power within Lin Chen to begin leaking out, seeking death.
At the critical moment, the immortal undead warrior suddenly smashed its bone shield into the seabed. The 7 eerie eyeballs on the shield's surface opened simultaneously, unleashing 7 beams of black-purple
light that accurately struck the joints of the skeleton. Creak! The skeleton's movements instantly froze.
The immortal undead warrior seized the chance to charge in, its giant bone sword igniting with ghostly blue flames, delivering a horizontal slash that bisected it.
Quickly finish it! Lin Chen shouted. As if responding to his command, the ghostly vortex beneath
the helmet of the undead warrior suddenly began to spin in reverse. It discarded the giant sword and plunged its arms directly into the skeleton's chest cavity, grabbing hold of the
blood-red vortex and tearing it fiercely. Rip!
Accompanied by a chilling tearing sound, the vortex was forcibly ripped in half.
The skeleton let out a heart-wrenching wail, its entire body beginning to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into a cloud of black mist.
Tip: high-purity undead essence detected. The undead hull begins to autonomously absorb current.
Upgrade progress 15%. So that's how it is. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes.
The undead essence transformed from this skeleton
was the key to upgrading the undead hull.
As long as he gathered enough essence, there would be no obstacles in his career path as an undead lord.
But only 15%. It seems I need to
continue searching for other altars of the deceased. He gazed at the dissipating black mist, murmuring to himself. Not far away, the figure of the immortal undead warrior began to
slowly fade.
This existence, summoned through the Book of the Undead, could only be maintained for a maximum of 30 minutes. However, Lin Chen was very satisfied with the strength of the immortal undead warrior.
As the undead warrior transformed into black mist and vanished, the surrounding seawater resumed its flow.
But Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. The 8-headed society was willing to incite a riot of sea beasts, sacrificing numerous lives, all to condense undead essence.
Their plan is truly insane. No, I must report to the Heavenly Might
Bureau. They must be targeting the Great Xia. With this thought, Lin Chen immediately transmitted urgent intelligence.
In less than 3 minutes, the task center of the Heavenly Might
Bureau responded. Intelligence confirmed. Task updated. Secretly destroy all altars of the deceased within Fuji's territory. Coordinates updated. Mount Fuji 35.363 degrees north, 138.731 degrees east. East China Sea Trench 28.215 degrees north, 125.817 degrees east. Southern Border Rift 23.112 degrees north, 104.335 degrees east. Priority S level. Following that, a holographic map projected into the void, clearly marking the locations of the 3 altars and the intensity of energy fluctuations.
As expected, Lin Chen sneered. The Heavenly Might Bureau's intelligence confirmed his suspicions. The
8-headed society had secretly constructed 4 altars of the deceased around the Great Xia, using blood sacrifices to condense undead essence.
And their ultimate goal was likely
what Wu Di had mentioned, to create a terrifying forbidden existence like an undead mage. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
This task suits me perfectly. I accidentally destroyed 1, and there are still 3 left.
His figure flickered as he prepared to head to the nearest East China Sea Trench.
Since he was going to take action, he would eliminate them one by one.
The sea breeze howled as Lin Chen's figure appeared on the surface of the sea, like a black lightning bolt slicing through the sky.
The coordinates of the East China Sea
Trench flashed clearly in his mind, just 300 nautical miles away. As the distance continued to close, the undying eye could vaguely see a strange blood mist spreading over the surface of the sea, the blood energy leaking from the altar of the dead.
Boom!
Lin Chen crashed directly into the sea, his body instantly covered with a layer of ghostly blue ice
armor.
As he descended to a depth of 8,000 meters, the sight before him made his pupils constrict. A pyramid made of human skulls stood at the bottom of the sea, with a blood-colored crystal floating at its peak. Even more horrifying, countless translucent vengeful spirits were entwined around the tower, struggling and wailing, yet unable to escape.
It's even more brutal than I imagined.
Just as Lin Chen was about to act, he suddenly sensed 4 powerful auras approaching from different directions.
To the east, the water surged, and a figure broke through the waves.
To the west, a burly bald man walked along the seabed. On the north and south sides, an old man in a black robe appeared, with a ghostly light emanating
from his sleeves. I knew it was you, brat.
The leading elder's face twisted, his emaciated fingers forming seals. Dare to disrupt my great plan of Yada, you must be sacrificed alive.
Today, Lin Chen scoffed. The remnants of the Yada Association? Just right for a clean sweep.
Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, his figure flickering like a ghost, instantly closing
in on the leading elder.
Before the old man could react, he saw Lin Chen's fingertips condensing a dark glow, pointing into the air.
Doom mark. Deprivation. The elder frowned. And then his expression changed drastically.
Vision, hearing, touch, smell, taste.
All 5 senses vanished.
His world instantly fell into endless darkness and silence, as if he had been thrown into an abyss of nothingness. Fear surged like a tide in his heart, and he frantically waved his hands, yet he couldn't even hear his own screams.
It's over. Lin Chen
sneered, his figure suddenly disappearing, reappearing behind the elder. He drew the corrosive sword, and the blade suddenly pierced through the old man's chest.
Ah!
The shrill scream abruptly stopped, and the elder's body fell like a broken kite, crashing into the seabed.
Damn it! The remaining 3 elders' eyes were bloodshot, their killing intent overwhelming. One
formed seals with both hands, causing the seawater to surge. Another wrapped his arms in thunder, the wind from his fists tearing through the water. The last one summoned a blood-colored
long knife, the blade making the seawater retreat.
Facing the combined attack of the 3, Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. Instead, a proud curve appeared at the corner of his
mouth. Savage blood Buddha fist.
His right arm suddenly swelled, muscles coiling like a dragon, blood-colored patterns emerging on the surface of his skin, and behind him, a Shura
avatar towering dozens of feet high materialized. With a punch, the seabed trembled. Boom!
The punch surged like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, creating a vacuum trench in
the entire sea area.
Giant waves rolled back, thunder scattered, and the blood-colored knife light was directly crushed.
One elder didn't even have time to scream before being pierced
through the chest by the punch's wind, exploding into a mist of blood. The other 2 were sent flying hundreds of meters by the shockwave, spitting blood, looking utterly disheveled.
Teleporting dagger.
A silver light flashed in Lin Chen's hand, and his figure suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared between the last 2 elders, his long sword gleaming coldly.
Falling moon phantom slash.
The sword light poured down like moonlight, 9 afterimages slashing out simultaneously.
Puff, puff. 2 lines of blood spread in the seawater. The 2
elders' eyes widened, their bodies slowly splitting apart, ultimately sinking into the endless deep sea. The seabed returned to calm, with only Lin Chen's indifferent gaze. He coldly looked down at the altar of the dead made of thousands of skulls, shook his head and sighed, dust to dust, earth to earth. He swung his sword down. A horizontal golden sword energy roared
down through the seabed. Boom! The entire altar trembled violently, countless skulls exploding into fragments.
The vengeful spirits trapped for 100 years let out whimpers of
liberation, transforming into countless ghostly blue lights, surging into Lin Chen's body like a river of stars.
Tip progress of the Undead Hall upgrade, 35%.
3 days later, at the top of Mount Fuji, Lin Chen exploded the heart of the last Onmyoji with a punch.
Just a mere Eastern evil technique, not united in purpose, using it against foreign races, yet engaging in such crooked practices. 10 days later, deep in the southern wilderness rift, the roars of strange beasts echoed through the skies. Lin Chen was like a god of death. With the invincible potion and the teleporting dagger, he was practically unbeatable.
Hint, Dark Castle upgrade completed. Undead Lord level breakthrough. Current level, War Sovereign level 5. Lin Chen stood at the peak of the rift, his expression filled with emotion. I have finally broken the shackles of the Undead Lord. Chapter 242. My mom asked me to bring you home for dinner.
In Fuji country, on a bustling commercial street, the sunset dyed the entire street crimson, and cherry blossoms fell in the evening breeze. Lin Chen walked on the carpet of petals and found Wu Di, who was savoring tea under a century-old cherry tree. The fragrance of tea mixed with the subtle scent of cherry blossoms, and Wu Di, calm and composed, poured Lin Chen a cup of fresh tea, as if he had anticipated his arrival. Lin Chen frowned slightly and took the teacup handed to him. Wu Di, are you still going to stay in this ghostly place? Wu Di smiled mysteriously, his gaze deepened. Boss, congratulations on breaking the growth shackles of the Undead Lord. He raised his teacup. The future you might even make the 7 great abysses tremble. The tea reflected the sunset, casting flickering shadows between the two. Lin Chen suddenly realized that he was increasingly unable to see through this guy Wu Di. Every time they met, Wu Di seemed to know something, yet always hesitated to speak. Ahem, Wu Di suddenly exaggeratedly coughed twice, breaking the silence. Boss, you were
too fierce this time. You single-handedly took down all their undead altars. Isn't that thanks to your intel? Lin Chen said meaningfully, taking a sip of tea. Ha, we brothers shouldn't be so polite about this. Wu Di leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Do you know that the old guys from the Yinyang Bureau in Fuji country are so furious they're spitting blood? Lin Chen set down his teacup, pondering. I'm still within the borders of Fuji country. Why haven't they come to trouble me? Wu Di smiled faintly. Boss, are you kidding? Behind you is the Tianwei mansion. He counted on his fingers. Just one Tianwei mansion from Daxia could wipe out Fuji country dozens of times, not to mention the Holy Judgment Institute, the Martial Master Association. At this point, he suddenly paused and added in a low voice, and the most mysterious, the Starry Palace. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He knew Daxia was strong, with many hidden powerful forces, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent, enough to make the arrogant Fuji country not even dare to think of revenge. Perhaps they also understood that once they made a big move, it would be tantamount to seeking death. After all, life sacrifices of their own kind. If this matter were to be publicly confirmed, Fuji country would instantly become the public enemy of humanity. This time, they could only swallow their anger and let Lin Chen benefit for nothing. At that moment, a dull drumbeat came from afar, and Wu Di stood up, brushing off the cherry blossoms from his clothes. Boss, I have to take care of some personal matters. See you in the Crimson Abyss. Lin Chen watched Wu Di's departing figure, his gaze darkening. He always felt that this guy Wu Di was not as simple as he thought. Meanwhile, deep within the Fuji country palace, 12 purple-robed Yin-Yang masters sat around a cracked divination plate, candlelight casting their shadows on the wall covered in talismans, creating an eerie atmosphere. The oldest elder's beard trembled violently, and the prayer beads in his hand snapped, black jade beads rolling across the floor. The 4 undead altars that have been inherited for 100 years. His voice was hoarse. That little demon not only destroyed the altars but also devoured all the in-spirit energy nurtured in the earth veins. It will be impossible to rebuild in less than 100 years. Shut up. The black-clad leader suddenly smashed the table, splintering wood flying everywhere. Do you want to attract the attention of the Tianwei mansion? He lowered his voice, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. Last time, that person from the Tianwei mansion just passed by the East Sea and already warned you. The hall fell into a dead silence, only the candlelight flickering nervously. The black-clad man slowly stood up, the dark golden snake patterns on his black robe flickering in the firelight. Pass the order down. He gritted his teeth. The plan to rebuild the altar is indefinitely postponed. Also, withdraw the bounty on Lin Chen. If there's no guaranteed kill, do not take action. In the corner, the youngest Onmyoji couldn't help but speak up. But High Priest, are we just going to swallow this anger? Bang! The young Onmyoji suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood. Missed. The man in black retracted his finger, leisurely wiping the blood splatter off his mask. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and several older Onmyoji began to tremble. Involuntarily. Endure. The man in black suddenly gritted his teeth. We must endure like hibernating venomous snakes. Suddenly, his voice softened. Pass the order. From now on, all actions against the Great Xia will move underground. Focus on nurturing those adopted mixed-blood children from the Sakura Project as well as the gene evolution experiments. Lin Chen returned to the Great Xia feeling relaxed. As he pushed open the door to his home, the sunset's afterglow spilled onto the living room floor. He casually draped his coat at the entrance and sank into the soft sofa, letting out a long sigh. This trip to Fuji country had gone much smoother than he had imagined. He stared blankly at the ceiling, still lingering with a hint of cherry blossom fragrance. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Before he could get up, the door swung open with a gust of fresh air. Fang Qingxue stood at the door, her hair entwined with tiny specks of light, holding a delicate food box in both hands. I heard you were coming back today. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. I made some pastries. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, deliberately elongating his tone. Oh, our goddess Qingxue can make pastries too? You! Fang Qingxue shot him an annoyed glare, pretending to pull the food box back. Fine, I won't give you any. No. Lin Chen quickly grabbed her wrist, pulling her into the house. Let me see what good stuff you brought. As the food box opened, a light osmanthus fragrance wafted out. Inside were neatly arranged translucent pastries, their surfaces sprinkled with glowing fairy pollen. This is made with the moonlight dew from the ancient fairy tree. It tastes pretty good. Fang Qingxue looked touched. Lin Chen, thank you. This wind spirit ring not only purifies my bloodline but also helps with fairy evolution. It has endless uses. Lin Chen nodded. As long as you like it. Fang Qingxue suddenly leaned closer and whispered in his ear, my mom said to bring you home for dinner tonight. Chapter 243. You're interrupting my meal. Sure, I happen to be free tonight. Lin Chen readily accepted Fang Qingxue's invitation. He remembered he had promised before, but some matters had delayed it. That evening, the Fang family villa was brightly lit. As Lin Chen stepped into the hall, he felt a dozen gazes fixed on him. Fang Qingxue was wearing a light blue evening
gown, her black hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her long neck, a stark contrast to her usual youthful attire.
This must be Lin Chen, the classmate Qingshuai often mentions?
A middle-aged woman adorned in jewels approached with a smile. Hello, I'm Qingshue's aunt.
Lin Chen nodded politely. So this was Fang Qingshue's aunt? What about Fang Yuan, Qingshue's younger aunt? He realized he missed the spirited director Fang.
His gaze swept across the living room where a circle of relatives sat, along with Aunt Li and her elegantly dressed
daughter.
Especially Fang Qingshue's mother, who exuded charm and grace, warmly welcoming Lin Chen with a smile. The scene was reminiscent of a son-in-law meeting the parents.
I heard Mr. Lin is a necromancer?
The third uncle, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed them up, his tone laced with obvious disdain. That profession is quite tough these days, I've heard. It's nearly impossible to level up.
Yes, the aunt chimed in, unlike our little Yu's boyfriend, who is a top student from the Kyoto Shangui Academy. Still an extremely rare gold mage. In the corner, a heavily made-up young girl proudly linked arms with a sharply dressed young man beside her.
The man, with a sparkling academy badge pinned to his chest, smiled
modestly. Aunt, you're overpraising me. It's just an A-level talent.
Fang Qingsno awkwardly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't know they would act like
this. Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly and gently squeezed her fingers. It's fine, it's quite interesting.
Soon, everyone gathered around the Fang family's mahogany dining table,
which could seat 20.
The light from the crystal chandelier reflected off the exquisite tableware, making it look particularly luxurious. Logically speaking, Qingsno awakened as an elven lord at the Kyoto Lord Academy. Her future potential is limitless. Auntie poured water for her prospective son-in-law while hinting, indeed.
Second aunt immediately chimed in,
her eyes darting towards Zhou Xiaoyu's boyfriend. But if we're talking about prospects, gold mages are more sought after. I've heard that graduates from the Holy Radiance Academy start
with a monthly salary of 100,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li almost burst out laughing.
Lin Chen had spent 50 billion gold coins on Fang Qingsno in Fuji
country. What was there to boast about with a monthly salary of 100,000 gold coins? They couldn't even tell who the true dragon was. Zhou Xiaoyu proudly lifted her chin, while her boyfriend feigned modesty, adjusting his tie. Actually, we gold mages aren't that exaggerated. It's just that after graduation, major factions are eager to recruit us. There's even a chance to join the demon suppression army for miscellaneous work. Hearing this, Lin Chen nearly spat out his drink. His current status was equivalent to a general in the demon suppression army, saying that would scare anyone. Boasting about doing menial work in front of him? Fang Qingsno felt equally embarrassed. Just then, the restaurant's main door was suddenly pushed open. The three brothers of the Fang family, head of the family Fang Zhenghua, second brother Fang Zhenye, and third brother Fang Zhenghua, walked in with serious expressions. The three still carried the lingering pressure of authority, clearly having just concluded an important meeting. But surprisingly, when they saw Lin Chen, their serious expressions melted away instantly, replaced by warm smiles. Nephew Lin, you're here. Welcome. Fang Zhenghua quickly stepped forward and personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Chen. You didn't encounter any trouble on the way, did you? Fang Zhenye approached discreetly, his face full of flattery.
This child Qingsno didn't inform us in advance. We could have come to pick you up. Fang Zhenghua even personally retrieved a bottle of treasured wine from the cabinet. This scene made the entire restaurant fall silent. The sound of a pin dropping
could be heard.
The aunts and uncles widened their eyes, nearly having their eyeballs pop out. It was known that the three brothers of the Fang family had never gotten along. They had almost come to blows at the last family meeting, yet today they were so respectful towards the same young man. Lin Chen merely nodded humbly and smiled. You three uncles are too kind.
Not at all. Fang Zhenghua patted Lin Chen's shoulder, his smile warm. Young people should be low-key. Being low-key is good.
Aunt Li's daughter, Xiao Yun, had been staring at Lin
Chen, feeling that his face looked familiar.
Suddenly, she remembered something and covered her mouth in shock.
The ruthless person from the north. A seed player from the extreme cold plain. A first-level envoy from the Tianwei mansion?
Countless pieces of information flashed through her mind.
Wasn't this the extraordinary genius Lin Chen she was most curious about? Wow, she's actually Qingsno's boyfriend? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyu looked displeased, poking her bowl with her chopsticks. Hey, uncle, my boyfriend is. Less talking during
meals. Fang Zhenghua coldly interrupted, then turned back to Lin Chen with a beaming smile. Nephew, try this. It's dragon whisker fish specially transported from the South Sea.
The
young man in the suit turned pale, then flushed. He had come to the Fang family's banquet with a thick face, hoping to ride on the coattails of the Fang family with his identity as a gold mage. But the three brothers of the Fang family didn't even spare him a glance, spending the entire time fawning over that so-called useless necromancer lord. Just then, the butler
rushed into the dining room with a panicked expression, whispering urgently in Fang Zhenghua's ear. What? Fang Zhenghua suddenly stood up, slamming his teacup down with a loud bang. The Lin family's convoy from Longdu has arrived at our doorstep? The entire dining room fell into a dead silence. Fang Zhenye dropped his chopsticks, and Fang Zhenhua's face turned
as pale as a ghost. The aunts and uncles exchanged anxious glances, their eyes filled with fear.
Clearly, they knew something. It's over, it's over. The eldest aunt trembled. How could the Long Du Lin family suddenly? Zhou Xiaoyu's boyfriend turned pale with fright. Who didn't know that the Long Du Lin family was a colossal entity that could speak to the Tianwei mansion? They were reportedly here to forcibly acquire the Fong family's core industries in Kyoto. Fong Qingshua's mother looked worried, while Fong Qingshua quietly glanced at Lin Chen, who remained calm and unbothered, casually picking at his food with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Nephew, Fong Zhenghua's voice trembled, I'm afraid we won't be able to entertain you well today. As soon as he finished speaking, the dining room door was kicked open. More than a dozen martial artists in tight-fitting clothes rushed in, led by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with the Lin family's purple orchid emblem pinned to his chest. Oh, head of the Fong family, are you entertaining guests? The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, his voice cold. I wonder how you've considered our proposal? The conditions we offered are quite generous. We don't want to resort to force, after all, harmony brings wealth. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Lin Chen at the end of the dining table and his words came to an abrupt halt. The pupils behind his glasses constricted sharply, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. As the butler with real power in the Lin family, he knew everything about Lin Chen, even tracing his bloodline just to establish some connection with him. At this moment, Lin Chen slowly put down his chopsticks. You guys have interrupted my meal. Lin Tay. The middle-aged man's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. For the sake of Senior Lin Yu, you all can leave, Lin Chen said lightly without looking up. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man nodded and bowed, hurriedly leading everyone out, not forgetting to gently close the door behind them. In the hall, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared at Lin Chen, who wore an indifferent expression, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fong Zhenghua swallowed hard, his voice dry. Nephew, do you know someone from the Long Du Lin family? I think I know them, but not very well, Lin Chen replied casually. Fong Qingshua's eldest aunt suddenly clutched her chest. You also have the surname Lin, you can't possibly be the young master of the Long Du Lin family, can you? I'm not, Lin Chen smiled, serving Fong Qingxue a piece of fish. Let's all eat. The three Fong brothers exchanged glances, their hearts stirred with waves of shock. To be able to casually drive away the people from the Long Du Lin family with just a few words, and even intimidate the Lin family's butler like that, this prospective son-in-law's identity was likely far more terrifying than they had imagined. Fong Qingshua's mother also wore a beaming smile. Zhou Xiaoyu pouted at this moment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Meanwhile, her genius boyfriend hung his head, silent. Fong Qingshua's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She knew that there was no problem Lin Chen couldn't solve. After dinner, the Fong family insisted on keeping him, but Lin Chen still decided to return to school. Outside the Fong family's villa, the moonlight was like water. Fong Qingxue walked on the delicate moonlight, escorting Lin Chen to the gate. The night breeze brushed through her hair, carrying a faint fragrance. Tonight, thank you, she said, lightly biting her lip. My family? Lin Chen chuckled softly, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. It's quite interesting, much more fun than I imagined. In the distance, the sound of insects chirping could be heard, and fireflies danced around the two in the garden. Fong Qingxue suddenly remembered something and took out a sachet from her pocket. This is for you. She lowered her head. Inside are the tender leaves of the elven ancient tree that can refresh the mind, which I personally embroidered. After saying this, Lin Chen suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Fong Qingxue gasped, feeling the world spin around her, and when she opened her eyes again, she was already standing on the rooftop, 100 meters high. What are you doing? She angrily punched Lin Chen's chest, but he held her wrist. Enjoying the view. Lin Chen pointed into the distance. The lights of the entire city were within sight. So beautiful, Fong Qingxue exclaimed, covering her mouth. Lin Chen's expression was calm. He suddenly felt that Fong Qingxue in front of him seemed to have grown up, no longer as willful and headstrong as before. This shy and bashful personality was quite nice. All right, I'm leaving. After saying this, Lin Chen jumped onto his airship. Fong Qingxue stood alone on the rooftop, gazing in the direction Lin Chen had disappeared, her lips unconsciously curling up. The night wind lifted her skirt, making her look exceptionally beautiful. In the corner of the villa, the Fong family members were dumbfounded. Oh my, that's a battleship. Fong Zhenye's voice trembled. A battleship is not something an ordinary person can own. Fong Zhenghua's face changed dramatically. I should have thought of this. This kid is not simple. After Fong Qingxue came down from the rooftop, she was surrounded by her aunts and uncles. Qingxue, you've really made it, finding such an impressive boyfriend. Sister Qingxue, can you help me get an autograph from brother-in-law Lin Chen? Does he have any brothers who can be introduced to my second aunt's daughter? Fong Qingxue wanted to cry but had no tears. Only her mother cast her an encouraging glance. After returning to Kyoto, Lin Chen did not relax at all. In the late-night training room, he entered his territory, ready to resume his old business and start upgrading the necromantic buildings. As soon as he entered the territory, he received a prompt hint: the graveyard can be upgraded. Upgrade. Lin Chen decisively upgraded. Graveyard level 3, current attack enhancement, 3% current defense. Enhancement, 3% current speed enhancement, 3% additional life enhancement, 3% armor breaking effect, 3% lifesteal effect, 3%. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. It actually unlocked armor breaking and lifesteal? He casually summoned a ghoul, and saw its claws extending with crimson bone spikes, carrying armor breaking and lifesteal effects. Not only that, but the ghoul's individual strength had also significantly increased. Moreover, he could summon the Frost Dragon at any time. Although it could only last for an hour, it was already enough. Even more surprising was that the Lord's shop interface had been completely refreshed. Many new purchasable items had been added: mental power potion, 1 million gold coins / bottle, nether warboots, 5 million gold coins / pair. Now that's more like it. Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Although these new equipment had purchase limits, they were enough to cause a qualitative leap in his combat power. Blood Chi martial artists were suitable for melee bursts, the purification ability of holy light mages, and the control ability of ice mages. During this time, these were the professions he relied on, but at this moment they all became auxiliary professions in his eyes. Indeed, the Necromancer Lord is my foundation. He smiled excitedly. Is this world ready to witness the true necromantic disaster? When the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds, Lin Chen finally emerged from the necromantic territory. After a night without sleep, his eyes remained clear, showing no signs of fatigue. This was the benefit of having strong mental power. The path to becoming stronger is determined by talent at the starting point, but perseverance determines the end point. He stared at himself in the mirror, his knuckles cracking. After a simple breakfast, Lin Chen headed straight to the academy training hall. The training hall in the early morning had few trainees, making it seem empty. Lin Chen stood in front of the strength tester. Just right, let's test my strength. He took a deep breath. The dormant barbaric blood within him began to surge, and an ancient Azura manifestation appeared behind him. Boom! A simple and unadorned punch struck the testing target, shaking the entire hall. The testing device emitted a piercing alarm, and the numbers jumped wildly before stabilizing at 200 newtons. One ox's strength is 500 pounds. Lin Chen shook his wrist. A pure physical strength of 100,000 pounds is not bad. This was just the pure physical strength of a martial artist profession. If combined with the holy blessing of a holy light mage, the extreme freeze penetration of an ice mage, especially the berserk state of an undead lord, the actual strength would at least triple. Even more terrifying was his mental power. As his gaze focused, a metal dumbbell in the corner of the testing hall suddenly floated up, suspended in midair under the control of his telekinesis. This was the terrifying mental power that could simultaneously support the evolution of 4 professions. Lin Envoy, hello. A cold female voice came from the entrance of the training hall. Lin Chen turned to look and saw a woman in dark green combat gear standing straight. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, her demeanor clear and elegant, somewhat resembling Yun Chang in Baiyu. Who are you? Lin Chen squinted slightly. Captain of the Tsanglang Special Operations Team in the Southern Battle Zone, Su Yutong. The woman saluted crisply. On the orders of the general, I am here to invite you. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The Southern Demon Suppression Army was as renowned as the Northern Battle Zone, and even the Jiangcheng Demon Suppression Division was under its command. But he had no prior connection with the Southern Battle Zone. Why were they looking for him? Chapter 245, not a command, but a request. Lin Chen nodded slightly and said to Su Yutong, lead the way. Stepping out of the training hall, a black sedan with military plates was quietly parked. The car had sharp lines, and the windows glimmered with a special dark sheen, clearly made of special materials. When Su Yutong opened the car door, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. A middle-aged man with a general star on his shoulder stepped out, his hair slightly graying but his back straight as a pine tree. Lin Envoy, I've long admired you. The general extended his hand, the calluses on his palm rough against Lin Chen's grip. Deputy General of the Southern Battle Zone, Lu Chunzhou. Hello, General Lu. Lin Chen shook his hand, surprised. This General Lu had actually been waiting outside for a long time, rather than sitting in the car with an air of superiority. Lu Chunzhou seemed to see his confusion and laughed heartily. I just reviewed your training data. No wonder you are the one who can single-handedly flatten the undead altar of Fuji Nation. He pointed to the large screen on the outer wall of the training hall. At such a young age, to have 100,000 pounds of punching power, I feel ashamed. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting that his punch had broken the record and was displayed on the big screen. He suddenly understood. This general had probably arrived long ago but waited until he finished training to personally invite him. Just this sincerity was enough to earn his respect. General, Lu is overpraising me. Lin Chen remained composed, glancing at the car's chassis, indicating that the vehicle had been parked here for at least an hour. Please, Lu. Chunzhou personally opened the car door. The interior was very spacious, filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance. Su Yutong saluted crisply, and as she turned, her ponytail drew a graceful arc in the air. Her action of pulling out the seat for Lin Chen was clean and respectful.
Then, she personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Chen. The mother tree of Wokianshan produced only 3 pounds of de Hong Pao last year. Lu Chenzhou grinned. Even General Yao asked me for some, but I didn't give him any.
Lin Chen took the tea and saw the bright orange-yellow color, the aroma refreshing. He took a small sip and immediately felt invigorated. Good tea. Lin Chen set down the cup. But General Lu came all this way, it can't just be to invite me for tea, right? Lu Chenzhou laughed heartily, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. Actually, there are some matters regarding Fuji Nation that I would like to ask Lin Envoy for guidance on. Hearing the name Fuji Nation, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
For the Deputy General of the Southern Battle Zone to personally come forward, it seemed the matter was significant. Lin Envoy is so young yet has such
achievements, truly a hero among the youth. Lu Chenzhou laughed heartily, the corners of his eyes crinkling with wrinkles. I am 51 this year. If Lin Envoy doesn't mind, just call me Brother Lu. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly.
The demeanor of this General Lu reminded him of Zhao Pola from the northern region. They are all high-ranking
officials yet show no airs of superiority, true to their nature. However, who among those who have climbed to such positions in the military isn't a sharp-witted person? Brother Lu, you're too polite. Lin Chen took another sip of tea, and the fragrance instantly filled the carriage. If there's something to discuss, feel free to speak. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenzhou's smile gradually faded. He exchanged a glance with Su Yutong, and immediately, a faint blue light film appeared on the car window, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. Good. Brother Lin is indeed straightforward. Lu Chenzhou's face was full of enthusiasm. 3 days ago, we intercepted a piece of encrypted intelligence in the East China Sea. He took out a folder from his pocket, and after facial recognition, a holographic projection unfolded. Inside the car, in the image, 12 onmyoji surrounded a strange altar, performing some kind of sinister ritual. The center of the altar twisted, and it was unclear what was happening. To be honest, Lu Chenzhou's voice was low. Our southern border demon suppression army has been keeping an eye on those scoundrels from Fuji country for quite some time. But this time, the beast tide in the South China Sea is quite suspicious. He pulled up another set of data, and the red-marked activity trajectories of the beast groups clearly formed a surrounding net. This is clearly organized behavior. Lin Chen stared at the projection, his gaze darkening. The image switched to footage captured by a deep-sea detector, revealing a mutated giant whale with the symbols of Fuji country's onmyoji engraved on its back. Although our southern border demon suppression army is not lacking in warriors, Lu Chenzhou's fists clenched until they turned white. There are fewer than 100 who can fight in the deep sea. 2 reconnaissance teams went missing yesterday, and only this footage was sent back. In the snowflake-like footage, several demon suppression army soldiers were entangled by blood-red chains, being dragged toward the abyss. Suddenly, the camera shook violently, finally freezing on a series of eerie Fuji country characters. Inside the carriage, there was a heavy silence. Su Yutong's face was filled with indignation, but her angry expression was particularly beautiful. In recent years, the frequency of sea beast riots has been increasing. Just this month, there have been 29 small-scale riots. It must be them causing trouble again. Lin Chen frowned slightly, his fingertips gently tapping on the armrest of the seat. 29 riots in a month? His voice was low. This frequency is indeed abnormal. Lu Chenzhou pulled up a set of holographic data, and the shocking crimson curve in the projection was eye-catching. Compared to the same period last year, the riot frequency has increased tenfold. Su Yutong suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse. The captain of the 17 who fell last week, his daughter just turned 1 month old. Her eyes reddened, instinctively lowering her head. In fact, our southern border demon suppression army not only guards the borders but also has to be responsible for the sea areas. Those sea beasts are not any weaker than the foreign races. Our soldiers are at a significant disadvantage when fighting underwater. Lu Chenzhou slammed his fist on the control panel. Apart from water attribute mages and lords, other demon suppression army members have their strength greatly reduced when battling sea beasts. Currently, the rescue teams we dispatched have not received any news. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze deepened, and he remained silent. He nodded slightly. Lu Chenzhou made a valid point. If it weren't for his mastery of the ice law, it would be quite difficult to enter the deep sea. Moreover, as a necromancer lord, he was essentially in a tribute-less profession, which meant the sea beasts had no clear counter against him. Lin Chen slowly raised his head. Brother Lu, are you asking me to? It's not a command, it's a request. Lu Chenzhou suddenly stood up, cupping his fists in salute to Lin Chen, the stars shining brightly under the car lights. The youngest of those demon suppression army kids is only 18. If they die on the battlefield, that would be one thing, but to die like this is too unfortunate. Lin Chen suddenly reached out to support Lu Chenzhou. When their eyes met, Lu Chenzhou solemnly promised, Brother Lin, rest assured, I will never let you make this trip in vain. With the conversation reaching this point, Lin Chen could only nod. First, give me the coordinates of their disappearance. Second, provide me with all the information on the missing personnel. Third, he glanced at Su Yutong, to save time for the rescue, this Captain Su will accompany me.
Lu Chenzhou hadn't spoken yet when Su Yutong stepped forward. I am willing. Her long, fair neck was slightly raised, her gaze resolute.
Chapter 246. Why meddle in others' affairs? Lu Chenzhou took a deep breath. Then thank you, Brother Lin. Suddenly,
he took out a military insignia. From today onwards, I grant Brother Lin the honorary title of Special Guest of the Southern Demon Suppression Army, with the authority
of a Major General, able to mobilize a 100-man special operations team.
Lin Shen nodded slightly as he accepted the insignia, his expression calm.
In fact, he didn't
care much about the reward. This Major General title of the Demon Suppression Army was quite good, making things much easier for him in Jiangchang.
More importantly,
now even that girl Chen Wanqiu had to call him commander when she saw him. Thinking of this, he felt quite pleased.
At this moment, Su Yutong had already skillfully brought
up the holographic sand table. Special Envoy Lin, this is the last coordinate sent back from East Sea Station number 33.
According to the ocean currents, they may have
been swept into this trench. She traced a finger over a dark blue area, and Lin Chen stared at the sand table, his gaze darkening.
Lu Chenzhou heavily patted Lin Chen's
shoulder. Brother Lin, I still need to return to command the headquarters, waiting for your triumphant return. As he stood up, he lowered his voice. That girl Yutong is the only granddaughter of Marshal Su. Please take care of her, Brother Lin.
Don't worry.
Lin Chen smiled faintly. Just stick close to me.
Soon, Su Yutong piloted
an ocean airship, taking Lin Chen through an arc in the sky, landing steadily on the deck of the most advanced submarine of the East Sea Fleet, Lishanhai.
As Lin Chen
stepped out of the hatch, the salty sea breeze hit him, and dark thunderclouds were gathering in the distance.
Special Envoy Lin, this is the latest Jialong number 9 deep
submersible. Su Yutong pointed to the streamlined device in the center of the deck, maximum diving depth of 5,000 meters, equipped with.
Lin Chen nodded and walked
straight to the ship's railing. 5,000 meters isn't enough, it seems it needs some modifications. He raised his hand, and blue ice crystals suddenly formed at his fingertips,
gently tapping on the submersible.
In an instant, the surface of the submersible froze, forming a crystal-clear shell.
Let's go. Depart.
Lin Chen stepped forward, and Su Yutong widened her beautiful eyes, quickly following. When the two of them piloted the submersible down to 100 meters underwater, Lin Chen suddenly stopped. He snapped his fingers, and outside the submersible, 10,000 elite ghouls scattered. Each ghoul's eye sockets flickered with blue soul fire.
Scatter. At Lin Chen's
command, the elite ghouls immediately dispersed. Their bones were tough, being pure undead, so they were completely unafraid of the water pressure.
Su Yutong watched this scene in shock. Is this the undead subjects of the special envoy?
Yes. Lin Chen chuckled and nodded, just sending them to gather information. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned. Wait, something is tracking our submersible. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant eel over 30 meters long suddenly lunged from the shadows.
Its
eyes peered through the transparent dome of the submersible, and Su Yutong's body trembled. She was about to fire the quantum cannon when she saw Lin Chen's gaze sharpen.
The eye of undying intimidation, soul fire resonance. A powerful mental force coalesced, instantly rendering the giant eel dumbfounded, and then its life force completely vanished. Why did it suddenly die?
Su Yutong exclaimed in horror, her pretty face pale.
Lin Chen retracted his mental force, smiling faintly. Just now, he had only
been testing his abilities. He hadn't expected that using mental force would have such a terrifying effect. At that moment, a ghoul sprang out from the dark trench, its
mouth clenching a mangled female corpse.
Su Yutong's eyes instantly turned red. It's the medic Zhang Xuanqi from Team 7. She has old wounds, clearly just died not
long ago.
Her voice trembled, the others might still be alive.
Lin Chen's expression hardened, quickly pressing the dive button. Let's go.
The two hurriedly descended in the direction indicated by the ghoul. After passing through a patch of blood-red coral, the sight before Su Yutong made her gasp in shock.
Ahead, on a flat seabed,
18 transparent incubation pods were arranged in a strange formation, each containing a soldier from the Demon Suppression Army. Their bodies were filled with writhing blood-red tubes, their chests covered in eerie green scales, and most terrifying of all, each had a glowing beast crystal core embedded in their heads.
It's a living evolution experiment. Su Yutong's pretty face changed dramatically. We must cut off those conduits.
Just as Lin Chen was about to take action, the entire seabed suddenly
shook violently. Boom!
The seabed beneath the incubation pods erupted.
It was not rock at all, but a mutated three-headed demon turtle over 100 meters long. Each head was grotesquely shaped, resembling a human face. Lin Chen, why is it you again?
The middle head rasped. You really should die.
Why meddle in my affairs? Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, killing intent surging like a tide.
It was indeed the work of the Fuji nation.
I'm going to save them. You stay in the stealth device and provide support.
With a flash, he activated his teleportation dagger, appearing directly in the deep sea. Buzz! Tens of thousands of tons of water pressure crashed down. But he was covered in a layer of dark blue ice crystals, withstanding the pressure.
Ice sealing domain. Activate.
In an instant, the seawater within 1,000 meters froze, forming an icy prison that trapped the three-headed demon turtle and all the incubation pods inside.
1,000 elite ghouls burst forth from the ice, wielding bone blades, frantically slashing at the blood-red tubes. Seeing this, Su Yutong was shocked, but she reacted quickly, maneuvering the stealth device to swiftly bring all the demon suppression army members into the pod. The three heads of the demon turtle struggled wildly, the ice cracking ominously. The middle head sneered, Lin Chen, you can't hold me. This is just my avatar. Is that so? Lin Chen scoffed, a blood-red rune appearing in his palm. Doom mark. Seal. In an instant, the three-headed demon turtle's spirit felt a wave of weakness. The next moment, the turtle's head let out a piercing scream. Impossible. How can your mental power be so strong? Die. Lin Chen's eyes burned with soul fire resonance. He clenched his hand, and the ice-sealing domain suddenly contracted, the frigid power condensing the seawater into countless sharp ice spikes that pierced into the massive body of the demon turtle from all directions. The three heads of the demon turtle simultaneously let out pain shrieks, the scales on its surface cracking under the absolute low temperature. With a command from Lin Chen, the dark seawater suddenly lit up with dense scarlet points of light. As a full 10,000 elite ghouls surged forth from the shadows, their sharp bone claws tore at the demon turtle's flesh and their sharp teeth gnawed frantically. Soon, only the shell of the three-headed demon turtle remained. No! The demon turtle's screams abruptly ceased, its massive skeleton shattering with a crash. Lin Chen raised his hand and crushed the escaping demon turtle's spirit directly. The deep sea returned to silence, with only the floating ice crystals proving the fierce battle that had just taken place. Lin Chen looked around. Fuji Nation, this debt will be remembered by the Southern Demon Suppression Army. Chapter 247, Mentor Shen's Charisma remains. When Lin Chen and Su Yutong returned to the southern base with the rescued soldiers, the entire command center erupted in excitement. Lu Qinzhou was so thrilled that his military cap was askew, rushing forward in leaps. Good, good, good. This iron-blooded general repeated the word good 3 times, patting Lin Chen's shoulder vigorously. I knew I didn't misjudge you. After hearing the detailed report, Lu Qinzhou's eyes sparkled. You actually faced the water pressure of 10,000 meters deep with your physical body, and instantly froze a 1,000-meter sea area? Directly annihilated a spirit? Good heavens! He lowered his voice. Lin, your strength must be already. Lin Chen smiled without speaking. After a round of hospitality, Lu Qinzhou watched Lin Chen's departing figure, feeling a surge of emotions in his heart. He turned to his aide beside him and sighed. The southern region is not without talented individuals, but it's hard to find a second person like Lin Chen who can come and go freely in the depths of 10,000 meters of sea. The aide nodded in agreement. Even if we were to mobilize a few high-ranking battle lords, they probably couldn't do it as cleanly and efficiently. Just look at his fighting style, it's simply extraordinary. All right. Lu Qinzhou waved his hand, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. This kid must be won over, and we need to maintain a good relationship for the long term. At that moment, outside the gate of the southern region base, Captain Su, what are you doing? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Yutong, who was catching up while dragging a suitcase. Su Yutong saluted crisply, her military uniform sharp and looking particularly spirited, reporting to the envoy. According to the special regulations of the Southern Region's Demon Suppression Army, Article 117, a major general rank can be assigned a dedicated assistant. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. With General Lu's approval, I will serve as your full-time assistant. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Does your grandfather know? Su Yutong's face instantly turned red. This is military business. She suddenly lowered her voice. Moreover, I can help you access various permissions, and I can even do laundry, cook, and make the bed. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. An assistant like Su Yutong was indeed something he lacked. Now Yin Shang and Baiyu should be tied up on the battlefield of the myriad races. Suit yourself. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the airship. Su Yutong hurriedly followed, and the airship slowly ascended, carrying the two towards the capital. After returning to the academy villa, Su Yutong skillfully began to tidy up the room, her movements clean and efficient, as if she were executing a military task. Envoy, I have organized your study according to military standards. She neatly stacked a pile of documents on the desk. These are the materials on various forces in the capital. I suggest you review them before dinner. Lin Chen leaned against the door frame, watching this daughter of a general deftly iron his formal attire, and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Captain Su, you seem to be quite the professional at being a housekeeper? Without looking up, Su Yutong steadily glided the iron over the collar of the clothes. This is one of the compulsory courses for the Southern Region's Special Forces. When we are lurking behind enemy lines, we must be able to do everything. Lin Chen nearly choked on his tea. So this girl is a jack of all trades? Shortly after, Lin Chen received a message. The Capital Lord Association was gathering various prominent figures and dignitaries to host a banquet. They invited Lin Chen to attend. After all, Lin Chen had now established himself in the capital. Moreover, as a first-level envoy of the Tianwei mansion, his status was esteemed.
According to convention, it was necessary for the various forces and dignitaries in the capital to get to know him, making future
dealings much more convenient. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen did not decline the invitation. The banquet was scheduled for 3 days later.
During these 3 days, Su Yutong, the daughter of a general, displayed remarkable domestic skills. From precisely measured, nutritious meals to tactical organization that even Lin Chen admired, she could even help Lin Chen filter various important news and
intelligence. Try this.
At dinner, Su Yutong pushed over a plate of exquisite dishes. These are made from various vegetables. I heard you
like vegetarian food.
Lin Chen took a bite, his eyes shifting. The texture was just right, and even more surprisingly, the taste was
excellent. How did you make this? Come on, let's eat together.
To his surprise, Su Yutong turned around and began tidying up the kitchen. Time flew by, and 3 days later, the Capital Lord Association sent an invitation, the cover prominently displaying the emblem of the association. Although the Lord Association was not as large as the Martial Masters Association, its long-term connections with various forces made its influence significant.
Envoy, here is the final guest list for the banquet. Su Yutong unfolded a holographic projection, with hundreds of faces
arranged in the void. According to your permissions, I have retrieved the complete profiles of these individuals. Lin Chen glanced at the list, which almost encompassed all the top forces in Kyoto,
the 5 great families,
the 7 major conglomerates, the 3 underground organizations, and the 9 social organizations.
There were even a few representatives from reclusive sections. Each name was followed by dense annotations. The Zhao family of Kyoto, in good relations with the northern border. The Qian group, secretly controlling 7 underground auction houses.
The master of the Yagyu Sword Dojo, a social organization, suspected to be deeply involved with the Holy Tribunal. Interesting, Lin Chen lightly tapped with his fingertip, enlarging a few names marked in red.
It really has every kind of force.
Su Yutong handed over a cup of red tea. As a first-class envoy of the Tianwei Mansion, a major general in the southern border, and a core seat in the northern border, they should all be trying to curry favor with you. The banquet was set at the Tiankei Pavilion of the Lord Association, the tallest building in Kyoto, where the banquet hall on the top floor overlooked the entire city. In the evening, Su Yutong selected a formal outfit for Lin Chen. She skillfully adjusted the bow tie, and as night fell, when Lin Chen's special car drove into the Tiankei Pavilion Square, 36 ceremonial cannons fired simultaneously. The association's president personally waited at the end of the red carpet, flanked by 2 rows of high-ranking lords, all exuding a battle-honored aura.
Envoy Lin.
The elderly president greeted him warmly. Your presence truly brings glory to this place. Lin Chen smiled slightly and nodded.
To President Luo, thank you for your kind invitation, President Luo.
After President Luo turned to greet other guests, a familiar figure caught his eye. He saw Shen Qingyao walking towards him in a dark green qipao, outlining her graceful figure, looking stunning. Her gaze shifted between Lin Chen and Su Yutong, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Lin Chen, I didn't expect to run into you here.
Shen Qingyao gently twirled
the slit of her qipao revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. How do you like my new custom dress? Mentor Shen still has her charm. Lin Chen replied politely. Shen Qingyao covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. You have such sweet words. I'll find you later to catch up. Once she walked away, Su Yutong immediately lowered her voice. Envoy, I've just received urgent intelligence.
A new alien ancient civilization relic has been discovered in Dimension 89. Lin Chen frowned. Alien ancient civilization relic? Chapter 248. He actually covets the envoy's woman. Please elaborate on the specifics.
Lin Chen had previously heard that many alien civilizations were hidden in the extreme cold dimension.
However, the situation there was complex. When he ventured deep into it, he indeed encountered races like the ice demons and ice beasts. He had even subdued the Cold Abyss clan. He never expected news of alien civilizations to emerge again now. Organize the detailed situation and then report back to me. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Su Yutong nodded slightly and began to use her authority to retrieve relevant information. Envoy, many forces have already dispatched elite teams to Dimension 89, intending to explore this alien ancient civilization relic. However, Su Yutong paused slightly in her tone. But what? Lin Chen pressed.
The geographical environment of Dimension 89 is extremely harsh, and the aliens living there are fierce and brutal.
It is said that even battle-honored level experts have a high mortality rate.
They usually rarely initiate invasion actions, but once someone intrudes into their dimension, they will face great danger.
Moreover, Dimension 89 is not accessible to everyone. With your current authority, you can only enter once. What do you think?
Su Yutong looked at Lin Chen with uncertainty. Lin Chen sat in the corner, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips, and after a moment of contemplation, he instructed calmly, prepare a detailed analysis report and give it to me after the banquet.
Understood.
Su Yutong quickly saluted and began to operate swiftly.
At the Tiankei Pavilion, the top hall was illuminated
by crystal chandeliers casting a golden glow throughout the space. As the major forces of Kyoto arrived one after another, the entire venue gradually became lively.
Old Li, you're here too? I heard President Kong ran into a bit of trouble on the way. I heard that the new envoy from Tianwei Mansion will also be attending tonight?
Indeed, I heard even the Southern Border Demon Suppression Army sent a representative.
Amid
the melodious strains of classical music, elegantly dressed waiters moved gracefully through the crowd. Celebrities from all walks of life gathered in small groups, their conversations laced with hidden agendas.
In
short, those who were qualified to be invited were undoubtedly prominent figures in the capital.
Look, isn't that the young lady from the Shin family?
Following the voice, everyone turned to see Shin Qingqiu in a dark green qipao, showcasing the charm of a mature woman to perfection. Beside her, Fang Qingsnow wore a white evening gown, exuding a pure yet lively aura, stunningly beautiful. The two standing together drew many admiring
glances. I heard Miss Shin is the mentor of that envoy? The one next to her seems to be the daughter of the Feng family, right?
She's really beautiful.
The small Feng family has recently allied with the Lin family.
From Longdu, their status is rising rapidly. Fang Qingsnow linked her arm with Shin Qingqiu's, the two distinctly styled beauties shining like the brightest pearls in the venue, attracting countless eyes.
Fang
Qingsnow's white mermaid dress was pure and elegant, while Shin Qingqiu's dark green qipao highlighted her mature grace. Wherever they went, guests instinctively parted to make way.
Look, the young vice president of the
Martial Masters Association is coming through.
Whispers arose from the crowd.
A young man in a red suit strode forward, a flame badge pinned to his chest, signifying his identity as a fire attribute martial artist. He stepped directly in front of Fang Qingsnow, a determined smile on his lips. "Miss, would you do me the honor of dancing?" Gasps of astonishment filled the air. That's Yen Lai, the only son of the vice president of the Martial Masters Association. I heard he's already at the peak of the War King level at such a young age. That girl might be in trouble. The last starlet who rejected him was blacklisted the next day.
Shin
Qingqiu's expression shifted slightly, gently squeezing Fang Qingsnow's wrist to signal her to be cautious. Yen Lai was notorious for his fiery temper, bullying others with his father's high status in the Martial Masters
Association.
However, Fang Qingsnow seemed oblivious, her gaze still searching the crowd for a certain figure. She had dressed up specially tonight because she had heard Lin Chen would be coming.
What? Not giving me face?
Yen Lai's smile gradually turned cold. Just as the atmosphere became tense, President Luo of the Capital Lords Association approached quickly, a smooth smile plastered on his face. "Nephew Yen Lai, hasn't your father
arrived yet?"
He subtly positioned himself in front of Fang Qingsnow, his peripheral vision darting towards Lin Chen in the corner of the terrace. As the shrewdest old fox in the capital, he had long investigated the
relationship between Fang Qingsnow and Lin Chen, which was the real reason the Fang family was invited to tonight's banquet.
Uncle Luo, Yen Lai casually cupped his hands, but his gaze remained glued to Fang Qingsnow.
"My father is handling association matters and will arrive shortly." His arrogant demeanor prompted whispers among the surrounding guests. Yen Lai is so arrogant. Shu, keep it down.
The Martial Masters Association
may be low-key, but their strength is unfathomable.
I heard their battle team moves freely on the battlefield of the myriad races. Even the alien races have to retreat. President Luo maintained his smile, but inwardly cursed this little brat for being so oblivious. He even dared to covet that ruthless man's woman. Clearing his throat, he said, "Nephew Yen Lai, this is Miss Fang Qingsnow from the Fang family in Jiangcheng."
"Also, Fang family?" Yen Lai raised an eyebrow, directly interrupting President Luo, his disdain more pronounced. "Is that some small family I've never heard of?"
He stepped forward, blatantly ignoring President Luo's hint. "Miss Fang, I was rude earlier.
I'm Yen Lai, my father is the vice president of the Martial Arts Association in the capital." Fang Qingsnow forced a smile. "Hello." She suddenly stepped back behind Shin Qingqiu, her
fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt, appearing somewhat flustered. Noticing this, Shin Qingqiu elegantly took a step forward. "Young Master Yen, I've long admired your name. I am Shin Qingqiu from the
Kyoto Lord Academy, the mentor of Qingxue." Yen Lai's gaze lingered on Shin Qingqiu's graceful figure, his eyes filled with intensified greed. "So it's Mentor Shin, a pleasure to meet you." He deliberately lowered his voice, looking at the pair of charming teacher and student with a wicked smile. "I wonder if you two would do me the honor of accompanying me for a chat tonight?" Just as Shin Qingqiu furrowed her brows, preparing to refuse firmly, Lin Chen slowly stood up, and the top hall suddenly fell silent. All eyes involuntarily turned to Lin Chen, who, in a black suit, appeared exceptionally handsome and tall. Su Yutong followed closely behind, in a fitted gown, exuding a heroic demeanor and an ethereal quality. It was clear she was no ordinary person. Is he, the new envoy from the Tianwei mansion? What a strong pressure. Such a young envoy, finally seeing the real person.
The murmurs abruptly ceased as Lin Chen's gaze swept across the room. The temperature in the banquet hall seemed to drop by 10 degrees, especially Yen Lai, who trembled all over, feeling as
if he had fallen into an ice cellar in an instant.
Esteemed guests, President Luo reacted quickly, immediately introducing, "Allow me to present to you, this is the new envoy Lin Chen from the Tianwei mansion."
The venue erupted in an uproar. Is he the ruthless one from the extremely cold dimension?
I heard General Zhao from the north treats him with respect. I also heard that recently Fuji country suffered a setback at his
hands. How satisfying. Amidst the whispers, Lin Chen walked straight towards Fang Qingxue. You wanted to attend the banquet, why didn't you tell me in advance?
Lin Chen's voice carried a rare tenderness.
The entire hall was instantly abuzz. Fang Qingxue's pretty face flushed. I wanted to give you a surprise.
Xin Qingqiu chuckled softly beside her, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. If she were a few years younger, she
would definitely pursue Lin Chen.
Meanwhile, Yan Lai stood nearby, his face ashen. He was actually coveting the woman of the Tianwei mansion's envoy.
Chapter 249, You must take this blow steadily. Yan Lai stood aside, gripping his wine glass tightly.
He watched Lin Chen, who was surrounded by admirers, with burning jealousy in his eyes. He was unwilling to accept this, especially when his gaze swept over Fang Qingxue's stunning profile,
a twisted possessiveness almost bursting from his chest.
He had toyed with countless women, but he had never possessed such a beautiful, youthful woman.
Envoy Lin, I've long admired your name, a family head from a prominent clan enthusiastically approached. I am Yi Kongming from the Yi family. Envoy Lin is young and accomplished. Another representative from a consortium squeezed forward. Envoy Lin is truly a prodigy. Faced with the endless flattery, Lin Chen merely nodded politely in response. I don't deserve such praise, everyone. Seeing this, President Luo quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Envoy Lin, this way please. No rush.
Lin Chen suddenly turned around, and in front of everyone he took Fang Qingxue's hand with one hand and unexpectedly pulled Xin Qingqiu's wrist with the other.
Ah!
Xin Qingqiu exclaimed, a rare blush appearing on her mature and charming face. This usually dignified and elegant beauty mentor was now flustered like a young girl.
The entire hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, watching this shocking scene.
The new envoy from the Tianwei mansion was indeed bold, actually holding the hands of two of Kyoto's most beautiful women at the same time. Not even his own beautiful mentor was spared.
Fang Qingxue's ears turned red, almost
burying her face in her chest from embarrassment. Xin Qingqiu, on the other hand, forced herself to remain calm but couldn't hide the slight upward curve of her lips. Just then, a look of ecstatic light burst forth.
In Yan Lai's eyes, Dad, you finally came.
At the entrance of the banquet hall stood a middle-aged man in a crimson robe, standing with his hands behind his back. With each step he took, the ground was left scorched, with blackened footprints, and waves of heat shimmered visibly around him. It was none other than the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Association, Yan Tianyu.
Vice President Yan. President Luo's forehead
beaded with cold sweat as he hurriedly stepped forward with cupped hands. I didn't expect you to attend in person.
Yan Tianyu raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue before finally landing on Lin Chen on the terrace, a junior from Tianwei Mansion, truly impressive. His voice was not loud, yet it reverberated through the banquet hall, causing the glass to hum. Some of the weaker guests had already turned pale, having to secretly channel their energy to resist this overwhelming pressure. Where does Vice President Yan's son get such grandeur? You come here intending to forcibly seize a common girl. Lin Chen's expression remained calm and composed. Even though the other party was a strong warrior, he, with his invincible potion, felt no fear. Yan Tianyu snorted coldly, his sleeves billowing without wind. Young people fighting for attention, is it worth it for you, a special envoy, to publicly humiliate my son? As he spoke, a ball of crimson gold flame suddenly ignited in his right hand. Today, I want to learn a thing or two about the special envoy of Tianwei Mansion. Dad, it's him. Yan Lai pointed at Lin Chen, his emotions running high. He just showed me who's boss. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have. Shut up. Yan Tianyu bellowed, causing Yan Lai to stagger back. You've embarrassed the Martial Arts Association. The hall fell silent. It was clear to everyone that Yan Tianyu was seizing the opportunity not only to restore his son's honor but also to suppress the arrogance of Tianwei Mansion. Lin Chen gently shielded Fang Qingxue and Xin Qingqiu behind him, his gaze darkening. Vice President Yan truly has a refined taste. I wonder how you plan to teach me? Very simple. Yan Tianyu's palm ignited with flames, transforming into a long blade. You are the junior. I won't make it difficult for you. Just take 3 of my moves, and if you can withstand them, today's matter will be forgotten. Vice President Yan. President Luo was anxious, stamping his feet. How did he end up inviting this hot-tempered father and son to a perfectly good banquet? Lin Chen's gaze grew colder, yet a playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. 3 moves? Vice President Yan, you think too highly of me. He gently released Fang Qingxue's hand and stepped forward. As his foot landed, the temperature in the banquet hall plummeted, and a layer of eerie blue frost formed on the ground. How about this? Lin Chen's right hand formed a loose grip, and the phantom clone blade appeared in his hand. Let's change the game. I'll make 1 strike, and if Vice President Yan can catch it, you can handle today's matter as you wish. At this, the hall erupted in an uproar. Arrogant. Yan Lai couldn't help but shout, my dad's 9 dragons burning. Heaven's shield is already perfected. Do you think you can hurt him? Humph. Yan Tianyu snorted, but a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He stared at Lin Chen, his gaze deepening. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, though he had a fiery temper and was protective, he was no fool. He had long heard of Lin Chen's achievements. President Luo was sweating profusely. Gentlemen, this banquet hall can't withstand. Don't worry.
Lin Chen said casually, a holy light barrier enveloping the guests. No one will be harmed. Yen Tianyu took a deep breath and suddenly 9 fire dragons ignited around him. Good. I want to see just how capable the rising star of Tianwei Mansion really is. He formed hand seals, and the 9 fire dragons intertwined to form a massive flame shield, ancient martial arts inscriptions appearing on its surface. This was the S-rank fire attribute martial skill of the Martial Arts Association, 9 dragons burning heaven shield. Lin Chen remained calm, raising the phantom clone blade, his wrist turning lightly as the blade emitted a low, eerie hum. The space around the blade slightly distorted, and 3 indistinguishable clones suddenly appeared. Vice President Yen, you must catch this strike firmly. Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of coldness. As soon as the words fell, 4 blades of light burst forth simultaneously. The first was a gray light entwined with the bone erosion curse, the second was a black light branded with the doom rune, the third was the pure moonlight of the falling moon phantom slash, and the last was, surprisingly, a perfect fusion of the first 3. What kind of sword technique is this? Someone in the hall exclaimed in shock. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling brilliance, only 4 leisurely blades of light slashed towards Yen Tianru. However, the seemingly harmless blade light left fine cracks in the space it passed through. Yen Tianru's expression changed drastically, and the 9 fire dragons let out a mournful wail, desperately reinforcing the giant fire shield. Boom! The moment the blade light made contact with the fire shield, the entire banquet hall trembled violently. In the horrified gazes of the crowd, that renowned fire shield was easily torn apart as if it were made of paper. Ugh! Yen Tianru suddenly let out a scream that was not human-like. His tall figure visibly hunched down. First, the bone erosion curse eroded his bones, then the doom rune sealed his vitality, and finally, the moonlight of the falling moon phantom slash poured down. The double necromantic spell stacked together caused him to endure a 200% increase in excruciating pain. Then, he used the falling moon phantom slash to attack. After 5 minutes, his negative effects would naturally disappear. It could be said that it couldn't harm Yen Tianru in the slightest, but it could scare him half to death. You dare. Yen Tianru's legs went weak, and with each step back his figure shrank a bit. After 7 steps he resembled a hunched old man. He was even more terrified to discover that the fire-based vitality he had painstakingly cultivated for decades had completely vanished. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and chuckled lightly. Vice President Yen, I appreciate your kindness. The hall fell into dead silence. The guests who had originally prepared to watch the excitement now all turned pale. A few with weaker strength even collapsed directly to the ground. They had never imagined that the vice president of the Martial Master Association would be defeated by a young junior. Moreover, it was just with a single strike. The legendary Lord of the Undead was indeed terrifying. Lin Chen. Yen Lai snapped back to reality from his shock, and he roared hysterically, "You dare to harm the vice president of the Martial Master Association, you are seeking death." Chapter 250. Together we guard the mountains and rivers of our great Xia. Shut up. A powerful reprimand echoed like thunder, shaking the entire banquet hall. Everyone looked up to see an old man with white beard stepping through the air, each step seeming to tread upon their hearts. The newcomer was none other than Yen Tongtian, a veteran elder of the Martial Master Association and a powerful Zhan Zone-level expert. President Luo's forehead broke out in cold sweat, and he quickly bowed in greeting, Elder Yen. Yen Tongtian didn't even glance at him, directly landing beside Yen Tianru. He placed his palm, glowing with a crimson gold light, gently on his son. Yen Tianru's back. The thick, ocean-like vitality caused the space within 3 zhang to slightly distort. Then, his expression turned quite strange. Dad! Yen Tianru's face was filled with shame, his voice weak. Yen Tongtian frowned tightly, ignoring his son. Instead, he looked deeply at Lin Chen. Oh? Then, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. What a marvelous technique! What a special envoy from the Tianwei Mansion. Thank you, Envoy Lin, for your mercy. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Did this old man misunderstand something? Yen Tongtian slightly cupped his hands, his voice booming like a bell. Today's matter is due to my grandson Yen Lai's fault, and I ask Envoy Lin to be magnanimous. When I return, I will certainly discipline these 2 useless things strictly, and I hope for your understanding. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a heavy bomb dropped, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Who didn't know that the Yen family's 3 generations were famous for their bad tempers and protective nature? Today, they actually softened in public. Yen Lai's face turned pale. Grandpa, it was clearly him. Shut up. Yen Tongtian's furious shout made Yen Lai retreat 3 steps. Usually, your father neglects his duties, allowing you to develop such an arrogant character. Out there causing trouble. If it weren't for Ambassador Lin's generosity today, your father would have been finished long ago. Upon hearing this, Yen Tianyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That bone-deep sense of despair was truly overwhelming. Lin Chen noticed this and slightly nodded, feeling a bit relieved. This old man seemed to be quite reasonable. Moreover, Yen Tongtian's strength was unfathomable. If it came to blows, he had no chance of winning. Offending such a being would bring no benefit to himself. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to extend a ladder, he naturally had to go along with it. Old Yen, your words are too harsh. Lin Chen respectfully returned the gesture. It was just a small misunderstanding, it's all in the past.
Yen Tongtian nodded in satisfaction, smiling amiably.
Then I shall take these two useless ones back for some proper discipline.
I hope Ambassador Lin will visit our martial arts association another day.
Lin Chen slightly cupped his hands. His tone sincere. Old Yan's kindness is appreciated. I will certainly pay a visit in the future. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Yen Tongtian's eyes as he turned to leave with Yen Tianyu and Yen Lai.
Once the three figures disappeared, the banquet hall erupted in chatter. Heavens, I can't believe my eyes. Old Yen was actually so polite. This Ambassador Lin is impressive. Even the seasoned battle sect experts give him face. Did you notice? Even Old Yen seems to be wary of this Ambassador Lin. President Luo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began to host the banquet. Lin Chen stood in the center of the hall, his black suit fitting him just right. With a humble smile on his face, he scanned the various dignitaries, taking in the faces filled with awe, wariness, and flattery. Ha ha ha, let's all forget about the little incident just now.
President Luo, beaming, raised his glass. Today's grand event is mainly to introduce our newly appointed Ambassador Lin Chen from Tianwei Mansion. His voice was loud and resonant. Ambassador Lin hails from the Lord Academy in Jiangchang, a seed player from the northern region, and has brought glory to our great Xia in the extreme cold realms.
In short, let us welcome Ambassador Lin. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers.
Several young ladies from prominent families waved their handkerchiefs excitedly, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They were envious of Fang Qingxue and Xin Xingqiu.
Lin Chen
raised his hand to gesture for silence, and the venue immediately quieted down. I am grateful for everyone's kindness. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Now that foreign races are stirring, and neighboring countries are eyeing us, Great Xia is facing a tumultuous autumn. I, Lin, am unworthy, but I wish to work together with all of you to protect our Great Xia's mountains and rivers. His words were firm and resonant, causing many of the older generation of experts to nod in agreement. Even a few family heads who had previously been wary of Lin Chen had to admit at this moment that this young ambassador was not only unfathomably strong but also possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Once the banquet officially began, the crystal chandelier illuminated the hall like a dream. Everyone raised their glasses and mingled.
Lin Chen, accompanied by Fang Qingxue and Xin Xingqiu, formed a unique scene in the dining area. Try this.
Fang Qingxue served Lin Chen a piece of crystal cake, while Xin Xingqiu elegantly swirled her wineglass, her red lips curling slightly. Kid, that speech you just gave was quite impressive.
Who taught you that?
Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Su Yutong suddenly rushed over. Ambassador,
I've just received urgent military news.
She lowered her voice. The southern defense line is in crisis. A level 3 sea beast tide has erupted. General Lu requests immediate support.
Fang Qingxue and Xin Xingqiu's expressions changed simultaneously, and
Lin Chen furrowed his brows, putting down his fork, his gaze darkening.
Was Fuji country never going to stop? Let's go. President Luo hurried over. Ambassador Lin, what happened?
As soon as he finished speaking,
a piercing alarm rang out throughout the banquet hall.
A holographic projection automatically unfolded, displaying real-time images of the southern coastline.
In the towering waves, hundreds of thousands of sea beasts
were crashing against the defense line, including giant sea beasts over 100 meters long. Level 3 beast tide, a family had exclaimed in shock. This scale hasn't been seen in 100 years.
Everyone, Lin
Chen's voice was steady, instantly suppressing the commotion. The responsibilities of the Heavenly Might Mansion require me to head to the southern border immediately.
Lin Envoy Zhao, the head of the Zhao family,
suddenly stood up. My Zhao family has 300 private troops in the southern border, at your disposal. My Qian family can provide 10 warships. My Zhou family is willing to send 15 water mages.
In an instant, various factions expressed their support.
Even several families that had previous grievances with Lin Chen stepped forward at this moment.
In the face of the beast tide, the warriors of the Great Xia always stood united against a common enemy. Lin Chen solemnly clasped his fists. Thank you all. Fang Qingxue tightly grasped his sleeve. Lin Chen, you must be careful.
Xin Xingqiu lightly flicked her long hair, a mature and charming smile gracing her face. Our Lin Envoy is now quite capable on his
own.
She suddenly leaned in, changing her usual demeanor, her red lips almost touching Lin Chen's ear. A man with such a sense of responsibility is truly captivating.
Lin Chen's ears turned warm, a bitter smile on his face. Instructor Shen, please don't joke. Despite Xin Xingqiu's usual innocent appearance, her teasing was indeed hard to resist. Chapter 251, Too many gold coins to spend. Envoy, the airship is ready. Su Yutong returned briskly, her military uniform crisp. The Southern Special Forces are on standby.
Lin Chen took one last look at the night sky outside the window, took a deep breath, and strode out.
Envoy, President Luo suddenly called out. Do you need the Lord Association to send troops for support?
No need, Lin Chen waved his hand, his voice calm. A mere third-level beast tide is not a big problem. The airship sliced through the clouds. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back at the porthole, his gaze piercing as he stared at the churning sea in the distance.
The communicator continuously relayed frontline reports. Report. 3 leader-level sea beasts have appeared on the eastern defense line. The Western District requests fire support.
Energy readings are rising steadily. Suspected unknown creatures are approaching.
Lin Chen lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, sneering, Fuji Kingdom, are you trying to give me a warning?
He turned to Su Yutong at the control panel. Yutong, full speed ahead.
Yes. Su Yutong.
Quickly input the command. The airship's engine roared deafeningly, instantly breaking through 10 times the speed of sound.
When the airship reached the airspace above the battlefield, the sight before them was breathtaking.
On the pitch-black sea surface, countless sea beasts moved like islands, their sheer number changing the color of the water.
Even more terrifying, 3 giant sea beasts over 300
meters long were assaulting the last line of defense, their eyes blood-red, their breath turbulent.
Envoy.
The communicator crackled with urgent voices. The situation has changed. These sea beasts
seem to be enhanced by some force.
Lin Chen directly cut off the communication and leaped out of the airship.
To the astonished gazes of everyone, he actually stood suspended in mid-air. You want to play a human sea tactic with me?
Lin Chen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. Just right, these sea beasts are a hidden danger that needs to be dealt with sooner or later, and I have too many gold coins to spend.
Lately, he slightly raised his hand,
and a vast void gate suddenly opened behind him. Accompanied by the chilling sound of bones grinding, an army of 500,000 ghouls surged forth like a tide. Each of these ghouls, enhanced and blessed by the graveyard, had significantly increased strength, with ghostly flames flickering in their eyes.
This is
the soldiers of the demon suppression army on the defense line were dumbfounded. The envoy of the Heavenly Might Mansion truly lives up to his reputation.
Lu Chenzhou's voice trembled with excitement. The sea beasts on the surface seemed to sense
the threat and began to grow increasingly restless. The 3 giant sea beasts let out earth-shattering roars, creating 100-meter waves as they charged towards the ghoul army.
Kill! Lin Chen lightly waved his hand. 500,000 ghouls simultaneously let out a shriek, the sound wave shattering the oncoming giant waves.
They surged into the beast horde like a flood, their sharp bone claws easily tearing through the sea beast's thick scales. Even more terrifying is that with each sea beast killed, the ghoul would devour its flesh and blood, converting it into its own combat power.
Even if they are outmatched, they can sacrifice themselves to inflict maximum damage on the enemy.
Lin Chen stood in mid-air, coldly observing this massacre. On the surface of the sea, the battle situation changed rapidly. The soldiers of the demon suppression army, who had originally held the advantage, had not yet had time to catch their breath when the sea suddenly boiled again.
Countless bizarre sea beasts surged forth, their
eyes glowing with an abnormal bloodlight, and twisted runes appeared on their shells.
These sea beasts, something's not right, an old soldier exclaimed. They don't fear pain at all, let alone death.
Lin Chen furrowed his brows, also sensing the anomaly.
Normally, sea beasts should retreat after suffering such heavy casualties, but now, these sea beasts charged forward as if controlled by some force, completely disregarding life and death. Master, we are here.
Accompanied by piercing laughter, the 2-headed ogre leaped out from the void gate.
The little demon began to chant a spell, and in an instant, a rain of fire poured down, turning the sea into a sea of flames.
Immediately after, the plague brother twisted its terrifying body, spreading dark green poisonous mist wherever it went.
The infected sea
beasts instantly rotted, their flesh decaying, and even their bones began to melt.
The giant mouth opened, revealing sky-covering bone wings, and with each dive, it could devour dozens of sea beasts. The most brutal was the abomination butcher.
This monster, stitched together from countless corpses, wielded rusted iron hooks and cleavers, each attack capable of cleaving several sea beasts in half.
Its bloated body bore a twisted human face that was chilling to behold. What kind of monsters are these? They seem even more terrifying than the sea beasts. God, he alone can match all of us. I've seen
lords with hundreds or thousands of subjects, but he has hundreds of thousands.
Many seasoned soldiers of the demon suppression army felt their scalps tingle. Lin Chen's expression was grave. Although his
undead army was invincible, the number of sea beasts seemed endless. Even more bizarre was that the corpses of the slain sea beasts were being dragged toward the deep sea by some force.
Sir Envoy, Su
Yutong's voice exploded in the communicator, detecting a peak leader-level sea beast energy response.
Coordinates E47, N23. A leader-level beast?
Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as his undying eye pierced through the murky crimson water, quickly locking onto a massive creature. It was a giant squid nearly 100 meters long, with 16 tentacles like towering pillars, each covered in suckers and barbs.
Even more
frightening was its astonishing speed. Under the quantum cannon's lock, it could still dodge flexibly.
This beast,
a cannoner from the demon suppression army, gritted his teeth in anger. The quantum cannon takes 30 seconds to charge, and it always senses danger in advance.
Let me handle it.
Lin Chen's voice was eerily calm.
In an instant, he appeared in the midst of the beast horde. Countless sea
beasts charged madly, but suddenly froze 3 zhang away from him, turning into ice sculptures.
Time freeze.
With this soft shout, the entire sea area began to freeze at a visible speed centered around Lin Chen. The azure ice layer rapidly spread, solidifying the waves and stiffening the sea beasts. Even the movements of the leader-level squid slowed down. Is this time freezing? A time-banned technique? On the front line, the soldiers were all dumbfounded. No, this is the supreme application of the ice law. Lu Qinzhou's eyes sparkled. He has compressed the power of ice to the extreme, creating an effect similar to time stagnation. The giant squid let out a piercing shriek, its 16 tentacles wildly slapping the ice surface. However, Lin Chen merely raised his hand lightly. Shatter. Crack. The entire ice field shattered in response. Countless ice crystals turned into sharp blades, slaughtering all the sea beasts within range. The leader-level squid was particularly well taken care of, its 16 tentacles severed, dark green blood gushing out. Beautiful. So strong. Is this the strength of the envoy from the Heavenly Might Mansion? Before the cheers could fade, an unexpected change occurred. The seemingly lifeless body of the squid suddenly began to writhe, its severed tentacles regenerating at a visible speed. Even more terrifying, strange runes appeared at its wounds. Just as I thought. Lin Chen sneered. Just as he was about to strike again, the seabed suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 252, In our human territory, we will not yield an inch. Another one? Lin Chen frowned, his undying eye locking onto a massive hammerhead shark sea beast. The scales of this leader-level sea beast shimmered with a bizarre metallic luster, clearly enhanced by special runes. Whoosh! A brilliant sword of holy light materialized out of thin air, descending with a sacred aura that purified all. Heavens! It's the rare holy light sword of the Holy Light System. Isn't Envoy Lin a necromancer? How could he? 3 systems cultivated together? I heard it's 4 systems. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the holy light sword struck precisely at the hammerhead shark's forehead. The beast let out a piercing howl, its surrounding dark energy sizzling as it was burned by the holy light. Ultimately, it was completely annihilated. Hint, level up, current level, Battle Sovereign level 35, Lord Profession trait. Activated, resonance of all profession levels, Warrior Profession synchronized to, Battle Sovereign level 30, Holy Light Mage Profession synchronized to, Battle Sovereign level 31, Ice Mage Profession synchronized to, Battle Sovereign level 32. Lin Chen felt the surging energy within him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. For distinctly different powers surged through his meridians, yet they maintained perfect balance. This was Lin Chen's most extraordinary existence, finally back on track. He looked down at his palm, where the flames of the undead and holy light miraculously intertwined. As long as my main profession continues to break through, the other 3 systems will rise with the tide. In the distance, the surviving sea beasts were fleeing in panic. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, tens of thousands of sea beast corpses were simultaneously disintegrated and devoured. Quickly clean up the battlefield, he commanded. Softly. This scene made the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army on the shore gasp in shock. An elderly commander with white hair trembled as he spoke. To summon such a large-scale undead army in an instant. This is already close to the legendary, undead catastrophe. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Just as his words fell, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed across the entire southern sea region. Warning! Activities of alien deep-sea fishmen detected. On the holographic projection, countless red dots surged from the deep sea. Those monsters with human bodies and fish heads wielded coral spears and fishbone blades, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Indeed, they are aliens. Lu Chenzhou slammed his fist on the command platform. Team 9, mobilize immediately. The sea's surface suddenly shook violently, and a 100-meter-high giant wave surged into the sky. Amidst the waves, a colossal creature slowly emerged, a deep-sea bull dragon over 100 meters long. On its back sat a monster with a fish head and human body, exuding a terrifying pressure that surpassed leader level. Ah, foolish humans! The fishman monster's voice was distorted. Today, the invasion of the Great Xiao will begin from your southern border. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Colluding with aliens to invade human territory, Fuji Nation has truly lost all limits. All Southern Demon Suppression Army, heed my command. Lu Chenzhou's voice echoed through the skies via the loudspeaker. Activate the Burning Sea battle plan. Holy Light and Fire System mages form the vanguard. The cannons on the sea defense walls turned in unison. Special cannon tubes loaded with Holy Light and Fire projectiles began to charge. Hundreds of mages dressed in red and white battle robes quickly assembled, wearing sun and flame emblems on their chests. Lin Chen stood in midair, forming seals with both hands simultaneously, with holy light gathering in his left hand and deathly energy entwining in his right. 2 completely opposite forces formed a perfect balance around him. Leave that fishman to me, he said in a deep voice. Yutong, you take control of the airship and support the others. Yes. Su Yutong quickly responded, operating the airship's quantum cannon. Be careful, Your Excellency, this fishman is not simple. Before he could finish, the deep-sea bull dragon suddenly let out a shriek, and a 10-meter wide high-pressure water cannon shot straight at Lin Chen. Just a little trick, Lin Chen sneered, and as the water column reached him, it turned into floating ice. Instantly, it froze into a circular ice bridge.
The fishman monster was furious at the sight, swinging its trident, kill them all.
Countless fishman warriors leaped from the surface of the sea, their coral spears capable of firing corrosive water arrows.
Even more
terrifying was that, apart from holy light and fire spells, other spells could hardly inflict any significant damage on them.
Holy Law Battle Team, let the holy light shine. Fire Law Battle Team, prepare. The flame storm. The counterattack of the demon suppression army unfolded instantly. Holy light beams fell like rain, purifying the defensive slime on the fishman warriors' bodies.
The flame storm swept across the sea surface, igniting those deep-sea monsters with crackling sounds. Lin Chen transformed into a streak of light, charging straight at the fishman monster. He gathered the holy light sword that purifies all things in his left hand, while the deathly bone spear in his right hand exuded a rich aura of death. Two extreme powers intertwined before him, forming a devastating energy vortex.
Good timing. Just the chance to test my newly comprehended melee skills.
Lin Chen's eyes burned with battle intent.
The fishman monster's ugly face twisted as it swung its trident fiercely. Lowly human. This vast blue ocean should belong to my fishman race.
The trident collided with the energy vortex, producing a tremendous roar. The shockwave instantly evaporated the seawater within 1,000 meters, revealing
the dry seabed. Is that all you've got?
Lin Chen sneered, suddenly changing the angle of his holy light sword, slashing diagonally at the fishman monster's head.
You fishmen have hidden in the deep sea for so many years, and now you can't help but jump out?
The fishman monster hastily raised its trident to block, but was forced back, even pressing down the bull dragon beneath it. It suddenly opened its massive mouth and spewed out a stream of dark green poison mist. The poison mist corroded the air around it, making a sizzling sound. Lin Chen did not dodge. He raised his hand and summoned the Plague Brother,
who flew in.
The poison mist touched the plague domain and was completely devoured.
Plague Brother, how does it taste?
Lin Chen smiled faintly.
Got any more?
The fishman monster was enraged, its forehead scales suddenly standing upright, revealing a mass of eerie dead fish eyes underneath. Deep sea gaze. Those eyes simultaneously shot out ghostly blue beams, directly attacking the soul with a mental shock. Lin Chen was caught off guard, his body momentarily stalling.
Every hair on his body stood on end. Got you.
The fishman monster grinned wickedly, thrusting its trident straight at Lin Chen's heart.
You human genius? You're nothing but this. Put. A bone spear suddenly pierced through its chest from behind.
The fishman monster looked incredulously at the bone spear protruding from its chest. Behind it, another Lin Chen slowly materialized. It was an illusionary clone. Lin Chen's real body flashed and appeared in front of the fishman monster, his voice icy. The biggest mistake your fishman race
made was believing the words of the Fuji nation and underestimating me. You jumped out of the deep sea so early. Look, you've exposed yourself now, haven't you? The deathly bone spear erupted, disintegrating the fishman monster's body inch by inch.
It let out a mournful wail, and in the end, it transformed into a stinking blood mist that was swallowed by the Plague Brother. On the surface of the sea, the surviving fishman warriors cried out in despair and hurriedly retreated into the deep sea. The deep-sea bull dragon writhed in pain, having its life force drained, gradually sinking to the seabed.
We won. Envoy. Lin is too strong. Even the deep-sea alien race is no match for him.
Amidst the cheers, Lin Chen stood calmly on the surface of the sea, his expression serious. Tip, level up to battle sovereign level
36.
The notification echoed in his mind, but he showed no signs of joy. The deep sea churned beneath his feet, and Lin Chen's undying eye pierced through the surface, faintly revealing shadows deeper below. There, it was unknown how many lurking alien races were stirring.
Special envoy?
Su Yutong walked on the waves, calling softly. Lin Chen raised his hand to catch a falling fishman scale, his fingertips holy light turning it to ash. I have a feeling that this is just the beginning.
Since there are fishmen infiltrating, there must be Naga and Abyss races.
I wonder how many more hidden dangers lie within
the million miles of our divine land's maritime territory.
He turned to Su Yutong, his voice low. What we repelled today is merely the tip of the iceberg of the alien beasts.
Thinking of his sister,
who went missing on the battlefield of the myriad races, and those women he needed to protect, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. In our human territory, we will not yield an inch.
Chapter 253. The most obvious pain.
Su Yutong nodded heavily, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over the corrosive longsword Lin Chen had given her. If before she was merely impressed by Lin Chen's strength, at this moment, she was stirred by the fleeting tenderness in his eyes. Proud as she was, she inexplicably wanted to know everything about him. She was curious why he was so strong.
Buzz. A distant hum interrupted her thoughts. Dozens of demon-suppressing warships from other battle zones rushed in.
At this moment, the Southern Demon Suppression Army was clearing the battlefield, with countless beast corpses lining the coast, their stinking blood staining the sea for dozens of kilometers.
The 7th Fleet of the Western region has arrived. The Eastern region reinforcements are in position.
On the horizon, a dense swarm of
reinforcement warships roared in.
On the deck of a leading silver flagship, an Eastern Region general looked at the bloodstained sea, his voice trembling. General Lu, please accept my condolences. Your Southern region has truly suffered this time. However, you have also achieved great merit. Lu Chenzhou wiped the blood from his face and suddenly grinned. 7 dead, 113 injured.
Fewer casualties than last year's drill. What?
The Eastern Region general nearly dropped his binoculars. With this scale of beast tide plus the fishman alien race's ambush, how could the damage be so
minimal? Because he is here. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the figure suspended between sea and sky.
Lin Chen was lightly tapping the void, countless sea beast corpses being devoured frantically by the Great Mouth Plague Brother and the Abomination Butcher.
Because these corpses were a great supplement.
Under the slanting sun, Lin Chen's profile was sharp as a knife, yet inexplicably carried a hint
of compassion.
Thus, a sea beast riot revealed the lurking alien beasts within the Divine Land.
The high-ranking officials of the Great Xia could no longer turn a blind eye to the Fuji nation. In the command
hall of the Southern Demon Suppression Army, amidst the heavy atmosphere, there was a hint of relief from surviving a disaster. Lu Chenzhou stood before the holographic sand table, solemnly saluting the generals arriving from various battle zones. Thank you all for coming from afar to support us. I, Lu, express my gratitude on behalf of the Southern soldiers. He pointed to the dissipating red dots on the sand table. This time, we could resolve it quickly, all thanks to Special Envoy Lin's efforts. Everyone's gaze focused on the young man in the corner who was chatting and laughing easily.
Su Yutong was peeling an apple for Lin Chen. Special Envoy Lin. Commander Lu from the Eastern Region, after viewing the battle footage, couldn't help but exclaim, the sight of your army of 500,000 undead. I've never seen anything like it in my life. The beautiful commander of the Western Sea Fleet even directly invited, Special Envoy Lin, could you come to the Western Sea for a visit? Our Western Region Demon Suppression Army can grant you the rank of Major General. Ahem.
Seeing someone trying to poach, Lu Chenzhou quickly interrupted. Everyone, the spoils have been counted.
He brought up the projection
of the list: A-grade sea beast crystal cores, 982 pieces, B-grade sea beast bone spines, over 10,000 pieces, the remains of a trident from a fishman monster, over 5,000, fishbone blades, and deep-sea bull dragon reverse scales.
You can select one according to your needs.
In the hall, a chorus of swallowing sounds erupted. These were all treasures worth their weight in gold.
Let Lin the envoy choose first.
An old general from the Demon Suppression Army suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Without him, we would probably be in the belly of a sea beast by now.
Everyone echoed. In agreement.
It was well known that if it weren't for Lin Chen slaying the fishman monster single-handedly and freezing the sea, and if it weren't for the undead army holding the front line, the southern
defense would have long since collapsed.
Lin Chen shook his head. I don't need the materials. He lightly tapped his fingertip, and a string of numbers appeared, converted into merit points for me.
The hall suddenly fell silent. Lu Chenzhou's pupils constricted slightly. Are you sure? Any one of these materials is worth a lot. I just want the merit points.
Lin Chen had heard that the military merits accumulated by the Demon Suppression Army could be exchanged for powerful combat skills. Right now, although he had many means, he was still lacking in combat skills.
Lu Chenzhou didn't want to force him. He suddenly laughed heartily. All right, in light of Lin the envoy's contributions, I'll add an extra 20,000 merit points. This sea beast riot thus came to an end. Lin Chen felt calm. Gold coins?
He wasn't lacking in those. What he lacked was time to become stronger quickly and escalate combat skills. The lights in the command hall dimmed, and after the noise subsided, it felt particularly quiet. Lin Chen leaned back on the leather sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Outside the window, the last batch of warships was carrying soldiers from various battle zones back home, searchlights illuminating the
night sky. Ah! A sudden exclamation broke the tranquility.
Su Yutong, who was peeling fruit for Lin Chen, trembled, and the sharp blade cut a line of blood on her index finger.
Are you all right?
Lin Chen instantly appeared beside her, grabbing her slightly trembling hand. A bright red droplet of blood oozed from her pale fingertip, particularly striking. He frowned slightly, took out a drop of life potion, and gently began to apply it to the wound. The life potion made Su Yutong's eyelashes flutter, but she kept her head down and said nothing.
Yutong.
Lin Chen wrapped the wound with gauze, his voice unusually
gentle. You've been with me for so long, it seems like you have something on your mind? Why not talk to me about it?
Su Yutong's military uniform collar rose and fell slightly, and after a long while, she
managed to squeeze out a sentence. I'm fine. Are you tired from serving me? How about I give you a long vacation?
No. Su Yutong suddenly looked up, her eyes red. I don't want a vacation.
I'm just a little sad all of a sudden.
As she spoke, her voice suddenly choked, her gaze drifting past the window to the now calm sea. Lin Chen followed her line of sight and seemed to understand something. The sea breeze wafted in through the half-open window, carrying a salty scent. He had read Su Yutong's profile. This girl had lost her parents at a young age and grew up with her grandfather. It seemed her parents had died in the tide of sea beasts. You should know, when I was 7. Su Yutong suddenly spoke, her voice as light as a feather. When my father stuffed me into the escape pod, he told me to take care of my mother. She unconsciously touched the shell hairpin on her chest, but my mother left me with a strange uncle. She turned and rushed back to the front lines.
Looking at the mottled marks on the hairpin, Lin Chen was taken aback, a pang in his chest.
This girl, who always meticulously cared for her and who remained calm on the battlefield, had been hiding her deepest pain in the most
conspicuous place all along. Chapter 254, Envoy, you actually hit a girl?
Lin Chen reached out and pulled Su Yutong into his embrace. Her delicate body trembled, her back stiffened, but as she felt Lin Chen's warmth, she slowly relaxed. A hot tear dropped onto Lin Chen's hand, tightening his heart.
Silly girl, it's all in the past.
He gently patted her trembling shoulder, his voice deep like the sea. From now
on, as long as I'm here, history will not repeat itself.
Su Yutong clenched his clothing, her knuckles turning white. Outside the window, the sound of the tide surged as if countless souls were weeping. After a long while, she gently withdrew from Lin Chen's embrace.
Your Excellency.
Her voice still carried a hint of tears, but her gaze had regained clarity. We should go back. Lin Chen watched her straighten her back, suddenly taking out a bone-white pendant. This is for you. The pendant was engraved with intricate runes, shimmering with a ghostly blue light under the moonlight.
It was an epic-level piece
of equipment called the Soul Bone Pendant. It could enhance mental power by 10%, just right, as Su Yutong was a soul master. It was precisely because she was a soul master that she could take care of Lin
Chen so meticulously. This equipment suits you very well.
He personally put the pendant on Su Yutong, who touched the pendant on her chest, breaking into a smile. Then, her expression changed slightly.
My mental power has increased so much.
Lin Chen smiled faintly, the moonlight streaming through the window, a silence enveloping the distant horizon.
Su Yutong activated the airship and the two headed towards the capital.
At the Demon Suppression Army Command Tower in the southern region, Lu Chenzhou watched the airship gradually fade into the distance, ripples forming in the teacup in his hand.
The adjutant hesitated to speak. General, Captain Su.
That girl looks at Lin Chen just like her mother looked at old Su back in the day. He chuckled. It seems Yutong has taken a liking to that kid Lin
Chen.
Well, from my perspective as an uncle, this kid's potential is terrifying. He will definitely have a place in the future of humanity.
If I had a daughter, I would definitely introduce her to him.
Back at the villa of the Lord Academy in the capital, the warm light dispelled the chill of the sea breeze. Lin Chen stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the spotless living room, where fresh roses adorned the coffee table, and the books on the shelf were neatly arranged by height. Even his coat, which he had casually thrown on the sofa, had been cleaned and pressed, hanging in the cloakroom. This feeling of being cared for warmed Lin Chen's heart.
Your Excellency, I will go prepare dinner.
Su Yutong unbuttoned her top, revealing her delicate collarbone and proud curves. The soul bone pendant glowed softly under the light. Today we have silver salmon airlifted from the southern region.
How would you like it prepared? Yutong.
Lin Chen suddenly interrupted her. From now on, you can just call me by my name in private. Su Yutong, who was tying her apron, froze, her ears turning slightly red. This isn't
proper. This is in order.
Lin Chen deliberately straightened his face. Su Yutong bit her lip, suddenly straightening her back. Report, Comrade Lin Chen.
I believe keeping public and private matters distinct is more beneficial for
work. Before she could finish her sentence, he flicked her forehead.
Ouch. Your Excellency, you actually hit a girl?
Su Yutong pouted, looking aggrieved. You girl, really stubborn. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Do as you wish. In the kitchen, the sound of the spatula soon filled the air.
Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe, watching the busy, beautiful figure in the apron. If my sister were here, it would probably look like this, right? This thought made Lin Chen clench his fists.
The battlefield of the myriad races, his sister Lin Xinyue was still trapped in the depths of the void. Although he was already strong now, it was still far from enough to face those ancient alien races. Late at night, Lin Chen opened the Lord's shop on time. As soon as the cooldown ended, he immediately began to shop. Now, his Lord's space was already filled with epic-level equipment. All top-tier equipment for various professions is available. The Dragon Blood Battle Armor for warriors, the Flame Demon Staff for fire mages, the Soul-Capturing Bell for soul masters, the Nether Cloak for spirit masters, the Holy Light Codex for divine sorcerers, the Cursed Doll for wizards, the Fate Compass for prophets, and even the Titan Core for mechanics. Dragon Blood Battle Armor, health increase plus 20%. Flame Demon Staff, fire spell critical hit rate plus 20%. Nether Cloak, stealth duration doubled. Lin Chen wasn't short on money, so he never sold anything on the Lord's trading platform. However, he still kept an eye on rare materials and equipment in the market every day. Unfortunately, the truly good items were never put up for sale. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Su Yutong was already standing at Lin Chen's door 5 minutes earlier than the alarm he had set.
Sir Envoy, it's time for us to set off for the Ancient Civilization Ruins exploration mission in Dimension 89. Her voice was crisp and clear, showing no signs of sleepiness.
Lin Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes. He had been studying the Lord's shop until the early hours of the morning and had planned to sleep in, but Su Yutong had forced him to get up. After a quick wash, the two boarded the airship. First, let's head to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army in Kyoto. Lin Chen yawned to gather the most detailed intelligence.
Kyoto, headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army. An airship slowly
descended onto the central landing pad, and as the hatch opened, Lin Chen and Su Yutong stepped out one after the other.
Yutong, use your clearance to
retrieve the latest month's intelligence for Dimension 89 and give me the most detailed report, Lin Chen instructed in a low voice. In the hall, several gazes immediately focused on them, some curious, some in awe, and a few hiding deep-seated hostility.
Is that the envoy Lin Chen? He actually came
to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army himself. Whispers spread through the crowd. Su Yutong stepped forward, her left eye's iris flashing with a blue light, and the mechanical female voice of the headquarters main control AI echoed in her ear. Authorization verified, B-level intelligence.
Database unlocked.
At that moment, a young officer in a deep blue uniform strode over, the 3 silver stars on his shoulder insignia glinting slightly.
Envoy Lin, it's an honor, the man said crisply, saluting. I am Chen Mo from the 3rd Operations Department of the Kyoto Demon Suppression Army, serving as an aide to General Qin. I didn't expect you to be interested in the ancient civilization ruins of Dimension 89 as well?
Lin Chen's gaze lingered for a
moment on the badge on the officer's chest. I'm just a bit curious.
A hint of seriousness flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Currently, at least 37 forces worldwide have dispatched exploration teams, including North America's Iron Watch and the EU's Roundtable Knights. As for our official forces, it's just me and 2 other scouts at the moment. I wonder if Envoy Lin would be interested in joining us. Just 3 people? Su Yutong interjected. Suddenly, her brows slightly furrowed. To be precise, Chen Mo smiled wryly. With you 2, that makes 5. The control room suddenly fell silent.
I
can join, Lin Chen said suddenly, and Chen Mo visibly perked up. Envoy Lin, please follow me. General Qin is in his office.
Chapter 255, Twin Sisters. Just as Chen Mo finished speaking, the alloy doors slid open to the sides.
12 fully armed guards formed 2 lines, and a middle-aged man in a dark red trench
coat strode over, his metal boots thudding heavily on the floor. General Qin.
All the officers in the hall stood at attention and saluted simultaneously. Lin Chen merely cupped his hand slightly. Su Yutong noticed that General Qin's left eye was actually a mechanical prosthetic glowing with a strange
crimson light. Ha ha ha.
General Qin's laughter reverberated, causing the air to tremble slightly thanks to Envoy Lin's intervention during the sea
beast tide in the southern region. I didn't have to divert extra manpower for support.
Lin Chen's mouth twitched. He had a very bad impression of this General
Qin.
Strictly speaking, his military rank was even higher than Zhao Polu and Lu Chenzhou. General Qin, why don't you tell us about the latest situation?
In Dimension 89?
General Qin's mechanical eye suddenly spun rapidly, revealing a distorted scene of another dimension beneath a blood-red sky, shattered. Ancient civilization ruins floated in the void, and the ground was cracked open with countless abysses, purple energy spreading across the surface
like veins.
Dimension 89 is quite special. General Qin's voice was deep. The ancient civilization ruins here are far more dangerous than those in regular
dimensions. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen and Chen Mo. The situation on the battlefield of the myriad races is tense, and most of the elite troops of the Demon Suppression Army are tied up, so the number of personnel that can be dispatched to Dimension 89 is limited. However, he smiled slightly, with Envoy Lin here, along with the 2 of them, it should be enough.
As soon as he finished speaking, 2 tall figures walked out from the
side door. Chunmei and Xiaomei,
a pair of twin sisters who looked almost identical.
Both were dressed in form-fitting black combat suits that outlined their
nearly perfect body curves. Chunmei had her hair tied in a high ponytail, her gaze sharp as a knife, while Xiaomei had a faint smile at the corner of her
mouth. Both were stunning beauties. Just looking at their figures could lead one's imagination astray, but what truly caught attention was the energy fluctuations emanating from them. Chunmei's left arm was entirely mechanical, with metallic joints gleaming coldly, and blue energy could be faintly seen, flowing within.
Xiaomei's right hand was wrapped in a strange black mist, with countless tiny runes dancing in her palm.
Mechanic in which? Lin Chen's gaze shifted slightly.
That's right, General Qin chuckled. They are elites I personally trained and have partnered with Chen Mo for many years.
Chen Mo
cleared his throat, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Chunmei is responsible for mechanical analysis and battlefield support, while Xiaomei excels in witchcraft,
assistance and mental interference. Lin Chen squinted. So, our team this time consists of me, Yutong, Chen Mo, and the 2 of them? Chunmei nodded
slightly, her arm extending a miniature energy cannon that retracted instantly, and when fully extended, it revealed a total of 12 cannon ports.
The
exotic beasts in Dimension 89 are numerous, and my mechanical abilities are well suited for large-scale combat.
Xiaomei chuckled lightly, the crimson mist
at her fingertips gathering, enhancing Chunmei, and I am responsible for doubling Sister Chunmei's output speed and combat power.
Seeing this, General Qin nodded in satisfaction. Then, how about we set off in 3 hours?
Lin Chen did not respond but nodded with interest.
Envoy Lin, may I have a word with you?
General Qin suddenly raised his hand, signaling others to step back. As the alloy door slowly closed, only the 2 remained in the command
room.
The holographic projector cast a ghostly blue light between them, illuminating General Qin's face in a play of light and shadow.
The mechanical eye emitted a faint buzzing sound, and General Qin's voice suddenly lowered. Envoy Lin, you are the genius of the younger generation in the Tianwei mansion for a century. Are you sure you want to personally enter Dimension 89?
Lin Chen's gaze was calm. Since I have chosen this path, he flicked his fingertip. I have no qualification to retreat in fear. General Qin's mechanical eye suddenly flashed red, then returned to normal in an instant. He recalled the rumors in the capital, saying that this young envoy had made many enemies and acted with indiscriminate violence, which did not leave a good impression on him. But now, he had changed his mind. Just this indomitable fighting spirit. It was not something ordinary people could possess. General Qin nodded gently. Very well, entering Dimension 89 this time may also be an opportunity for you. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and the door to the command room slid open silently as he walked out. Outside the teleportation array, Chunmei was adjusting her state. Xiaomei was playing with a blood-red crystal, and when she saw Lin Chen come out, she slightly parted her red lips. Envoy Lin, just call us Chunmei and Xiaomei. Her voice was soft enough to drip water. Chen Mo stepped forward quickly, and the holographic map unfolded before everyone. Dimension 89 is located at the junction of the third stellar orbit, and the spatial structure is extremely unstable. We must pay attention to the void turbulence and spatial rifts. Su Yutong suddenly spoke up. Deputy Chen, does this mean there are still other undiscovered ancient civilization ruins? Of course. Chunmei also stepped forward. Currently, the human exploration area is less than 13%, and the rest is all unknown territory. Xiaomei smiled charmingly, but the ruins discovered this time seemed quite special. Chen Mo's expression grew serious. Yes, once the legacy of an ancient civilization is obtained, some could even ascend to greatness in one step. In the 89th dimension, danger comes not only from alien races but also from our own allied nations. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The human race was already disunited and easily swayed by interests. After the teleportation, we might be randomly scattered. Chunmei lightly raised her mechanical arm, and 5 miniature locators popped out from her palm. This is a quantum locator capable of sensing each other within 300 kilometers, and can also detect the coordinates of ancient civilizations. Xiaomei suddenly leaned close to Lin Chen, her red lips almost brushing against his earlobe. If we get separated, the envoy must hurry to find me. She exhaled softly, almost wanting to press herself against Lin Chen. Beside them, Su Yutong shot her a glare, looking quite displeased. Buzz. As a blinding white light flashed, the dimensional teleportation began. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange wasteland. No Su Yutong, no Chen Mo, and no pair of twin sisters. Just him, standing alone in a silent forest of dead trees. The sky was a sickly dark red, as if tainted by some force. The surrounding trees were withered and twisted, their trunks covered in eerie black patterns, as if gnawed by some creature. In the distance, low beast roars occasionally echoed, but they did not sound ferocious. Instead, they carried a sense of weariness. It really is a scattered teleportation. Lin Chen frowned slightly and immediately sensed Su Yutong's location. No response. The quantum positioning function seemed to be interfered with here. However, Lin Chen was not too worried. Before entering the dimension, he had given Su Yutong plenty of life-saving equipment. Plus, Su Yutong was not weak herself. With her soul master abilities, as long as she didn't encounter those ancient monster-level beings, she should be more than capable of protecting herself. The current problem was, which way should he go? Lin Chen closed his eyes, his mental energy spreading out like a tide. Soon, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation to the northwest. It's the direction of the ancient civilization ruins. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly as he stepped forward. But just as he took a few steps, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled slightly. Crack! A pitch-black vine burst through the soil, and Lin Chen quickly retreated 3 steps. The dark vine brushed against his body and shot into the air, its tip splitting into 4 petals, revealing sharp, menacing teeth. Soul-devouring vine? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. How could this type of magical plant, which should grow in the abyss dimension, appear here? Before he could think further, the ground suddenly shook violently. The land within a 10-meter radius surged like boiling water, and dozens of the same black vines erupted from the ground, weaving into a net of death. What a hassle! Lin Chen snorted coldly, his right hand forming a fist. A teleportation dagger appeared. I don't have time to play with you. He had no time to waste here. He had already sensed the exact location of the ancient civilization ruins. Buzz! Lin Chen stepped in, and his figure instantly vanished. Chapter 256, Starry Sky Clan Branch Gene. Match successful. When Lin Chen reappeared, he was already standing in front of a magnificent stone fortress. This building was entirely black, its surface covered in strange purple runes, currently emitting an eerie energy wave. This was the energy wave released by the ancient civilization. At the entrance of the fortress, a dozen corpses lay scattered about. There were alien beings covered in scales, as well as human lords, all in strange states of death. As if they were merely sleeping, their faces serene. but in reality, they seem to have been instantly drained of life by some mysterious force. In the distance, several figures were swiftly darting into the depths of the fortress.
It seems someone has already entered.
Lin Chen squinted and stepped inside.
Without hesitation,
Su Yutong was not nearby, but they had agreed to wait for each other at the outskirts of the ancient civilization ruins.
the most important thing now was to quickly enter and explore.
As soon as he stepped into the fortress, the scene before him suddenly changed. The expected passageway vanished, replaced by a massive circular stone chamber over several hundred meters in diameter.
The ceiling was so high it was out of sight, and countless purple crystals emitting a faint glow were embedded in the walls, arranged in a pattern identical to a star map. Even more bizarre, a stone coffin
floated in the center of the chamber. The lid was also carved with a star map.
What civilization's ruins are these? They look somewhat like those of the
ancient human race. Lin Chen frowned deeply. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the ruins, Chen Mo wiped the blood from his forehead, while Chuanmei's mechanical arm emitted a buzzing sound from overload, and Xiaomei's wizard robe was torn to shreds. The three had just regrouped, their expressions unusually
grave. Did Lin the envoy not come with you? Chen Mo asked urgently. Chuanmei's mechanical eye quickly scanned the surroundings. There is a high-intensity
energy barrier inside the ruins, and the positioning has completely cut off. He must have gone in. Su Yutong lurked in the shadows at the entrance of the ruins, gripping an invisibility talisman and an invincibility potion tightly in her hand.
She knew Lin Chen had entered the ruins, but just moments
ago, the mental link between them had been abruptly severed.
Could it be that Lin Chen was in danger?
Inside the core stone chamber of the ruins, Lin Chen was entangled in brilliant chains of starlight, each beam of starlight containing terrifying suppressive power. He attempted to use his teleportation dagger, only to find that the surrounding space had long been sealed off and even the slightest spatial fluctuation could not be produced.
Intruder, it is
useless. A voice that seemed to come from ancient times echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Who are you? Lin Chen forced himself to suppress his shock and asked
calmly, who am I?
The voice carried a hint of daze. It has been too long, so long that I have even forgotten myself.
Absolute level suppression.
In the presence of such an ancient being, Lin Chen felt like a small boat in a storm.
Give up resistance.
The voice suddenly turned cold, and countless chains of starlight abruptly split apart, transforming into billions of data streams that pierced deep into Lin Chen's consciousness. Let me see.
To what extent has this generation of experimental subjects evolved? Boom! Lin Chen's consciousness was forcibly pulled into a strange dimension.
There was no concept of space here, only endless purple data surging. At the center of the data torrent, all the secrets were materialized, a boiling river of blood, an energy, a spiral life gene chain, flickering battle skill runes, and a complex web of professional pathways. The voice carried a hint of amusement.
Interesting, you actually forced so many systems to merge together? Such a mixed path of evolution.
The voice suddenly became ethereal, tinged with
disappointment. It seems your civilization in this era has seriously regressed.
Lin Chen's heart trembled violently. This casually spoken sentence revealed a suffocating sense of oppression.
The foundation of ancient civilization was indeed terrifying, but what shocked him even more was that such a powerful civilization had been obliterated in the river of time. Could the current human race truly survive in the competition among myriad races? Just as his thoughts surged, the voice suddenly shifted. However, you are much more interesting than the other experimental subjects. A beam of starlight suddenly pierced Lin Chen's brow. Go, seek your fortune deep within the ruins. Remember.
The voice gradually faded, but the last few words thundered in Lin Chen's consciousness. The true enemy has never been the alien races. The chains of starlight suddenly shattered, and Lin Chen fell heavily to the
ground. He was horrified to discover a mysterious starry mark within him.
The buzzing sensation of spatial distortion gradually faded, and Lin Chen found himself standing in a deep stone passage. The walls around him were covered with purple runes, originating from the same source as human characters, emitting
a faint starlight.
He raised his hand to touch his forehead and found that the starry mark was still there. This was not an illusion. Everything that had just happened was real. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed from the depths of the passage. Starry Sky Clan branch gene sequence match successful. Entry to SSS level experimental evolution zone permitted. Lin Chen's pupils constricted.
Starry Sky Clan? SSS level experimental evolution zone? Match? When had he ever been tested for his gene sequence?
He instinctively squeezed the invincible potion in his hand.
This was his ultimate life-saving trump card.
Yet even so, he felt not a shred of safety in his heart. The power of an unknown civilization's dimension had already surpassed his understanding. Even more bizarrely, in this space, time seemed to have lost its meaning. There was no day and night, no sun, moon, or stars, only the eternal
starlight enveloping everything.
Lin Chen wasn't even sure how long he had been here.
A few minutes? A few days? Or even longer? Is this a chance, or a trap?
He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening.
Since there was no retreat, he could only move forward.
Lin Chen stepped forward, and at the end of The passage, a massive metal door engraved with star maps, was slowly opening.
Chapter 257, 9 Star Paths. Lin Chen stepped out of the passage, and the sight before him took his breath away. Endless rivers of stars spread out beneath his feet, countless planets floating in the void. But these planets
were all lifeless, their surfaces cracked and their atmospheres long gone.
Some were even split open, revealing their dried-up cores. The entire star domain was terrifyingly silent, with not a trace of cosmic radiation.
This is a star domain drained of life force?
Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. Suddenly, he
noticed that each planet's surface was engraved with different patterns, and the mechanical prompt echoed in his mind again: Air's bloodline detected.
Activating fragments of starry sky civilization memory, the void beneath Lin Chen's feet suddenly transformed into a mirror, reflecting a shocking scene.
Countless figures in star robes were traversing between the planets, each with a star mark on their foreheads, able to manipulate the energy of entire planets.
With a mere gesture, the Starry Sky Clan, could they be the ancestors of humanity? Lin Chen was filled with shock, but the next moment, the scene changed abruptly.
The entire starry sky suddenly trembled violently. A pitch-black rift cutting across the river of stars appeared out of nowhere, with viscous dark red substance flowing along its edges like a wound torn in the fabric of the universe.
Immediately after, countless grotesque and terrifying alien creatures surged out from the rift.
Some were covered in writhing flesh tumors, others were composed of pure dark energy, and some were even high-dimensional beings materialized from twisted rules.
Enemy attack. Activate the Starry Sky Great Array. The Starry Sky Clan members instantly entered combat mode. Countless warships shimmering with starlight rose from within the planets, each ship's surface flowing with mysterious star patterns.
Warriors clad in star armor stood on the void, forming a massive formation that enveloped the entire star domain.
Boom!
The first wave of collision turned dozens of planets into ruins. The Starry Sky Clan's star cannons and alien energy intertwined in the void, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Lin Chen saw an elder of the Starry Sky Clan cupping his hands, drawing the energy of an entire planet, transforming it into a blazing white spear of light
that pierced through hundreds of alien creatures. Young warriors formed assault formations, their star armor continuously peeling away under the corrosive dark energy, yet they still held the line. The massive starship, before self-destructing, shot its last purifying beam deep into the rift, but the number of aliens was simply too great. Crack!
A powerful member of the Starry Sky Clan was torn to shreds by 3 monstrous creatures, and before he died, he detonated the star core within him. A beautiful female commander piloted the battered warship, resolutely crashing into the rift.
Most suffocating were the fallen Starry Sky people, their bodies quickly wrapped in black substance, only to twist and rise again, weapons aimed at their former kin.
No! The scene froze at the desperate cry of a Starry Sky warrior. He held the gradually mutating body of his comrade, tears streaming down his face as he
self-destructed.
Buzz! With a hum, Lin Chen staggered back, realizing he was already in tears.
The tragic and desperate moments of those Starry Sky people,
before their deaths, were etched deeply into his soul, as if he had experienced it himself.
He felt not like a bystander, but as if he had lived through
it. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as one Starry Sky person after another perished. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his forehead.
The starry mark was burning hot. Boom!
In front of him, the void trembled, and 9 planets wrapped in black chains broke through the void, hovering in
a ring before him. Each planet's surface displayed different scenes, the first burning with an eternal golden flame, the second, pierced by billions of sword
energies, was filled with long swords, the third, soaked in a blood-red ocean,
the fourth, frozen by dark ice,
the ninth, completely covered in mechanical structures, with gears and pipes forming its veins. Each planet extended a path paved with starlight, leading directly to Lin Chen's feet.
Even more bizarre, the chains binding the planets were filled with a sense of death. 9 planets? 9 paths? 9 legacies?
Lin Chen gritted his teeth against
the pain, his gaze sweeping like lightning over each planet.
He noticed countless specks of light floating along each path.
Each path was piled high with white bones. Do I have to choose one? His gaze sharpened, instantly activating the undying eye.
The world before him instantly shed its disguise. Beneath the 9 star paths lay an abyss of unseeable corpses. Each path was soaked in thick blood, and those floating specks of light were not legacies
of memory, but crystallizations of countless failures' grievances.
Ha! A strange whisper suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's ears, like billions of souls
moaning in unison.
Lin Chen then realized that what he was standing on was not starlight, but a death path paved with bones.
A dead end. Just then, the space at the edge of the platform twisted, and 3 human cultivators stumbled into view. Upon seeing the 9 floating planets, greed instantly erupted in their eyes.
It's the legacy of ancient civilization. The leading bearded man laughed wildly. I really am favored by fortune.
They completely ignored
Lin Chen standing aside, and one of them charged directly toward the planet burning with golden flames.
Another chose the planet frozen in dark ice.
The moment they stepped onto the star path, puff, like the sound of a bubble bursting, their bodies instantly turned into a mist of blood, not even having
Time to scream before being completely devoured by the planet at the end of the star path.
The remaining small man was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body and he turned to flee. But before he could take a few steps, a beam of starlight descended from the sky, directly splitting him in half. Blood splattered at Lin Chen's feet, and strangely, those droplets of blood automatically flowed toward the 9 star paths, being absorbed by those dead
planets. Moving forward meant death. Retreating also meant death. This was not a legacy at all, but a trap. How to choose? Cold sweat beaded on Lin Chen's forehead. Wait. The undying eye operated at its peak. Suddenly, he noticed a detail. The black chains entwined around the 9 planets seemed chaotic. But in fact, each end was connected beneath the platform. More crucially, the runes engraved on the chains were exactly the same as the Devour runes from the Lord's shop. So that's it. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. He suddenly understood that this was not a choice of 9 legacies from the Starry Sky people, but a meticulously designed waste recycling program. Those chains are the conduits for energy recovery. And below the platform is the true path to survival. Since it's death either way, Lin Chen gripped the invincible potion, sneering coldly, and suddenly made a move that shook the entire space. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard at the center of the platform. Boom! The entire starry sky trembled. Indeed, beneath the platform was a massive reverse teleportation array, with teleportation runes glowing prominently at its core. Chapter 258, Newly Added Summoning Unit. Destroyer Lin Chen stepped into the teleportation array, and 9 spheres crashed down, the chains breaking inch by inch. Goodbye, trap. In the next moment, his figure appeared in a pure white void room. Lin Chen knew this was likely a void prison. Buzz. Above the void prison, the space suddenly twisted. A man who looked exactly like Lin Chen appeared out of thin air, draped in a star-patterned robe, his eyes shimmering with starlight, looking down at Lin Chen from a height. Congratulations. Experiment number 9527, you have passed the preliminary screening. Preliminary screening? Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and the sword of holy light instantly coalesced in his palm, slashing fiercely at the void prison. Clang! The sword light, capable of splitting mountains, failed to even stir a ripple. The man chuckled lightly, tapping his fingertip. Suddenly, countless holographic projections appeared within the prison. Gene match rate 68%, evolution potential assessment, SSS level, current bloodline compatibility, abnormal. There's no need to waste your effort. The man waved his hand, and Lin Chen suddenly found himself unable to move. His pupils constricted. This was the first time he felt such complete powerlessness. What do you want? The man did not answer directly, but instead projected a gene spiral diagram. In the diagram, 2 distinctly different evolutionary paths were clearly visible. Option A, retain bloodline in current mixed evolutionary path, survival rate 1%. Option B, abandon all professions and accept gene retrogression transformation, survival rate 98%. With a chance to activate the complete bloodline of the Starry Sky clan, Lin Chen stared intently at the prompt below. Option B, memory reset rate 100%, autonomous consciousness suppression rate 100%. Does that mean if he awakens some damn bloodline, he would no longer be himself? It seems you've realized? The man's smile gradually twisted, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Awakening the noble bloodline of the Starry Sky clan is your supreme honor. The void prison suddenly contracted, a countdown ticking down at an astonishing speed. For minutes and 59 seconds, you have no choice. The man suddenly grinned widely. At this critical moment, crack! A crisp shattering sound suddenly echoed from within Lin Chen. Immediately after, a hoarse insect-like sound resonated through the void, dared to destroy the Lord's bloodline, seeking death. Buzz! A pitch-black, menacing beetle silhouette slowly emerged, its 6 compound eyes swirling with crimson. It flapped its wings once, and the entire void prison shattered like fragile glass. This is... Lin Chen was filled with shock. The Dungeon Lord has made a move. This hero-level being was actually protecting his bloodline. But it made sense, he was the future of the undead clan. As the void prison dissipated, Lin Chen returned to the stone chamber passage, and the voice of the Dungeon Lord echoed again. My lord, the blood flowing within you is not that of some low-level experiment. Its voice shattered the starlight mark on Lin Chen's forehead. Countless fragments of memory surged in like a flood, revealing that the Starry Sky clan was not a high civilization, but an experimental subject that betrayed humanity. Lin Chen's face was filled with horror. So that's how it is. The incoming memory fragments sliced through the false history layer by layer. The revealed truth was chilling. The Starry Sky clan was not a high civilization at all, but a product of failed genetic modification of humanity in ancient times. They could also be called traitors of humanity. In the fragmented memories, the Starry Sky clan, dressed in white robes, attempted to replace the human race. They lured their human compatriots into laboratories, intercepting their genetic fragments to mend their own deficiencies. Countless humans turned into mummified corpses. This so-called ancient civilization relic is nothing but a large predatory trap. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Are they planning to rise from the ashes? Time, he didn't know how long had passed. In this twisted galaxy, the flow of time was completely different from the outside world.
Lin Chen only knew that the Starry Sky Clan was not simple. In other words, the Starry Sky Clan must be very strong. No, I must leave as soon as possible. Lin Chen slammed his fist against the stone wall. If that girl Su Yutong comes in, it will
be over. Bang!
The stone wall remained unmoved. The recoil made his entire arm numb.
Break for me! Lin Chen frantically struck, boom, again and again.
Until he was exhausted, the stone chamber still wouldn't break open.
Damn it! He didn't want to be trapped here. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Chen's forehead.
As he began to scroll rapidly through the Lord Shop interface, finally, he found an orange piece of equipment in the corner of the shop.
Teleportation.
Staff, legendary level, effect, interdimensional directional teleportation, requires mental coordinates. Price 50 million gold coins. It's actually a
legendary level equipment. This time I'm saved. He decisively purchased it, and the crystal at the top of the staff instantly glowed with a ghostly blue light.
Lin Chen closed his eyes, and through the staff, he instantly sensed the mental mark left on Su Yutong.
Buzz. Open. The next moment, the staff
suddenly trembled violently, and a rift was torn open in space. Through the distorted teleportation portal, he appeared directly behind Su Yutong.
Whoosh! Finally out. Your Excellency? How did you come out so quickly? Su Yutong's voice jolted Lin Chen back to reality. He was slightly taken aback. Hadn't he been inside for a long time?
At least a few days had passed.
How long have I been in there?
Lin Chen's voice was hoarse.
Su Yutong looked at the tactical
terminal in confusion. From the moment you entered the relic until now, only 28 minutes and 37 seconds have passed.
Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He clearly remembered staying inside for more than a day. The time flow in the galaxy constructed by the Starry Sky Clan is actually different. Lin Chen muttered, suddenly grabbing Su Yutong's wrist. We need to evacuate immediately. What about Deputy Commander Chen and the others?
Su Yutong frowned slightly, and Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. I've already sent them a message. Whether they can come out depends on their luck. Su Yutong's face was filled with anxiety, as if she knew this place was not safe. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Chen grabbed her wrist and teleported away.
At the headquarters
of the Demon Suppression Army in Kyoto, Lin Chen had just returned with Su Yutong when the teleportation array suddenly lit up with a faint glow, and
Chen Mo stumbled out carrying the injured Xiaomei. Where's Chunmei? Su Yutong hurriedly asked. Xiaomei's pale lips trembled. Sister insisted on accepting some kind of inheritance. Her face was filled with fear.
That is not an inheritance at all.
It's a parasitism. It's possession. Chen Mo also looked bewildered thanks to Lin's timely warning. Otherwise we would have become puppets of the Starry Sky Clan.
Lin Chen nodded.
You all report the situation as soon as possible. Don't explore any further. We will leave first.
Saying this, he took Su Yutong onto the airship.
After returning
to the Kyoto Lord Academy, Lin Chen began to study the teleportation staff. This time was truly a stroke of luck.
Fortunately, he was worried about Su
Yutong's safety and had placed a mental mark on her in advance. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to escape the Starry Sky Clan's cage. It seems that this world is not as simple as I thought. There are endless races, and even the human race has branches.
To establish a foothold in such a
world, I must accelerate my pace of becoming stronger. However, with the difference in the flow of time, the ruins of the Starry Sky Clan are indeed a
great place for cultivation.
Lin Chen entered the realm of the undead, and inside the evolution furnace, tens of thousands of ghouls were frantically tearing each other apart to evolve. Blood and shattered bones boiled in the high temperature, emitting a crackling sound. Within the furnace, the momentum of the ghouls was rising.
Roar! Not far away, the deep growl unique to the abomination butcher echoed.
It was seen dragging the severed limbs of its kind with an iron hook, stuffing them into its gaping maw, its bloated body expanding with each devouring, the rotting flesh becoming increasingly grotesque. Lin Chen noticed that the abomination butcher did not need the evolution furnace. It could evolve simply by consuming.
He decided to let it eat freely, as it would only cost him a bit more gold.
For him, problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all.
Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Prompt.
Slaughterhouse upgrade completed. New summon unit, Destroyer, rank, Commander level, Trait 1, Magic immunity, immune to all magic of a rank and below. Trait 2, Magic Devour, can absorb enemy magic and convert it into its own energy.
Chapter 259. You are not from this world. Seeing the prompt, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Interesting. Does that mean I will be largely immune to most magical damage from now on? Without hesitation, he spent 1 million gold.
Suddenly, a thick cloud of black smoke rose from the slaughterhouse. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, a giant bird with a wingspan
of over 5 meters burst forth from the smoke.
Its body was covered in black feathers that shimmered with a metallic sheen, each feather's edge sharp
as a blade.
There were no eyes on its head, only a massive mouth filled with spiral-shaped sharp teeth.
Most striking were its outstretched wings, the
left wing ablaze with ghostly blue flames, while the right was covered in strange runes.
It resembled a giant crow. Caw!
The destroyer let out a sound that pierced the eardrums, and wherever the sound wave passed, tens of thousands of ghouls trembled in fear. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he raised his hand and shot out an ice sword, the icy energy heading straight for the destroyer. The destroyer did not dodge. With a gentle flap of its right wing, all the icy energy was absorbed, leaving not a single shard of ice behind.
Direct immunity to ice magic?
Lin Chen's lips curled up. It seems that apart from physical attacks, low-level magic has no effect on you at all. This guy was simply a nemesis to mages.
The destroyer let out a
triumphant cry, flapping its wings and circling above Lin Chen's head.
Come on.
Lin Chen raised his hand slightly. Let's see if you can share your magic
immunity ability with me. Caw.
The destroyer emitted a sharp screech, its wings suddenly spreading wide, a dark green rune halo spreading from its body,
slowly enveloping Lin Chen.
As the runes flowed, Lin Chen could clearly feel a strange power seeping into his body. It was as if an invisible barrier covered him, instantly negating any magical energy that approached.
Is this the feeling of magic immunity?
Lin Chen chuckled softly, raising his hand to
cast another frost spell.
However, this time, as soon as the frost power began to coalesce, it dissipated on its own in his palm, unable to take shape at
all. Even the magic I release myself is blocked? Lin Chen frowned slightly. It seems this ability doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. However, if I could apply magic immunity to an enemy, wouldn't that be equivalent to a magical seal? Then he could engage in close combat. Just imagine, a mage covered by a magic immunity shield would be terrifying. The destroyer tilted its head, seemingly sensing Lin Chen's dissatisfaction, pondering how to adjust. Interesting.
Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Your ability can be used as a magical seal.
The destroyer nodded, letting out a pleased cry. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of defensive skill is this? This is simply a nightmare for mages. He could already envision the proud wizards in his mind, suddenly realizing what an exquisite expression would appear on their faces when his once proud attribute magic was forced to fail. The next morning, after a night of rest, Lin Chen received news that the Demon Suppression Army had sealed off the 89th dimensional plane. 89th dimensional plane fully sealed, danger level SS, prohibition of any personnel entering without permission.
Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. His fingertips gently caressed the teleportation staff. Long before leaving, he had left a hidden spatial coordinate deep within the ruins.
This meant he could return at any time. Time flow disparity. For any lord, it was the ultimate temptation.
Of course, Lin Chen was no exception. According to Lin Chen's estimation, the time flow disparity there was at least 10 times. In other words, while a day passed outside, 10 days had already
passed inside the starry ruins.
For him, who urgently needed to enhance his strength, this was simply a divine cultivation sanctuary.
Fortune favors the bold. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Let's do it. He quickly made arrangements, letting Su Yutong stay behind in Kyoto. He also purchased a lot of food and water.
At 10 times the time flow rate, his cultivation consumption would increase exponentially. Now, with the destroyer, those starry magic spells would be unable to harm him. Buzz! The teleportation staff sliced through the spatial rift, and Lin Chen's body was engulfed by the chaotic currents of space, bringing him back inside the starry ruins. Before he could steady himself, a familiar whisper came from the depths of the galaxy. You have indeed returned.
Lin Chen was taken aback. It's you.
He suddenly looked up, and the figure that looked exactly like him was floating amidst the distorted starlight.
Lin Chen squinted. Is it a heart demon? Or a trick of the Starry Clan?
The figure stepped out from the twisted galaxy, and with each step, ripples of starlight spread beneath its feet. As the distance closed, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. This was not a heart demon, nor a mere copy. Although the other party had an identical appearance, the aura emanating from them was like the vast galaxy.
I am the future you. The figure chuckled lightly, its voice carrying
a strange dual echo. To be precise, I am you after choosing to accept the Starry Clan's inheritance.
Lin Chen instantly entered combat mode. Stop trying to deceive me. No.
The figure raised a hand and lightly tapped, causing countless
intersecting timelines to appear in the air. You know, the time here is a bit chaotic.
As he moved, those timelines began to materialize. In some scenes, Lin Chen completed his transformation in the starlight, abandoning all
professional imprints, self-destructing his lord's heart.
Accepting the inheritance, he ultimately became the new ruler of the Starry Clan. In other scenes, he detonated the undead territory, perishing together with these ruins.
And in yet
another scene, it showed him standing in the same position, conversing with himself.
I am your projection in the time gap.
The figure suddenly smiled mysteriously. Trust me, we are one and the same. I will not harm you.
Lin Chen's
gaze sharpened. Prove it to me.
You are not from this world. You come from a distant and beautiful blue planet.
The figure suddenly spoke.
The air froze instantly. As a transmigrator, this was a secret Lin Chen had never told anyone. How could he know? Chapter 260, a punch to explode a star? Do you believe it now?
The figure suddenly revealed a weary smile, its body beginning to turn transparent as if it would be erased by time at any moment.
I can't resist the rules of time for long.
Its voice started to break up like a projection with poor signal. Listen carefully, the Starry Clan has long been destroyed, but you still have the chance to rule.
Before the words fell, its outline suddenly distorted, dissipating in the starlight as if erased by an eraser. Lin Chen instinctively reached out but only grasped a wisp of drifting starlight. Nothing was left behind. It was as if everything just now had been an illusion. Ruler? Forget it. Let's cultivate first. Lin Chen scoffed, his eyes ablaze with battle intent as he gazed at the floating platform ahead, beneath which flowed an endless river of stars, as if he were at the center of the universe. It felt more like a world isolated from the rest of existence. Lin Chen's fists ignited with a crimson flame, his figure transforming into an afterimage. Wild Bull breaks the heavens fist. At the moment his right fist struck out, the phantom of an ancient wild bull appeared. Behind him, wherever the fist wind passed, the floating star corpses shattered in succession, exploding into a dazzling array of sparks in the void. It was as if he aimed to shatter the river of stars with a single punch. Falling moon phantom slash. He wielded the phantom doppelganger blade, and the blade energy he unleashed left lingering cracks in the void. In the Lord's space, dozens of vials of essence blood and blood essence stones flew out, and Lin Chen tilted his head back to swallow them whole. Boom! Boom! Complex bloodline patterns emerged on Lin Chen's body, his heartbeat resonating like war drums, shaking the surrounding starlight. Then, necromantic spells fluttered before him, and his left hand froze into a frost domain with a diameter of 100 meters, beams of holy light extinguishing and exploding in the river of stars. While only a day had passed outside, 10 days had already elapsed here, allowing Lin Chen to complete the refinement of his physical body, improve his fist techniques, and master his spells. Not enough. Continue. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he began to cultivate. Days turned into weeks. A year has passed. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, his pupils seemingly revolving with the stars. He reached up to touch his long hair, his fingertips brushing against his rough beard. In this twisted unknown spacetime, he had been cultivating alone for a full 365 days and nights. Meanwhile, outside, barely a month had gone by. The power surging within him left him astonished. His bones bore traces of star runes. His blood was incredibly heavy, like a rushing river. Every inch of muscle was as solid as rock, shimmering with starlight. Just as he prepared to attempt a breakthrough to the next realm, are you still not going to make a choice? That familiar figure reappeared, still bearing the same face as his own, but at this moment his entire being had transformed into a semi-transparent state of starlight, as if he could dissipate into time and space at any moment. Lin Chen sneered, haven't you been completely erased by the rules of time? I am you, you have grown stronger, and I am everywhere. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Sorry, I'm just here to increase my strength. I have no interest in the choices you speak of. As soon as he finished speaking, the self across from him suddenly revealed a strange smile. You are mistaken. His voice grew increasingly clear. From the moment you chose to cultivate here, you have already made a choice. As the last word fell, the entire river of stars trembled violently. Lin Chen was shocked to discover that a star rune had appeared on his forehead, without him noticing. It was then that he realized that every strand of starlight he had absorbed during this year of cultivation had subtly influenced his choices. I see. He clenched his fists, his gaze turning cold. Is this your scheme? No need to be nervous. The phantom raised a hand gently, and deep within the river of stars, a water-blue planet suddenly accelerated, tracing a brilliant trajectory through the void. As the distance closed, Lin Chen discovered that the surface of this planet was not flowing with seawater, but with liquid star power. Though the Starry Sky Clan has been extinguished, their civilization's spark needs to be passed on. The phantom's voice suddenly became solemn, and you are the only inheritor to have passed the trials in millennia. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Is it really a planet? Don't be nervous, it belongs to you. A slightly alluring voice emerged from that figure's mouth. Belongs to me? Lin Chen was taken aback, but he quickly calmed down. What exactly did the Starry Sky Clan wish to inherit? Your current civilization dimension is not high. It is difficult to break through to a 4-dimensional civilization and reach 5-dimensional spacetime, but you have the opportunity. Lin Chen's mind jolted. 4-dimensional civilization? The concept of dimensional cognition clearly emerged in his mind. If Blue Star is a 3-dimensional civilization constrained by material rules, and now the Shenzhou continent is a 4-dimensional civilization capable of awakening lords in various forms of magic, mastering time and space along with various elemental energies. As for the 5-dimensional civilization, it is indeed a somewhat incomprehensible existence. If I could reach the 5th dimension, wouldn't I be able to traverse the cosmic rivers and stars with ease? Lin Chen was secretly astonished, clenching his fists tightly. The Starry Sky Clan, it certainly sounds like an extraordinary civilization. He had once seen a passage in a fragment of an ancient text. When human civilization first emerged, it branched out into many paths, some intoxicated by technology, reshaping the world with machinery. Others delved into magic, using elemental forces to shake mountains and rivers. Some honed their physical bodies, striving to match the gods with mere mortal flesh. Even more, there were those who pursued the ethereal path of immortality, wishing to shatter the void, transcend reincarnation, and achieve eternal life.
Yet, such a powerful starry sky clan civilization had also been extinguished. Lin Chen's throat tightened slightly. This indicated that there must exist even more terrifying beings in the universe capable of crushing them.
Put it on.
The vague figure suddenly raised a hand, and in the void, a ring-like object shimmering with starlight suddenly coalesced. The surface of the star ring seemed to swirl with a galactic vortex, each ray of light ancient and mysterious.
This planet now belongs to you.
The figure's voice carried a hint of allure, as if it could not be refused.
Lin Chen's gaze darkened.
He could clearly sense that deep within this seemingly lifeless planet surged a tremendous energy capable of tearing apart stars. Although there were no signs of life on the surface, the tidal energy rolling in the core was purer by millions or even tens of millions of times than any magic source crystal he had ever seen. Lin Chen extended his hand, his fingertips hovering above the star ring, hesitating to descend.
What does acceptance mean? Refusal might mean forever missing this tremendous opportunity.
He closed his eyes, took
a deep breath, and asked, "What price do I need to pay?"
Lin Chen stared intently at the shadow that mirrored him perfectly. The shadow suddenly let out a light laugh, its voice surprisingly similar to his own, indeed cautious enough. "Don't worry, there are no traps. If we must speak of conditions, just wait until one day you are strong enough to explode a star with a single punch and then kill the enemies of the Starry Sky Clan who wiped out your kin."
Boom! Lin Chen's whole body trembled. To explode a star with a single punch? What level of power would that require? A war god? A sage? Or even stronger? Chapter 261. Want to die? I'll help you. Don't hesitate. The shadow waved its hand, and the planet
transformed into a diamond crystal radiating a rainbow of light floating before Lin Chen.
This is not a planet, it is a star core. A star core that can devour the heavens and the earth, infinitely evolving. A star core?
Lin Chen stared at the fist-sized crystal before him, his gaze sharpening.
Just this? Could it really transform into a planet in the future?
Thinking of this made his heart race.
Your soul is very special.
The shadow gazed at Lin Chen, its voice tinged with awe, a pure human bloodline, the mark of the descendants of
Yan and Huang.
Lin Chen's heart jolted.
The future you.
Before the shadow could finish its words, its form began to dissipate.
Without hesitation, Lin Chen grasped the floating star core.
The moment he touched the star core, he felt a vast memory of civilization surge into his mind. Above the war god is the sage, and above the sage are even more powerful
existences. A true man acts without fear.
Lin Chen's spirit surged, his left hand gripping the star core tightly, while his right hand held the invincible potion meant for life
preservation. If anything went wrong, he was ready to crush the invincible potion.
The shadow smiled with satisfaction. The seed of hope has been sown. Suddenly, the entire starry
sky ruins began to shake violently.
Hurry and leave, the shadow urged. Without the star core, this space is about to collapse. Lin Chen was startled. What about the flow of
time?
That was merely an illusion created by the star core. The shadow's form grew fainter. Although it has the same effect as the laws of time, it cannot exist indefinitely.
Understood.
Lin Chen no longer hesitated, using the teleportation staff to tear open a rift in space. In the last moment before leaping into the crack, he turned back to glance at the starry ruins he had cultivated for a year, his face filled with emotion. Just wait, when I ascend to the peak, I will make the name of Yanhuang resound through the galaxy.
Sir Envoy.
Su Yutong rushed forward in a single leap, tightly embracing Lin Chen. Her voice trembled slightly. You disappeared for a full 3 months. We all fought you.
Lin Chen was stunned. He had clearly only spent a little over a year in the ruins, yet only 3 months had passed outside?
It seemed that after losing the star core, the flow of time was
indeed gradually returning to normal. I'm fine.
He gently patted Su Yutong's shoulder, only then noticing that she had lost quite a bit of weight, her eyes slightly red.
The
communicator suddenly vibrated wildly. Tianwei Mansion urgent message. Report on the situation of the ruins immediately. Southern Border Demon Suppression Army. It's great that envoy
Lin is still alive.
What surprised Lin Chen even more was that even the various factions he hadn't contacted in a long time sent their regards. Brother Lin's safe return is truly
a blessing, as long as you're alive. Ha ha ha.
At this moment, in the headquarters of the capital's Demon Suppression Army, General Qin slammed the table in shock.
What? Lin Chen survived from ruins number 89?
Deputy Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It's absolutely true, and according to energy monitoring, his strength seems to have increased
significantly.
General Qin stared at the data on the screen, his expression shifting between dark and light. Could it be that he really obtained some kind of inheritance?
Meanwhile,
Lin Chen was looking at the intelligence summary handed to him by Su Yutong. In these 3 months, a total of 17 exploration teams had secretly entered the ancient civilization ruins
of dimension number 89. Survivors, 0. No wonder.
Lin Chen looked at the star core floating in his territory, the corners of his mouth curling up. This time, I stumbled upon a
great fortune.
After more than a year without tasting Su Yutong's cooking, it felt like a lifetime had passed for Lin Chen. He touched his scruffy beard, and Su Yutong had already
walked over with a razor. Don't move,
she said softly, her fair fingers gently lifting his chin, the blade slowly scraping against his skin.
Lin Chen could smell her faint body fragrance.
After the hot water washed away his fatigue, Lin Chen changed into casual clothes. Just as he pushed open the bathroom door, he heard hurried footsteps in the courtyard.
Lin Chen. Fang Qingxue burst in like a whirlwind. You really worry people, you know.
Su Yutong quietly set the table with 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls.
The dining table was simple yet warm.
Under the brilliant streetlights of the central commercial building in the capital, after dinner, Lin Chen strolled with 2 stunning beauties of completely
different styles, one on each side.
Su Yutong was intently looking at a hair accessory, while Fang Qingxue was eagerly trying on a new wristwatch. Suddenly, a gasp came from the crowd.
It's Lin Chen. Not far away, Xu Yunxiao's pupils constricted.
He stared intently at the 2 beauties beside Lin Chen, one as cold as the moon, the other as lively as fire, not at
all inferior to Su Jiajiao. Lin Chen.
Xu Yunxiao's fists clenched. The humiliation of being publicly humiliated when he tried to snatch a bride flashed in his mind. His hatred surged.
Su Jiajiao was originally meant for him. Boom!
Blinding holy light erupted from his body, causing the surrounding pedestrians to retreat in shock.
6 wings of light
unfurled behind Xu Yunxiao, his voice booming like thunder. Lin Chen,
you will die.
Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, not even turning his head, just lightly snapping his fingers.
Buzz!
A shadow flashed by. The destroyer's magical shield activated, instantly devouring all the incoming holy light. Even more terrifying was that the energy that was devoured transformed and coalesced in Lin Chen's palm into a starlight longsword.
A defeated foe.
Lin Chen finally turned around, his eyes indifferent as if looking at ants. Last time I spared your
life. With a casual wave, the starlight longsword pressed against Xu Yunxiao's throat. This time, do you want to die? The entire mall fell silent in an instant. Xu Yunxiao's face
turned pale as he suddenly realized that his strength was nothing but child's play in front of Lin Chen. Su Yutong gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Special envoy, the ice cream
is going to melt.
Fang Qingxue also looked worried. Lin Chen, this is a busy area. Someone attacking in the street like this should be handled by the demon suppression army. Amidst countless shocked gazes, Lin Chen casually dispersed his light sword and took the ice cream that Su Yutong handed him.
He was in a good mood today and didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. Stop!
A small team from the demon suppression army suddenly appeared, the buzzcut captain looking grim. He glanced at the bloodied Xu Yunxiao and then at the indifferent Lin Chen, cold sweat beading on his forehead.
Lin, special envoy,
he said, forcing himself. Private fights are prohibited in the capital, you see this?
Lin Chen helplessly
spread his hands, his gaze icy. He struck first.
The buzzcut captain swallowed hard, not daring to respond.
The crowd around them had already erupted. Isn't that the young master of
the Chu family? Beaten to this extent? Who is this young man? Even the demon suppression army dares not intervene? Shu, that person seems to be the envoy from Tianwei Mansion.
Xu Yunxiao lay on the ground, covered in blood, but his eyes still held a fierce glare. Lin Chen, do you dare to touch me? The holy tribunal will not let you go.
Lin Chen smiled. He slowly crouched down and grabbed Xu Yunxiao by the collar. Holy tribunal?
His voice was soft, yet it made Xu Yunxiao tremble all over.
Boom! Blinding holy light erupted from Xu Yunxiao's body, the shockwave sending nearby pedestrians flying.
His aura surged, 6 wings of light unfurling behind him, making him look like a celestial angel.
Descending to the mortal realm. Not good. Special envoy.
Su Yutong's face changed drastically. He's burning his holy source.
But Lin Chen merely waved his hand lightly. It's fine. I won't accept this.
Xu Yunxiao's eyes turned crimson, the holy light within him almost solidifying. He suddenly stomped the ground, transforming into a streak of light rushing
towards Lin Chen. Bang! Lin Chen simply threw a punch.
Barbaric blood pagoda fist. The Azura Dharma form solidified behind him, the blood-red fist light piercing through the air. Xu Yunxiao came quickly but flew even faster, crashing through the shield and ultimately embedding himself into the wall.
The entire street fell silent. The demon suppression army
team stood frozen, caught in a dilemma.
Who is this person? A new merchant stammered, to dare beat the young master of the Chu family in public. Ah! Just as Xu Yunxiao struggled to get up, Lin Chen had already flashed in front of him. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Under the sheer force of his physical strength, Xu Yunxiao's holy light armor shattered like paper, quickly turning him into a bloodied mess. Want to die? I'll grant you that.
Lin Chen gripped his neck and lifted him, his gaze as cold as if looking at a corpse.
Chapter 262. Can't wrong the good, must act according to the law.
No, you wouldn't dare kill me. Xu Yunxiao grinned, blood spilling out, looking utterly deranged.
I am a steward of the holy tribunal. If you kill me, even Tianwei Mansion will have to give an explanation.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression darkened.
Is that so?
His left hand suddenly shimmered with starlight, the power of the star core from the starry ruins.
Special envoy Lin, please show mercy. The head of the Chu family rushed over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This usually imposing high-ranking battlemaster was now slightly bowing to Lin Chen. The onlookers gasped. The head of the Chu family is actually bowing to this young man? That's a super strong person. Unfilial son.
Hurry and apologize to Special Envoy Lin, the head of the Chu family shouted angrily.
Shu Yunxiao's face twisted. In rage, apologize to him? In your dreams. He stole my fiancée, took away my opportunities.
I, Chu Yunxiao, will not rest until one of us is dead. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened.
Instantly seeing through his intentions, this was to force him to kill in public, triggering the iron laws of the Great Xia. Special Envoy.
Su Yutong gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, according to Article 37 of the Great Xia Lord's Public Security Management Regulations, a murderer must pay with their life.
Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder. Shu Yunxiao was so fearless, he was betting that Lin Chen wouldn't dare violate the iron laws of the Great Xia. Lin Chen. Shu Yunxiao laughed hysterically. Aren't you supposed to be the ruthless one from the north? Come on, kill me. Let me see if you dare. The Chu family's expression changed drastically. Shut up.
Lin Chen suddenly smiled, a smile that
sent chills down the spine. Quite ruthless. He was just about to proceed as he wished. Everyone, stop. Chen Mo rushed in with a team of demon-suppressing soldiers, and the atmosphere at the scene instantly froze. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Even Vice Officer Chun from the military has been alerted. This is getting serious. Special Envoy Lin, head of the Chu family. Chen Mo forced a smile, positioning himself between the two. Let's discuss this properly.
He lowered his voice to Lin Chen. Your Excellency, this
madman isn't worth you taking action publicly. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Indeed not worth it.
His fingertips suddenly surged with
starlight, wrapping the destroyer's magical immunity properties around it. This special energy instantly entered Shu Yunxiao's body. Ah, my holy light source. Shu Yunxiao suddenly
knelt and screamed, convulsing all over. In the terrified gaze of the crowd, he even lost control of himself right there. A starry chain flickered within him, wrapping layers of holy light seals. What was even more terrifying was that the barbs densely packed on the chain were continuously releasing some kind of dark green energy.
Don't worry, he won't die.
Lin Chen smiled faintly. I'm just helping him wake up. The head of the Chu family turned ashen but dared not explode in anger,
because he knew very well that if he provoked Lin
Chen, he would truly strike with lethal force. Lin Chen turned to leave, and Shu Yunxiao experienced the pain of the holy light being devoured every second, lasting at least 7 days. On the other side, in a secret chamber of the Tianwei mansion, several holographic projections hovered in the darkroom, repeatedly playing Lin Chen's recent battle scenes. A punch that sent Shu Yunxiao flying, the Azure Law manifestation solidified like blood. A close-up of the moment the starlight sealed the holy light imprint. The energy fluctuation curve of the destroyer.
This kid is not simple.
An elder with white hair squinted, lightly tapping his fingers to freeze the image at the moment Lin Chen unleashed the power of the starry sky. Another middle-aged man in military uniform said in a deep voice, at the level of a mid-level battle respect yet possessing destructive power comparable to that
of a battle sect. This has exceeded the realm of ordinary geniuses. What's even more terrifying is this.
A woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses called up data analysis. The energy structure he sealed from Chu Yunxiao is completely unresolvable. It should be some kind of skill from the undead.
The room fell into a dead silence.
The old man in the black robe at the head suddenly spoke. No wonder he is a rare prodigy in the Great Xia for a century. He lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, but the sharper the knife, the easier it is to hurt oneself. I propose to initiate the Zhulong plan. A man in military uniform said coldly, using his sister Lin Xinyue as foolish. The white-haired elder slammed the table. Do you think this is taming beasts? Lin Chen's current value is enough for the Tianwei mansion to prosper for another 100 years. Even the entire Great Xia needs him. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted her glasses. Based on behavioral analysis, Lin Chen is indeed loyal and righteous.
Rather than coercing him, it's better to. She pulled up a file, which prominently displayed detailed information on Su Yutong and Fang Qingxue. Since he likes to be a flower protector, let's give him a garden. The old man in the black robe suddenly laughed, his voice hoarse. Send the order down. Pay attention to Lin Xinyue on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. We need Lin Chen to owe us a favor. Open S-level resource library access to Lin Chen. As for Lin Chen, give him the battlefield he desires. The human race of Shenzhou needs a young and unruly sword that can shatter the starry sky. After resolving matters here, Lin Chen took Fang Qingxue and Su Yutong out for a meal.
As night deepened, in the top-level private room of Tianxiang Tower, under the crystal chandelier, Lin Chen leisurely savored the food and wine, while Fang Qingxue across from him animatedly recounted interesting stories from the academy. Su Yutong quietly served Lin Chen dishes, occasionally pouring fruit wine for the two of them. Beneath the seemingly warm dinner, Lin Chen's gaze was turbulent. Chu Yunxiao had actually dug a pit for himself with his life. Such a person must die. The Chu family should also be removed from the capital. He recalled the embarrassment of being hunted by some families back then, and the helplessness of his own mercy. Now that his identity, background, and strength were sufficient, he could no longer remain low-key. What needed to be settled must be settled. Yutong.
Lin Chen lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. Su Yutong understood and got up to walk outside. A moment later, she returned, Your Excellency.
The deputy officer Chen has already started preparations. There will be results within 3 days.
The evidence chain must be complete. Lin Chen took a sip of wine. We cannot. Wrong, good people. We must act according to the law. Fang Qingxue's hand paused slightly as she served food.
She had already sensed a hint of something from the coldness in
Lin Chen's eyes, but she just smiled sweetly. Lin Chen, do you need anything from the Feng family?
Lin Chen shook his head. No need.
He didn't want to involve the Feng family. After
all, he still had many enemies, most of whom were lurking in the shadows.
Chapter 263 Thunder Queen Ouyang Tianjin.
3 days later, the capital was shaken, and the front page headline of the Kyoto Daily boldly reported the Chu family colluded with the Shadow Society with irrefutable evidence of smuggling banned drugs, establishing blood prisons,
bullying the weak, and killing 397 innocent lords. Various other ugly incidents were also exposed one by one. In an instant,
the heavens were furious and the people were indignant. On the streets, discussions were rampant. I heard Chu Yunxiao was going to be executed.
Bah!
Such scum should have died long ago.
It seems the Chu family has really hit a hard wall this time.
When Chen Mo reported that the Chu family had been dealt with, Lin Chen was lying on the sofa while Su Yutong was giving him a shoulder massage.
Special envoy.
Lin, the matter of the Chu family has been taken care of. All core family members have been executed. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred.
This is power.
Of course, all of this must be built on the foundation of strength. The Lu family has been very quiet lately, he suddenly asked.
Su Yutong brought up a holographic
screen. The Lu family has indeed been very low-key recently.
Smart people.
Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He would eventually eliminate this hidden danger.
The next day, in the central business district of Kyoto, Fang Qingxue sent a message to Lin Chen early in the morning. Lin Chen, come shopping with me today. Just the two of us, okay? Lin Chen looked at the popped-up message and smiled, shaking his head.
It seemed this girl was jealous of Su Yutong. At 10 in the morning, at a theme park, Fang Qingxue, wearing a light pink dress and with her hair tied in a
high ponytail, looked youthful and vibrant.
She stood at the entrance of the park, and when she saw Lin Chen approaching, her eyes lit up and she jogged over.
Lin Chen, you finally came. She cheerfully
linked her arm with Lin Chen's. You have to play with me today.
Lin Chen looked down at her. The girl's bright smile was particularly dazzling in the sunlight, and he couldn't help but ruffle her hair. What? Do you want to play?
Roller coaster. Fang Qingxue pointed at the towering tracks in the distance, her eyes sparkling. I heard this is the most thrilling in all of Daxia.
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you sure?
Of course.
She tugged at him and ran towards the entrance. Let's go, let's go. On the roller coaster, Fang Qingxue screamed the entire time, gripping Lin Chen's hand tightly.
Lin Chen, however, remained calm. This speed was child's play for him. After getting off, Fang Qingxue's legs felt weak and she hung onto Lin Chen, looking pitiful. Lin Chen,
I want you to carry me. Lin Chen was speechless and directly bent down to pick her up horizontally. Now you know fear?
Fang Qingxue's face turned red, burying her head in his chest, mumbling softly, You're not scared at all.
Tonight, shall we stay at a hotel?
Lin Chen tightened his arm around her, pulling her closer, his voice laced with a hint of expectation. You wish. Fang Qingxue gently pushed him away, but her eyes were filled with laughter. She glanced at her watch. The hour hand had already pointed to 12.
It's so late. Take me home. After a pause, she deliberately straightened her face. Humph. If you don't leave soon, your personal butler might call to ask for you. Lin Chen smiled helplessly and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. All right. Throughout the day, the two had been inseparable like a couple in love. Even the air felt sweet. When the car stopped downstairs at Fang Qingxue's home, she didn't get out immediately. The moonlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her profile and outlining a stunning silhouette. Lin Chen, she suddenly turned around, her gaze piercing into him. Promise me one thing. From now on, no matter what dangerous things you plan to do, you must tell me first. She hugged Lin Chen tightly. I won't stop you, but at least, let me know what you're doing. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to pull her into his embrace. Okay, I promise you. I must become the strongest in the land. Downstairs at the villa, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he clenched his fists. Only by doing so could he protect those he loved? At this moment, there were only 3 days left until the life and death duel with Kaiser. He had to seize every moment to improve his strength. He decided to return to the extreme cold dimension. Sir Envoy, please let me accompany you. Su Yutong bit her lip lightly, her delicate hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes. Seeing Lin Chen turn to look at her, she hurriedly added, Kaiser is a once-in-a-century genius of the Holy Temple, and now he is a powerful warrior. Are you confident? Lin Chen looked at her expression and smiled slightly. This girl not only took care of his daily needs meticulously but also managed his training resources efficiently. What was even more rare was, his gaze swept over Su Yutong's exquisite profile, her drooping eyelashes, her proud curves, and her snow-like skin. She was indeed a rare beauty. All right, he nodded and added. As he turned, remember to bring more ingredients, your braised pork is delicious.
Su Yutong suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. In the extreme cold dimension, at the Daxia training camp, when that familiar figure stepped out of the snow from the spatial rift, the entire training base erupted in excitement.
It's Lin Chen. That guy actually came back. I know, he's back to fulfill the bet.
Gasps of astonishment echoed, and the trainees who were training stopped their movements. Some gasped in shock, while others clenched their fists. This unparalleled monster that once turned the extreme cold dimension upside down had returned.
Lin Chen. A purple lightning bolt cut through the snowstorm, and Ouyang Tianjin almost appeared in front of him in an instant.
She was still breathtakingly beautiful, her silver combat suit outlining her perfect curves, and her waist-length hair danced in the cold wind, like a snow goddess descending. Su Yutong, standing behind Lin Chen, narrowed her pupils.
She had heard of Ouyang Tianjin's extraordinary beauty, but seeing her in person was still shocking.
It was a kind of aggressively stunning beauty, simply flawless, as if looking for another second would
lead to downfall. Lin Chen, you liar! Ouyang Tianjin suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, this renowned cold and proud lightning mage pouted. You promised to accompany me until the end of the training, but you slipped away first.
Dangerous arcs of electricity danced at her fingertips. Now I'm stuck in this godforsaken place and have to complete a mission to get out. You must accompany me.
The training ground fell into instant silence.
The new trainees widened their eyes, unable to believe that the Queen of Thunder who had single-handedly flattened the Ice Beast's lair was now shaking Lin Chen's arm like a spoiled cat.
A few old trainees felt their legs go weak.
They had witnessed this lady's power firsthand. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. I have something to do outside. By the way, tomorrow is the day of my duel with Kaiser.
Lin Chen smiled faintly.
Around him, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Yin Juwenhao clenched his fists in the corner, already aware of the situation in Fuji Nation. All those meticulously
arranged plans had been ruined by Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, I refuse to believe you can take on an entire nation by yourself.
He lowered his eyelids to hide his deep-seated hatred. Brother Lin, long time no see.
Suddenly, Bing Li's pretty face flushed red as she shyly approached. On the other side, the brothers Feng Hen and Feng Lai instinctively took a step
back. They would never forget how terrifying Lin Chen was. Hey, brother! The deep laughter of the black man Karu broke the silence as he slapped Lin Chen on the back. Tomorrow, I'm betting 2,000 points on you. You can't let me go bankrupt.
Yi Wuchen also approached with a beaming smile. Lin Chen, go for it.
Show them the might of our great Xia. As night fell, Lin Chen exchanged pleasantries with some acquaintances before hurriedly returning to the dormitory. Ouyang Tianjin followed him directly back to the dorm.
Hey! She suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's collar and pushed him against the wall. Tomorrow, you need to be careful.
That guy Kaisa, his strength is even more terrifying now.
Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then burst into
laughter.
He reached out to brush aside her bangs but froze in place. This girl was just too beautiful.
Chapter 264. This girl wants to trick me into marrying her again. Don't worry. Before he could finish his sentence, Ouyang Tianjin's soft body had already crashed into his embrace.
She buried her face in Lin Chen's chest, her voice muffled. I still want to wait for you to win and marry me. Outside the room, Su Yutong sat quietly by herself. Her shadow was solitary and she couldn't help but feel emotional.
Just how charming is Lin Chen to attract so many women?
The next day, at the extreme cold arena, when the first rays of morning light pierced through the ice crystal dome, the entire arena was already packed. The arena made of extreme cold ice reflected a rainbow of colors under the sunlight, illuminating the figures of Lin Chen and Kaisa facing each other.
Interesting. Zhang Kuwei stroked the stubble on his chin and whispered to the instructor beside him. This kid has become so much more restrained in just
a few months. His strength has increased significantly. On the other side of the stands, Bai Zai's pupils constricted. As a seed choice from the extreme cold plane, he couldn't see through Lin Chen's true realm at this moment, which made his expression darken.
Playing tricks. Hylan sneered, turning to instructor.
Read, my brother is a genius even praised by the Pope. There's no suspense in this match. Lin Chen is doomed. His words were abruptly cut off.
On the
arena, Kaisa suddenly revealed a gentle smile. Lin Chen, I've thought it over carefully. Perhaps there are some misunderstandings between us.
The sunlight
danced on his golden eyelashes, and the holy halo made him look like a deity descending. No matter how you looked at it, he was impeccably handsome.
A wave of admiration erupted from the audience. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you admitting defeat in public? Kaisa's smile instantly froze. He truly didn't
want to have a life and death struggle with Lin Chen. With his talent as a holy light knight, given time, he would surely become a protector, accompanying the Pope.
There was no need to show off his brilliance now, since you are so stubborn.
Kaisa sighed and raised his right hand, the holy light gathering into a sword in his palm. Then let me show you what true power is. With his movement, 12 beams of light descended from the sky, forming a sacred barrier around
the arena.
The whispers in the audience instantly turned into gasps. Holy light cage. This is a forbidden technique of holy light.
Kaisa is starting off with a big move.
Lin Chen smiled.
His expression was calm, just right. I've also learned something new.
The corners of his mouth lifted, and a dark glimmer flashed in his eyes.
Destroyer. As he softly called out, a pitch-black crow appeared out of thin air. The crow exhaled a magical immunity shield, rendering Kaisa's holy light barrier ineffective. What? Kaisa's expression changed drastically as he realized that the holy light power he had gathered seemed to have no effect on Lin Chen. What was even more terrifying was that he found it extremely difficult to gather the power of holy light. Before he could react, Lin Chen's figure had already appeared in front of him. Blood Fury Pagoda Fist. Lin Chen's right fist erupted with blinding bloodlight, and behind him suddenly manifested a three-headed, six-armed Azura visage. The visage was hideous, with 6 arms simultaneously forming seals, and the terrifying pressure caused the icy crystal ground of the arena to begin to crack. Boom! The plain and unadorned punch struck Kaiser's chest, and his proud paladin armor shattered like paper. Kaiser was sent flying, drawing a line of blood in the air before crashing heavily against the barrier wall. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. The so-called number one of the younger generation from the extreme cold plane, Kaiser, had not even managed to take a single blow. In the audience, Halloween's recording crystal fell to the ground with a thud. Instructor Reed's mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Their invincible holy son of the temple now lay at the edge of the arena like a dead dog, lacking even the strength to get up. This is impossible. Bai Zai suddenly stood up, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He finally understood why he couldn't see through Lin Chen. He was terrifyingly strong now. Ouyang Tianjin's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips trembling slightly. That bastard, when did he become this strong? Remembering how worried she had been last night, she suddenly felt her face flush. Only Su Yutong stood quietly in the corner, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. It seemed she had anticipated all of this long ago. On the arena, Lin Chen retracted the visage and slowly walked up to Kaiser. Now you know why I had to keep my appointment, right? Kaiser struggled to lift his head, the pride in his eyes replaced by complexity. He wanted to speak but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen stood up, scanning the silent audience, his gaze finally landing on Yin Juanhao. The latter's face turned pale, instinctively shrinking back into the crowd. All right, it's over. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated throughout the venue. No one responded. The rules of the extreme cold plane were completely rewritten at this moment. Amidst everyone's shock, Lin Chen left directly with Ouyang Tianjin and Su Yutong. He had earned quite a few points and planned to exchange them for the resources he needed. The three arrived at the exchange hall of the extreme cold plane, where various treasures, combat techniques, and rare materials were displayed, dazzling to the eye. Lin Chen, what do you want to exchange for? Ouyang Tianjin asked curiously, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Chen glanced over the exchange list, pondering for a moment. I need a movement combat technique, but it seems there isn't one here. Ouyang Tianjin seemed to think for a moment. Your fighting style leans towards close-range bursts. A movement technique would indeed make you more agile. Our Ouyang family has an S-rank lightning movement technique. Why don't you come back to Thunder Abyss Canyon with me? We can get married, and then I'll have my dad help you condense the Thunder Mark, and I'll give you the movement technique as a dowry. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled speechlessly. This girl was trying to trick him into marrying her again. He then walked to the exchange counter and handed over his points token. An old man in charge of the exchange read the points and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. So many points? You are Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded and calmly said, excuse me, I want to exchange for 3 portions of 5th tier subdragon blood and 5 pieces of Thunder River crystals. The elder looked at him deeply, then turned to retrieve 3 glass vials and 5 shimmering crystals, handing them over. The dragon blood is from the ancient lightning dragon subspecies, and the Thunder River crystals are products of the Thunder River secret realm. Be sure to use them wisely. Lin Chen accepted the materials, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and then directly handed them to Ouyang Tianjin. Take this. With these, your strength should be able to advance further. Ouyang Tianjin was stunned. You exchanged these for me? Su Yutong also widened her eyes in surprise. These materials are exceptionally precious, and while they are priceless outside, he actually just gave them to Ouyang Tianjin. This guy is really generous. Lin Chen didn't explain but took out a few crystal clear soul crystals from the Lord's space and handed them to the 2 women. These are the mental power soul crystals condensed by the Hanyuan's tribe, which will help you with your mental power cultivation. The 2 women received the soul crystals and instantly felt a pure mental power surge into their sea of consciousness, as if their souls were being cleansed, feeling incredibly comfortable. Wow! Even before absorbing them, my mental power feels like it has improved so much. Su Yutong exclaimed with delight. As a soul master, she knew very well how difficult it was to enhance mental power. She didn't expect Lin Chen to have such treasures. Ouyang Tianjin was also shocked, looking at Lin Chen with a softer gaze. Lin Chen, thank you. Then, she excitedly hugged Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen, I love you. No, I have to marry you tonight. Hearing this, Su Yutong's face turned slightly red and she cleared her throat, turning away. In fact, she was really envious of Ouyang Tianjin and Fong Qing Shuwei. Chapter 265, The Demon Suppression Joint Conference. Alright, stop messing around.
Lin Chen shook his head with a helpless smile, a hint of depth flashing in his eyes. Let's find a place to cultivate first, don't waste these resources.
Ouyang Tianjin pouted and
released his arm, while Su Yutong tightened her grip on the mental power soul crystal. She could feel the surging mental energy coming from the soul crystal, which was indeed what she needed most to break through her bottleneck. Just as the three of them left the exchange hall, a series of
gasps came from behind. Did I see that right? That's 5th tier sub-dragon blood.
And B-level student widened his eyes. Even many instructors
treat it as a treasure and he just gives it away? This guy is really going all out to impress the girls. Among the crowd, a female student with loose hair had shining eyes. I'm so envious. If he gives me a bottle of sub-dragon blood, I'd be willing to marry him right now. In the
training room, Ouyang Tianjin fixed her beautiful eyes on Lin Chen, finally unable to hold back her question. Why did you give it to me?
Even
if these materials aren't very useful to you, you could exchange them for other resources. Lin Chen's gaze was calm. The outside world is very dangerous, and I hope you can grow quickly. He looked up at Ouyang Tianjin, his eyes like torches. You have great potential. The legendary Thunder System Grandmaster can take on 100 opponents. After handling the matters in the extreme cold plain, Lin Chen directly returned to the capital of the Great Xia. It was the time for the annual Demon Suppression Joint Conference in the capital, where top representatives from the Demon Suppression Army, Tianwei Mansion, Holy Tribunal, and Martial Master Association gathered together.
The conference hall was
grand, with huge banners symbolizing various forces hanging from the dome and the walls engraved with the names of heroes from past generations who had suppressed demons. Lin Chen, let me introduce you. This is General Xiao Pujuan, the commander of the Eastern Demon Suppression Army. Under the introduction of Lu Chenzhou, the deputy general of the Southern Demon Suppression Army, Lin Chen got acquainted with the big shots from
all sides.
These figures, who usually commanded great power, were particularly courteous to this young envoy at this moment.
This is the vice president of the Southern Martial Master Association, also from Jiangcheng. Hello.
Lin Chen extended his hand for a handshake.
Envoy Lin, truly young and promising.
The vice president of the Martial Master Association smiled broadly. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that he would become someone who could make these big shots greet him with smiles? Of course, this was not without the backing of the prestigious
Tianwei Mansion.
Lin Chen, look. Lu Chenzhou lowered his voice, pointing to a white-haired elder in the distance. That's the third elder of the Holy Tribunal, who has a close relationship with the Chu family, and his granddaughter is also a direct descendant of the Chu family.
You should be careful since you nearly wiped out the Chu family this time.
Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly.
The elder seemed to sense something,
his sharp gaze sweeping over like a knife, and their eyes briefly met in the air, as if invisible sparks erupted in the atmosphere.
Are they very strong?
Lin Chen asked softly. Liu Chenzhou's expression was serious. The Holy Tribunal oversees the laws of the Great Xia, and the third
elder is a peak powerhouse of the battle sect, wielding considerable influence. But don't worry, he patted Lin Chen's shoulder, since the Tianwei Mansion has appointed you, they will definitely protect you. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes.
It seemed that the conflict between the Holy Tribunal and the Tianwei Mansion had a long history.
However, with his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a high-level battle sect member, he had the power to fight. Even if he did face a strong enemy, the invincible potion could save his life. In the distance, the third elder of the Holy Tribunal cast a dark glance at Lin Chen. The destruction of the Chu family had indeed caused him to lose face, but this young man before him was a key figure being cultivated by the Tianwei Mansion, so he could only temporarily suppress his anger. Is that Lin Chen? I heard he returned alive from the ancient civilization ruins of the 89th dimensional plane. I wonder if he received any inheritance.
The discussions in the venue rose and fell, with some envious, some jealous, and many shocked by the young man's rapid growth.
This kid is too ostentatious.
A mere newcomer, far from being comparable to us old lords.
A few elderly men,
dressed in luxurious clothing, snorted disdainfully.
Suddenly, the venue fell silent.
A level 3 envoy from the Tianwei Mansion has arrived. The crowd parted automatically as a man in a dark red robe walked slowly forward. With each step he took, sparks flickered on the ground, and
the temperature in the entire venue suddenly rose.
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This was the legendary Flame Prison Lord, the strongest of the
previous generation, the Fire Mage Mo Tianxing. The pressure of a mid-level battle sect member was unabashedly released, causing many present to
hold their breath. Mo Tianxing stopped in front of Lin Chen, a hint of an almost imperceptible smile on his indifferent face. Hello, Lin Chen. I've heard about you for a long time. It's impressive that you made those guys from the Holy Tribunal suffer. Lin Chen remained unfazed, the ice elements within him circulating automatically, bringing in instant coolness.
You're overpraising me, Envoy Mo.
Lin Chen replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. It's merely relying on the reputation of the Tianwei Mansion.
A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Tianxing's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha, you're too modest, I have high hopes for you.
Just then, a golden light suddenly illuminated the center of the venue. The flags of various organizations fluttered without wind, and a commanding voice resonated throughout the hall. Joint meeting, now.
Commencing. Chapter 266, A-Class Wanted Criminal Shadowhawk. After Mo Tianqing took his seat, a gilded bell in the center of the venue rang 3 melodious chimes, officially starting the joint meeting. Lin Chen sat in the designated seat for the Tianwei Mansion's envoy, the dark red sandalwood. Armrests intricately carved with the unique emblem of the Tianwei Mansion.
His position wasn't too forward, but it allowed him to clearly
see the expressions of every important figure in the hall.
The meeting first reported on recent movements of foreign races, including the discovery of frost giants in the northern ice fields, the sand people of the western desert willing to cooperate with the human race, and the
reappearance of sea race activity along the eastern coast.
Of course, there were also reports on casualties from the myriad races battlefield, as well as an analysis of the main invading races. Various factions began discussing the division of defensive areas.
Lin Chen noticed that every time the Tianwei Mansion proposed a plan, the Holy Tribunal would inevitably voice differing opinions, while the representatives of the Martial
Master Association always played the role of peacemaker discreetly.
Regarding the issue of resource allocation,
the third elder of the Holy Tribunal suddenly raised his voice. Certain factions have occupied too many cultivation resources without providing corresponding contributions.
This needs to be reassessed.
As he spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept in Lin Chen's direction. A few meaningful chuckles
arose in the hall.
Mo Tianqing toyed with the flame crystal in his hand and suddenly interjected, "I heard that our people from the Tianwei Mansion
single-handedly resolved the sea race turmoil in the southern region."
A spark erupted from the flame at his fingertips. Such contributions deserve any resources. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected this proud flame prison lord to speak up for him. As the meeting progressed into its later stages, a consistently empty seat caught Lin Chen's attention. It was reserved for the most mysterious Star Palace, but no one occupied it until the meeting concluded. "Stop looking," murmured Lu Chenzhou, sitting beside him. "The Star Palace hasn't attended a
joint meeting in 30 years. They say they're researching something that could change the world's landscape." When the meeting ended, the
attendants distributed some materials to each participant.
Lin Chen lightly tapped, and detailed defense tasks and resource allocations for each region instantly appeared in his mind.
The area under the jurisdiction of the Tianwei Mansion had increased by 2 compared to previous years, while the allocated resources had decreased by 10%.
Interesting.
Lin Chen's gaze swept over the crowd.
What seemed like a calm meeting
was actually rife with undercurrents, the competition more intense than imagined.
After the joint meeting, the crystal chandelier illuminated the banquet hall in resplendent gold and jade.
Lin Chen held a glass of colored glaze, the amber liquid gently swaying within.
He appeared to be socializing, but in reality, he was quietly spreading his mental energy throughout the entire banquet hall. "Special Envoy Lin, I've long
admired you." A Chamber of Commerce president in a brocade robe approached to toast. "I heard you recently."
Before he could finish, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted outside the banquet hall. Following that, a loud bang caused the entire building to tremble slightly, and
the crystal chandelier emitted a crisp clinking sound.
"Alarm! It's the A-level wanted criminal Shadowhawk. He has already caused 17 casualties on Zhuke Street."
The leader of the Demon Suppression Army suddenly smashed his wineglass. "Someone,
we absolutely cannot let Shadowhawk escape this time."
He turned to Lin Chen, a hint of a smile on his face. "Special Envoy Lin, the situation is urgent. We ask for
your assistance from the Kyoto Demon Suppression Army."
"Understood.
Give me his trajectory." Lin Chen set down his glass, frost forming a ring on the table.
He felt it was his duty to deal with such dangerous individuals. After all, there were many friends he cared about in Kyoto. He knew Shadowhawk's style. Not only did he enjoy torturing and killing, but he also had a penchant for beautiful women.
Even for Feng Qingshue's safety, he couldn't just stand by.
With that thought, he moved like lightning, his figure vanishing from the spot. The entire banquet hall erupted
in chaos. It's actually Shadowhawk? He was already a junior battle sovereign 3 years ago. Moreover, this guy possesses dual abilities: perfect replication and spatial teleportation. He can't be caught at all. Last time, 7 battle sovereigns were dispatched, and he still escaped. Amidst the discussions, the third elder of the Holy Tribunal sneered, "Sending a battle sovereign to chase Shadowhawk? That's simply courting death."
Mo Tianqing, playing with a flame crystal, suddenly froze. A fine crack appeared on the surface of the crystal.
In a corner of the banquet hall, several elders shook their heads and sighed. Too reckless. Shadowhawk's replication ability can even trouble battle sovereigns. What a pity for this good seed.
The vice president of the Martial Master Association pondered slightly. Based on the potential he has shown, he might be able to stand alone in 10 years. Provided he survives until then, someone replied ominously. At this moment, Lin Chen had already chased outside Kyoto City. Under the moonlight, he saw a figure hovering in midair. Shadow Hawk was surrounded by blood-red mist, his left hand flickering with lightning and his right hand swirling with frost, clearly replicating two magical attributes. Another one coming. To die? Shadowhawk cackled, his voice like metal scraping. What ability should I replicate this time? Lin Shen's gaze sharpened, the oppressive aura emanating from Shadowhawk was indeed astonishing. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful ability user. It looked quite tricky. You are Lin Chen from the Tianwei mansion? Shadowhawk's voice was slightly hoarse and hatred suddenly surged in his eyes. Ha! What a coincidence. He suddenly grinned savagely. I was just about to find you. Lin Chen frowned slightly, his right hand quietly gripping the teleportation dagger. We seem to be strangers. Shadowhawk suddenly erupted in rage, the space around him beginning to distort. But it's because of you that my good brother Chu Yunxiao is dead. Today, I will avenge him. Before the words fell, 5 figures identical to Ying Xiao suddenly appeared, surrounding Lin Chen completely. Each Ying Xiao was infused with different elemental powers, weaving a deadly net of lightning, ice, and flames. Special Envoy Lin, don't fight head-on. Shen Mo's voice came through the communicator, just hold him off for 3 minutes and the barrier will be completed. Ying Xiao laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, you think you can trap me with a barrier? He suddenly stopped laughing, and the 5 clones revealed sinister expressions. Lin Chen, I admit you are a genius, but do you know what I love to do the most? The 5 figures raised their hands simultaneously, and the terrifying energy fluctuations made the air tremble. It's to crush geniuses. Lin Shen's pupils constricted, his mind racing. The ability to replicate must have its limits. He couldn't create infinite clones. Moreover, each clone's strength should be less than the original. Finally, his teleportation must also consume a lot of energy. Such an enemy must be eliminated. If he escaped, it would definitely keep him up at night. With that thought, a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Lin Shen's mouth. His gaze turned icy. Then let's see who crushes whom. Arrogant. Ying Zhao's main body shouted angrily, and the 5 clones attacked simultaneously. Lightning and ice intertwined to form a heavenly net, while flames transformed into a giant python lunging at Lin Chen. At that critical moment, Lin Chen's figure suddenly blurred. He too used spatial teleportation. What was even more shocking was that there was not a ripple in space when he teleported. This is impossible. Ying Zhao's main body exclaimed in disbelief. How can you also have teleportation abilities? Chen Mo on the battleship widened his eyes. Is this the laws of space? When did Special Envoy Lin master spatial power? Lin Chen's true form suddenly appeared behind Ying Zhao's main body. Let me see your abilities. Chapter 267, Blood Contract. In the next moment, Ying Zhao's 5 clones attacked simultaneously. Fiery serpents, raging thunder dragons, and piercing ice spikes. 5 distinctly different elemental attacks tore through the sky, bombarding Lin Chen from various angles. Shockingly, Lin Chen merely raised his left hand, and a jade-green light curtain unfolded like rippling water. He didn't dodge or evade, allowing these terrifying magical attacks to strike him. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the area where Lin Chen stood was engulfed by various elemental energies. The mist generated from the collision of fire and ice instantly enveloped the entire region. Special Envoy Lin Chen Mo cried out in shock from the battleship, but Ying Zhao's expression suddenly changed. Drastically, impossible. As the thick fog dissipated, Lin Chen remained standing in place, not even a corner of his clothing damaged. Those seemingly world-destroying attacks melted away upon contact with the jade-green light curtain, like snowflakes falling into boiling water. Magic. Element immunity? Ying Zhao's voice trembled for the first time. How is this possible? On the battleship, all the demon suppression army soldiers widened their eyes. Shen Mo's communicator received urgent inquiries from the command center. What's the situation on site? Is Special Envoy Lin still alive? Alive, not just alive. Shen Mo swallowed hard. He is completely immune to all magical elemental attacks. Lin Shen gently brushed off his sleeves, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The spells cast by the clones are not even 70% of the original's power. He raised his right hand, and the jade-green light curtain suddenly contracted. Now, it's my turn. In the palm of Lin Shen's hand, a bizarre sapling, crimson as blood, suddenly emerged, looking enchanting and chilling under the moonlight. As soon as the sapling appeared, the plants in the outskirts of the capital began to sway uneasily. What is this? Ying Zhao's pupils constricted, instinctively sensing danger. Suddenly, the blood-red sapling trembled violently, and countless scarlet vines surged forth like a tide. These vines were covered in fine barbs, each glinting with a metallic sheen. Even more bizarrely, they twisted and spiraled in the air as if they were alive. Blood vines, treat this esteemed guest well, Lin Shen said softly, a hint of blood color flashing in his eyes. This was the strange plant he had tamed in the mysterious valley. It took him a long time to subdue it. He even personally fed it his blood essence. Although the plant servant he named Bloodvine did not have top-tier attack power, when it came to trapping enemies it was definitely a master-level existence. Humph. Playing tricks. Shadowhawk shouted fiercely, and 5 clones attacked simultaneously. However, those attacks capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks only sparked a few scattered sparks upon hitting the blood vine. The resilience of these vines exceeded imagination. They could even withstand magical damage. Even more terrifying was that all the severed ends of the vines would immediately secrete a thick blood mist, regenerating in an instant. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of 5,000 meters, it had transformed into a blood-red jungle, with even the moonlight stained crimson. Impossible. Shadowhawk frantically teleported, only to find that each time he blinked, new vines would ensnare him. Those barbed thorns easily pierced through his protective energy, greedily siphoning his blood essence. Chen Mo and the others on the warship watched in horror. The monitoring device showed that the blood essence concentration in the area covered by the blood vine was rising at an astonishing rate. It was actually converting Shadowhawk's power into nourishment. I forgot to tell you, Lin Chen stood in the center of the blood-red jungle, his robes billowing like a demon god. The blood vine excels at sealing space. Shadowhawk finally panicked. He was horrified to discover that his most proud teleportation ability was somewhat ineffective at this moment. Each teleportation drained a large amount of energy, and the encirclement of the blood vine shrank by 1 point. The game is over. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. All the blood vine suddenly tightened, producing a chilling sound of strangulation, weaving into a perfect blood-red cage in the air. Shadowhawk was terrified to find that the barbed vines had already pierced his skin, greedily sucking his energy and vitality. Now, Lin Chen slowly walked up to Shadowhawk, his eyes glinting with the cold light under the moon, like a judge descending. You have killed so many innocents, it's time to pay the price. He slowly raised his right hand, and a pulsating blood-red rune appeared in his palm. That rune was inherent to the blood vine. It exuded a suffocating pressure. Lin Chen seriously suspected that the blood vine was an extraterrestrial species. After multiple experiments, he had confirmed that this bizarre plant was by no means an ordinary plant from the Divine Land. It not only had near-absolute resistance to elemental magic, but its regenerative ability was also astonishing. Even if it were chopped into pieces, as long as a small segment of the vine remained, it could completely restore itself in a short time. Even more chilling were certain characteristics exhibited by the blood vine that reminded Lin Chen of the alien species recorded in ancient texts. Those terrifying beings from beyond the starry seas often possessed life forms that defied common sense. It's just like the legendary xenomorphs. Lin Chen gently stroked the blood vine, which immediately affectionately coiled around his fingers. If he hadn't initially brought it into the Lord's space, discovered the blood vine's bloodthirsty nature by chance, and risked feeding it his own blood essence, he probably would never have been able to establish a contract with it. He might have even become a hidden danger. He still remembered that thrilling night when the blood vine's thorns pierced his wrist, greedily sucking his blood. Just as he was about to faint from blood loss, an ancient and obscure voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Blood contract. At the moment the contract was formed, Lin Chen felt a presence that transcended common sense leave a mark deep within his soul. This connection was far deeper than an ordinary servant contract, as if the blood vine had become an extension of his body. However, the blood vine was still somewhat unfathomable and a bit cruel, so Lin Chen rarely used it. But it was perfect for dealing with someone like Shadowhawk. Although the risks were immense, this power was indeed worth it. With the assistance of the blood vine, even when facing a high-level battle sect, he still had the strength to fight. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, his gaze calm as he watched the Shadowhawk struggle wildly, only able to emit a hoarse hiss. In his eyes, an unprecedented fear finally emerged. The blood-red runes suddenly shone brightly, transforming into countless fine blood threads that drilled into the Shadowhawk's body. This notorious A-level wanted criminal let out a scream that was anything but human, his body convulsing violently. In the distance, Chen Mo and the others on the warship watched in horror as the Shadowhawk's body visibly shriveled, while the blood vine in Lin Chen's hand grew increasingly vibrant, even blooming with bizarre blood-red flowers. More terrifyingly, a vague shadowy figure began to emerge behind Lin Chen, a throne entwined with blood-red vines. What is that? Chen Mo exclaimed in shock. When the last trace of blood energy was drained, the Shadowhawk had already turned into a desiccated corpse. Lin Chen gently waved his hand, and the blood vine obediently retracted into his palm, transforming back into a small blood-red sapling. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Only the night wind blew by, carrying a hint of bloodiness. Chapter 268. Besides killing and sucking blood, it also enjoys parasitism. Lin Chen turned to look in the direction of the warship, the blood color in his eyes gradually fading. But everyone knew that after tonight, the terror of Lin Chen would be redefined. That was the Shadowhawk. Known as the most difficult A-level wanted criminal to capture in the Great Xia, the Shadowhawk had left the three major superpowers helpless. Possessing dual abilities, he had once maneuvered freely amidst numerous encirclements, playing with countless pursuers. The Holy Judgment Institute even established a Shadowhawk Special Operations Office specifically for him, which had lost 37 elite members in 3 years without even touching the hem of his clothes. And tonight, this nightmare that had kept the high-ranking officials of the Great Xiao Wake was so casually killed by Lin Chen. It was not an encirclement, nor an ambush.
It was a direct, crushing. The surveillance footage on the warship clearly recorded the entire process. Lin Chen first displayed the terrifying defensive immunity
to magic, shocking the Shadow Hawk. Then, with just a single bizarre blood vine, he forced the Shadow Hawk into a desperate situation. That space teleportation, which had terrified countless people, became a mere decoration in front of Lin Chen.
So terrifying. A soldier from the demon suppression army murmured, "Did you see that?"
The look in the Shadow Hawk's eyes at the end, it was not fear in the face of death, but despair.
He had to be in despair. Who wouldn't be in despair facing Envoy Lin?
His methods are far beyond that, Chen Mo interjected, his voice
trembling slightly.
He would never forget that scene in the footage, Lin Chen standing in the center of the blood-red vines, the vague shadow of the throne appearing behind him.
That was no ordinary vine.
That blood vine was too perverse.
The news quickly returned to the banquet hall.
When the hologram projected the image of the Shadow Hawk turning into a corpse, the entire hall fell silent.
The face of the third elder of the Holy Judgment Institute looked as if he had swallowed a live fly.
Meanwhile, the flame crystal in Mo Tianqing's hand had completely turned to powder, sparks flickering uncertainly between his fingers.
Immediately reassess Lin Chen's danger level, the elder of the Holy Judgment Institute instructed quietly.
The envoy leading the Tianwei mansion issued a solemn order. From today onwards, Lin Chen's file is upgraded to top secret,
with S-level clearance.
In the corner, several veteran lords exchanged glances. They suddenly realized that the young man they had assessed as needing 10 more years to grow might have already reached a height they could hardly aspire to. At this moment, Lin Chen was walking alone.
On the way back to the base,
the night wind brushed against his clothes and the moonlight stretched his shadow long. Behind him, on the land, ravaged by the blood vine, all the plants leaned slightly towards the direction he was leaving, as if bowing to their king.
Lin Chen's expression
was contemplative as he gazed at the blood-red patterns faintly visible in his palm, his mood complex. The Shadow Hawk was so easily killed by
me,
he murmured softly. It seems the blood vine is even more terrifying than I imagined.
A slight sting coursed through his fingertips, a sign of the blood vine's yearning. After each kill, this demonic plant became increasingly restless. Lin Chen could clearly feel the evil will
from another realm gradually awakening deep within the blood contract.
Since I've already made the contract, I can only continue to nurture it.
He shook his head with a bitter smile.
Although the means were somewhat sinister, the enemies killed by the blood vine would be drained of their
essence, yet this terrifying power was indeed captivating. Fortunately, his mental strength was extraordinarily strong. If it were someone else, they would likely be overwhelmed by a bloodthirsty desire, turning into a demon that only knew how to kill.
Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, Deputy Chen Mo hurried over. Special Envoy Lin, you have made a great contribution
on behalf of the sacrificed demon suppression army.
Brothers, I thank you. The iron-blooded soldier's voice choked with emotion as he bowed deeply. There's no need for that, Deputy Chen.
Lin Chen quickly helped him up. It's all part of the job. Once aboard the warship, Lin Chen noticed that all the demon suppression army soldiers were watching him with complex expressions.
There was admiration, reverence, and even a hint of fear. Why are you all looking at me like that?
Lin Chen smiled helplessly. A young soldier with a youthful face excitedly stepped forward. I am your fan.
We're the same age, and you are my goal. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Keep practicing, you can do it too. This simple encouragement sent the entire warship into a frenzy. The
big shots watching the battle through holographic projection noticed a detail. Throughout the entire fight, Lin Chen remained calm and composed, as if he had countless hidden cards yet to be played. Soon, the warship returned to the capital, and when Lin Chen stepped back into the banquet hall, the previously noisy venue fell silent in an instant. All eyes were focused on this excessively young envoy.
Oh, Special Envoy Lin, please take a seat. Special Envoy Lin is magnificent.
What is the Shadow Hawk compared to Special Envoy Lin? Flattering compliments rose and fell. Lin Chen maintained his usual expression, but his gaze swept over the faces of everyone present. There was awe, jealousy, but more so,
calculation and insincerity.
Mo Tianqing toyed with the newly replaced flame crystal, his lips twitching. Special Envoy Lin, well done, he said. This with great seriousness. Clearly, he acknowledged Lin Chen's strength. He knew that even if he intervened, he couldn't guarantee capturing the Shadow Hawk. The third elder of the Holy Judgment Court snorted coldly. Winning with the help of an alien blood vine. What kind of skill is that? Be careful not to fall into madness and bring disaster upon yourself.
Yes, that blood vine is so amazing. Can we have a look? Someone forced to smile in agreement.
Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Sorry, my blood vine is rather shy. He deliberately lowered his voice. It not only kills and drains blood, but it also likes to parasitize.
Upon hearing the word parasitize, that person turned pale and staggered back a few steps.
The horror of alien plants parasitizing made his scalp tingle.
Humph.
The third elder slammed the table. Such a powerful weapon should be used on the battlefield of the myriad races.
Hoarding such a rare treasure, do you have some ulterior motive?
Lin Chen suddenly smiled. He walked slowly towards the third elder, and with each step the ground crystallized with a layer of blood-colored frost. Since the third elder
is so devoted to the country and the people, why not go directly to the battlefield of the myriad races? With your strength, I'm sure you can. Leave no alien alive. Hearing this, the third elder was furious.
At the same time, he realized he had spoken out of turn.
Now was not the time to tear faces with Lin Chen. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a dignified voice suddenly rang out. Enough. The third-level envoy of the
Tianwei Mansion, Mo Tianqing, stepped forward, and wherever he passed, the blood-colored frost melted away. Our first-level envoy Lin Chen has made a great contribution and deserves to be rewarded.
As for the blood vine, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chen. Since it is his contracted item, the right of control naturally belongs to the contractor, and we have no right to interfere.
Lin Chen nodded slightly, suppressing his aura. This banquet was destined to end in turmoil. After a brief exchange, he hurriedly left.
As night deepened, Lin Chen walked alone on
the way back to the academy, the moonlight stretching his shadow long. The night breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness, gradually calming
his heated mind. Was I too ostentatious today?
He rubbed the blood-red patterns on his wrist, murmuring to himself.
But then he thought
of the numerous bloodshed caused by the Shadow Owl, the new recruits of the Demon Suppression Army who were murdered, and the ordinary civilian lords who suffered brutal slaughter.
If left unchecked, who knows how many more would suffer? Even if Mo Tianqing intervenes, he won't be able
to stop him. Lin Chen shook his head. That infernal lord, while possessing incredible attack power, lacked control methods. But he was different. He assessed his trump cards: Blood Vine to ensnare enemies, teleporting daggers for escape, Ice Domain for crowd control, along with various
equipment.
It could be said he was balanced in offense and defense, with almost no obvious weaknesses.
He could perform area attacks or engage in one-on-one duels. Chapter 269, I am the master, he is the slave. Just as he was pondering, his communicator suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Mo Tianqing. Lin Chen, although you intimidated everyone today, those old foxes won't fall for it.
The Holy Tribunal appears righteous on the surface, but they excel at stifling talent behind the scenes. You are the future of the Tianwei Mansion, so be careful and don't
give them any opportunities. Lin Chen's expression darkened. He had thought that in the face of a great enemy, all parties would at least maintain a facade of harmony. It seemed he was still too naive. Eliminating dissent, it truly never changes anywhere. He scoffed, the blood-red patterns in his palm becoming increasingly enchanting. However, he was not afraid.
Since the Holy Tribunal wanted to play, he would indulge them. This was a perfect opportunity to fully develop the potential of the blood vine. Lin Chen suddenly stopped, gazing at the night view of the
capital. The brightly lit buildings loomed in the night like a slumbering giant beast. His gaze sharpened as he activated the Eye of Undying. Good heavens! The entire layout of the capital concealed secrets.
Holy Tribunal, come on, let me see how you plan to deal with me. As soon as Lin Chen returned to the villa, a refreshing and elegant fragrance wafted towards him. He saw Su Yutong in a light gauzy nightgown, leaning against the porch waiting. The moonlight filtered through the sheer fabric, outlining her graceful figure, her snow-white skin barely visible.
Your Excellency.
She approached directly, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. You have rid the people of a great harm tonight. That Shadow Owl should have died long ago. A hint of disgust flashed across her delicate and charming face when she mentioned that name. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he smiled and took out a crystal-clear spiritual soul crystal from his lord's space. It seems you absorbed it well. Take this one to absorb as well. The soul crystal shimmered with a dreamlike glow under the moonlight, reflecting on Su Yutong's surprised face. When she took the soul crystal, her slender fingers accidentally brushed against Lin Chen's hand. Thank
you, Your Excellency. An ambiguous atmosphere immediately filled the air.
Su Yutong leaned slightly, revealing a patch of snow-white skin at the neckline of her nightgown.
Today, without her uniform,
she appeared particularly alluring. Just at this enchanting moment, Lin Chen suddenly frowned slightly.
The commander of Tianwei Mansion, Mo Yuntian, had summoned him urgently? Yutong, I need to step out for a bit, you should rest first. After saying that, Lin Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the headquarters of Tianwei Mansion. The alloy door, engraved with ancient runes, opened silently and then slowly closed behind him. In the command room, Mo Yuntian was facing away from the door, gazing at the star map projected on the wall. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, a warm smile on his face. You're here? Have a seat. Lin Chen sat down on the metallic chair. Commander Mo, you summoned me late at night. I wonder what the matter is? You certainly stole the spotlight tonight. Mo Yuntian wore a broad smile, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he brought up a holographic image. The scene of the blood vine rampaging made Lin Chen's pupils constrict. This blood vine.
Mo Yuntian suddenly reined in his smile, pulling out a crystal chip that glowed with a ghostly blue light. Is recorded in the
S-level top-secret files of the Tianwei Mansion.
The chip was pushed in front of Lin Chen, who calmly took it, and as his mental energy probed inside, he was jolted. Codename, Blood Knight Danger. Level, SSS record. In the year 217 of the new era, it manifested in the Kunlun ruins, causing the annihilation of 3 cities and the fall of 32 battle sect masters. Ultimately sealed by the first lord of the Tianwei mansion at the cost of his life. More bloody images flooded his mind. The blood vine grew to blot out the sun, turning an entire army into mummified corpses. Could even parasitize the bodies of battle sect masters, controlling their actions? It seems you've recognized it. Mo Yuntian observed Lin Chen's expression. This is the split of that demonic vine from back then. I didn't expect you to have contracted it. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped, and Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he set down the data chip and clenched his fist. Slightly. The contents recorded in the chip far exceeded his imagination. It turned out this blood vine was the culprit of the Blood Knight 200 years ago, having devoured the essence of countless human powerhouses, and was only sealed after the Tianwei mansion paid a heavy price. Commander Mo.I. Lin Chen was about to speak when he felt the blood vine stir restlessly. Mo Yuntian's gaze sharpened, instantly catching this detail. He remained composed, pressing a button under the table, and the entire room was suddenly enveloped in a layer of faint golden holy light barrier. Don't be nervous. Mo Yuntian poured a cup of tea and pushed it to Lin Chen. The Tianwei mansion doesn't want to reclaim your blood vine. On the contrary? A glint flashed in his eyes. This blood vine not only has incredibly strong vitality but is also extremely adept at controlling human hearts. So I want to make a deal with you. Lin Chen picked up the teacup. What kind of deal? First, you must undergo a monthly inspection to ensure you haven't been controlled by the blood vine. Mo Yuntian raised 2 fingers. Second, we need your cooperation in researching the genetic characteristics of the blood vine, of course, under the premise of ensuring your safety. Lin Chen tightened his fists, suddenly laughing. Commander, is there anything else? Mo Yuntian raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? For example, a blood-red vine suddenly shot up from Lin Chen's fingertips. Let me root out those spies planted by the Holy Tribunal in the Tianwei mansion? The room fell into an eerie silence. Ha ha ha, you rascal. Mo Yuntian suddenly burst into laughter. Clever. I love dealing with smart people. The laughter abruptly stopped, and he lowered his voice. The Holy Tribunal has planted quite a few spies in my Tianwei mansion, many of whom are powerful figures not entirely loyal to our great Xia, so it indeed needs to be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, it will lead to endless troubles. Lin Chen put away the blood vine and downed the tea in one gulp. Deal. However, as he set down the teacup, an overwhelming mental pressure erupted, causing the air pressure in the room to drop suddenly. Mo Yuntian felt an unprecedented mental pressure, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. He was shocked to discover that his high-level battle sect strength felt as fragile as that of an infant in the face of this power. Such strong mental power. Mo Yuntian's forehead broke out in cold sweat, his fingers unconsciously gripping the armrest of his chair. He had never imagined that the young man before him concealed such terrifying strength. Lin Chen slowly retracted his aura, his voice flat. I think the monthly inspections are unnecessary. The contract I signed with the blood vine is an ancient blood pact, which strictly speaking is a master-servant contract. I am the master, and it is the servant. It will always be under my control. He raised his wrist, and the blood-red tattoo suddenly twisted and contorted, emitting a painful shriek. As long as I wish, I can crush its intelligence at any time. Mo Yuntian took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous blood in his veins. He realized that the young man before him had grown to a point where even the Tianwei mansion had to treat him with caution. Good. You indeed have the qualifications to say that. Mo Yuntian solemnly took out a purple gold token, the surface of which was engraved with the word inspection, and the edges were entwined with dragon patterns. From today onwards, you will also serve as a level 1 inspector, enjoying the privilege of executing first and reporting later. Lin Chen took the token, his fingertips rubbing against the cold metal surface. This token represented another layer of trust from the Tianwei mansion, and it also meant that he would officially step into the whirlpool of power struggles in the Great Xia. Chapter 270, Thunderstorm Forbidden Zone. The list of suspected infiltrators planted by the Holy Judgment Institute will be sent to you shortly. Mo. Yuntian stood up and suddenly lowered his voice. You need to pay special attention to the Inferno Lord, Mo Tianxing. Although he is my cousin, he is a person of duality, hiding very deeply. Hearing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. This Mo Tianxing was actually Mo Yuntian's cousin? He had left a good impression on Lin Chen. If he were an insider, he would undoubtedly be a very competent one. As Lin Chen left the Tianwei mansion, the eastern sky was already lightening. The cruel images from the files kept replaying in his mind. The blood vine was suspected to be related to the ancient alien race known as the Blood Spirit Clan, which was best at alternative parasitism, waiting for the opportunity to be reborn. As the morning breeze brushed by, a cold smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. No matter what the Blood Spirit Clan was, they must submit to him. After Lin Chen left, the alloy door slid open silently, and an old man with white hair and a hunched back entered slowly. Little Mo, this little guy is hiding very deep. The old man chuckled while stroking his beard, his eyes sparkling with a star-like depth.
Mo Yuntian quickly stood up to pay his respects. Elder Go, why have you come in person?
He respectfully handed over a cup of tea. Indeed, his rate of growth far exceeds our expectations. Elder Gu took the teacup, the surface of the water reflecting
his weathered face. Everyone has their own opportunities and secrets.
This kid has managed to break through from a war king to such a realm in just 1 year, and he has many hidden cards. He gently shook his head. Even that person from back then did not have such against the odds talent.
Mo Yuntian nodded. Yes, I really don't know how this kid has grown. It's truly terrifying. No
matter, Elder Gu suddenly became serious. As long as his heart is with the great Xia and he is not one of those traitors who eat from both sides. The teacup in his hands suddenly formed a layer of frost. Our divine land is now surrounded by enemies. The alien races are stirring, and internally we have pests like the Holy Judgment Institute.
Mo Yuntian looked at the star map on the wall. It's marked dozens of alien forces approaching the divine land, each red dot representing an imminent crisis.
Even more terrifying are those ancient star races. Elder Ge's voice suddenly grew heavy. According to the latest predictions from the astrology pavilion, in no more than 30 years, those truly high-ranking races will discover us.
He tapped his finger, and several grotesque phantoms appeared on the star map. By then, what awaits us will be either enslavement or extinction.
In the room, the air seemed to freeze.
Mo Yuntian's expression was complex. Even someone as strong as
him was merely an ant in front of those ancient star races.
So we need to create a god.
Elder Gu suddenly withdrew his aura, his robes moving without wind. At least cultivate an invincible war god who can shock the starry sky.
And Lin Chen.
He turned to open Lin Chen's file, his eyes shining with intensity. Is one of the most promising seeds.
Mo Yuntian took a deep breath. But the danger of the blood vine. Danger? Elder Gu suddenly laughed heartily, though his laughter carried a hint of sorrow. Compared to the disaster of extermination, what is this little risk? He
suddenly ripped open his robe, revealing a grotesque scar on his chest. Back then, I dared to refine even the abyssal demon seed to break through, and now it is still under my control.
Just as the two were conversing, Mo Yuntian suddenly received some news.
His expression changed slightly, and he quickly activated the holographic projection.
Elder Gu, urgent military situation. Mo Yuntian's
voice tightened. A large-scale thunderstorm phenomenon has appeared in the 7th dimension, forming a thunderstorm-restricted area.
In the projection, a terrifying scene unfolded. The entire
dimension shrouded in purple-black thunderclouds, billions of bolts of lightning rampaging like giant dragons. Among them, several dark red lightning pillars with diameters exceeding 100 meters.
Even tore the space apart, creating fine cracks.
Elder Ge's expression changed drastically.
The 7th dimension? Isn't that the secondary dimension closest to the capital?
His aged face instantly darkened like water. With a thunderstorm of this scale, even the strongest of the battle sect would be unable to approach. 3 station reconnaissance teams have already gone missing.
Mo Yuntian
quickly pulled up the data. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected at the center of the thunderstorm. Suspected alien activity.
Quick, notify the Ouyang family. Elder Ge's eyes darkened. Inform the head of the Ouyang family. Their family has awakened thunder magic for generations. They might have a way.
Before his words fell, the thunderstorm and the projection suddenly began to spin bizarrely, forming a massive thunder vortex. At the center of the vortex, a faint shadow of a dragon flashed by.
Was that just? Mo Yuntian's eyes widened.
Elder Ge's gaze sharpened.
Thunder dragon.
The projection suddenly flickered violently and then extinguished.
The entire room fell into a dead silence. No.
Elder Gus suddenly thought of something, his expression turning extremely grim. There is indeed a thunder zone in the 7th dimension. We suspected something was sealed inside, but we didn't expect that 50 years later, the thunder zone would indeed erupt.
Hearing this, Mo Yuntian's expression grew serious.
The two exchanged a glance, and now they could only let the Ouyang family members investigate the situation first.
In the capital Lord Academy.
Inside Lin Chen's villa, Su Yutong was sitting at the dining table, her fingers gently tapping on the surface, her gaze occasionally glancing towards the door.
The dishes on the table had already
been heated for the 3rd time, the drifting aroma wafting under the warm light.
Click.
The sound of the door lock turning made her eyes light up. Lin Chen pushed the door open, still carrying the
coolness of the night wind.
His slightly tired face paused for a moment upon seeing the table full of dishes.
It's so late, you haven't eaten? I was waiting for you. Su Yutong stood up and casually took his coat.
Her fingertips accidentally brushed against the back of his hand, and both of them froze. Lin Chen looked at her flushed earlobes, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting.
Next time you don't have to wait for me, you can eat first. That won't do.
Su Yutong mumbled softly, turning to serve rice. I made your favorite steamed drunken perch today.
Lin Chen walked
up behind her and suddenly reached out to take the bowl and chopsticks. This action almost enclosed Su Yutong in his embrace, his warm breath brushing against her hair. You've worked hard.
Su Yutong
froze in place, her pretty face turning crimson. She hurriedly turned around but accidentally twisted her foot, stumbling forward, when a strong arm securely wrapped around her waist.
The two locked
eyes, Su Yutong's gaze reflecting the light as if she had fallen into the stars, and in her casual homewear she looked breathtakingly beautiful.
Be careful.
Lin Chen's voice was gentle.
Su Yutong stood up in a fluster, her heart racing. I'll go get the wine. Last time you said you wanted to try the plum wine I brewed.
Watching her escape-like figure, Lin Chen smirked mischievously.
But in the next second, his expression suddenly changed slightly, clearly having learned about the situation in the 7th dimension through his authority. The 7th dimension? Thunder explosion?
He murmured to himself, quickly walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. The undying eye instantly opened, and strange blood-red patterns emerged in his pitch-black pupils.
Through the heavy
clouds, he clearly saw that behind the distant crimson clouds, arcs of lightning were flickering.
Has the spatial barrier between the 7th dimension and the divine land weakened to this extent?
Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly, those flickering arcs of lightning making him feel alarmed.
Sir Envoy, stop looking at the night view and eat first. Su Yutong returned with the wine,
already regaining her composure.
Lin Chen took the wine glass, in them. Su Yutong poured a glass for each of them. So, is everything still going smoothly today?
He tilted his head back and drained his cup, his Adam's apple rolling as his gaze grew increasingly profound. It's been quite a tumultuous season lately.
Chapter 271. The Blood Spirit Ancient Clan is immortal. After dinner, Lin Chen gave some instructions and then locked himself in the training room.
In the dead of night, he sat cross-legged alone in the center of the training room.
Taking a deep breath, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Blood contract, blood vine, blood spirit clan. Let me see what secrets you are hiding.
He murmured to himself, his fingertips gently tracing the blood-red patterns. On his wrist, this hidden danger must be resolved completely, or it could lead to disaster. As his thoughts stirred, the defensive runes of the entire training room activated instantly. The walls lit up with intricate runes, completely isolating the inside from the outside.
Then let's begin.
Lin Chen suddenly closed his eyes, his breathing becoming long and slow.
The sound of his heartbeat
was clearly audible in the silent room, gradually slowing to just over 10 beats per minute.
Boom!
A vast surge of mental power erupted like a tide, instantly filling the entire training room.
In
the air, visible ripples appeared, and even the space began to slightly distort. The blood vine sensed its master's will, detaching from Lin Chen's wrist and transforming in midair into a giant crimson python as thick as a barrel. The surface of the vine was covered with sharp barbs, exuding a chilling, bloody aura.
Lin Chen's mental power transformed into millions of fine golden threads, beginning the most thorough exploration of the blood vine.
Every pattern, every fiber, even every strand of energy that constituted its essence was meticulously examined.
Indeed, at the core of
the blood vine, Lin Chen discovered a peculiar fluctuation. It was an extremely concealed mental imprint, eroding the contract link at an imperceptible speed.
There is indeed a problem. Got you. Show your true form.
Lin Chen suddenly increased the output of his mental power, forcefully stimulating that imprint.
In an instant, the blood vine writhed violently, shaking the entire training room.
Hiss hiss hiss. A roar that did not sound like that of a plant erupted from within the blood vine. The imprint suddenly burst forth with blinding bloodlight, coalescing into a vague figure. In Lin Chen's mental world.
Impossible. How could you discover me?
A hoarse voice exploded directly in Lin Chen's mind, carrying an ancient and evil will. Lin Chen grunted, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but a cold smile crept onto his face, finally showing your true colors. He was already prepared. His left hand formed a seal while his right hand struck fiercely against his chest. A mouthful of essence blood was spat out, condensing in the air into a complex holy light seal.
Seal. The holy light seal transformed into chains, firmly binding the rampaging will of the blood vine.
At the same time, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and with a grasp in the void, a crown appeared out of nowhere. The surface of the crown shimmered with a dark luster, as
if it could swallow all surrounding light. Crown of eternal night.
As the crown manifested, the temperature in the entire training room plummeted.
The skeletal wraith also slowly emerged from the shadows, its hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue soul fire.
It slightly bowed. Master, I sense the presence of the blood spirit ancient clan. Its voice was hoarse and ancient. Our
blood clan is actually just a branch of the blood spirit ancient clan.
The blood spirit will within the blood vine let out a piercing shriek upon seeing the crown of eternal night. Impossible.
How could this crown be in your hands?
Its voice was filled with fear. Back then, it was clearly. Lin Chen ignored its howls, coldly looking at the skeletal wraith. Is there any way to completely
resolve it? The skeletal wraith's skull swayed slightly. The blood spirit ancient clan is immortal, master. We can only find a way to seal it.
Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly formed seals with both hands. The crown of eternal night floated up, showering down beams of black light. At the same time, his left hand radiated pure white light, while his right hand condensed into extreme cold ice crystals. Holy light prison. Eternal frost ice coffin. The threefold seal descended simultaneously. The holy cage of light imprisoned the will of the blood vine, the biting cold ice froze it, and finally, the black radiance of the eternal night crown transformed into countless runes, branding the surface of the ice coffin. The scream of the blood spirits will abruptly ceased. The blood vine regained its calm, obediently coiling back around Lin Shen's wrist, but its color had faded significantly. Lin Shen let out a long breath, his forehead already beaded with cold sweat. He gently stroked the blood vine tattoo on his wrist, his gaze deep. He knew this was merely a temporary suppression. That blood spirit's will had not been completely eradicated, it was just temporarily sealed by him. As dawn broke, the morning light just beginning to tint the eastern clouds, the entire divine summer was still immersed in tranquility. However, just a wall away, the seventh dimension presented a scene of utter destruction. A storm of thunder raged like a mad dragon, turning the entire dimension into a thunderous hell. In the center of this purple-black thundercloud, a thunder dragon, several dozen meters long, was frantically devouring the surrounding lightning. Crack! With each opening of its mouth, dozens of bolts of thunder were swallowed into its belly. Its body expanded continuously in the lightning, the runes on its scales becoming increasingly clear and dazzling. Roar! With a deafening dragon's roar, the dragon suddenly coiled into a ball. Countless bolts of thunder wrapped around it like chains, enveloping it in a massive thunder cocoon. Boom! 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 Even transformed into a thunder cocoon, it continued to consume the thunder strikes that bombarded it. With each strike endured, the cocoon swelled a bit more, and the runes on its surface grew increasingly complex and profound. 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. The thunder cocoon had expanded to a heart-stopping degree, with fine cracks beginning to appear on its surface. Streams of golden light shone through the fissures, illuminating the entire seventh dimension as if it were daylight. Chapter 272, so white, so big, so tender. Inside the training room, time seemed to stand still. Before Lin Shen floated over 500 crystal-clear spirit soul crystals, each radiating a heart-pounding wave of energy. He took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and crack. All the soul crystals shattered simultaneously, a torrent of spiritual energy surging into his brow like a dam breaking. In an instant, Lin Shen's entire body was filled with bulging veins, mysterious silver patterns appearing on the surface of his skin. His spirit expanded to its utmost. Whoosh! An invisible spiritual storm raged within the room. His spirit solidified under the onslaught of spiritual power, gradually manifesting a translucent shadow that perfectly overlapped with his physical body. A day and a night passed. Boom! An invisible wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out, causing the defensive runes of the training room to tremble violently. Lin Shen's eyes snapped open, his gaze seeming to contain the rotation of galaxies. I did it! He slowly raised his hand, and all the items in the training room floated silently. Tables, chairs, books, even the dust in the air, all froze half a meter above the ground. More astonishingly, his spiritual power could now easily penetrate thick walls, allowing him to see the entire capital city. In a teahouse in the east of the city, performers were spitting and gesturing wildly as they told jokes. In the southern market, vendors were haggling with customers. Even in the depths of private mansions, whispers of clandestine conversations could be clearly heard. Is this the manifestation of spiritual power? It can actually detect situations within 100 miles. Lin Shen murmured to himself. Suddenly, his expression stiffened. His spiritual power uncontrollably penetrated the barrier of a public bathhouse, revealing dozens of graceful young bodies without reservation. So white, so big, so tender. Lin Shen felt a heat rise to his nose and quickly composed himself. But the fleeting seductive image still made his youthful blood surge. No, no. This ability is too dangerous. It could easily lead to crime. He wiped his nosebleed and forced himself to focus on controlling his spiritual power. As his thoughts turned, the spiritual power moved like an extension of his will, coalescing in his palm into a translucent longsword. Buzz! The sword tip trembled, actually tearing the space to create tiny black cracks. This is not a simple transformation of the soul, but a leap in the level of life. Now, with just his mental power, he is enough to crush ordinary battle sovereign lords. His strikes are impossible to defend against. When Lin Shen walked out of the training room, it was already late at night and the entire villa was silent, with only the moonlight streaming in from outside. At this moment, Su Yutong was already asleep. Lin Shen subconsciously scanned Su Yutong's room with his mental power, and his breath caught in his throat. There, a delicate beauty lay on her side in bed, wearing a pink lace panty that outlined an astonishing curve. The sheer, tight nightgown could hardly conceal her snow-white skin and proud figure, while her long, jade-like legs glistened under the moonlight. Hiss! That glance was enough to make Lin Shen bleed from his nose. Again! He quickly withdrew his mental power, but that alluring, perfect figure lingered in his mind. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, TSK, I didn't expect this girl to be so well endowed. She usually dresses so conservatively, but who knew she had such charm underneath? Lin Shen turned to leave, intending to test the flying ability that came with the manifestation of his mental power. He stood in the courtyard, took a deep breath, and his eyes sparkled with silver light. With a slight thought, his immense mental power condensed into an invisible staircase beneath his feet. Whoosh! A figure shot up like an arrow, instantly breaking through the clouds. Without the aid of any tools, he purely relied on his mental power to lift himself, steadily hovering at an altitude of 500 meters. The night wind howled, causing his robes to flutter. Lin Chen looked down, taking in the countless lights of the entire capital, resembling a galaxy reflected
on the ground. This is the power of mental power manifestation.
With another thought, his figure instantly shifted 100 meters sideways, moving so fast
that it left after images in the air.
No energy was needed to propel him. He achieved an almost teleportation effect purely through mental power.
Only a battle sovereign level soul master has the chance to achieve mental power manifestation, and I can do it now.
Lin Chen suddenly accelerated, tracing complex trajectories
in the night sky, sometimes diving like a hawk, sometimes swaying like a fish, completely breaking the traditional lord's understanding of flight. At the Demon Suppression Army's monitoring center in the capital, 3 patrolling members suddenly widened their eyes. Look quickly, that's someone flying in the air? Could it be a battle sovereign? No,
there's no fluctuation. This is pure mental power manifestation.
It should be a battle sovereign level soul master?
Lin Chen felt an unprecedented sense of freedom but couldn't help but sigh. The spirit soul crystal of the Cold Abyss clan is indeed
miraculous, but unfortunately,
he turned his gaze inward to his sea of consciousness, where his mental world had expanded to its limit.
To advance further, he would likely need a higher level opportunity,
or to enhance his own strength. Just as he was preparing to return, his mental power suddenly detected an abnormal fluctuation coming from the 7th dimension, where the thunderstorm had not only not calmed down but had instead formed a massive thunder vortex, slowly moving towards the dimensional barrier.
Something's not right. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and his figure instantly vanished into the night sky. The next second, he appeared on the villa's rooftop.
There are many powerful beings in the Great Xia. The anomalies in the 7th dimension are best left to those old monsters to worry about.
At this moment,
he just wanted to fully experience the wonders brought by mental power manifestation.
Using mental power to fly for the first time was an exhilarating feeling.
Buzz! Lin Chen had a sudden inspiration. With a thought, 108 corrosive swords flew out from the
Lord's space, hovering around him. He also stood suspended in midair. Wow! This feeling!
Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and
he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Isn't this the legendary sword immortal technique?
With a thought, the 100 flying swords
instantly transformed into streams of light.
In an instant, the entire night sky was woven into a deathly sword net by the ghostly green sword shadows.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 flying swords pierced the sky in a triangular formation.
5 flying swords spiraled around, shredding a patch of clouds to pieces. 18 flying swords formed a circular ring, and wherever the sword tips pointed, even the space
began to show fine cracks.
The most astonishing part was that each sword seemed to be an extension of his own body.
No incantations or gestures were needed.
He could execute various exquisite sword techniques purely through mental power and intent.
If only there were a sword formation.
Lin Chen suddenly sighed, and then he began to adjust the positions of the swords.
108 corrosive swords suddenly resonated in a marvelous way. The corrosive aura on the sword bodies intertwined, and unexpectedly, a corrosive sword formation began to take shape in the night sky.
Buzz! When the last corrosive sword returned to its place, the entire sword formation
suddenly came to life. The sword energy intertwined. This power! Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp. This might even threaten a mid-level battle sect. Just as he was preparing to experiment further, his brow suddenly furrowed. Was someone spying? Interesting. Lin Chen sneered, pretending not to notice while secretly adjusting the trajectories of 7 flying swords. In the next second, 7 ghostly green sword lights suddenly tore through the void. Clang clang clang.
Amidst the sound of metal clashing, a shadow appeared in a disheveled
state.
The person was surrounded by black mist, barely blocking the sword attacks with a dagger in hand.
Are you from the Holy Judgment Institute?
Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back while the remaining corrosive swords simultaneously turned their tips toward the
intruder. Perfect, let's use you to test the power of this fake sword formation.
With that, he flashed forward, completely sealing off
all escape routes.
Seeing this, the shadow's aura surged without hesitation. As the space distorted, his figure began to blur.
Want to leave? Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with silver light. Did you ask me first? Chapter 273, Yan Wujia's Celebration Banquet. Threads of mental
energy shot out in an instant, completely sealing off the surrounding space.
The shadow's expression finally changed drastically. How did you do that? Not only can you manipulate the air, but you can also seal the space and control the swords? Before he could finish his sentence, the sword formation closed in. When the sword light dissipated, only a pile of corrupted bones remained at the spot. Lin Chen
recalled the flying swords, deep in thought. That's ruthless enough, even more so than the self-destruction of the Fuji Kingdom. After resting for a night, the morning sunlight poured through the window. Lin Chen had just finished his morning training when Mo Yuntian sent over a list of suspicious individuals, among which the suspect Yan Wujie was holding a celebration banquet,
and many target figures would be present. He took out the documents, scanned the information with his mental power, and raised an eyebrow. Yan Wujie? Is he the one who single-handedly fought against 3 alien lords at the Northwest Fortress? Meanwhile, at the headquarters square of the Demon Suppression Army in the capital, dozens of warships were lined up neatly. A man in silver-white battle armor was surrounded by a crowd. Brother Biao, for this 7th-dimensional exploration, take your brothers alone. A burly man with a full beard stepped forward. The man called. Brother Biao was the first-level envoy Lei Biao from the Tianwei mansion, and he grinned. Old Zhou, it's not that I don't want to take you. That thunderstorm area is not something even high-level battle sects dare to easily enter. He frowned slightly. You are a hunter, and you can't withstand that level of thunder. Moreover, orders from above prioritize sending lords with thunder attributes. The bearded man clenched his fist unwillingly. What a pity if we could solve the thunderstorm problem, at least we could earn third-class military merit. Lei Biao glanced at him. Military merit is good, but you have to have your life to enjoy it. He lowered his voice. I've received word that there might be living beings deep within that thunderstorm. The others around him changed their expressions upon hearing this. I practice thunder-based techniques. I don't want to go, a thin man said helplessly, but even if I don't volunteer, they'll definitely arrange for me to go. Envoy, your uniform has been pressed. Su Yutong walked over with a neatly folded uniform, suddenly sensing something unusual. The Lin Chen before her was completely different from yesterday, exuding a slightly aggressive aura. What made her heart race even more was that his gaze always carried a hint of heat, yet he deliberately avoided meeting her eyes. Just leave it there. Lin Chen turned to the side to take the clothes, his fingertips accidentally brushing against Su Yutong's hand. Both of them instinctively recoiled as if shocked. In truth, Lin Chen was inwardly lamenting. Ever since his mental power had materialized, his perception had become so acute that he could easily penetrate the barriers of clothing. At this moment, in his eyes, all of Su Yutong's garments were practically non-existent. Her snow-white skin glimmered with a pearl-like sheen in the morning light, and her slender waist led down to a breathtaking curve. What was even more striking was that pink lace underwear, which was simply too eye-catching, and that full, proud cough. Lin Chen suddenly turned away, his nose feeling warm. He hurriedly tried to calm himself, but he heard Su Yutong's puzzled voice behind him. Why does the envoy seem strange today? She deliberately leaned in closer, the fragrance of her hair wafting over. Is it that there's something on me? As she spoke, Su Yutong twirled around. Seeing this, Lin Chen stiffened. Don't move. Could it be that this girl noticed his lewd gaze? No, wait. Just then, Su Yutong suddenly pulled Lin Chen over. Envoy, tell me, is my outfit inappropriate? Lin Chen waved his hand, covering his nose, and without looking back, said, Yutong, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. You stay at home. At exactly 10 a.m., the Crystal Hall of the Tianqi Hotel in Kyoto was ablaze with lights. Lin Chen sat at a prominent seat, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. He appeared nonchalant, but in reality, his mental power had already enveloped the entire venue. The heartbeat, breath, and even the subtle sounds of fabric rubbing of every guest were all within his perception. Ladies and gentlemen, the host's voice echoed throughout the hall. Welcome to the celebration banquet. For Envoy Yan Wuji. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the main table. Yan Wuji, dressed in a dark blue battle robe with 3 star medals pinned to his chest, was smiling and greeting everyone. This first-level envoy, who had achieved remarkable feats at the Northwest Fortress, indeed had the capital to be proud. Today's distinguished guests include East Region Inspector Chu Jianghe, Xuanbu Envoy Tai Shan. As each resounding name was announced, Lin Chen matched them with suspicious figures on his jade slip list. When he heard Lei Biao's name, his brow twitched slightly. The man who had exchanged glances with him in the square was now toying with a thunder-patterned scroll, his gaze sinister. Suddenly, the host's voice rose sharply. Finally, please allow me to introduce today's special guest, the newly appointed first-level inspector, Lord Lin Chen. Whoosh! All eyes in the room instantly focused on him. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. With this setup, one might think he was the main character of the day. Even more awkwardly, a spotlight array above the banquet hall suddenly cast a beam of light, illuminating him in detail. I heard he was the one who killed the Shadow Hawk. That blood vine is truly terrifying. TSK, a dual identity of envoy and inspector. Unprecedented. Whispers arose from all directions. Yan Wuji suddenly stood up with a toast. I've long heard of Inspector Lin's great name, and seeing him today. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. His eyes sparkled. I wonder if you would honor me by sparring a bit later? Upon hearing this, the venue fell silent. Everyone could sense the tension in his words. Yan Wuji was known for being a martial arts fanatic, always challenging the strong. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Pondering, could it be that his investigative intentions had been detected? Yan Wuji was a key suspect on the list. He quickly composed himself and laughed heartily. Envoy Yan truly has exquisite taste. Our envoys from Tianwei Prefecture usually carry out tasks scattered across various locations, and it's rare for us to gather. Since Envoy Yan wishes to spar, I shall gladly oblige. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly became lively. The waitstaff quickly cleared the central
area, and guests retreated to the sides, making space for the two strong figures. Yan Wuji removed his outer coat, revealing the sleek silver battle armor underneath. He moved his neck, producing a crack sound. Inspector Lin, I specialize in the Western European warrior system, excelling in close combat.
I hope you can impart some wisdom.
Lin Shen smiled slightly and handed his trench coat to a nearby attendant. What a coincidence, then I shall take on the role of a martial
artist to learn from Envoy Yan's skills.
The two stood facing each other, the air in the arena seeming to solidify.
Please.
Yan Wuji was the first to strike. His body launching forward like a cannonball, his right fist glowing with a blinding white light aimed directly at Lin Shen's face. This punch seemed simple, but it contained the unique holy fist enhancement of the Western European warrior, creating explosive sounds in the air as it passed. Lin Shen did not dodge, instead, he firmly caught the punch with his left palm. Boom! The shockwave exploded and both retreated half a step. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Shen's eyes. Yan
Wuji's strength far exceeded his expectations. Good. Yan Wuji laughed heartily and moved again.
This time, he alternated his fists, creating a flurry of punches, each accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced. Lin Shen met force with force, employing the barbarian blood pagoda fist, engaging head-on.
In the blink
of an eye, they exchanged over 100 punches, yet neither had gained the upper hand.
Chapter 274, Blood Spirit Royal Vine.
Inspector Lin truly lives up to his reputation. Yan Wuji suddenly changed tactics, sweeping his right leg like a battle axe. Try this move, Holy Light Cross Slash. His legs traced across. In the air, golden light condensing into a tangible slash. Lin Shen's gaze sharpened. He was finally using his true skills.
The Azura Pagoda appeared behind
him, and he punched towards the center of the cross.
Break! The clash of blood red and golden light erupted in a deafening roar. The protective barrier around them shook violently.
As the dust settled, Lin Shen's fist was halted at Yan Wuji's chin, while Yan Wuji's leg was pressed against Lin Shen's heart.
They exchanged a knowing smile and withdrew their hands simultaneously. Just a friendly spar.
Lin Shen cupped his hands in salute.
Yan Wuji looked at him deeply. Inspector Lin's martial arts skills have likely reached the realm of returning to simplicity, haven't they? And this is just your secondary profession.
On the sidelines, Lei
Diao's expression fluctuated.
He stared intently at the Azura Pagoda behind Lin Shen, clearly realizing that Lin Shen had held back. He hadn't used his full strength
at all.
The entire celebration banquet reached a climax due to this thrilling match. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly called out, "Esteemed
guests, please take your seats again." The attendants, well trained, swiftly rearranged the tables and set up the banquet anew. As the guests took their seats,
they were still fervently discussing the earlier bout.
Inspector Lin's heavy punch was simply extraordinary. Envoy Yan's Holy Light Cross Slash was also incredibly powerful.
I didn't expect the martial artist's techniques to be so exciting against the Western European combat skills.
Just as Lin Shen returned to his seat, he was surrounded by various envoys. A female envoy in a red dress was the first to raise her glass. Inspector Lin, I am Luo Ruyan, the inspector from the southern region. It's a pleasure to work with you, and I toast to you. Lin Shen took a sip from his glass, his gaze subtly assessing Luo Ruyan before him. The female envoy wore a low-cut backless gown today, her long, beautiful legs peeking out from the high-slit skirt, and a sapphire pendant adorned her delicate collarbone, exuding a deadly allure. It is my honor to work with Inspector Luo. Lin Shen feigned a gentlemanly demeanor as he raised his glass in return. Luo Ruyan
covered her mouth and chuckled lightly as she tilted her head back to drink. Her snow-white neck formed a graceful curve. She set down her glass and winked at Lin Shen with her captivating eyes. Why is Envoy Lin so reserved? Lin Shen sighed inwardly. If he hadn't timely closed off his mental manifestation perception, he would have seen this beautiful envoy's underwear clearly at this moment.
However, he estimated he would have been nosebleeding on the spot. They actually sent me to deal with this wooden man. On the surface, Luo Ruyan smiled sweetly, but internally she was frantically complaining. They said that as long as I could win over Lin Shen, it would count as 3 major contributions. This guy is just a clueless straight man.
She is the renowned Holy Light Priestess Luo Ruyan, a top-tier healing warrior of the Tianwei Mansion, and usually, many powerful individuals seek her out for team missions but can't even get a spot.
Now she's actually been sent to use her beauty as a strategy? The envoy lot seemed to have something on his mind.
Lin Shen's gaze darkened.
No. Luo Ruyan quickly adjusted
her expression, deliberately leaning in closer, her subtle and elegant fragrance wafting over. I was just thinking, with Envoy Lin being so young and accomplished,
you must still be single, right?
Lin Shen was at a loss for how to respond when other envoys came over to toast him, showering him with flattery and probing
questions. Lord Lin is so young yet possesses such cultivation, truly a blessing for our Tianwei Mansion. I heard that your blood vine can even devour a battle. Lord, I wonder if Lord Lin would be interested in joining us for a mission. On Yan Wujia's side, it was equally lively. Several envoys from the western regions surrounded him, discussing the battle situation in the northwest.
As the banquet progressed into the later stages, Lin Chen had gathered enough intelligence. He excused himself, claiming he couldn't handle any more drinks. Today has been quite fruitful. I've met so many people. Just as Lin Chen stepped out of the hotel door, a cool voice suddenly came from behind Lin Chen. He turned around to see a beautiful woman in a green short skirt. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her entire demeanor was ethereal, like a fairy angel descending to the mortal realm.
This woman was Cheng Luo, a level 4 envoy from the Tianwei mansion, whom he had met during the Chu family's wedding snatch. A level 4 envoy under 30. She was a superwoman. Envoy Cheng Luo? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Slightly. What guidance do you have?
Cheng Luo walked closer, pulling Lin Chen to a secluded corner. A segment of green vine appeared in her hand, pulsating with a life force. I heard you killed the Shadow Hawk. Cheng Luo's voice was as clear and cold as spring water. Very pleasant to hear. You used a kind of blood
vine? Lin Chen's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. Yes.
Cheng Luo suddenly raised her hand, and the green vine in her grasp began to move like a spirit snake. I am a master of wood magic and also a lord of the elven race, with some knowledge of plants in the world. Her stunning eyes locked onto Lin Chen.
Can I see your blood vine?
Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but still extended his right hand. Blood-red patterns appeared in his palm, and a small blood vine
seedling slowly emerged, its tip warily pointing at Cheng Luo.
This is... Cheng Luo's pupils constricted sharply, and the green vine in her hand began to tremble
violently. She stepped back suddenly, her voice wavering for the first time. Blood spirit royal vine?
Lin Chen keenly caught this unfamiliar term, blood spirit.
Royal vine?
Cheng Luo quickly calmed her emotions, but the shock in her eyes had not dissipated. 200 years ago, when the Blood Spirit clan invaded, they brought 3 royal vines, 2 of which were destroyed, and the last one went missing. She stared intently at the blood vine in Lin Chen's palm. I didn't
expect it to be the one in your hand. Just then, the blood vine suddenly became restless.
Lin Chen hurriedly tried to control it, but the blood vine defied his command for the first time, exuding a strong killing intent. Cheng Luo remained unflustered, her green vine transforming into a green barrier.
Life force surged, and only then did the blood vine begin to calm down. It recognized me.
Cheng Luo sneered. My ancestors were involved in the destruction of the blood spirit.
Royal vine back then.
Lin Chen immediately retracted the blood vine. It seems we need to have a serious talk.
Cheng Luo put away the vine, about the origins
of this blood vine, and its level of danger.
Chapter 275. The Chengluan Airship. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Then I'll trouble envoy Cheng Luo.
Cheng Luo lightly flipped her delicate hand, and a crystal-clear 7-colored flower appeared in her palm, with a dreamlike halo swirling around its petals. This is the spirit flower, which can detect whether there are hidden dangers in plant contracts. Before she could finish her sentence, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Chen. Wait, your mental level. The 7-colored flower in her hand suddenly trembled violently, its petals pointing towards Lin Chen without any wind.
You actually broke through to the manifestation of mental power?
Cheng Luo's voice rarely carried a hint of tremor. As an elven lord and a grand mage of the wood element, she naturally understood what this meant.
It was a realm that even many battle emperor-level powerhouses found difficult to reach.
Lin Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, I was fortunate to have a breakthrough.
Fortunate? Cheng Luo took a deep breath, her ears twitching slightly. Do you know what this means?
She stepped forward quickly and grabbed Lin Chen's wrist. Manifested mental power can not only allow you to fly but
also...
She suddenly realized her loss of composure and quickly released her hand, her pretty face slightly flushed. But the shock in her eyes did not diminish at all. I remember there are ancient scrolls that record that those who can manifest mental power can form formations with a thought, break illusions with a glance,
and even annihilate enemies with a thought.
Cheng Luo suddenly lowered her voice. If you were a soul master, you could directly attack the enemy's soul origin. Lin Chen's heart stirred.
Mental attacks were indeed terrifying. A soul master? He began to feel a bit excited. However, Cheng Luo's expression suddenly became serious. Even if you have manifested your mental power, it does not mean that the blood vine poses no threat to you. She gestured for Lin Chen to loosen his collar. The stronger your mental power, the greater the attraction to the blood spirit emperor vine. When she saw the trace of blood-colored patterns spreading across Lin Chen's chest, Cheng Luo gasped. It's already at the second stage. Without hesitation, she lightly tapped with her fingertip, and a drop of green glowing elven crystal dew fell onto the 7-colored flower. The flower instantly burst into dazzling light, enveloping the two of them. Listen, time is running out. Cheng Luo's voice sounded particularly ethereal within the halo. The blood spirit emperor vine is feeding back through your mental power. Once these patterns spread to your brow. She didn't finish her sentence, and Lin Chen's expression changed drastically as he understood the consequences. No wonder the blood vine had become increasingly difficult to control recently. Realizing this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. If he hadn't encountered Cheng Luo today, he might have never known that the blood vine was silently eroding his soul. Cheng Luo, is there any way to deal with this? Lin Chen's voice was unusually urgent. Cheng Luo,
hesitated for a moment, then suddenly looked up. On her exquisite face, a glimmer of light appeared in her clear eyes and her tone became serious. According to the ancient texts of the elven race, there is a forbidden technique recorded.
That is the life resonance contract. Find someone close to you, use the power
of life as a guide, and combine the strength of both to suppress the will of the blood vine within you.
But,
she shook her head, it requires absolute trust.
A close relative? Absolute trust? Right now, isn't that only Fang Qingxue?
Lin Chen pondered slightly. However, he had already sealed the blood spirit's will,
so it might not be necessary.
Lin Chen slightly cupped his hands. Thank you, Qing Luo.
By the way, Lin Chen.
Qing Luo suddenly stopped, turned around, and gazed
at him. For this 7th dimension's thunderstorm anomaly, I will personally go.
You can accompany me. The power of thunder has a suppressive effect on the
blood spirit's will. Perhaps we can find other solutions. 7th dimension?
Lin Chen frowned slightly. Qing Luo's face was serious as she nodded. The
situation is more complicated than expected.
But since you have manifested your mental power, you can be of great help. Lin Chen pondered slightly.
Even a level.
For Envoy had to take action personally. It seemed the situation was indeed serious. He nodded. Alright, I'll go with you to take a look.
Follow me. Qing Luo's
slender fingers waved gently, and the air around them suddenly rippled. The two of them quickly arrived in front of a strange warship floating in midair.
The entire vessel was woven from living vines, its surface shimmering with an emerald-like luster, and the bow was intricately carved with exquisite elven totems. This is the Elven Clan's Qing-1-class airship.
A hint of pride flashed in Qing Luo's eyes, forged from a millennium of spirit vines and the essence of the moon. Lin Chen couldn't hide his astonishment as he examined the life-filled warship.
Among the vines, tiny flower buds could be faintly seen, slowly opening and closing in a rhythmic manner. Is this your first time on an elven airship? Qing Luo's lips curled into a slight smile as she gestured invitingly. Stepping inside the cabin, Lin Chen couldn't help but hold his breath.
The interior space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, with countless glowing crystals suspended from the dome, projecting images of a vast starry sky. The vines on the walls automatically parted, forming comfortable seats.
Hold on tight. Qing Luo
lightly tapped the control panel, and the airship silently ascended. Through the porthole, Lin Chen watched the city shrink below, suddenly feeling a sense of awe.
In the vast universe, humanity truly is insignificant.
Qing Luo piloted the airship, her voice soft as she said, there are countless intelligent civilizations.
In this universe,
some races are born able to manipulate elements, while others master the laws of space. The airship suddenly accelerated, passing through a thin layer of clouds.
Even if humans awaken as lords and gain extraordinary powers, Qing Luo's tone grew serious. In the eyes of certain higher dimensional
beings, we still appear as primitive humans. Lin Chen gazed at the increasingly close atmosphere, suddenly understanding the deeper meaning behind Qing Luo's words.
The vastness of the universe far exceeds your imagination.
Qing Luo's voice echoed in the cabin as her slender fingers glided over the control panel. Is it a
trillion times larger than our Shenzhou?
We are but a grain of sand in the ocean. The image on the screen abruptly changed, revealing the terrifying scene of the
7th dimension. At that moment, the entire dimension had transformed into a thunderous hell, with countless blood-red lightning bolts slithering through the clouds like giant pythons.
Most alarming was the massive vortex at the center of the dimension, over 100 miles in diameter, where 9 colossal dragons formed,
purely from thunder, were writhing within. This level of thunderstorm,
Lin Chen's pupils constricted, has already surpassed the realm of natural phenomena. As the Qinghuan-class airship passed through the dimensional barrier, Lin Chen felt a flash of bright light before being engulfed by the overwhelming sound of the
thunderstorm. He followed Qing Luo directly into the 7th dimension. Boom!
As soon as they entered the 7th dimension, every hair on Lin Chen's body stood
on end.
In the air, stray particles of electricity sent sharp stings across every inch of his skin, and tiny sparks even erupted from his hair.
Qing Luo quickly
formed a seal, and an emerald light curtain enveloped the entire airship.
This is the Elven Clan's Qingmu barrier, which can reduce lightning elemental damage. Her voice sounded particularly clear amidst the deafening thunder.
Lin Chen looked out through the porthole. The entire dimension had turned into a thunderous hell. In the distance, the core area of the thunderstorm saw blood-red lightning cascading down like a waterfall, tearing the sky into a web-like pattern.
Even more
terrifying, those lightning bolts, upon striking the ground, coalesced into various beast forms, roaring and running amidst the storm.
They had actually transformed. We are currently investigating the edge of the thunderstorm. Qing Luo adjusted the detection equipment. Soon, specialized lightning lords will come to explore the core area. Chapter 276, Thunder Prison Sky Eagle.
Lin Chen frowned slightly. With a thunderstorm of this magnitude, even high-level battle sect experts
wouldn't dare enter the core area, right? Qing Luo did not answer immediately but instead pulled up a set of holographic data. The display showed that the exotic beasts originally inhabiting the 7th dimension had either been obliterated by the thunderstorm or had long since fled. Some had even mutated. Moreover, the
Range of the thunderstorm was expanding at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. At this rate, it would reach the dimensional barrier in 6 months. The detection indicates that this may have been triggered by the awakening evolution of some lightning-based alien race. Qingluo's fingertips traced a set of energy waveforms, but strangely, we have yet to capture any life signals from the main body. Lin Chen's heart sank. If it truly was some kind of alien species evolving, once it fully awakened, it would definitely not be good news for the nearby Shenzhou. Lin Chen. Qingluo suddenly pointed to the front right. Look at that thundercloud area. There, at the relatively calm edge of the storm, tens of thousands of azure thunderwolves were chasing after clusters of spherical lightning. With each strand of lightning they consumed, their bodies swelled a bit more and the lightning patterns on their backs became clearer. Thunder beasts. Lin Chen gasped. They're evolving by consuming the storm. Qingluo activated the weapon system of the floating vessel, and 2 vine-wrapped cannons extended from the side of the ship. One of our tasks is to eliminate these alien beasts that are evolving through thunder. Otherwise, once they fully evolve, it will be difficult to exterminate them. This thunderstorm area is indeed unusual. Qingluo's expression grew serious as she stared at the detection screen, her fingertips gliding over the constantly fluctuating data stream. Although the 7th dimension isn't considered a large dimension, it originally housed hundreds of types of thunder beasts. Those that survive such a natural disaster will become formidable. She suddenly zoomed in on a section of the screen where 3 giant wolves, resembling purple crystals, were tearing apart a thunder python. With each piece of flesh they consumed, the lightning mark on their foreheads brightened. At least they will evolve to the king level, or even. Qingluo's voice grew heavy, even to the terrifying existence of the hero level. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. King level. Alien beasts are equivalent to human battle sect level powerhouses, while hero level beings are comparable to battle emperors. If these beasts were allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. But within the crisis lies opportunity. Qingluo switched the screen to show the flickering crystals within the storm. The Thunder Crystal, condensed from the essence of thunder, is an invaluable treasure for Thunder-type lords. She pulled up another set of data. The major forces in Shenzhou have long been restless, but the screen switched to scenes of several reconnaissance teams being vaporized by the storm in an instant. But no one dares to gamble with their lives. Lin Chen pondered. He recalled several ruins he had explored in the past, which indeed had thunderous phenomena accompanying them. But the scale of the current storm far exceeded any previous records. The strangest thing is this. Qingluo suddenly enlarged the image of the core area. In the center, surrounded by 9 thunder dragons, a giant thunder cocoon was faintly visible. The cocoon continuously absorbed thunder. Is that an egg? Lin Chen frowned. It seems so. Qingluo's fingertips trembled slightly, and just as her words fell, the floating vessel suddenly tilted violently. An alarm blared throughout the cabin. Enemy attack detected. Outside the porthole, a thunder giant eagle with a wingspan of over 100 meters was diving down. Each of its feathers was made of lightning, and arcs of thunder danced in its eyes. Thunder Prison Sky Eagle. Qingluo's face changed dramatically. How could it evolve to the king level so quickly? The giant eagle let out a long cry, and a thunder column with a diameter of over 10 meters crashed down. The protective shield of the Qingluo floating vessel instantly cracked, and sparks flew within the cabin. Prepare for battle. Qingluo yanked the control stick. It seems our reconnaissance mission needs to be upgraded ahead of schedule. Just as Lin Chen was about to take action, countless emerald vines erupted from Qingluo's palm, weaving into a massive net that obscured the sky. These vines shimmered with ancient elven runes, each containing powerful life energy. Wrath of nature. Qingluo shouted, forming hand seals. The vine net met the thunder column, and the moment the two forces collided, a deafening roar erupted. Surprisingly, the vines not only withstood the thunder column but also wrapped around it like living creatures, beginning to frantically absorb the thunder energy. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately seized the opportunity. His eyes narrowed, and his immense mental power instantly materialized, condensing into hundreds of translucent mental swords in the void. Go! The sword of the spirit poured down like a torrential rain, each one precisely stabbing at the joint of the wings of the thunder prison eagle. This pure mental attack directly affected the soul, and the giant eagle let out a painful shriek, its massive body convulsing violently in the air. Now's the time. Qingluo seized the opportunity, her fingertips lightly tapping. A droplet of shimmering golden elven blood shot out. The moment the vine touched the essence of life, the runes on its surface glowed brightly, instantly swelling several times, wrapping around the thunder prison eagle like a giant python. Lin Chen took advantage of the moment, stepping through the air, holding the corrosive sword. The sword's edge pointed directly at the thunder prison eagle. Put! The moment the sword pierced through the thunder prison eagle, a violent force of thunder surged back up the sword's body. Lin Chen's whole body shook violently, feeling as if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously stabbing into his veins, his entire being instantly stiffening in midair. Lin Chen! Qingluo exclaimed in shock. Even More terrifying was that the Thunder Prison Eagle, pierced by the corrosive sword, not only did not fall but instead became even more frenzied under the cover of
lightning.
Countless arcs of lightning writhed madly at the wound, actually beginning to devour the surrounding thunder to repair itself.
At this critical moment,
Lin Chen's gaze suddenly darkened.
His aura surged upward. Can't kill it? Let's see my self-created sword formation. With a loud shout, Lin Chen's eyes shone with silver light. He released his grip on the sword hilt, and the corrosive sword actually floated in mid-air on its own, the ghostly green light on the sword body intertwining with the arcs of lightning, emitting a heart-pounding wave. Boom!
The remaining 107 corrosive swords flew out from the lord's
space simultaneously, each one wrapped in a corrosive aura.
Under Lin Chen's mental control, they moved through the air like living creatures. Wherever the sword
tips pointed, even the space showed fine black cracks. Corrosive sword formation.
Lin Chen's gaze swept, and all the flying swords instantly arranged into a
mysterious formation.
The Thunder Prison Eagle seemed to sense the danger, letting out a piercing shriek, its wings flapping wildly in an attempt to escape.
But it was already too late. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Slash!
With a wave of Lin Chen's sword finger, 108 flying swords poured down like
a rainstorm.
Each sword accurately struck the vital points of the Thunder Prison Eagle, and the corrosive aura wrapping around the sword bodies crazily devoured
its thunderous power. Bang! The entire giant eagle exploded from the inside out, transforming into a sky full of lightning. A pulsating thunder core floated
in the air, which Lin Chen grabbed in his hand.
This must be the Thunder Crystal Core. Chapter 277 Thunderstorm Demon 8.
Lin Chen, what technique did you
just use?
Qing Luo controlled the Qing Luan to slowly approach, her emerald-like eyes filled with shock. The formation made by those flying swords is too powerful.
I've never seen such a profound combat skill.
Lin Chen was taken aback by her words, then awkwardly scratched his head. Well, it's a kind of sword formation,
I guess.
In the legends of my hometown, it's a technique used by immortals.
Sword formation? Immortals?
Qing Luo's pretty face was filled with confusion.
Are you referring to the powerful beings of ancient times?
Seeing the puzzled expression on Qing Luo's face, Lin Chen suddenly realized. It seemed that in this world, there was no concept of immortal cultivators. He pondered for a moment and rephrased, you can understand it as a combat method that perfectly combines
mental power with weaponry. Chang Luo nodded thoughtfully, like the elven moonlight dance or the dwarven crossbow forging technique. Pretty much, Lin Chen
replied vaguely. He pondered slightly, feeling the thunderous power still faintly flowing beneath his skin.
He didn't have a thunder imprint. How could he absorb thunder? Lin Chen, latest news.
Qing Luo suddenly looked gravely at the detection screen. A peak king-level thunder beast has been discovered at the edge of the thunderstorm core zone, and the energy readings are already approaching the hero-level threshold. Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly at her words. For an existence of this level, it's better for us to avoid confrontation for now. Qing Luo tapped the screen lightly, marking the activity trajectory of that thunder beast.
Remember this area, we'll take a detour.
The Qingluan adjusted its course, continuing to advance toward the heart of the thunderstorm.
Outside the porthole, the entire plane had transformed into a sea of thunder, with countless arcs of electricity moving across the surface like living creatures. Occasionally, massive bolts of lightning struck down, creating bottomless pits in the already charred earth. The seventh plane. Lin Chen gazed at the faint outlines of mountains and lakes below, murmuring to himself, what secrets are you hiding that have drawn such anomalies?
As they delved deeper, a multitude of light spots suddenly
appeared on the detection screen. Qing Luo quickly magnified the image. It showed warships, battle vehicles, and even solo-flying powerhouses from various nations of Shenzhou pouring in from all directions into the seventh plane.
The Great Xia Dragon Cavalry, the Northern Icefield Tribe, the Western Region Buddhist Sect. Qing Luo identified the various forces one by one. Even many old families that have remained hidden have jumped into the fray. Lin Chen sneered, some come seeking treasure, some come for opportunities, and some genuinely wish to protect Shenzhou. He pointed to several warships marked with a red cross. There are even
medical teams.
Just then, the detection alarm suddenly blared sharply.
Qing Luo's expression changed drastically. Not good. That king-level thunder beast is moving.
Quickly, before she could finish, a mountain peak in the distance suddenly exploded. Amidst the flying debris, a thunderous giant ape comparable in size to
a small mountain soared into the air.
Its body was composed of blue-purple crystals, with a pulsating blood-red thunder core embedded in its chest, leaving behind electric afterimages with every leap. Thunderstorm Demon 8. Qing Luo immediately adjusted the course. It has spotted us.
The giant ape roared to the sky, and the sound waves condensed into tangible lightning patterns in the air. It pounded its chest, and a lightning pillar over 50 meters in diameter crashed down toward the Qingluan. There's no time to dodge. Qing Luo gritted her teeth and activated the emergency shield. In that critical moment, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, a cold glint surging in his eyes. Humph! A cold snort echoed like thunder, and an overwhelming aura erupted around him. His immense mental power instantly materialized.
forming a towering phantom over 100 meters high in front of the floating vessel.
It was a majestic figure wearing an imperial crown and a blood-red battle robe, seated upon an ice throne. His eyes sparkled like lightning, looking down upon the world. "Get lost," the phantom spoke, its voice like a tidal wave.
The thunderclouds of the entire seventh plane momentarily froze, and the lightning within a radius of several thousand meters solidified at that instant.
The
ferocious thunderstorm demon ape, which had been baring its fangs just a moment ago, now stood rigid as if it had seen a cat.
fear, human-like, flickered in its
blood-red beastly eyes, and its lightning aura became chaotic.
"Woo!"
Accompanied by a mournful cry, this terrifying being, comparable to the peak of the battle sect,
actually turned tail and fled. It tore through the thunderclouds ahead, disappearing in the blink of an eye.
Xingluo stared in disbelief at this scene. This is. The phantom slowly dissipated, and Lin Chen's face turned somewhat pale.
He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "This is just another application of mental power manifestation."
Saying this, he looked in the direction where the thunderstorm demon ape had fled, his brows furrowed tightly.
However, it was merely to scare this beast away. Soon, the entire outer area of the seventh plane became unprecedentedly lively. The joint exploration efforts of various major forces officially commenced. The northern border Shao family is willing to explore the thunder explosion area together with everyone. The western region, Diamond Gate, is willing to ally and travel together.
The Eastern Sea Merchant Alliance requests to join the exploration team.
Loud voices echoed in the communication channel one after another.
Various major forces revealed their cards. There were hidden families piloting ancient rune-carved flying boats, modern
conglomerates riding mechanical airships, and even hunter warriors mounted on giant thunder beasts. Behind these forces, several clearly luxurious warships were huddled at a safe distance.
They shimmered with the glow of defensive runes on their surfaces but remained motionless, clearly calculating to pick up the scraps. Suddenly, a solemn hymn echoed from the horizon. A massive warship, entirely pure white and engraved with sacred runes, broke through the clouds, its body radiating holy light that purified the surrounding storm clouds. "It's the Holy Tribunal," someone exclaimed.
Even more surprising was the sleek, technologically advanced
mech ship that followed closely behind, its streamlined silver exterior emblazoned with the emblem of the Western European Alliance.
Following that, heavy armored
floating fortresses from the Polar Bear Nation appeared, as well as
the Yamata from Fuji Nation. Xingluo's expression turned cold. "They actually dare to come?"
The menacing black warship prominently displayed the sun flag of Fuji Nation. 8 serpentine cannons at the bow were scanning the storming area, clearly
searching for something.
"The seventh dimension is a public dimension. They do have the right to explore," Lin Chen sneered. "But being this close to the Great Xia, we must be wary of their ulterior motives." Both of them understood that these foreign powers, under the guise of exploration, were actually trying to seize the opportunity to curb the development of the Great Xia, meddling in the situation nearby, especially Fuji Nation, whose warship's course clearly indicated a special
purpose. Lin Chen stood on the deck of the floating vessel, surrounded by the elemental remnants left by the experiment.
He had just attempted various powers to counter the thunder, but the results were unsatisfactory. The ice barrier vaporized instantly in the storm. The holy light shield barely held for 3 seconds
before collapsing.
The aura of the undead was even more severely suppressed by the thunder.
"It seems conventional elements are difficult to contend with this heavenly might."
Lin Chen frowned in contemplation. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he was still a necromancer, and with his current mental strength,
he could easily disguise the aura of the undead as the aura of the dead.
With a mindset of trying it out, Lin Chen's gaze shifted, channeling the long-sealed
aura of the undead within him.
Buzz! A strange gray-black energy surged from Lin Chen's palm, causing the surrounding air to drop to freezing point.
Surprisingly,
when this aura of the undead encountered the descending thunder, it did not dissipate. Instead, it formed a bizarre standoff with the lightning.
"This is..."
Lin Chen's eyes lit up.
"The aura of the undead can actually stand against the thunder." Chapter 278. Gathering in the